Chapter 001, The Mysterious Tide. Name? Jiang Bai. Age? You didn't realize that last month was my 18th birthday, did you? Mind your manners. Gender? Can I take another look? Lao Ma. What are you hitting me with the belt for? Let's speak civilly. The training camp prohibits arbitrary assaults on cadets. Whap! The belt crackled sharply, slicing through the air, but the boy nimbly evaded, letting it land harmlessly behind him. The youth, known as Jiang Bai, stood at 180 centimeters, lean and cheerful, with a pair of mischievous eyes gleaming with both cunning and intelligence. Having dodged the belt, Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow and shouted, "Lao Ma, are you serious?" That belt bore immense force. Had it connected, it would have surely inflicted pain. The instructor withdrew the belt, his expression darkening, and handed a file to Jiang Bai, intoning solemnly, "Read this document aloud." Taking the file, Jiang Bai casually began to read. On May 23, 2025, a man in Florida was struck in the head by a meteorite. The meteorite remained lodged in his brain, but the man survived and gained the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. This incident marked the onset of the first global outbreak of supernatural events. In the span of 7 days, over 3,000 supernatural occurrences transpired, birthing nearly 1,000 superpowered individuals. 1 week later, all supernatural phenomena vanished abruptly, and superpowered individuals began to perish in droves. The emergence and disappearance of these supernatural occurrences resembled the ebb and flow of tides, hence dubbed the first mysterious tide. On November 19, 2025, the second mysterious tide arrived. The second mysterious tide was broader in scope and heightened in frequency. In light of various sudden emergencies, nations hastily established organizations for the superpowered to maintain societal order. Jiang Bai couldn't help but glance up at the instructor, his eyes seeming to ask, "Isn't all of this common knowledge? Who are you telling this to?" The second mysterious tide lasted merely 6 months and gave rise to over 100,000 superpowered individuals. When it concluded, more than 99.99% of superpowered individuals either perished or went missing. Even those fortunate enough to survive often succumbed to dementia or mental instability. These events were a memory from over a decade ago. 4 years prior, the third mysterious tide erupted, leading to a surge in superpowered individuals. Last year, on the brink of adulthood, Jiang Bai had accidentally revealed himself to be a superpowered individual, leading to his special recruitment into the training camp based on his potential, where he was to undergo 2.5 years of rigorous training under Lao Ma. Lao Ma sensed Jiang Bai's inquisitive gaze and impatiently said, "Read the rest." Jiang Bai flipped the file to the last page and read the concluding line. Disclaimer: I voluntarily joined this program. All responsibilities and consequences shall be borne by myself. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, thinking, what is this? This seems extremely unfair. Read the middle section you haven't gone through. Lao Ma, losing his patience, snatched the document back and pointed at the middle part, growling. According to the latest research findings, the third mysterious tide may very likely conclude within 6 months. The prospect of the mysterious tide ending so soon sent a chill down Jiang Bai's spine. 3 mysterious tides had occurred thus far. The first left no survivors. The second had a mortality rate exceeding 99.99. And the third, at a glance, it seemed unlikely to differ substantially from its predecessors. The third mysterious tide is nearing its conclusion, and all superpowered individuals face a life-and-death decision. How to survive in this damned era is the primary concern for everyone. What was that phrase? To be or not to be? That is the question. Observing Jiang Bai's grave expression, Lao Ma nodded approvingly. This kid may often act immaturely, but in times of crisis, he displayed remarkable composure. Perhaps he was not so misguided after all. After a brief silence, Lao Ma inquired, "What are you considering, Jiang Bai?" Jiang Bai replied instinctively, "I'm thinking I'd rather not die a virgin." "Ah no, Lao Ma. I meant, instructor, I'm contemplating how to utilize the remaining time to transcend my limitations and achieve something of greater value, striving to leave no regrets." Lao Ma. This kid is hopeless. Lao Ma pointed at the document and continued, "This is an extremely confidential experimental plan which seeks to recruit eligible superpowered individuals. The premise is simple. Before the mysterious tide concludes, we will select superpowered individuals with sufficient potential to seal your abilities, placing you into a state of suspended animation to endure the interim between the mysterious tides. Like hibernating animals in winter, the departure of the mysterious tide will usher in a long, arduous winter, during which many will perish, while you will have the chance to survive. Kid, Do you understand? Jiang Bai countered, what's the cost of this sealing? The first law of the mysterious tide. Equivalent exchange underpins all matters. If it involves sealing, there must be a price to pay. Lao Ma responded with a heavy tone. Being disconnected from the times, losing oneself in the passage of time, that is the most brutal cost. Jiang Bai fell into contemplative silence. There was a 13-year gap between the second and third mysterious tides. No one knew when the next mysterious tide would arrive. Lao Ma's words struck home. Time was the most significant cost this plan demanded. Jiang Bai held the file, sensing an impending storm, an oppressive atmosphere closing in on him. We cannot seal individuals with overly potent abilities, nor those who are too old, or those with inherent flaws. In short, slots are incredibly limited, and the selection criteria are quite stringent. You are fortunate to have been chosen. They instructed me to persuade you to join this plan. Lao Ma pulled out a traditional cigarette, igniting it with a flick, inhaling firmly and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Though you lack decorum, speak without filter, fear neither heaven nor earth, possess mediocre abilities, and not a single notable quality worth praising. Jiang Bai's fists clenched. With such disjointed rhymes, is this a stand-up routine? He focused intently on Lao Ma, waiting for that moment when he would utter the word, but everyone knew anything said before that was irrelevant. But Lao Ma took another drag from his cigarette, reflecting, among this batch of cadets, I have the highest hopes for you. He extinguished the cigarette and stepped forward to pat Jiang Bai on the shoulder. The decision is yours. The organization will not coerce anyone into this. With that, he offered a formal salute to Jiang Bai. This exchange felt less like persuasion and more like an irresponsible introduction. Lao Ma transferred the choice to Jiang Bai's hands. Jiang Bai returned the salute. Yes, instructor, you may leave now. After sending Jiang Bai off, Lao Ma called the next cadet into the room, solemnly articulating, I have the highest hopes for you among this group. Lao Ma, the door isn't closed yet. Get lost. Exiting the office with the file in hand, Jiang Bai walked down the corridor, muttering complaints. This mysterious tide is like a game test. A batch of players in closed beta, and then their accounts sealed after the second beta ends. They seal the accounts again. Who knows how many accounts they'll seal in this third beta, and when will the open beta start? After his complaints, Jiang Bai casually opened the file. Task number 002. Classified level, top secret. Task content. Utilize all available resources to transition the most promising superpowered individuals into an inactive state, circumventing the secondary disasters brought on by the conclusion of the third mysterious tide and preparing for the next mysterious tide's arrival. According to the patterns established by the first three, it is anticipated that the fourth mysterious tide will produce superpowered individuals in the millions. A death toll of this magnitude during the withdrawal phase will result in catastrophe, and the fifth mysterious tide's conclusion could annihilate everyone. Until then, we still have time. Task objective. Completely resolve the calamities brought about by the mysterious tides and save all of humanity. Task codename, Cicada. Chapter 002. The Fifth Mysterious Tide. Training Camp, Conference Room. Upon the long table sat 2 cups of tea, the leaves undulating gracefully in the water, while steam wafted gently upwards. Yet, the atmosphere in the room was palpably oppressive. Behind 1 cup of tea sat a middle-aged man with a crew cut, a square face, and sharply defined features. His expression was grave, and he donned a military green short-sleeve shirt, devoid of any superfluous adornments. Exuding an air of decisive authority, a terrifying scar extended from the corner of his left eye down to his neck, leaving one to ponder what kind of beast could inflict such a horrifying mark. Even more chilling was the fact that this man had survived such an injury. As he spoke, the room was engulfed in a tempest of tension. Why is it Jiang Bai, seated across from him? Instructor Ma merely gazed down at his tea, silent and contemplative. Do you comprehend what the Cicada project entails? The man intoned coldly. It demands the utmost resources of our nation, even those from around the globe. Yet the Cicada project accommodates fewer than 20 slots. Our country has secured only 9, and yet there are thousands of candidates being proposed from various regions. What merit does Jiang Bai possess to be included in the Cicada project? Suddenly, Instructor Ma interjected, diverting the conversation to an unrelated matter. Do you recall Han Chuan? Han Chuan? Is Jiang Bai the son of Han Chuan? The man raised his eyebrows, his demeanor softening slightly, his tone less harsh than before. Han Chuan, a mysterious powerhouse who emerged 3 years ago, male, aged between 40 and 45, proficient in the spear. He single-handedly managed one world-ending disaster and assisted in averting another, while independently addressing 12 city-level calamities and either killing or apprehending 126 criminal superhumans. The man recited these facts with remarkable familiarity, as if they were etched into his memory. Undoubtedly, Han Chuan was a legendary figure. In terms of combat prowess, he was on par with the man himself, and in terms of accomplishments, they were equals. However, it had been nearly a year since any news of Han Chuan had emerged. Rumors abounded that he had perished in the last disaster. He had been caught in a world-ending calamity. Though he had prevented the catastrophe, he had vanished without a trace. It was likely that he had met his demise. After all, it was a world-ending disaster. If Jiang Bai were indeed the offspring of Han Chuan, even if his own potential were limited, the state would have a duty and obligation to care for him, given the contributions his progenitor made to the nation. After a moment of contemplation, the man spoke slowly. If he is Han Chuan's descendant, there would be no need for him to join the Cicada project. I could extract his powers. The process would not be overly painful, and once the mysterious tide has passed, he could continue to live well. I could even replace his abilities. You still fail to grasp the situation. Old Ma interrupted. He is not Han Chuan's son. He is Han Chuan. Impossible. The man sprang to his feet, his face a mask of shock, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, causing the very space around them to tremble, spiderweb-like patterns appearing on the conference room windows. This cannot be. Control your emotions. Old Ma had retreated to the doorway, wariness etched on his face as he regarded the man, one hand gripping his belt while the other held up his trousers. Do you wish to bring harm to all those present here? Following the emergence of the enigmatic tide, a multitude of superpowered individuals has been born, among whom this man stands as one of the most exceptional. His existence is even regarded as a strategic weapon, a national treasure. It is precisely due to his terrifying prowess, coupled with his remarkable achievements, that he qualifies to partake in the Cicada project, and even to cast doubt on Jiang Bai's credentials. The ability users, while wielding formidable power, also embody an element of instability. Should this man before us descend into chaos, no more than 5 individuals within the training camp would likely survive. Old Ma is confident that Jiang Bai will undoubtedly endure. The man takes a deep breath, gradually calming himself, his overwhelming aura retracting, and simultaneously, the minute cracks on the window begin to mend, as if they had never existed. Noticing this detail, Old Ma's expression darkens once more. This fellow has grown even stronger. The man returns to his seat, coldly stating, "What grounds do I have to believe he is Han Chuan, when there is no evidence?" Moreover, the timeline does not align. 3 years ago, he was merely 15, and Han Chan's renowned battle was against a foreign powerhouse, who asserted with certainty that Han Chuan was a middle-aged man over 40. "Can you allow someone to finish speaking?" Old Ma retorts, as he stows his belt away with dissatisfaction. Han Chuan is not a singular entity. To be precise, Jiang Bai is the 3rd generation of Han Chuan. The revelation that there is more than one Han Chuan piques the man's interest. The 1st generation of Han Chuan lost contact during the initial handling of an apocalyptic-level disaster. When Old Ma broaches this topic, his eyes reflect profound anguish. He continues slowly. The 2nd generation of Han Chuan sustained severe injuries during the management of a city-destroying catastrophe and was fortuitously rescued by Jiang Bai, who chose to pass on the legacy of Han Chuan to him. He is the 3rd generation of Han Chuan during the last apocalyptic-level disaster. Only Jiang Bai was involved in its resolution. No one knows how he averted that calamity, yet he survived, albeit at a grievous cost. The man's gaze drifts toward the window, muttering, "Words alone are insufficient." Even with Instructor Ma as a guarantor, it is difficult to place faith in this matter. The most prudent course of action is to engage Jiang Bai in combat. Whether he is truly Han Chuan will be revealed through confrontation. You cannot engage him in battle. We cannot ascertain the price Jiang Bai paid during the last disaster management, as he has not fought since. This training camp was established for Jiang Bai, with over half of the instructors and students serving as his bodyguards, while the remaining may also be in an effort to persuade the man. Old Ma is left with no choice but to unveil his trump card. He takes a deep breath, unfastens the belt buckle, breaks it in two, and places it on the table. The man glances at the buckle, discovering it to be hollow, containing half of a bullet tip. His pupils constrict as recognition dawns upon him. Is this Han Chan's gun? Indeed. Old Ma replies solemnly, "I am the 2nd generation of Han Chuan. The 1st generation was my father. You may verify this. His records indicate that he passed away 3 years ago due to illness, but in truth, he has gone missing. The emergence of the cicada is not a mere coincidence. We require a more adaptable force to confront supernatural calamities. After acquiring extraordinary abilities, my father, upon approval, became the inaugural cicada. Following his disappearance, I briefly assumed the mantle of the second cicada in my quest to locate him, until I entrusted this title to Jiang Bai. Listening to old Ma's words, the man's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. If the cicada were merely a singular individual throughout its history, this achievement would indeed warrant inclusion in the Cicada initiative. However, there have been 3 cicadas in succession. Although Jiang Bai has dealt with an apocalyptic catastrophe, there exists no documentation of the process. The situation grew increasingly intricate, and the man remained indecisive. Noticing his hesitation, Instructor Ma produced an envelope, sliding it across the long table to rest before the man. This is the final response from the superior. He believed the contents within would be sufficient to sway the man. Rising, the man cradled the envelope in his hands, solemnly unsealing it. The envelope bore a single, succinct statement. It is not Jiang Bai who has joined the Cicada initiative, but rather that the Cicada initiative has been tailored for Jiang Bai. The man gazed at the message within the envelope, ensnared in prolonged silence. He had misconstrued the causal relationship. The moment he grasped the envelope, a portion of classified documents became accessible to him. An influx of information surging into his mind. Jiang Bai's mother, upon giving birth to him, was already a superhuman. That was during the first mysterious tide. This implies that Jiang Bai may have inherited his abilities. He survived the conclusion of the second mysterious tide, a rare stroke of fortune. During the third mysterious tide, Jiang Bai acquired yet another superpower. He possesses at least 3 extraordinary abilities, not yet 18, intertwined with all 3 mysterious tides, and independently managing apocalyptic disasters. The secrets surrounding Jiang Bai evidently surpassed the man's comprehension. This letter utterly convinced him. If Jiang Bai is deemed unworthy of entering the Cicada initiative, then no one possesses that merit. It is unclear how much time passed before the man folded the envelope, carefully stowing it in his pocket, and turned to leave, striding purposefully out of the conference room. Instructor Ma followed closely behind, raising his voice to inquire, "What do you intend to do?" "I have my mission." The man's footsteps faltered momentarily as he glanced once more out the window, his gaze settling on Jiang Bai on the playground. "Beyond fulfilling my mission, I shall survive, employing every means necessary to endure until the day the Cicada initiative succeeds." With that, his figure vanished entirely beyond the door. A week later, in a clandestine underground facility, Jiang Bai completed his final preparations and officially commenced the Cicada initiative. Nutrient solution flooded the sealed chamber, yet Jiang Bai felt no sensation of suffocation. Following prior guidance, he gradually sealed away the powers within him. This process was interminably protracted. 1 day later, 1 participant successfully sealed their abilities, and a week later, 2 more participants accomplished the same feat. 3 months later, all participants, save for Jiang Bai, successfully sealed their powers. 6 months later, on the final day before the conclusion of the mysterious tide, Jiang Bai completely sealed the last remnants of his abilities. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Bai's mind. With 3 extraordinary powers, will I require a longer duration to seal them, and does that imply I will need an extended time to awaken? This is dire. I still find myself. Soon, this thought sank into an endless abyss of darkness, swallowed by his will. Black, utterly black, the eternal, boundless darkness lingered for an indeterminate duration, until a faint light pierced through the gloom, illuminating this world once more. Jiang Bai gradually opened his eyes, and everything before him appeared strikingly unfamiliar. Objects overlapped and swayed before him, gradually resolving into clarity. A voice reached his ears. "Comrade, comrade." Jiang Bai's consciousness began to sharpen. Had the Cicada project succeeded? The 4th mysterious tide had arrived? There was a minor issue. A very minor issue. I assure you everything is within manageable limits. A researcher clad in a white lab coat, wearing a strained smile, extended a hand to the newly awakened Jiang Bai. "Comrade, welcome to the era of the 5th mysterious tide." Chapter 003. The mission is still ongoing. The 5th mysterious tide. Jiang Bai's expression faltered, instinctively questioning. This cannot be right. Wasn't he agreed upon that the 4th mysterious tide was the focus? Had he overslept? Wasn't he there an alarm set? Ahem. A bit of an unexpected occurrence. The researcher in the white coat pulled Jiang Bai out of the chamber, and Jiang Bai felt as if his bones were rusted. With the slightest movement, They creaked ominously that I previously conducted a health examination for you. Your bodily functions are remarkably well preserved. What you are experiencing now is merely a self-protective mechanism. The researcher brought over a chair, assisting Jiang Bai to sit down as the dizziness gradually subsided. Jiang Bai immediately surveyed his surroundings. Dim lighting, a dust-covered ceiling, an expansive room, a sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Bai's heart. Had the Cicada project failed? The researcher handed him a glass of water, enthusiastically stating, "Comrade, welcome to the 9th Research Institute." The 9th Research Institute? Jiang Bai was certain this was not part of the plan. He accepted the water but did not drink. Instead, muttering to himself, "There is no established awakening protocol, no logistical team. Everything is in disarray. You have consistently referred to me as comrade, yet you do not even know my name, do you? Comrade. Remarkably astute observation." The researcher chuckled awkwardly. "I assumed that in your era, the term comrade was preferred." Jiang Bai did not deny it but pressed on, "Just tell me the time. It has been a long while since the third mysterious tide." The researcher's enthusiastic smile faltered, his expression stiffening, eyes darting as he hesitated, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Clearly, he knew the answer but dared not voice it. Perhaps the truth was too shocking, too absurd. He feared Jiang Bai might not accept it. Jiang Bai cradled the glass of water, solemnly stating, "In our era, we must trust our comrades." Upon hearing this, the researcher's demeanor turned serious, his voice tinged with bitterness as he replied, "Comrade, it has been 1,200 years since the conclusion of the third mysterious tide point, 1,200 years. Jiang Bai inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes, concealing his pain. He had believed himself sufficiently prepared. Even amidst the relentless passage of time and the inexorable changes wrought upon the world, he remained confident that he could once more restore the former glory of his homeland. Yet now, after 12 centuries, such a span of time is ample to erase the traces of most civilizations. The mere fact that Jiang Bai could awaken after 1,200 years was, in itself, a miracle. Upon reopening his eyes, Jiang Bai appeared remarkably at ease. "So, has it truly been 6,000 years of Chinese history? The children's history books have certainly grown thicker. The myriad experiences he once lived through have been reduced to mere phrases in history, serving as lessons for future generations." In such a moment, Jiang Bai still possessed the spirit to jest. Perhaps the remark made by old Ma in the archives about him was indeed accurate. In dark times, a touch of optimism is essential. The figure in the white coat hesitated momentarily before correcting. "There are no longer any history books. Historical records have become exceedingly precious. How shall I put it? You must have entered the seal before the conclusion of the third mysterious tide for the third time. Correct? Allow me to commence my explanation from here." The figure in the white coat procured a chair and settled beside Jiang Bai, stating, "When the third mysterious tide concluded, over 90 of the ability wielders perished, while those who survived fell into a state of uncontrolled abilities. They were compelled to combat their own errant powers in a desperate struggle for survival. Fortunately, this condition did not endure for long, as the fourth mysterious tide soon followed. The fourth mysterious tide persisted for a full millennium, during which no historical records exist. No one knows what transpired during that 1,000 years. It was a time of darkness, devoid of hope. By the time humanity once again beheld the light, a millennium had passed, culminating in the present, an era marked by the fifth mysterious tide. A millennium of darkness? Jiang Bai inquired in bewilderment. No living souls, no memories, no written records. It may sound utterly implausible, the figure in the white coat replied with a wry smile. An entire city of people suddenly awakened to find themselves in a foreign metropolis, their previous memories entirely obliterated. Such occurrences transpired worldwide. We believe this to be a side effect of the fourth mysterious tide's recession. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. If amnesia is indeed a side effect of the recession, it becomes somewhat comprehensible. After all, the previous receding tides were invariably fatal. Jiang Bai posed another question. If human memories can be erased, what of written records? The figure in the white coat shook his head. Initially, there should have been written records. At the very least, some claim to have encountered similar artifacts. Yet, it seems that a hidden force has systematically gathered all content related to that era, deliberately obscuring and concealing the truth of history, preventing the masses from grasping what truly transpired during those years. Simultaneously, the fifth mysterious tide has not been without its tribulations. The world has undergone cataclysmic transformations, with the wilderness becoming exceedingly perilous. Humanity can only huddle within defensive bases, struggling for mere survival, leaving little energy to seek out the lost history. Having patiently listened to the overview of the situation, Jiang Bai fell silent, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke, "Can you leave? I wish to reflect quietly." Clad in a white lab coat, the individual clutched a dictionary in hand, scratching his head as he inquired, May I ask if Jingjing refers to a person, or is it simply your desire for silence?" Jiang Bai remained silent, burdened by the generational gap that separated him from the interlocutor, a relic from a millennium ago. Ultimately, the lab-coated figure departed the room, extinguishing the light as he exited. With a soft click, the illumination vanished, and once more, the last vestiges of light were swallowed by darkness. Within that obscurity, Jiang Bai sat in contemplation, having long since acclimatized to the shadows. Time ebbed away, and soon, a stir disrupted the stillness. Jiang Bai retrieved a recording pin, one of his essential tools. Crafted from a unique alloy, the pin was designed with longevity in mind, even after a millennium. It should still function, perhaps? Jiang Bai found himself uncertain. The eccentric designer had insisted on utilizing the finest materials, claiming the pin would be indestructible, impervious even to the might of a nuclear explosion. With a lifespan commencing at 1,000 years, and so on. In truth, such feats were beyond the reach of contemporary technology. Unless one possessed extraordinary abilities, remarkably, he did possess such abilities. With a tinge of trepidation, Jiang Bai pressed the button on the recording pin, and a faint red glow flickered in the darkness. Gazing upon this dim light, Jiang Bai felt an involuntary shiver coursing through him, his eyes moistening. This pin, much like himself, hailed from 12 centuries past, originating from the same era and summoned for the same purpose. 4 words echoed in resonance. Accompanied by Jiang Bai's breath, a deep voice reverberated through the space. Recorded by the pin, "I am Jiang Bai, currently undertaking task 002, with the objective yet unfulfilled. The task that remains ongoing." Chapter 004. The 9th Research Institute. The lab-coated figure stood awkwardly outside the door, scratching his head in embarrassment. With black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, his disheveled hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses lent him an air of scholarly naivety. He stood at a modest height of 1.78 meters, clad in an ill-fitting lab coat that appeared somewhat comical. Not far from him stood a petite girl, precisely 1.50 meters, the stature of a soldier, with white hair and dark eyes. Her gently curled locks gracefully rested upon her shoulders, and she donned a blue attire paired with azure boots, exuding an air of charm tinged with an aloofness that kept others at bay. With a hint of childish innocence, the girl spoke, her tone laden with reproach. "Director, you shouldn't have revealed the time to him. He may not be able to accept the current reality." The lab-coated director, hands tangled in his messy hair, appeared quite distressed, his expression a mix of turmoil, as he stammered, But he made me believe in my comrades." Amidst this conflicted tone lay traces of joy and pride. The phrase "believe in my comrades" indicated the recognition of the director's identity. Like-minded individuals, they were comrades. The feeling of being acknowledged was profoundly gratifying. All right, you've already spoken. Initially, I had tasked you with welcoming him, and I never expected you to keep your mouth shut." The girl in blue waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor exuding an unexpected maturity. "The most pressing matter now is to ensure his survival." The director promptly stated, "I have examined him thoroughly. His health is remarkably robust, and his consciousness is clear. Although his abilities remain sealed, his life should be secure." "That's not what I meant," the young girl retorted with irritation. "I fear he might take his own life. Do you understand what that implies? Imagine waking up after a slumber, only to find that you have been thrust 1,200 years into the future, surrounded by strangers in a world that has become perilously dangerous. Would you be able to accept that? How long would it take you to adapt? What if your faith crumbles? After all the effort to save one life, it would all be in vain if he were to perish." The director was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by the girl's fervent concerns, anxiously tugging at his disheveled hair. He wished to express his belief that this individual did not seem so fragile, as the person appeared rather optimistic. Yet, he feared that such optimism might merely be a facade. Suddenly, a third voice echoed through the room. "There's no need to worry about suicide. Jiang Bai, who had appeared at the door without anyone noticing, spoke with gravity. I have one more task to accomplish. Until that is completed, I cannot die. As he uttered these words, his expression was particularly solemn, exuding an air of sanctity as if burdened with a sacred mission, one that transcended life itself and everything else. Both the director and the young girl were taken aback by his presence, momentarily rendered speechless. After a few seconds, the director timidly inquired, comrade, may I ask what this task entails? Jiang Bai replied with eloquence, to utilize the remaining time to transcend my limitations, striving to accomplish more valuable deeds within this finite period, ensuring that I leave no regrets. He added, due to confidentiality requirements, I can only disclose this much. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing these words, the director felt a surge of respect. Truly, he was a comrade from 1200 years ago, possessing such elevated ideals. Even the young girl felt a tinge of shame, her head bowed and cheeks slightly flushed. She felt a profound sense of guilt for doubting whether he might succumb to despair over a shattered faith, a shame arising from her petty suspicions about a noble heart. The comrade from 1200 years past had imparted a subtle shock of time to both of them. Moments later, as the director's inner excitement finally subsided, he asked, Comrade, are you feeling well? Jiang Bai nodded and inquired, I heard you mention that there is more than one person like me? The Cicada project is classified as top secret. Even as a participant, Jiang Bai's access was quite limited, allowing him only to review the information of domestic participants. He recalled that there were a total of 9 individuals involved in the Cicada project, each of whose profiles he could recite by heart. If these individuals were to awaken in this era as he did, it would indeed be a fortuitous encounter. Well, this is somewhat complicated. The director tends to scratch his head when he becomes anxious. Comrade, I am perplexed as to why you have been sealed. Based on the information at our disposal, we can only surmise that you were involved in a highly classified project. As far as we understand, the participants in this endeavor are few, and those privy to its details are even scarcer. However, one thing is certain. A total of 18 such chambers have been discovered, of which 17 are now vacant, having been emptied before the arrival of the 5th mysterious tide. Is that so? Jiang Bai's gaze deepened, lost in contemplation. The Cicada project had a quota of no more than 20 individuals, with Jiang Bai possessing the most formidable abilities. The sealing process was the most time-consuming, as was the duration required for awakening. This implies that the remaining 17 individuals successfully awakened at the correct time. If they all succeeded, then why has this era descended into such chaos? Jiang Bai shook his head slightly. Regardless of whether the initial 17 individuals managed to awaken successfully, from a results-oriented perspective, the Cicada project is perilously close to failure. They have failed to fulfill the mission of saving all of humanity. Consequently, this heavy burden now rests solely on Jiang Bai's shoulders. Ziz, as the three conversed, an odd sound emitted from the overhead light. In the next instant, the entire room was engulfed in darkness. In the shadows, Jiang Bai clutched his recording pin, the only weapon at his disposal, and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. An ambush. Have they arrived so swiftly? He had only just awakened, and the Cicada project was already on the brink of failure. Jiang Bai might be the last ember of hope and the sole executor of this salvation plan. It would not be an exaggeration to call himself the savior in such dire circumstances. The enemy had nonetheless chosen this moment to strike at Jiang Bai. This understood Jiang Bai's significance. Nevertheless, it matters not. A glint of cold determination flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes. Regardless of who the adversaries were, he had the confidence to repel them. This was the self-assurance bestowed upon him by his 3 extraordinary abilities. That moment, the training he had undergone in the special training camp came to fruition. Without delay, Jiang Bai darted forward in the darkness, positioning himself protectively in front of the director and the young girl, and quietly instructed them, "Stay close to the wall and safeguard yourselves." Every movement, every action was executed with textbook precision, utterly impeccable. Even if Old Ma were present, he would have to commend Jiang Bai for his flawless response. It was not an ambush. The director, sheltered behind Jiang Bai, grasped his head and sheepishly remarked, "We forgot to pay the electricity bill. The power is out." Jiang Bai, director, holding his recording pin and entering a near-combat state. Jiang Bai found himself at a loss. Could it truly be a power outage? In the darkness, the only sounds were the 3 of their breaths, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. To alleviate this discomfort, the director resolved to say something. What should he say? Clearing his throat, he stated earnestly, "Welcome to the Ninth Research Institute. Chapter 005. Jiang Bai, 18 years old, fears school violence." Jiang Bai had anticipated many scenarios, yet he had not foreseen a power outage. Having just overheard the director and the young girl's conversation, he recalled her mentioning that they had spent a great deal of money to facilitate his awakening. Upon the mention of money, several geographic coordinates immediately materialized in Jiang Bai's mind, each representing a reserve resource depot brimming with sufficient supplies. The Chan plan had contemplated various contingencies, including mission setbacks, incorrect awakening locations, and participant disappearances, while simultaneously establishing alternative strategies to address these unforeseen circumstances. Yet, the viability of these resources remained uncertain, as the backup plans were also time-sensitive. After all, none had anticipated that a span of 1,200 years would elapse, except for the madman who designed the voice recorder. However, his only contribution to the Chan plan was the creation of an indestructible recording device. The matter of the reserve resources was still unresolved. Voicing it would merely offer false hope, and it would perhaps be wiser for Jiang Bai to speak of it only once he felt assured. Tasked with a mission in a world a millennium later, Jiang Bai remained steadfast in remembering his instructor's teachings, to think thrice before acting. Even in the presence of the director, he did not relinquish his vigilance. After all, his knowledge of this world, 200 years hence, was woefully insufficient. One must harbor no malice, yet maintain a watchful eye against potential threats. Jiang Bai remained silent, quietly trailing behind the director, while the young girl advanced through the darkness. Clearly, the two were accustomed to such sudden power outages. Navigating through the corridor with practiced ease, they required no illumination. As they progressed, the director took a moment to reassure Jiang Bai, stating that the institute only experienced power outages during the day. Jiang Bai responded with a muted acknowledgement. Is that considered good news? The notion of the research institute losing power during daylight and the lights being extinguished at night led him to conclude that perhaps it was better to forego electricity altogether. Crouching to emerge from the passage, the trio found themselves in a desolate, abandoned playground. At this moment, just before dawn, the sky appeared overcast and sullen, as if it were frowning upon the three of them. The playground was overrun with wild grasses yet remained eerily quiet, devoid of wind, rustling foliage, or the chirping of insects. They seemed to have arrived in a realm of profound silence, where death alone reigned eternal. The surroundings, both familiar and foreign, enveloped Jiang Bai in a sense of desolation reminiscent of an apocalypse, deepening his understanding of this era. The director explained, this was once a school, but it was gradually abandoned following rumors of hauntings. We acquired the property, and beneath it lies a nuclear shelter that has been transformed into a laboratory. Haunting? Jiang Bai inquired. Yes, in the parlance of your time, it would be termed a supernatural phenomenon. The director flipped through a dictionary in an attempt to communicate with Jiang Bai. When the first mysterious tides arrived, supernatural occurrences proliferated globally, with little understanding among the populace, leading many to regard them as divine manifestations or the work of malevolent spirits. Astonishingly, 200 years later, people still categorized the incomprehensible as hauntings. Suddenly, a sense of relief washed over Jiang Bai, accompanied by a hint of a smile. In this alien epoch, he had finally uncovered a semblance of home. The director and the young girl, seasoned in their experience, guided Jiang Bai through the thicket to a small pavilion, where they settled around a stone table. The director flipped to a page in the dictionary, and Jiang Bai stole a glance, whereupon he read, Ancient Communication Etiquette. Upon first meeting, both parties should introduce themselves. The director cast a quick glance and was instantly inspired. Comrade, I haven't had the chance to introduce myself yet. I am the director, chief research expert, and logistics minister of the Ninth Research Institute. A long string of titles poured forth from the director's mouth. Jiang Bai grasped the situation and bluntly inquired. So, at the Ninth Research Institute, are you the only one? The director awkwardly scratched his head. No, not just me. Curious, Jiang Bai asked, who else is there? The director continued to scratch his head. There is also an experimental subject. Both the director and the little girl's eyes fell simultaneously upon Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai was taken aback, never having anticipated that he was to be part of the Ninth Research Institute. Well, it turned out there were only two people in this institute. The director was responsible for research, while Jiang Bai was to be the subject of that research. Jiang Bai looked towards the little girl, his meaning clear. What about her? Was she not a member of the institute? The girl in the green attire tilted her head slightly and proudly declared, "My name is Shan Hongyi, and I am not a member of your research institute. In the terminology of your era, I would be considered an investor in the institute," Jiang Bai retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Then by your era's terminology, how should we address you?" Shan Hongyi touched her nose, somewhat sheepishly replying, "Still an investor." Jiang Bai rolled his eyes. "Then why bother saying that?" The little girl stubbornly lifted her chin and insisted, "Isn't it to show that I've attended history class? In this era, being able to attend history classes was indeed a commendable feat. After all, for the average person, mere survival was a daunting challenge, leaving little room for the pursuit of historical knowledge. Even if one wished to learn, finding the time, energy, and resources to acquire history textbooks and materials was exceedingly difficult. Only families of a certain social standing could afford the luxury of allowing their children to study history. You are named Shan Hongyi, yet you wear all green." Jiang Bai scrutinized the little girl with curiosity and asked, "Do you have a sister named Shan Qingyi who enjoys dressing in red?" The little girl's eyes brightened. "Do you know my sister?" Jiang Bai nodded. "If the opportunity arises, I would certainly like to meet her." He had a mission and required an assistant. The little girl might not suffice. The doctor had indicated Jiang Bai's digestive health was poor, and he should avoid hard foods, favoring softer options. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, the little girl burst into laughter, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke, while the director shrank his neck, hesitating to speak. Having introduced themselves, it was evidently Jiang Bai's turn. He did not hold back, frankly stating, "My surname is Jiang Bai, 18 years old, fearful of campus violence, male, single since birth, with no bad habits. I own property in the capital, have a stable job with a fixed salary, and my bank account holds a 9-figure sum." Jiang Bai spoke with pride. In his view, as a 1,000-year-old, possessing such wealth was entirely reasonable. Although all these assets were accrued over a millennium ago, it did not hinder Jiang Bai from presenting them now. Shan Hongyi's face displayed a look of confusion, as she could not quite comprehend why Jiang Bai felt the need to share such details. The director then opened the dictionary and swiftly found the answer. Aha! It states that 1,200 years ago, during matchmaking, individuals would introduce themselves in this manner. The director and Dan Hongyi exchanged glances. They sought to glean more information about the mysterious plan from Jiang Bai. Yet he seemed solely interested in matters of romance. The savior of the apocalypse turns out to be a love-struck fool. What a relic of ancient light novels. It is difficult to ascertain whether Jiang Bai's nature is inherently so, or if he is deliberately concealing core information. In any case, after listening to a plethora of meaningless chatter, their understanding of Jiang Bai was limited to the fact that his surname was Jiang and his given name Bai. What they had learned amounted to naught. Having exhausted the trivialities, Jiang Bai stretched lazily and inquired, "Could you provide a brief overview of the fifth mysterious tide and the current classification of supernatural abilities?" Whether for his own survival or to continue executing the Cicada plan, Jiang Bai needed this knowledge. In tumultuous times, strength is paramount. The law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest, nature's ruthless selection. The director set down the dictionary, adjusted his glasses, and methodically explained, "In the fifth mysterious tide, we categorize supernatural abilities into 3 systems, heaven, earth, and human. Each system possesses distinct sequential abilities. Chapter 006, just tell me if it's fast or not. The abilities are divided into 3 systems, heaven, earth, and human." The director elaborated, "Due to the 4th mysterious tide being a blank period in history, our research on the mysterious tides can only be based on the first 3 and the 5th. The heaven, earth, human systems correspond to the first 3 mysterious tides. The first mysterious tide represents heaven, system practitioners, comprising 36 sequential abilities. The second mysterious tide represents earth, system practitioners, encompassing 72 sequential abilities. The third mysterious tide represents human, system practitioners, containing 108 sequential abilities. Thus, there are a total of 216 sequential abilities across the 3 systems. Is that so?" Jiang Bai mused. "The 3 mysterious tides have indeed given rise to 3 distinct types of practitioners? Then, the 3 abilities I possessed earlier, do they correspond to the heaven, earth, human systems?" These 3 abilities are one of Jiang Bai's ultimate trump cards. He did not anticipate that these 3 abilities belonged to different systems. Is he, in a sense, a practitioner of all 3 systems? The director continued, "Generally, practitioners can only belong to one system and may possess 1 or more abilities. There are also some exceptional cases where individuals can cultivate two systems concurrently, but they inevitably pay a heavy price for it, and this varies from person to person. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai nodded slightly, recognizing that his survival itself was a miracle. So, by this logic, I would be classified as human? Jiang Bai posed his most pressing question. How can I unseal the supernatural abilities that have been sealed within me? I was just about to address this matter. The director said earnestly, although you have awakened, the supernatural abilities within you remain sealed. I believe you can sense that it is nearly impossible to mobilize these abilities. Jiang Bai nodded, fully aware of his own circumstances. If it truly came to a life-or-death situation, he could indeed shatter the seal and forcibly harness that power, yet it would likely lead to his demise afterward. In order to lift the seal, one must not gamble with their life. Setting aside the matter of virginity, Jiang Bai has yet to fulfill the Cicada project. The director has been well prepared, presenting a solution. I have previously compiled some information, and the methods to unlock the seal can be broadly categorized into the following. 1. The persistent drip of water eventually wears away stone. The seal may naturally dissolve after approximately 10 equal cycles of slumber, amounting to 12,000 years. 2. Certain enigmatic substances, when utilized, can loosen the seal. Yet these rare materials are exorbitantly priced, far beyond our means. 3. You could retrain your extraordinary abilities, mastering sequential capabilities, and accelerate the unsealing process through your innate powers. 3 paths lay before Jiang Bai. Risking his life, spending money, or expending effort. Jiang Bai certainly lacks the luxury of risking his life. 12,000 years is a duration he cannot wait for, nor can humanity as a whole. The thought of waiting an additional 18,000 years for the Chinese civilization. The imagery is too beautiful, and Jiang Bai dares not to contemplate it.as for spending money. A research institute that cannot even afford its electricity bills has never included financial expenditure in their options. Thus, only effort remains. Jiang Bai sighed, acknowledging that in any era, the affluent rely on technology while the impoverished depend on mutation, a truth that persists even in apocalyptic times. If he wishes to regain his formerly sealed powers and grow stronger anew, he must rely solely on his own toil, and so, he resolved to work hard. Jiang Bai shook off his despondency, instantly dispelling hunger and reigniting his vitality. He regrouped and pondered. How might he retrain his extraordinary abilities? You must understand, in our era, there was no systematic approach to awakening such powers. It was purely a matter of luck. This research, however, has yielded breakthroughs. The director flipped open a dictionary to a certain page and explained, to master sequential abilities, we have devised a visualization method. By envisioning the corresponding pattern within one's mind, one can resonate with the energies of the cosmos, thereby awakening sequential capabilities, training, and fortifying. As he spoke, the director pushed the dictionary towards Jiang Bai. Upon examining the illustration, Jiang Bai discerned two swimming yin-yang fish. Their rhythmic movement was easy to remember, seemingly imbued with an enchanting magic, making it impossible to forget after just one glance. The director confidently asserted, with this visualization diagram, awakening abilities occurs particularly swiftly. Jiang Bai did not make an immediate decision but instead inquired, are there any other options? He couldn't shake the feeling that this fellow was somewhat unreliable. Compared to a singular option, Jiang Bai preferred multiple choice questions, ideally one where he could select all available answers. There are none. The visualization diagram is extremely precious. With a limited number of uses, each use diminishes its availability. To allay Jiang Bai's doubts, the director added, I, Hong Yi, and Hong Yi's sister all utilized this diagram for visualization, and the results were indeed remarkably swift. Jiang Bai remained hesitant. Meanwhile, Hong Yi, with a curious blink, asked, Brother, don't you possess other sequential abilities? Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai appeared contemplative. He needed to awaken once more, as this very power was essential to break the seal and reclaim what belonged to him. From this perspective, the speed of awakening would directly influence the duration of Jiang Bai's endeavor to unlock the seal. This visualization diagram perfectly aligned with Jiang Bai's needs. With a firm resolution in his heart, Jiang Bai immediately began to act as the sun rose on the horizon. He seated himself cross-legged on the cement floor, initiating the visualization of that pattern within his mind. 2 yin-yang fish swam within Jiang Bai's mind, synchronizing perfectly with the rhythm of his breath. Soon, he felt a warm current surge through his body, coursing down his spine and reaching the back of his head. After several breaths, a familiar power returned to him. allowing him to once again grasp his extraordinary abilities. He had succeeded. With the aid of this visualization, in less than a minute, Jiang Bai had awakened his sequence ability, reclaiming his status as a wielder of supernatural powers and embarking on the path of cultivation anew. Jiang Bai opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, immediately beginning to familiarize himself with the newly acquired power. The human system? This outcome did not surprise Jiang Bai. The director had made it abundantly clear during the introduction. The three systems of heaven, earth, and human corresponded to the first, second, and third mysterious tides, respectively. Jiang Bai's most recent awakening of his abilities had occurred during the third mysterious tide, aligning with human. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to awaken as a human system ability user. After his visualization, there was not a single flaw to be found. Yet, a small issue lingered: the human system's sequence periodic table. The sequence abilities were fixed, comprising a total of 108 types, organized by strength into a sequence periodic table. This was quite scientific. Jiang Bai began counting from the first sequence ability, scanning through the majority, yet he could not find his own ability, and his expression began to darken. The higher the sequence number, the weaker the ability it represented, with both upper and lower limits being quite low. With only 108 sequence abilities in total, those ranked above 90 were essentially no different from being useless. 1,200 years ago, Jiang Bai possessed three extraordinary abilities, capable of safeguarding himself even in the face of world-ending calamities. How magnificent was that? A youth riding a swift steed, galloping through the rivers and lakes, living a carefree life. Now, as he once again embarked on the path of cultivating extraordinary powers, he found himself handed the script of a mere waste. Do not underestimate the poor youth. Who has ever seen a 1,218-year-old youth? Is this truly a youth? Fast forward to the tears of a tomb raider. At long last, Jiang Bai discovered his ability at the end of the sequence periodic table. Human system, sequence number 107, inch stop, the second to last among the 108 sequence abilities. Jiang Bai looked up at the director with a resentful expression and sincerely inquired, "Is this visualization chart toxic?" The director replied with confidence, "Just tell me if the visualization was swift." Chapter 007. 4 heavenly emperors, 8 earthly treasures, 12 divine generals, 1 man is king. Jiang Bai experienced the first true understanding of the adage "a man cannot be too swift." Unfortunately, he grasped this too late, and the consequences were painfully severe. The director hastily explained, "During the third mysterious tide, you had already awakened a sequence ability. This is not your first awakening. For a second awakening, the stronger the ability from the first awakening, the weaker the second will be, as powerful sequence abilities tend to repel one another. This theory is still under validation, and I feared it might affect your mindset, which is why I did not mention it earlier." Listening to the director's explanation, Jiang Bai nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. The sequence ability he had previously awakened was indeed quite formidable. From another perspective, the weaker the sequence ability he awakened this time, the stronger he had been previously. Although Old Man never uttered a single commendation for Jiang Bai, he did emphasize one particular aspect in Jiang Bai's dossier. Jiang Bai possesses an inherently optimistic disposition. Regardless of the circumstances, he is always able to swiftly recalibrate his mindset and respond proactively. Even when the Cicada project teetered on the brink of failure, after slumbering for 12 centuries, Jiang Bai awakened as if time had not elapsed, indulging in sustenance and libations, as if nothing had changed in comparison to being sealed for 1,200 years. The second to last sequence ability upon his awakening was of little consequence to Jiang Bai. He promptly redirected his focus towards mastering this ability, striving to enhance his combat prowess to the utmost. The ability known as allows for the interruption of sequence abilities or actions. Upon a successful interruption, it grants a minor recovery and enhancement of one's supernatural powers. Jiang Bai was no stranger to sequence abilities, having been one of the most formidable practitioners of such powers on this land 1,200 years prior. If one were to perceive sequence abilities as skills, the outcome of would be akin to disrupting a spell. A successful execution would restore energy and elevate the energy capacity. Jiang Bai reopened his eyes, a look of confusion evident in his gaze. According to my understanding, should be classified as a skill capable of growth. Why, then, does it rank so low? As a seasoned player of the Doghead realm, who routinely occupied 5-band slots, Jiang Bai held any growth-capable ability in high regard. This query fortuitously aligned with the director's area of expertise. He set aside his dictionary and answered fluently, stating that the input and output are disproportionate. The expenditure of supernatural energy to unleash is excessive. The success rate is alarmingly low, and the recovery of supernatural energy is minimal, with the enhancement of energy capacity being exceedingly slight. It would be far more efficient to spend that time visualizing to achieve quicker improvement. I see. Jiang Bai nodded, muttering to himself, high energy cost, lengthy cooldown, minimal enhancement. It's hardly worth pursuing. Jiang Bai's assessment was succinct, inferior to the dog head. He soon proposed a new idea. If the effect of is to interrupt spellcasting, what would happen if I were to use on myself simultaneously? Dan Hongi, director. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Momentarily at a loss for words, Dan Hongi stammered, how can you have such a reckless notion? Using your own sequence ability on yourself. What for? Is it self-destruction? Is this fellow leaning towards self-harm? Meanwhile, the director fervently flipped through his dictionary, hoping to uncover some useful information. Jiang Bai noticed terms like bug exploit, madman, and regular medication appearing. Ultimately, the director deduced, he must have been reading web novels. Evidently, while perusing certain web novels, Jiang Bai had witnessed protagonists engaging in shameless exploits of skills and instinctively wished to emulate them. The director earnestly advised, Jiang Bai, you ought to read fewer web novels. The mention of web novels sparked a light in Jiang Bai's eyes as he recalled something. I can recite Do Po Tsang Qiong. Would you like to hear it? 12 centuries had passed, and many invaluable historical documents had been lost. This constituted both a loss and an opportunity. Prior to entering the Cicada project, Jiang Bai had devoted countless hours to reading web novels, all in anticipation of this moment. As a literary forger, one can amass great wealth, break the seals of extraordinary abilities, ascend to the pinnacle of life, and transcend personal limitations. The director chuckled wryly, noting that the servers of several major online literature websites had been unearthed through archaeological efforts. Initially, people believed that these servers concealed manuals for cultivating extraordinary powers, leading various factions to engage in fierce battles, resulting in countless casualties. It was only after the data was decrypted that the public realized it was all a misunderstanding, leaving chaos in its wake. Regarding the renowned work Do Po Tsang Qiong, it holds a prominent position on various rankings. In the pursuit of this book, more than 100 extraordinary beings perished, and even divine generals fell. Jiang Bai. Seizing this opportunity, the director took the chance to introduce Jiang Bai to the hierarchy of extraordinary beings. Extraordinary beings are simply classified into beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and extraordinary stronghold. As for the realm above extraordinary, it is a domain beyond Jiang Bai's current reach. However, the director specifically mentioned that there are some well-known top-tier experts, whose names resonate widely. Jiang Bai ought to be aware of the 4 heavenly emperors, the 8 earthly guardians, the 12 divine generals, and the singular king of humanity. In just 14 words, Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. Are there more experts? The 4 heavenly emperors refer to the 4 pinnacle experts of the celestial system, each possessing no fewer than 2 celestial abilities. The 8 earthly guardians and the 12 divine generals represent the apex powers of the terrestrial and human systems, respectively. What does one man as king signify? The enigmatic Hong clarified for Jiang Bai, explaining that one man as king refers to the king of humanity, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery. No one knows his true nature. It is rumored that the king of humanity is a cross-system extraordinary being, mastering abilities from at least 2 systems and having engaged in undefeated battles with the 4 heavenly emperors. The king of humanity? In total, there are 25 top-tier experts, and the director did not delve further, as these individuals are far beyond their reach. Presently, Jiang Bai has just embarked on his journey, barely qualifying as a beginner extraordinary being. With a newfound direction for his efforts, Jiang Bai immediately commenced his training. Over the course of the next day, aside from meals and brief respites, he engaged in continuous meditation and visualization to accumulate extraordinary energy. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, he found that the extraordinary energy within him was still insufficient to unleash the ability known as Cung. With this ranking of 107 for the sequential ability, Jiang Bai gained a fresh perspective. It truly deserves its ranking. Imagine, after 3 to 5 days of meditation, barely gathering enough energy for a single use, only to expend it in battle, gone. Charging for 3 days, only to speak for 3 seconds. Should he wish to employ Cung again, he would need to recharge for another 3 days. What a farce! If one can only stack a Q ability once in 3 matches, what significance does that hold? Nonetheless, upon sharing his insights with the director, Jiang Bai observed a notably complex expression on the director's face. Jiang Bai? Typically, a beginner extraordinary being would require at least half a month of training to amass enough energy to release. CUNG. Jiang Bai's training speed is 5 times that of his peers, already nearing half the level of intermediate extraordinary beings. Jiang Bai pondered, musing that the seals must have loosened, allowing him to absorb extraordinary energy more rapidly. In the face of adversity, he deftly attributed his progress to the loosening of the seals. The director nodded in agreement, repeatedly affirming his thoughts. After the sun set, the trio finally returned to the research institute, which had regained power. After a brief wash-up, the director allocated a small room to Jiang Bai, less than 20 square meters, furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Jiang Bai reclined on his bed, closing his eyes while reflecting on the events of the day. Soon, rhythmic breathing filled the room. However, a series of golden characters surfaced in Jiang Bai's mind. Celestial system, sequenceability. Fate, sequence 0, terrestrial system. Sequenceability, geographical advantage, sequence 0, human system, sequenceability, harmony, sequence 0. Chapter 008. The cheerful young man. I am Jiang Bai, currently undertaking task 002. This marks the 3rd day since my awakening 1,200 years later. And with the assistance of the director of the 9th Research Institute, I have acquired the human system sequenceability, stoppage. Through 3 days of rigorous training, I successfully unleashed stoppage. Once, clearly demonstrating that my recovery speed for abilities is swifter than that of other extraordinary individuals, allowing for quicker training, higher success rates in skill release, and more effective results. Addressing the recording pin, Jiang Bai succinctly documented his life over the past few days. Such records were deemed essential. Should the Cicada project have other executors or successors, they might glean insights and lessons from Jiang Bai's recordings in the event of his failure. Even if there existed merely a 1 in 10,000 chance that this could prove useful, Jiang Bai deemed it imperative to undertake this task. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. Task 002 remains ongoing. With that, he pressed the button to cease recording and stretched languidly in the 3 days since his awakening. Jiang Bai had remained within the confines of the 9th Research Institute, wholly dedicated to his training. During his spare moments, he immersed himself in various materials to enhance his understanding of this world and to assimilate into the society of 1,200 years hence. The 5th mysterious tide posed significantly greater dangers than its 3 predecessors. Following the terrifying devastation brought by the 4th mysterious tide, the global landscape had been shattered, order dissolved, and each major defensive base fought its own battles, rendering the wilderness exceedingly perilous, with communication between them becoming a formidable challenge. Simultaneously, within the defensive bases, tranquility was but an illusion. Various extraordinary beings could erupt uncontrollably at any moment, inflicting grievous losses to the safety and property of the populace. Moreover, those endowed with extraordinary abilities had lost their reverence for the rules, adhering only to the most primal and barbaric principles, where the strong reigned supreme. This was an era rife with chaos and opportunity, making the completion of Task 002 a Herculean challenge for Jiang Bai. At present, the most crucial endeavor for Jiang Bai was to bolster his own strength. Only by securing the means for self-preservation could he hope to survive amidst the turmoil and ultimately fulfill his mission. Through visualization, he awakened the sequence ability, stoppage, which subtly influenced his previously sealed extraordinary powers. Fate and geographical advantage remained dormant, unable to exert any influence, yet the seal on harmony exhibited signs of loosening. The awakening of stoppage, a human system ability, naturally prioritized the unsealing of human-related powers. Thanks to the effects of harmony, Jiang Bai's training progressed at a pace surpassing that of other novice extraordinary individuals. Human system sequence ability number 0, harmony. The more sequence abilities one possesses, the swifter the training speed, and the more potent the effects of those abilities. 1,200 years prior, Jiang Bai had fully activated harmony, enabling him to attain a training speed 30 times that of normal and a 30-fold enhancement of his extraordinary powers. In the present day, Jiang Bai can only achieve a cultivation speed of 5 times and a 5-fold enhancement effect, which is still a far cry from the peak. After 3 days of training, Jiang Bai utilized CUNG for the first time, targeting the director. The director is a celestial type ability user, holding the sequence ability No. 11, T on 1. In simple terms, the effect of T on 1 is that the director poses a question, synthesizing all the knowledge he has encountered to ultimately arrive at an answer. This question can vary in complexity, and the consumption of ability energy is proportional to its difficulty. The dictionary that the director constantly flips through serves as his mysterious tool, allowing for reduced consumption and higher accuracy when paired with T on 1. This type of intelligence-based sequence ability is primarily supportive, and its role in combat should not be underestimated. In battles involving ability users, intelligence is of paramount importance. With sufficient information at hand, even a low-tier ability user has the chance to defeat a high-tier one. Those who possess T on 1 are generally esteemed guests among various factions. As for why the director has fallen to such a dismal state, he did not disclose, and Jiang Bai did not inquire further. In order to facilitate Jiang Bai's experiment, the director wrote a question on paper. 1-1. At the moment he activated T on 1, Jiang Bai initiated CUNG, attempting to interrupt him. Initially, the characters on the paper began to shift, as if a number was about to emerge. CUNG? With Jiang Bai's low roar, the ability was unleashed. He felt a surge of energy erupting from within, activating CUNG. The director sensed that his sequence ability was being disrupted. To cooperate with Jiang Bai's experiment, he willingly ceased resistance. The characters on the paper blurred once more, and after a brief moment of chaos, a new answer appeared. 3 heads leaned in closer, gazing at the words 113. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. Had he succeeded? The director began scratching his head, perplexed. This seemed rather different from his understanding of CUNG. The phenomenon before him once again brushed against the boundaries of his knowledge. A legitimate CUNG should only lead to an interruption. Why, in Jiang Bai's hands, did it not only succeed in interrupting but also yield an erroneous answer? I need to investigate this further. With that, the director took the paper and turned to enter the laboratory. Dan Hongyi, curious, asked, Jiang Bai Gij, why must you shout when you use your sequence ability? Don't you find that rather shameful? Moreover, once you shout, doesn't the opponent realize you're employing a sequence ability and become wary, significantly diminishing its effectiveness? In Dan Hongyi's view, CUNG was most suited for stealth attacks. Jiang Bai's actions seemed akin to tying his own hands, squandering the greatest advantage of CUNG, which could easily lead to losing his life in a struggle for survival. The opponent, initially unaware of Jiang Bai's sequence ability and unprepared, would now know everything after his shout. With a righteous expression, Jiang Bai declared, in battle, one must engage with honor and integrity, crushing through the front. If I dare to shout, it signifies my confidence. Even if the enemy is on guard, they will still be defeated. Observing his resolute demeanor, the little lowly was momentarily taken aback. Hiss. Could this be the legendary dominance? To her astonishment, Jiang Bai was such a robust and radiant individual. Shan Hongyi even felt a tinge of regret. The despicable ability, CUNG, seemed unworthy of Jiang Bai's brilliance. The luminous image of Jiang Bai lingered in Shan Hongyi's mind for barely half a minute. The sunny, cheerful young man, Jiang Bai, flashed a mischievous grin and remarked, moreover, during battle, when I first employed CUNG and announced it, the enemy would undoubtedly be on guard. Yet, should I utilize it a second time without a declaration, it could deliver the element of surprise, yielding exceptional results. I could also shout CUNG and refrain from activating the ability, leaving my opponent in a state of trepidation. Ultimately, in combat, there are no rigid constraints. Only the living have the privilege to engage in petty squabbles, and our sole aim is to find a way to survive, to live without reservation, Shan Hongyi. In that moment, she attained a newfound understanding of Jiang Bai's sunny disposition. Such a cunning skill as CUNG was indeed befitting of Jiang Bai. Chapter 009. You are a bit too extreme. Jiang Bai proceeded to cite several examples of how to employ his ability in a deceptive manner during combat. For instance, if his capacity was A, he could bellow B, creating a diversion. Additionally, once he gained renown, he could establish a persona of a virtuous individual, leading others to mistakenly believe he engaged in honorable combat, while those who witnessed his true sunny nature would be dead, thereby eliminating the risk of persona collapse in warfare. One must be cunning, he mused. The art of war was not studied in vain. If that were all, it would have been acceptable, remaining within Shan Hongyi's realm of comprehension. She had encountered many cunning individuals before. Just imagine, in a post-apocalyptic world, the self-righteous perish first, followed by the brash. The majority of survivors are those who employ cunning and devious tactics. Encountering someone as shrewd as Jiang Bai was indeed a first for Shan Hongyi. Yet Jiang Bai was truly a rather exceptional kind of cunning. Jiang Bai inquired, Hongyi, your ability can heal, correct? As teammates, facing potential danger and the ever-looming threat of battle, it was imperative for the three to possess a fundamental understanding of one another. Shan Hongyi, an Earth-based ability user, possessed the sequence ability number 55, Holy Light. Indeed, she affirmed. Shan Hongyi elaborated, Holy Light first mobilizes the target's life force to heal wounds, significantly awakening their latent potential and temporarily enhancing their combat prowess. After which they will enter a phase of weakness. It sounded like a rather ordinary support skill, lacking in uniqueness. However, even the most mundane of abilities could be transformed into something extraordinary in the hands of someone like Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai pondered, if you were to use Holy Light on the enemy, then I could interrupt your Holy Light with Siyuanj. Did I say stop? Stop. Shan Hongyi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as she asked, why would I use Holy Light on the enemy? Holy Light was universally recognized as a support skill, albeit not highly ranked, yet it boasted excellent efficacy, embodying healing, sustain, and explosive power all in one. A versatile support. Even its side effects would only manifest post-battle, inconsequential in the grand scheme. If a person were to die, there would be no concern for side effects. Why waste such a precious skill on an enemy instead of a teammate? Wouldn't that be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog with no return? One must broaden their perspective and expand their horizons. Gazing upon the pristine single red garment, akin to a blank canvas, Jiang Bai gently enticed, the applications of the sequence ability are manifold. For instance, during the rigorous interrogation of an adversary, one cannot simply deliver a fatal blow. Can one? Employ the Holy Light to expedite his recovery, so we may commence the next round of torment, thereby enhancing our efficiency and swiftly extracting intelligence. The small eyes of the little girl in red shimmered with profound bewilderment. This scenario, it seemed, bore a semblance of logic. Yet, why did such notions dwell within Jiang Bai's mind? He continued, the process of healing is inherently fraught with discomfort. In the throes of battle, with adrenaline surging, one may remain oblivious to the pain. But in a tranquil state, the rapid mending of wounds is anything but pleasant. Have you ever been injured? Is not the healing of a wound accompanied by an unbearable itch? It is a similar principle. Furthermore, when you initiate with Holy Light, I shall follow with stun, interrupting his healing process. Is this not a form of torment in itself? The little girl. Abba. Even if it proves effective during intense interrogation, that is a unique circumstance. The little girl, still somewhat unconvinced, retorted stubbornly, in battle, one cannot possibly employ Holy Light against an enemy. After all these years as a healer, I have never bestowed supportive skills upon foes. Have I been mistaken all this time? Was Jiang Bai questioning her understanding of the healer's role? No. The girl in red would not acquiesce. Upholding the dignity of the healer was an unwavering duty. Why ever not? Jiang Bai confidently asserted, for instance, in the heat of battle, should an enemy sustain injuries, you would first apply Holy Light, allowing his life force to swiftly diminish in order to mend his wounds. I would then utilize stun to disrupt his recovery, causing him to bypass the power enhancement phase and plunge directly into a state of weakness, thus affording me the opportunity to strike him down once more. The little girl. Is support magic truly wielded in such a manner? She felt an unsettling dissonance within the reasoning. The little girl clung tenaciously to her identity as a healer, insisting, this is a special situation. I have never collaborated with a stun user before. I certainly would not know of such a combination of abilities. Without stun, how could I possibly cast Holy Light upon an enemy? Jiang Bai's hypothesis hinged upon the existence of stun. Without its interruption, Holy Light would merely heal the adversary's wounds, augmenting their strength, clearly more detrimental than beneficial. The utility of stun was ranked among the lowest in its category, with only a handful of users such as Xiao Xia and Mikai. In the throes of battle, the instances of utilizing stun were exceedingly precious. How could one possibly squander it on a combination technique of mediocre utility, particularly at the expense of a valuable Holy Light? Such a transaction was decidedly unwise. Jiang Bai, embodying the role of a patient instructor, elucidated to the little girl, without stun, Holy Light can indeed be directed at enemies. Allow me to present a few examples. Imagine I were to thrust these chopsticks into an enemy's throat. you would immediately employ holy light to seal the wounds on either side. Consequently, the chopsticks would become lodged within their throat, obstructing their breath. Should they wish to remove the chopsticks, they would have to tear their own throat further. What if we were to substitute the chopsticks for a stone? With poison smeared upon the stone, blood circulates with heightened velocity, allowing toxins to disseminate throughout the body at an accelerated pace. For instance, should I fire upon the enemy from the front, you might preemptively cast a holy light upon his back, fortifying his rear defenses, thereby preventing the bullet from inflicting a penetrating wound, causing it to remain within him and detonate, inflicting secondary damage while complicating the healing process. Jiang Bai spoke with unbridled eloquence, capable of providing such examples for an entire day. As she listened to him, the little lowly fell into a profound silence, her worldview profoundly shaken by Jiang Bai's maneuvers. And no matter how she countered, Jiang Bai could always present an even more outrageous strategy, broadening her horizons. She yearned to inquire, were the people of your era, 12 centuries past, truly so extreme? If Lao Ma were still alive, he would tell Shan Hongyi, no, this fellow is an exception. One should not, or at least ought not to be, so cunning. After a considerable pause, the little lowly looked up at Jiang Bai and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, you are rather extreme. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Bai nodded appreciatively, thanking her for the compliment. Shan Hongyi interjected, is there something amiss? I did not intend to flatter you. Regarding the development of sequential abilities, Jiang Bai felt he need not delve too deeply, merely offering a couple of application scenarios, just enough to illustrate his point. The master leads one to the door, but the cultivation must be pursued individually. He had already opened the door to this new world for Shan Hongyi. How far she would advance was contingent upon her own efforts. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for Shan Hongyi to have such an exceptional mentor in Jiang Bai. Soon, the head of the chicken coop returned, his face devoid of color, shaking his head as he stated, your inch stop differs from that of ordinary individuals. I am still unclear as to which aspect has gone awry. Jiang Bai nodded. Unfazed. No need to rush. Take your time. From what I can see, this is at least a positive development, not a negative one. The director nodded, indicating his understanding. Jiang Bai glanced at the time. There were 25 minutes until the power outage. Let us eat first. After our meal, we must return to the surface to practice, for the power will soon be cut again. Just as he finished speaking, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and a recording pen slid into Jiang Bai's palm. He nonchalantly inquired, did we underpay the electricity bill? Given Jiang Bai's understanding of the 9th Research Institute, an additional person's meal expenses would significantly reduce the electricity costs. This seemed quite reasonable. In the darkness, the pale-faced director shook his head slightly. No, it is an enemy attack. Chapter 010. Trust in your comrades. With a flick of her flashlight, Shan Hongyi illuminated the area. The director placed his hand upon the dictionary and spoke urgently. The hostility concealed in the darkness, the danger lurking in the shadows, the saboteurs of the 9th Research Institute, the culprits behind the power outage. As he spoke in a hurried whisper, images began to materialize from the dictionary. Jiang Bai immediately recognized it was the map of the Research Institute. On the map, a red dot was moving back and forth, presumably indicating the enemy's location. Next to the map, a plethora of information materialized. Intermediate superhuman, highly aggressive, extremely agitated, potential carrier of a lethal virus, superpower out of control. Upon reading these words, Jiang Bai's expression shifted dramatically. The enemy posed a formidable challenge. Although the superhuman strength was merely intermediate, the other information was fraught with peril. Aggression, lethal virus, loss of control. It was evident that their intent was to annihilate them. The director's already pallid complexion grew even more ashen. He attempted to rise but staggered several times, ultimately steadying himself by gripping the edge of the table. Clearly fatigued, it was evident that he had expended an excessive amount of superhuman power in his research on Jiang Bai's Cunj, leaving him nearly devoid of combat capability in the face of an enemy assault. Jiang Bai, I am unable to engage in battle for the time being, the director declared decisively. I will retreat to the safe house. You and Hongyi investigate the enemy's situation. If it proves dangerous, prioritize evacuation. Hongyi knows the way. With the director, the strongest combatant in the Research Institute, rendered nearly incapacitated, and Jiang Bai's Cunj, just recently utilized. Hongyi was merely a support type. The 9th Research Institute was in an exceedingly vulnerable state. Yet the enemy chose this moment to strike. What did this signify? The adversary had come prepared. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was for the director to seek refuge in the safe house to recuperate, while Hong Yi provided cover for Jiang Bai's withdrawal, avoiding the enemy's onslaught. After speaking, the director leaned against the wall and moved in a particular direction. Jiang Bai, however, remained rooted in place, gazing at him pensively. "Do not worry about me." The director turned back to reassure Jiang Bai. "The safe house is situated opposite to the enemy's position. I will be quite secure inside." "You and Hong Yi should leave quickly," Jiang Bai scoffed. "Our institute is so impoverished that we can barely afford the electricity bill." "Do you truly expect me to believe in the existence of such a farcical safe house?" The director froze, one hand raking through his disheveled hair. He had meticulously calculated every variable but failed to foresee that his financial straits would betray him. Once his deception was exposed, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Jiang Bai shrugged and continued, "Given the institute's dire circumstances, even if a safe house did exist, would there be water, electricity, ventilation, or Wi-Fi? Would there be computers and leisure amenities? If none of these are available, is it truly a safe house or merely a coffin? To take it a step further, if the safe house had everything, why would we need to flee? Wouldn't the three of us simply hunker down there?" At this juncture, the director was rendered utterly speechless. Indeed, there was no safe house within the institute. He had deceived Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai then pointed to the diagram in the dictionary. "This illustration is inverted. The direction you intend to go is not towards the safe house at all, but rather towards the enemy's position. The route you indicated is an escape path." With all lies laid bare, the director clutched his tousled hair, uncertain of how to react. "You intend to hold the enemy back while allowing Hong Yi and me to escape?" "Correct," Jiang Bai sighed, stepping closer to the director and patting his shoulder. "As I mentioned before, one must have faith in their comrades." The director's plan had come to an abrupt end before it even began. He had no choice but to place his trust in Jiang Bai, turning his gaze towards him. "What do you propose we do?" "There exists but a singular adversary, a mere mid-tier ability user, and I am prepared to eliminate this incoming threat." Jiang Bai calmly assessed, "I require a stable environment to restore my condition. The Ninth Research Institute is the optimal choice. Today we have evaded capture, lurking in shadows, unable to cultivate, and sooner or later, doom shall befall us. If we do not vanquish our foe, we shall be vanquished in turn." Jiang Bai, being at the initial stage, faced an opponent of mid-tier status. Yet with the assistance of the petite girl, the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain. The director furrowed his brows. "But you have just utilized the technique CUNG. An initial stage ability user possesses limited enhancements to their physical capabilities. Lacking a sequence ability, Jiang Bai is no different from an ordinary person. Oh, did I not mention?" Jiang Bai's lips curled slightly. "During my recent meal, I regained a significant amount of ability and can employ CUNG once more." The director reacted with bewilderment. The greatest drawback of the sequence ability CUNG is its considerable consumption of energy, rendering it impractical for frequent use in combat. However, under Jiang Bai's control, influenced by Ren He, he enjoys a five-fold speed in ability cultivation, alongside the enhanced recovery and upper limits afforded by CUNG, all benefiting from a quintuple augmentation. Piecing everything together, Jiang Bai is now capable of unleashing CUNG once again. The director's gaze towards Jiang Bai became increasingly complex. The longer he spent in Jiang Bai's company, the more enigmatic this individual appeared. "Was this part of your scheme, Jiang Bai?" You can never truly grasp the extent of his cunning. Just when one believes they have unraveled Jiang Bai's stratagems, he invariably transcends expectations, conjuring something entirely novel. This time, the director's intuition proved correct. This occurrence was no mere coincidence. The director had thoroughly analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of CUNG, and thus, Jiang Bai deliberately trained for an extended period during his cultivation, preserving sufficient ability to retain a hidden card, specifically to avert such circumstances. Jiang Bai's combat style is characterized by a steadfast principle. One must never reveal all their trump cards. Jiang Bai successfully convinced the director, and naturally, Dan Hongyi was also swayed. She had been captivated by Jiang Bai's cunning approach. If even such cunning could not secure victory, then perhaps defeat was inevitable. Once the trio reached a consensus, Jiang Bai hoisted the director onto his back, with Dan Hongyi trailing behind, as they advanced towards the red on the map. Brother Jiang Bai, the petite girl, walking alongside Jiang Bai, her eyes sparkling with admiration, curiously inquired, Did you deduce the absence of a safe house from these details? If that were the case, Jiang Bai would be truly remarkable, akin to Sherlock Holmes from ancient tales. Carrying the director, Jiang Bai casually replied, "Oh, those details were merely fabrications." Huh? The petite girl's eyes widened in confusion once more. Then how can you be so certain that there is no safe house? Clearing his throat, Jiang Bai answered candidly, "I believe that if we truly had a safe house, on the very first day of my awakening, the director would have informed me of its location. Considering I am the sole subject of our research and my safety should be of paramount importance. Since I was not informed about the existence of a safe house, it must surely be a fabrication." Shan Hongi. Director. Chapter 011. Jiang Bai is still hiding something in the dark corridor. Several shadows flitted by. Casting a glance at the map, Jiang Bai slowed his pace and murmured, "It's just ahead." He set the director down and instructed, "I will scout ahead with that." He rose onto his tiptoes, leaping lightly, his feet making contact with the wall as if drawn by an invisible force, running silently along its surface. Shan Hongi raised an eyebrow, sensing a certain finesse in Jiang Bai's movements, yet remained perplexed by the underlying principle. This was an ancient method of employing extraordinary abilities, referred to as a secret technique, many of which had long been lost to time. Leaning against the wall, the director explained, "They manipulate their abilities to circulate within their bodies in a particular manner, generating various effects. Some can enhance physical prowess, while others enable the remote manipulation of objects. My understanding of these matters is limited. I only grasped the general concept." Shan Hongi's expression reflected a hint of disappointment, which the director noted, patiently elaborating. "Not all ancient practices are beneficial. The cultivation of secret techniques is exceedingly time-consuming and demands immense resources, yet the returns are rather meager. The successors have devised a more effective path, directly enhancing oneself with extraordinary abilities, cultivating them to the pinnacle level, thus creating indestructible substances and achieving the extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Shan Hongi nodded slightly, deep in thought. Those beneath the extraordinary are mere ants. It is said that extraordinary beings can attain immortality. In other words, the decline of secret techniques was not due to a break in transmission, but rather their obsolescence. Amid their conversation, a shadow darted back and forth, and Jiang Bai's expression turned peculiar. The director asked with concern, "Did we disturb the enemy?" "No, the situation may be somewhat different from our expectations." Jiang Bai glanced at the information in the dictionary, his lips twitching slightly. The paper clearly stated, "Highly aggressive, close to losing control, potentially carrying a deadly virus." The director's expression shifted, affirming, "Tianwen cannot be mistaken. Even in its current frail state, this information is infallible." "Indeed, Tianwen is correct," Jiang Bai sighed, shaking his head. "The enemy. Is a wolf." Director, little lowly, highly aggressive, out of control, mad wolf, potentially carrying a deadly virus, perhaps rabies. Tianwen was indeed accurate, yet omitted the most crucial information. Jiang Bai gestured, "Exactly, an uncontrollable blood wolf, possessing extraordinary abilities, standing as tall as Hongi, with a tumor the size of a bowl on its neck, which is likely the cause of its loss of control." Jiang Bai relayed the intelligence he had gathered, and once more, the three fell into an awkward silence. A wolf had inadvertently entered the corridor, severing the electrical wires in a fit of rage. Such a trivial matter, yet all three had conjured various scenarios, while the director had previously contemplated sacrifice. While their emotions were in sync, it still felt somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, it was a relief. The director exhaled deeply, evidently unburdened, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. An extraordinary creature in a state of chaos is certainly preferable to an impending enemy assault. Thus, I have devised a plan that requires your cooperation. Jiang Bai commences the allocation of tasks. Director, I shall lure the blood wolf here. Upon its arrival, you will serve as bait, drawing its attention. Hong Yi, remember, if I call for holy light, you must unleash it upon the blood wolf, and when I call for healing, direct the holy light towards me. Hong Yi, conceal yourself in the shadows. Should my endeavor falter, find a way to assist the director in escaping. If he perishes, you must flee alone." Once all details were confirmed, Jiang Bai once again slipped into the shadows. From the depths of the passage, the sounds of beasts growling, running, and breathing echoed ominously. Though the blood wolf had yet to appear, a foul stench assaulted their senses, prompting both individuals to heighten their vigilance. Soon, a blood wolf burst forth from the shadows, materializing before them. Its appearance bore no distinction from Jiang Bai's description, the growth on its neck pulsating in sync with its heartbeat. The moment the blood wolf emerged, the director began striking the ground to divert its attention. Jiang Bai, meanwhile, positioned himself on the ceiling, hidden within the creature's blind spot. Rapidly, the blood wolf shifted its focus to the director, its uncontrollable rage compelling it to tear apart everything in its path. Charging forward with a ferocious roar, just as the director captured the blood wolf's attention, Jiang Bai released his grip and descended from above, executing a technique known as cung. This was not Jiang Bai's first battle, nor his first encounter with supernatural phenomena. For him, such skirmishes were mere child's play. However, to everyone's astonishment, the blood wolf did not halt. Hong Yi's pupils dilated, her face paling. Had the cung failed? According to her understanding, Jiang Bai should have employed cung to disrupt the blood wolf's actions and subsequently slay it. Now, with the blood wolf's movements unimpeded, it was evident something had gone awry. Yet the director, seated on the ground, exhibited no panic, his expression remarkably composed. He had faith in his comrade. In the next moment, a dramatic change unfolded. The blood-red hue in the blood wolf's eyes faded, its sanity seemingly restored, yet the growth upon its neck flickered with a perilous red light, indicating the potential for another loss of control at any moment. The director's eyes brightened as he immediately grasped Jiang Bai's intention. Jiang Bai had not used cung to interrupt the blood wolf's assault. Rather, he had shifted his approach to interrupt the blood wolf's uncontrollable powers. The blood wolf's excessive aggression stemmed from its straddling the edge of a realm of supernatural abilities, resulting in a loss of rationality. Disrupting this loss of control would allow the creature's sanity to reclaim dominance. Jiang Bai's audacity in executing such a plan was indeed commendable. Any misstep could lead to failure, with consequences too dire to contemplate. Wait! At this realization, the director suddenly froze. Should this plan falter and the blood wolf remain in a state of frenzy, it would lunge at the director to rend him apart. In other words, if Jiang Bai's endeavor failed, the repercussions for the director would be unimaginable. Even the director could not suppress a roll of his eyes at this thought. This old rascal, the temporarily lucid blood wolf, stood dazed, as if pondering its very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Just as this reflection unfolded, Jiang Bai descended with swiftness, his right hand wielding a pin, executing a decisive strike downward. This recording pin, impervious to damage, served as an exceptional self-defense weapon, shining brilliantly in Jiang Bai's capable hands. With a swift stroke of his pin, Jiang Bai severed the tumor-like growth from the blood wolf's neck. The motion as smooth as slicing through butter, executed in one fluid motion. The grotesque mass tumbled to the ground, crimson blood gushing forth in a frenzied torrent, prompting the blood wolf to emit a heart-wrenching howl of despair. Jiang Bai immediately bellowed, "Holy light! It's here!" The little girl instinctively aimed to unleash the holy light upon Jiang Bai, but she quickly recalled his admonition and, in the final moment, redirected her focus towards the blood wolf. Stimulated by the holy light, the wound on the wolf's neck rapidly healed, the tumor eradicated, thus eliminating any risk of losing control. However, simultaneously, bolstered by the holy light, the blood wolf was on the verge of unleashing astonishing combat prowess. At that moment, all three individuals present would become its targets. Jiang Bai struck the wolf's head with a resounding slap, halting its advance. A mournful howl escaped the blood wolf, its spirit immediately waning. Collapsing onto the ground, a wolf, in Jiang Bai's grasp, emitted a whimper akin to that of a dog. The holy light was interrupted, and the blood wolf entered a state of weakness, easily subdued by Jiang Bai. Witnessing this scene, both the director and the little girl felt an unusual complexity of emotions. This fellow had previously claimed he could only use the technique once, yet in battle, he had executed it twice in rapid succession. Was it truly necessary to conceal so much? The director harbored doubts, suspecting Jiang Bai still had secrets hidden away. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. Jiang Bai had effortlessly dealt with the rampaging blood wolf, capturing it alive without sustaining any injuries. It must be noted that the blood wolf possessed the strength of a mid-tier ability user, teetering on the brink of rampage. Even high-tier ability users could face dire consequences in a direct confrontation. Yet in Jiang Bai's hands, it was resolved with such ease. As the weakened blood wolf twitched its nose,
Warily eyeing the approaching Shan Hongyi, it suddenly lunged forward, intent on taking a bite. Just as it prepared to snap at its target, a large hand descended from above, firmly gripping its snout as if it were a vice. Jiang Bai pressed down on the wolf's head and said earnestly, "Silence." Chapter 012. A dog is still your dog after the blood wolf was subdued. Shan Hongyi procured a length of rope, and Jiang Bai promptly bound the creature in a meticulous manner. The director observed the intricate knots adorning the blood wolf and fell into contemplation. Was it that he had been single for too long, finding even wolves to be charming? Or was Jiang Bai merely a cunning strategist, employing binding techniques on beasts that surpassed the beasts themselves? Even a dog would exclaim, "A dog is still your dog, Jiang Bai." Was there truly a need for this? The director couldn't help but inquire, "Am I mistaken? Or is there something amiss with your knot-tying technique?" "What nonsense is this?" Jiang Bai retorted, gesturing towards the myriad of knots encircling the blood wolf. "Each knot here contains a trace of my ability as a sealing node. Otherwise, do you think mere rope could restrain this creature?" The blood wolf possessed the strength of a mid-tier ability user and could easily escape from ordinary bindings even in a weakened state. After speaking, Jiang Bai sighed, imparting wisdom, "Look at your level of understanding. When will you elevate it?" The director. Had he truly misjudged Jiang Bai? The sealing was genuine, and the method of binding was indeed less than conventional. With the blood wolf now subdued, Shan Hongyi repaired the damaged wires and returned to the side of the two men. "Brother Jiang Bai, how do you plan to deal with this creature?" Dan Hongyi stood silently behind Jiang Bai, observing the blood wolf that appeared larger than herself. If this beast were to erupt in violence, a swift maneuver from Dan Hongyi could easily satiate its hunger. She found it perplexing why Jiang Bai would willingly risk injury in an attempt to capture the blood wolf alive. The challenges of killing versus capturing were worlds apart. Jiang Bai's plan was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences for the director. The director, contemplating more than Dan Hongyi had anticipated, pondered aloud, "Jiang Bai, do you intend to test the practical application of CUNG, or are you seeking to interrupt the process of loss of control?" Jiang Bai, without hesitation, replied candidly, "Both." Even without the assistance of the two, he was confident in his ability to effortlessly deal with the blood wolf. He had faced entities far more perilous, 100-fold more dangerous than this one. While practical testing held significance, he currently had little need for it. Firstly, Jiang Bai had fought countless battles over 12 centuries ago, amassing vast combat experience and possessing an extraordinary talent. Secondly, he was now merely a weak, helpless, and pitiable novice ability user. Focusing on cautious development was the prudent path. What truly mattered was interrupting the process of ability loss of control. Jiang Bai had never forgotten his mission. According to incomplete statistics, among the myriad secondary disasters brought by the mysterious tidal forces, the losses to human life and property caused by uncontrolled ability users were the most significant. To thoroughly resolve secondary disasters, it was imperative to ensure stability within the ability users themselves, thus preventing loss of control. The blood wolf was the first experimental subject Jiang Bai encountered upon awakening. Although it posed a slight risk to the director, Jiang Bai felt it was worth a try. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's response, the director, both relieved and resigned, sighed. "This time, you may be disappointed." He pointed to the tumor-like mass on the ground and explained, "If I am not mistaken, this contains an ability beast crystal core. By the way, animals possessing abilities are collectively referred to as ability beasts, and the crystal core is the essence of their sequential capabilities. This blood wolf ingested a crystal core from a different system, which it cannot digest, leading to a conflict of powers and ultimately resulting in its loss of control. Therefore, by excising the tumor, Jiang Bai effectively eliminated the source of the blood wolf's turmoil. Realization dawned upon Jiang Bai. This method was merely treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Regarding the issue of loss of control, he had essentially labored in vain. He gazed down at the blood wolf, lost in thought. Dan Hongyi, curious, inquired, "Brother Jiang Bai, what are you pondering?" "I am contemplating how to handle this creature," Jiang Bai murmured to himself. "This fellow undoubtedly has a considerable appetite. How much meat would it consume in a single meal? We are so impoverished that we cannot even afford electricity. How can we sustain it? How is the value of an ability beast assessed? Is it more profitable to sell it piecemeal or as a whole, male or female? The male has quite a pure coat. Can it breed? If breeding is not feasible, can it be put to work? Director, do we possess a hand crank generator?" Alas, There is none. Is there a grinding stone available? If not, I suppose grinding some soy milk in the morning would at least conserve electricity. In Jiang Bai's eyes. He has already begun to assess the value of the spoils. Behind him, both the director and Shan Hongyi felt a chill creeping into their hearts. The blood wolf, bound tightly, seemed to comprehend Jiang Bai's words, tucking its tail and shivering uncontrollably. Ultimately, upon the director's suggestion, Jiang Bai resolved to keep the blood wolf. A creature that had regained control after losing its abilities was indeed a rare and invaluable subject for research, one that even the director had seldom encountered. However, there was a minor issue. The Ninth Research Institute was lacking in research funding, materials, and personnel. The IT was deficient in everything except research subjects. Even Jiang Bai alone was enough to keep the director busy. Thus, he could only entrust the blood wolf to Jiang Bai, allowing him to handle it, as this was indeed Jiang Bai's trophy. On the very first day, Jiang Bai dyed the blood wolf black. The curious Shan Hongyi re-emerged, unable to resist asking, "Brother Jiang Bai, why did you dye it black?" Red is too conspicuous and not conducive to combat. Black serves as a camouflage in the night, making it suitable for ambush. Jiang Bai's reasoning sounded quite serious. From Shan Hongyi's understanding of Jiang Bai, there must be other reasons lurking beneath the surface. Under her persistent questioning, Jiang Bai candidly admitted, "Who knows what misdeeds this fellow has committed in the past? If I take it out directly, others might mistake me for its owner, and I would end up taking the blame. Now that it has turned over a new leaf and is ready to serve, its past should be wiped clean." Shan Hongyi replied, "Brother Jiang Bai, this is a wolf, not a dog." Jiang Bai corrected her, "Wolf dog, wolf dog. I've checked. In this defensive base we reside in, we cannot keep wolves, but we can keep dogs." Shan Hongyi exclaimed in surprise, "Are you intending to get it a certificate?" The defensive base itself is a loosely organized entity, where ordinary people find refuge under the protection of powerful individuals, and must labor in exchange for resources. It is customary not to have certificates for keeping dogs. Furthermore, knowing Jiang Bai's character, Shan Hongyi understood that the Ninth Research Institute was currently in dire straits, practically scraping the bottom of the barrel. Where would they find spare change to procure a dog license? This was not something Jiang Bai would typically do. Jiang Bai asserted with confidence, "Why shouldn't I obtain a license for keeping a dog?" Despite Jiang Bai's forceful claim, skepticism was evident in Shan Hongyi's eyes. Jiang Bai crouched down, stroking the head of the black wolf, and with a smile, stated, "I plan to get it a guide dog certificate. When the time comes, it will work diligently under its license, generating income for us. I am a person of reason. The initial earnings will first cover the electrical losses incurred by the Institute, and then we will need to compensate for the cost of recovering from the loss of control, rehabilitation expenses, care fees, dying costs, and the fee for turning over a new leaf." Chapter 013. Blood Brothers. Clear accounts. I am Jiang Bai, currently undertaking task 002. It is now the 7th day since my awakening, and I have been unable to re-establish contact with the organization. On the 3rd day after my awakening, the Research Institute faced an enemy attack. A rogue blood wolf severed our power supply, and we managed to subdue it through our collective efforts. I do not believe this to be a mere coincidence. Everything transpired with too much serendipity, yet I possess no evidence, leaving me no choice but to temporarily set this matter aside. The blood wolf serves as the sole clue, and I require its survival. Over the subsequent 4 days, I followed the director and Shan Hongyi on 2 separate outings, familiarizing myself with the surrounding environment, securing legitimate identification, and gathering intelligence. The Inshur base spans approximately 8,000 square kilometers and is home to around 2 million inhabitants, predominantly of East Asian descent, characterized by black hair and dark eyes. The lingua franca is Mandarin, with the written language being Chinese characters. The societal structure adheres to a nominally monogamous system, which has largely lost its significance. Due to extensive climatic fluctuations over the millennia and alterations in celestial mechanics, it is impossible to ascertain precise geographical coordinates. However, it is tentatively posited to lie within the original northwestern territories of our nation. The Inshur base has registered over 10,000 individuals with special abilities, including more than 100 high-tier practitioners and no fewer than 10 extraordinary beings. The currency utilized at Inshur base is the star coin, a common currency shared among more than 10 surrounding defensive bases, boasting stable purchasing power. 1,000 star coins suffices for a family's monthly living expenses. Entry-level practitioners receive a monthly stipend of 3,000 star coins. with timely disbursement and mandatory health examinations to monitor the stability of their abilities. Receipt of this stipend does not necessitate any additional contributions to the base. It is issued primarily for real-time monitoring to prevent potential loss from uncontrollable abilities. The short-term objective is to acquire resources, cultivate abilities, swiftly ascend to extraordinary status, and gather further intelligence. The long-term goal is to complete Task 002, which remains ongoing. After speaking, Jiang Bai pressed a button, and the red light on the recorder dimmed, capturing his prior words. Sitting on a high stool, Shan Hongyi swung her short legs and curiously inquired, "Brother Jiang Bai, do you find this recording truly beneficial?" To her, most of Jiang Bai's discourse seemed to consist of common knowledge, and even his reflections on life appeared somewhat verbose. The director, however, held a different perspective. He elucidated to Jiang Bai that in ancient times, during the feudal imperial system, local officials would pin memorials to the emperor, often meandering through seemingly trivial matters, such as the day's weather or the price of meat. The purpose of these memorials was to reflect the local conditions through minute details, whether natural disasters had occurred or if merchants were hoarding goods, thus affording the emperor insight into the populace's livelihood and serving as a comparative tool against formal reports. While the information Jiang Bai provided may seem trivial to us, in the future, it will hold unique value for those studying the ancient base, serving as precious historical research material. Listening to the director's extensive explanation, Shan Hongyi's eyes sparkled with a hint of understanding as she nodded. Clearly, this recording was not intended for contemporary audiences. For Jiang Bai, he diligently pursued the completion of Task 002, yet human efforts have their limits. Should he fail, the recordings would serve as a legacy, perpetuating this mission. Presently, Jiang Bai did not shy away from recording in the presence of the two. However, regarding the enigmatic Task 002, no matter how Shan Hongyi pressed for details, Jiang Bai remained evasive, and the director, perceptively, refrained from probing further. After finishing breakfast, Shan Hongyi swiftly tidied the tableware, and as the lights dimmed, the three of them adeptly traversed the corridor towards the surface. In the dimly lit corridor, the director spoke, "Jiang Bai, you registered as a novice ability user previously. The 3-day observation period has elapsed, and today is the day to collect your subsidy. Have you considered how to spend it?" The director had previously enlightened Jiang Bai about the purchasing power of star coins, clearly outlining what could be acquired and their respective effects. Within the Insha base, there exists an official trading market alongside a black market. The official market generally features higher prices, yet offers guaranteed after-sales service and official endorsements, thereby eliminating the likelihood of coercive transactions or violent disputes. In contrast, the black market is fraught with risks, where transactions rely solely on individual discernment and strength. One might strike it rich with a fortunate find, or suffer devastating losses, leaving them destitute. Jiang Bai had a budget of 3,000 star coins, and he had already devised a plan for expenditure. "I will allocate 500 for next month's food expenses, spend 1,000 on an ability gauge, and use the remaining funds to procure materials, as I intend to strive for advancement to a mid-tier ability user this month." The ability gauge serves to detect the current reserve of abilities, quantifying it in numerical terms. It is a standard tool for every ability user and one of the greatest inventions of this era. Just as individuals can measure their strength through weights to ascertain their growth, so too can abilities be quantified. The ability to quantify one's power significantly enhances both training and combat effectiveness. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's plan, the director quickly interjected, "You need not worry about the food expenses." Although the 9th Research Institute was financially constrained, it would not stoop to charging Jiang Bai for meals. Dan Hongyi let out a derisive laugh, finding the director's naivety amusing. "Do you truly believe Jiang Bai would unconditionally offer you money? Surely, you cannot consider this a blessing." Indeed, in the next moment, Jiang Bai earnestly replied, "A brother is a brother. We must settle accounts. The food expenses must be paid, and my salary from the institute should also be disbursed. According to market rates, employing a novice ability user for a month would cost no less than 10,000 star coins." The director responded, "So you wish to collect 500 for meals while simultaneously expecting me to subsidize you with an additional 9,500 for your salary?" Dan Hongyi's laughter grew even more joyful. This was the Jiang Bai she recognized. The director, now flustered, began to scratch his head, desperately pondering where to procure Jiang Bai's salary, as the institute was on the brink of financial ruin. Thoughtful Jiang Bai had already devised a solution. Wrapping an arm around the director's shoulders, "Do not worry about the funds. Just help me repay the debts I owe to the institute first." Please compile a detailed list of my expenditures. And given our relationship, you need not charge interest. I will repay the institute 10,000 each month. Does that sound acceptable? The director heaved a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly. This works, Dan Hongyi chimed in. At this rate, you might take 1,200 years to settle your debts. Jiang Bai's smile faltered. 200 years, at 120,000 per year, would amount to over 144 million star coins. Was it truly possible to spend so extravagantly? Confronted with this staggering debt, the usually bold and optimistic Jiang Bai, with an arm around the director's shoulder, enthusiastically declared, "Brother, what kind of bond do we share? You saved my life, and I saved yours. Our bond is akin to that of blood brothers, transcending mere friendship." The director felt somewhat bewildered and instinctively nodded. Based on his understanding of ancient customs, this should be termed as brotherhood. However, Dan Hongyi stood nearby, smirking, and remarked that this was perhaps not a bond of brotherhood, but rather a matter of assuming someone else's debts. Jiang Bai continued, "I am a few years your senior. If I call you little brother, you won't be at a disadvantage, will you?" The honest director quickly shook his head, affirming that he would certainly not be at a disadvantage. Jiang Bai, being 1,200 years older than him, could, when calculated by a generational span of 25 years, occupy a difference of 48 generations on the same family tree. As an old saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, and another adage states, a father's debts are repaid by his children. The map of the Yin kingdom ended at this juncture, and Jiang Bai, with purpose, declared, "Little brother, please repay the debts I owe in place of my father." Chapter 014. Miss in Red, you surely do not wish for your investment to go to waste, do you? Initially referring to him as little brother, Jiang Bai suddenly proclaimed himself as father at the end. With just a few words, he nearly caused the director's CPU to smoke. Raking his fingers through his tousled hair, the director muttered in a daze, "But this money is technically my debt." The awakening of Jiang Bai had exhausted the director's savings and depleted the entire assets of the Ninth Research Institute. If one were to truly assess the debts, it was not Jiang Bai who ought to repay this sum. The creditors would undoubtedly approach the director directly. "Let us lighten the mood a bit. Don't wear such a troubled expression all the time." Jiang Bai chuckled, casually resting his arm on the director's shoulder, displaying a sense of camaraderie. The director, however, felt somewhat awkward and restrained, even when smiling. It was a bittersweet grin. Together, they traversed the lengthy, dark corridor, ultimately moving towards the light. Upon reaching the surface, the director continued to ponder the matter of debts and spoke, "Do not let the issue of owing money weigh heavily on your mind. The creditors have yet to press for repayment. Not to worry, trust me, buddy," Jiang Bai assured, thumping his chest. "If I cannot repay the money, I'll definitely take you with me if I flee," the director interjected. "Is it truly appropriate to discuss evading debts in front of the creditors?" Dan Hongyi rolled her eyes in displeasure, exclaiming, "Do you two not regard me as your investor?" "Investor?" Jiang Bai's eyes lit up as he realized he had almost forgotten about this unfortunate soul. Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly, "Hongyi, have you considered increasing your investment? Since we already owe so much, one more debt shouldn't matter. After all, a multitude of lice does not fear itching, and a dead pig does not dread boiling water. I might as well borrow a little more." Dan Hongyi's eyes widened in shock at his shamelessness. Before she could respond, Jiang Bai continued in a low voice, "Miss Hongyi, you surely do not wish for your previous investments to go to waste, do you, Dan Hongyi?" This statement sounds rather peculiar. Jiang Bai pulled Dan Hongyi aside, gesturing animatedly as he painted a grand vision for her, effortlessly ensnaring the little girl in a web of words. Ultimately, Dan Hongyi acquiesced, agreeing to lend Jiang Bai a sum of money as his startup capital. The amount was 100,000, with a monthly interest of 3, requiring monthly interest payments, and Jiang Bai would repay the principal whenever he had the means. Jiang Bai flamboyantly signed a promissory note for 100,000 star coins and handed it to Dan Hongyi, who, holding the note, was momentarily at a loss as to whether she had gained or lost. Jiang Bai patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, you will certainly not incur any losses. I receive a monthly allowance of 3,000, which is just enough to cover your interest. Once I become a mid-tier ability user, my monthly stipend will rise to 15,000 at that time. You can lend me 400,000. The initial statements sounded quite normal, yet the latter part struck a dissonant chord. It appeared that he had no intention of repaying the principal at all. While others earn money to repay both principal and interest, Jiang Bai seemed to earn merely to borrow more. Shan Hongyi began to regret her earlier words, wondering why she had spoken up. The money had already been lent out, and there was no turning back. Besides, this trivial sum was but a drop in the ocean compared to the wealth he had just acquired. The little lowly produced a silver card, handing it to Jiang Bai with a twinge of reluctance, softly advising, "Do spend it wisely." This card could be utilized both in the market and the black market of the silver sand base. Upon receiving 100,000 star coins, Jiang Bai immediately indulged in lavish expenditures, presenting 500 to the director as his meal allowance for the month. Subsequently, Shan Hongyi accompanied him to the silver sand base branch, where, after a brief assessment, Jiang Bai confirmed the stability of his abilities, qualifying him for the allowance. Watching the balance in his card increase, Jiang Bai mumbled to himself, "Ding. Your wealth treasure has credited 3,000 star coins. Current balance 102, 500. He was amusing himself, it seemed. The little lowly tilted her head, puzzled about what the wealth treasure was. Regardless, Jiang Bai's spirits soared after his sudden fortune, and he commenced purchasing in the trading market according to his established plan. Ability Manifestation 1, balance 1000.3 portions of ethereal wood, 5 portions of heavenly mushroom powder, 2 portions of ethereal beast rhino horn powder. Balance 6800. Basic combat suit 3, balance 3000. Upon seeing Jiang Bai purchase combat suits, Shan Hongyi quickly interjected, "Brother Jiang Bai, you needn't buy for me and the director. We already have some." She feared he would squander his money, which was indeed hers, and it pained her. Jiang Bai, taken aback, replied, "I'm buying these for myself." Shan Hongyi, perplexed, asked, "Why do you need so many?" Jiang Bai replied earnestly, "Wearing a few more sets is safer." Shan Hongyi. Watching Jiang Bai acquire 3 combat suits, she felt as though her heart were bleeding. It was far too wasteful. Jiang Bai began to realize that this little lowly was rather frugal. Perhaps the notion of scheduled power outages at the research institute had originated from her. He roamed the trading market for an hour, spending money like water, purchasing weapons, equipment, materials, food, and medicines, ultimately expending nearly 40,000 star coins. Of that, around 10,000 was spent on weapons and equipment, while the remaining 30,000 was allocated for materials needed to advance to mid-tier. Many of these materials were quite rare, and numerous shops had no stock available. Jiang Bai had to leave deposits and return later for collection. He and Shan Hongyi returned to the 9th Research Institute laden with bags. The director watched Jiang Bai flaunting his purchases, hesitating to speak. In the director's view, it would be best for Jiang Bai to act discreetly at this stage. If he genuinely lacked anything, both he and Hongyi could assist in procuring it. Privately, the director had also communicated with Jiang Bai. However, Jiang Bai had his own ideas and plans. Over the course of this week, the director has become acutely aware that someone like Jiang Bai, with his cunning disposition, would not act without purpose. There must be a rationale behind Jiang Bai's actions. The director has consulted the heavens through divination, which foretold a safe and auspicious outcome. With the recent arrival of supplies, that evening's meal was particularly sumptuous, and the 3 even made an exception to dine with the lights on in the research facility. Typically, they either ate under the fading sunlight on the surface or in the dark of the institute, consuming their meals in obscurity. Dan Hongyi remarked, "It hardly mattered since the food would not reach their noses anyway." After a hearty meal, Jiang Bai toyed with the newly acquired ability gauge and casually mentioned, "Once the materials arrive, within a week, I should be able to officially challenge the mid-tier ability user threshold, and then I can venture out to undertake some missions and earn a bit more money." Clearly, Jiang Bai harbored a lucid plan for the future, coupled with a strong execution capability. Listening intently, Dan Hongyi couldn't help but marvel at how, in just a week since awakening, Jiang Bai was already preparing to break into the mid-tier. The materials were expected to arrive in approximately 3 to 7 days, and considering the final preparation time, within a month, Jiang Bai would transition from an ordinary individual to a mid-tier ability user. Such a terrifying advancement speed, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly attract numerous factions to the Insha base in a bid to seize him. Dan Hongyi mused silently, however, that Jiang Bai, with his sly nature, claiming he would break through to mid-tier in 2 weeks, was not entirely credible, at the very least. One should have that expectation, meaning he would likely be poised to become a mid-tier ability user within a week. Achieving such a transformation in merely half a month, it was astonishing. This talent was almost on par with her sister. In stark contrast to the lively thoughts of Dan Hongyi, the director remained unusually silent that night. He observed Jiang Bai, who spoke with great confidence, contemplating several times whether to voice his thoughts but ultimately chose to trust his comrade. Saying nothing, if Jiang Bai required assistance, the director believed he would reach out on his own. After dinner, the trio dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Jiang Bai returned to his room, securely locked the door, and retrieved a recording pin. Pressing the button "I in the darkness," his deep voice resonated. "I am Jiang Bai. On the 7th day since awakening, preparing to challenge the mid-tier tonight." Chapter 015, Breakthrough. Mid-tier ability user. Indeed, Jiang Bai intended to make his breakthrough this very night. Due to a habitual way of thinking, Dan Hongyi fell into a misconception. As a modern individual, common sense dictated that to advance from the initial tier to the mid-tier, one must have various mysterious substances to aid the process. This was a rare consensus during the 5th era of mysterious tides, and one could achieve a breakthrough without external material assistance. However, Jiang Bai was not a product of the 5th era. He hailed from 12 centuries ago. He possessed 3 types of abilities, all at sequence 0.I in his time. Jiang Bai was already among the most elite ability users. The name Cicada was known to all. Back then, Jiang Bai had already touched upon the realm of the extraordinary, albeit under a different nomenclature. Had he not mastered the indestructible substance, how could Jiang Bai have slumbered for 1,200 years? Unlike ordinary individuals, even those who sealed their abilities could not survive for such an extended duration. Yet, due to his prolonged slumber and the severity of his sealing, the indestructible substances he once commanded had either been sealed away or dissipated into nothingness, ceasing to exist. Thus, Jiang Bai's breakthrough did not necessitate external material assistance. "I in the dark." He lowered his gaze to the ability gauge on his wrist. "I in the era of the 5th mysterious tidal age." The people of the East have come to refer to the unit of extraordinary energy as qi. An ancient written form of the categorization of realms by qi is as follows. Novice practitioners possess below 100 qi. Intermediate practitioners possess above 100 qi, but below 1,000 qi. Advanced practitioners possess above 1,000 qi. It is essential to note that the distinctions among these 3 tiers are not merely quantitative, but also qualitative. Novice practitioners can only store their extraordinary energy within their own blood, resulting in both low storage efficiency and significant personal depletion. A crucial milestone in advancing from novice to intermediate is the ability to refine one's bones with extraordinary energy. Successfully refining even a single bone into a vessel for qi signifies entry into the intermediate realm. This energy gauge, which cost Jiang Bai 1,000 star coins, has a measurement range of 0 to 1,500 qi, making it affordable enough for even newly initiated advanced practitioners to utilize. At this moment, a number materialized on its surface. 99 qi. Jiang Bai removed this gauge and retrieved another one from his pocket. This was a second gauge he had discreetly requested from the shopkeeper while purchasing combat attire. Jiang Bai had splurged on 3 pieces of combat gear, spending over 1,000 star coins, and this second-hand gauge served as a reasonable kickback that the shopkeeper could not refuse. Aside from Jiang Bai and the shopkeeper, no one was aware of the existence of this second energy gauge. Jiang Bai donned the gauge on his wrist, took a deep breath, and began to mobilize the extraordinary energy within him. The numbers on the gauge flickered momentarily before beginning to surge wildly. 80.99.12, 4.26, 7.39, 6.45, 5.500 qi. Ultimately, the reading on the energy gauge stabilized at 500. Jiang Bai was not taken aback by this figure. His sequence ability, Human And, not only afforded him an accelerated cultivation speed but also elevated his progression threshold. While others would prepare to break through upon reaching 100 qi, Jiang Bai required 5 times that amount, 500 qi, over the course of a week. With his quintupled cultivation speed and the continuous use of the technique Cung to enhance his qi reserve limit, Jiang Bai managed to reach the level of 500 qi from scratch. Only upon attaining this level could he embark on the next step, officially refining his bones with Qi.as for the method of bone refinement. The director had prepared an impressive set of techniques for Jiang Bai in advance, ready for immediate application. However, given his unique circumstances, Jiang Bai made a bold decision. He transcribed the method he had developed for refining bones with qi 1,200 years prior and presented it to the director for improvement. The director invested 3 days and nights, integrating modern knowledge to fill in the gaps, enhancing the ancient technique, and then spent an additional day verifying its safety before handing it back to Jiang Bai. In the director's experience, this bone refinement technique stands unparalleled in both difficulty and intensity. If anyone were to master this technique, the threshold for the first refinement would require at least 300 qi. Completing the initial bone refinement would demand no less than 400 qi. In other words, no novice practitioner could feasibly employ this technique. Moreover, intermediate practitioners would be reluctant to recklessly switch refinement methods, as doing so could disrupt their energy balance, leading to uncontrollable circumstances akin to self-destruction. Even though this martial art is rather inconsequential due to its academic value, the director has decided to allow Jiang Bai to name it and subsequently archive it. Jiang Bai has chosen to call it the 9th set of bone refining exercises. Tonight, he intends to employ this technique to refine his bones, aiming to break through the initial stage and officially step into the intermediate level. An adult possesses a total of 206 bones, among which the skull comprises 8, representing the most intricate part of the vertebrate skeletal system. Typically, supernatural beings begin their bone refinement with simpler areas, such as the hands and limbs. These regions, even if the refinement fails, allow for timely mitigation of losses. Since he is starting from scratch, Jiang Bai has resolved to commence with the skull. This decision is not a mere whim, but the result of careful contemplation. Firstly, the head is quite fragile. Before becoming an extraordinary being, it will remain one of Jiang Bai's greatest vulnerabilities. Refining the skull can rectify this weakness. Secondly, during this period, Jiang Bai has studied the sequenceability periodic table and discovered that many abilities pertain to mental control, memory reading, and manipulation of the mind. To resist the influence of these abilities, refining the skull is the most effective method. Jiang Bai's memories must never be accessible to others, as this could jeopardize the success of the Cicada project. Perhaps Jiang Bai may not complete the Cicada project, but he absolutely cannot hinder its progress. Thus, with a qi level of 500, Jiang Bai chooses to challenge the daunting task of refining the skull. He begins the final preparations for his breakthrough. He lights a coil of incense, placing it nearby. Ideally, he should be using high-end calming incense, yet Jiang Bai, currently burdened with debts, settles for the mosquito coil instead. There is a semblance of ritual, albeit minimal. Jiang Bai sits cross-legged, closes his eyes, enters a meditative state, visualizes and mobilizes the qi within his body to commence the refinement. As the qi surges in, a glimmer of golden light appears upon his frontal bone, slowly expanding, gradually consuming the bone itself. A night passes in silence. As dawn breaks, the research facility experiences a scheduled power outage. Inside, Jiang Bai remains seated, utterly still, akin to an elderly monk in deep meditation. The mosquito coil, after a night of burning, has exhausted its last remnants. Despite a night of cultivation, Jiang Bai has yet to successfully refine the skull. The 9th set of bone refining exercises is indeed exceedingly challenging. Even with a qi level of 500, Jiang Bai finds himself struggling. In this prolonged tug-of-war, the frontal bone has acquired a faint golden hue, with some corners still not fully refined. Time, it seems, does not favor Jiang Bai as he continues his arduous endeavor. The golden-tinged frontal bone begins to tremble, fine fissures emerging like delicate threads. This is a consequence of the incomplete refinement of the frontal bone, where the qi balance cannot be maintained, resulting in a conflict among its parts. Should the skull fracture, it would signify the failure of Jiang Bai's breakthrough, and he himself would sustain grievous injuries. Such an outcome is unbearable for Jiang Bai. In that critical moment of potential failure, he acted. He struck his forehead with one hand. Growling, "Cung," with the last of his qi, he forcibly activated his sequence ability, applying the effect of Cung upon himself. This is different from Jiang Bai's previous whimsical thoughts. He is not using Cung to interrupt itself and exploit a glitch, but rather employing the ability in a conventional manner. However, it is merely the application upon one's own skull. This action is fraught with peril. Utilizing too little qi yields no effect, while an excess may result in one striking oneself dead with a single blow. Fortunately, Jiang Bai's mastery over qi is renowned, and in this moment, he finds himself in a state that is nearly depleted yet perfectly calibrated. This time, Jiang Bai's target for interruption is precisely the cracking of the skull. As the moment of interruption occurs, the delicate lines upon the frontal bone cease to spread. Simultaneously, a pale golden hue surges forth, wildly sweeping over the last unclaimed territory. Under the influence of the interruption, the entire frontal bone undergoes a remarkably effortless refinement. Seizing the precious time garnered from the interruption, Jiang Bai seizes the opportunity to complete the refinement of his frontal bone. Success! The fine lines vanish entirely, and Jiang Bai's frontal bone radiates a resplendent golden light. Ah, the golden frontal bone. Just as Jiang Bai successfully ascends to the intermediate stage, countless streams of qi flood into his body, pouring into his frontal bone as if bestowing enlightenment upon him. The numbers on the ability meter begin to pulse once more. 100 point, 500 point, 700 point, 1000 point, 1400. When the digits reach 1500, they cease to fluctuate. Cracks begin to appear on the surface. This is the limit of the ability meter's measurement. Yet, this is not Jiang Bai's limit. With the influx of even more qi, the cracks multiply, until, with a resounding bang, a puff of blue smoke billows forth, and the meter explodes into countless shards amidst the faint haze. Jiang Bai, crowned with golden light atop his head, slowly opens his eyes. His gaze is profoundly tranquil, imbued with confidence and strength. An intermediate ability user, he has become so. Chapter 016. The enhancement after the breakthrough. Good morning, Brother Jiang Bai. Shan Hongyi greets him while brushing her teeth. Feeding the dog so early? Clearly, she has come to accept the fact that Blood Wolf is akin to a dog. After all, if a human can be so dog-like, what of a wolf? Could it possibly be more dog-like than Jiang Bai? Jiang Bai places the final shard into Blood Wolf's mouth, watching intently as it consumes it, before contentedly patting its head and humming a tune as he departs. As he walks over to Shan Hongyi, he casually ruffles her white hair, remarking, Brother is in a good mood today, treating the dog, Blood Wolf, having just devoured an entire piece of the ability meter. Jiang Bai acquired a second-hand ability meter from the proprietor to conceal his true prowess. After all, the meter sold officially may have backdoors that could relay Jiang Bai's data, something he wishes to avoid. A second-hand meter is considerably safer. Moreover, since the second-hand meter exploded after a single use, Jiang Bai's current level exceeds 1500 qi. Precisely how much, no one knows. Regardless, Jiang Bai remains exceptionally cautious, meticulously collecting the shards from the exploded meter and feeding them all to Blood Wolf. Erasing all traces, Blood Wolf, having consumed all the shards, gazes at Jiang Bai with an expression of deep sorrow. Please, be human. After ruffling the little girl's hair, the cleanliness-loving Jiang Bai washes his hands before approaching the dining table. Before he can even speak, with a loud crack, the power goes out again. In the darkness, the three sit in their accustomed places, silently consuming their breakfast. After finishing his soy milk, Jiang Bai claps his hands, saying, Director, the modifications you made are quite commendable. The director, momentarily taken aback, replies dumbfoundedly, Oh, do not casually allow ordinary individuals to practice. Jiang Bai declared with a serious tone, it could be fatal. The 9th set of bone refining exercises? If it weren't for encountering the anomaly that is Jiang Bai, anyone who attempted it would surely perish. The director scratched his head. I am aware. Jiang Bai exclaimed, If you know, why present it to me? The director, now visibly anxious, scratched his head with both hands, struggling to articulate a few words. You are not an ordinary person. Jiang Bai took great pleasure in this affirmation. He patted his chest and laughed. Indeed. Who am I? My friends, I am destined to save the world. Brother, I am not boasting. Once we rescue this world, all the debts we owe will be forgiven. Shan Hongyi. That's so? Your intention to save the world is merely to evade your debts, is it? After finishing breakfast, the three departed from the power outage-stricken research facility. Returning to the surface, as usual, they engaged in their respective pursuits, practicing diligently, idling, and tinkering aimlessly. Today, Jiang Bai had changed his position, facing the sun, allowing its rays to cascade upon his forehead, bestowing upon him a halo of sanctity. Shan Hongyi, weary from idling, gazed at Jiang Bai for a long while before darting over to the director's side, whispering, Director, why do I feel that today? Brother Jiang Bai's forehead is exceptionally gleaming. The director began scratching his head, pondering how to concoct a lie to deceive the little girl. He settled on a feeble excuse. Jiang Bai simply hasn't washed his hair. Shan Hongyi fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable time, she suppressed her sorrow and said, I will contribute more funds. The institute should pay a bit more towards the water bill, striving to secure an additional hour of water supply each day. The director could find no grounds for refusal. Very well. Not far away, Jiang Bai sat cross-legged, absorbing the vital energy of the universe. This morning, he successfully refined his frontal bone, advancing to an intermediate-level ability user. Based on the limits outlined in the ability chart, Jiang Bai's vital energy surpasses 1,500. He estimated his current energy level to be around 2,000. All of this 2,000 energy has been poured into his frontal bone, yet it remains unfilled. Becoming an intermediate-level ability user not only enhances the upper limit of vital energy, but also improves its quality and brings other benefits. After a day of rigorous practice, Jiang Bai opened his eyes, his gaze clear, having gained a preliminary understanding of his transformations. Depending on the area of the bone refined, ability users receive different enhancements. With the successful refinement of the frontal bone, my defensive capabilities against mental-type abilities have significantly increased, which is a planned success. Moreover, my rate of absorbing vital energy has accelerated, and my storage efficiency has improved. My foundational strength has become more solid, and the bone refining technique I selected is the pinnacle of excellence. This enhancement is indeed my due reward. Even without considering the effects of human harmony, Jiang Bai's training speed now exceeds that of his peers by more than threefold. With the support of human harmony, Jiang Bai can achieve a terrifying 15-fold training speed. A single day of absorbing vital energy for him equates to 15 days of arduous practice for others. In addition to the enhancement of vital energy, CUNG has also received a certain degree of fortification. The sequence abilities advance alongside the breakthroughs of the ability user. Jiang Bai mused to himself. Each time I utilize CUNG, the energy consumed ranges between 100 to 1,000. The more energy I expend, the stronger the effect of CUNG becomes. With the effects of Renha combined, if I release CUNG with 1,000 Qi, it would be equivalent to a 5,000 Qi CUNG. Even high-level ability users would find it impossible to resist. The ability of CUNG in this sequence is undeniably formidable. The sole drawback is its exorbitant Qi consumption, making frequent use unfeasible. Given Jiang Bai's terrifying talent and aptitude, if he were to utilize CUNG at full power, he could only employ it twice in a single battle. As for other ability users without any advantages, their plight would be even worse. Jiang Bai could not help but exclaim, "There is a reason you are in second to last place." And the days following his breakthrough, Jiang Bai led a tranquil life within the 9th Research Institute, engaging in cultivation, dining, resting, and occasionally playing the role of the sixth brother. Until one day, his communicator suddenly buzzed with activity. "Greetings. The materials you ordered have arrived and are ready for collection at the market." Upon reading the message on his communicator, a knowing smile graced Jiang Bai's face. This was the first time Shan Hongyi had seen her brother Jiang Bai smile in such a manner. It would not be long before she understood that when Jiang Bai wore this expression, it signified that someone was about to face misfortune. Great misfortune. Tea. The trading market in a corner tea shop. The door was firmly locked. Around the tea table, 3 or 5 burly men congregated, each bearing numerous scars, exuding an intimidating aura that made them appear quite formidable. They were chattering animatedly. "That kid came to the market and spent 40,000 without batting an eye. He can't possibly be wealthy. Who in their right mind would come to this place to buy things if they were rich? He must be a nouveau riche. He even bought his combat suit on the spot. I saw it with my own eyes. He had a little lowly following him. She might just be a gold digger. He has no background. But what if that little lowly does? If you ask me, we should lure him out, kill him, and seize this batch of goods. That kid is buying these materials just to break through to mid-tier. He won't be strong for long. You fools." I followed that guy. "He lives in a haunted place. Dio, you think he's easy to deal with? Just because he's bold doesn't mean he's ignorant of the dangers. He's tough, but that's nothing remarkable. I used to live there too. Out of 10 people, 8 died. It's not that sinister. If a nascent low-tier ability user has a hint of, we could strike it rich." The 4 or 5 heads were bickering, each unable to persuade the others, spitting words as the scene descended into chaos. For them, killing and plundering was as trivial as buying vegetables at a market. This was the apocalypse, and the only universally accepted law of survival was the survival of the fittest. When a plump sheep wanders into a pack of wolves, its fate is all too clear. Jiang Bai, who lavishly spent thousands, was that plump sheep. On the tea table, there was only a single cup of tea, and its owner remained silent, choosing not to partake in the discussion, simply listening intently. Suddenly, the owner raised the teacup, and immediately, all fell silent. The brutish men, once ferocious, now resembled docile sheep, too intimidated to make a sound. The owner took a sip of tea, placed the cup back on the table, and, under the gaze of all present, calmly stated, "Let the woman be. As for the men, kill them." Chapter 017. Truly you, Jiang Bai, the 9th Research Institute. Dan Hongyi tilted her head, innocently inquiring, Brother Jiang Bai, are you really sure you don't need me to accompany you? Indeed, Jiang Bai nodded. I shall exercise extra caution to avoid being taken advantage of. Dan Hongyi replied, you already possess enough caution. There's no need to accumulate more. If you refrain from deceiving others, it is a blessing in itself. Who possesses the audacity to deceive you? In contrast to Dan Hongyi's lightheartedness, the director pondered a different question. Do we require weapons? Although he was unaware of Jiang Bai's intended actions, he was acutely aware that the arrival of this individual was not fortuitous. Jiang Bai was, indeed, the one who had arrived. Regarding weapons, Jiang Bai had procured some initially, sufficient for self-defense. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, do we have any firearms? Yes. The petite girl eagerly replied, we have shotguns, AKs, sniper rifles, revolvers. A lengthy list of firearms tumbled from her lips as if she were reciting a menu. A question mark slowly emerged above Jiang Bai's head. Is this a research institute or an arsenal? It was evident that these weapons were not what Jiang Bai required. The director suddenly had an epiphany and turned to return to the institute. Moments later, he rushed back, panting, cradling a long black rod in his arms. He dragged the rod laboriously to Jiang Bai, wiping the sweat from his brow. It lacks a gun muzzle. Is it still usable? Gazing at the black rod, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes, as if he were transported back 1,200 years. This weapon, known as the Overlord Spear, was an ancient artifact forged from celestial iron. Measuring 13 feet and weighing a hefty 77 pounds and 7 ounces, it had undergone a transformation following the arrival of a mysterious tide. Many artifacts had exhibited peculiar changes. Upon appraisal and examination, it was determined that these items were inextricably linked to supernatural phenomena, imbued with enigmatic energy, thus becoming mystical tools. The Overlord Spear was among them, having serendipitously fallen into the hands of the first-generation Han Chan. When the first-generation Han Chan vanished, he bequeathed this spear, which subsequently passed into the possession of the second-generation Han Chan before arriving in Jiang Bai's hands. Jiang Bai found the name Overlord Spear to be rather pedestrian and wished to rename it the Spear of Integrity to reflect his principled approach to life. However, this proposal was met with unwavering rejection from the second-generation Han Chan. As he grasped the black rod, his fingers glided over its surface, feeling a chilling sensation coursing through his fingertips. The familiar feeling surged within him, and Jiang Bai felt as though he had returned to 1,200 years prior. He patted the rod affectionately, chuckling, old companion, as if they were once again in sync. Dan Hongyi curiously examined the rod. Puzzled, is this truly a weapon? I have seen ancient long spears, but they all had spearheads. The director scratched his head, awkwardly admitting, the spearhead IT may have been misplaced over time. He even felt a pang of guilt for not safeguarding it better. No, the spear simply lacks a spearhead, Jiang Bai clarified. The individual who passed it to me only possessed half a spearhead and was rather reluctant to part with it. He insisted on keeping it as a family heirloom. With the spearhead in his possession, he sought to both conceal and flaunt it, ultimately devising a rather foolish plan to hide it in his belt, believing no one would notice. Quite amusing, wouldn't you agree? As Jiang Bai recounted the tale, laughter bubbled forth from him as he smiled. His eyes gradually narrowed. Soon, Jiang Bai yawned, rubbed his eyes, returned the gun barrel to the director, and with a nonchalant remark, turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind the notion that they were unworthy of perishing beneath this weapon. Observing Jiang Bai's retreating figure, Shan Hongyi tugged at the director's sleeve and, perplexed, inquired, Director, didn't Jiang Bai Gij just seem quite sorrowful? Not far off, Jiang Bai called back, I haven't gone far yet. Shan Hongyi shrank her neck and made a face at his back. The director affectionately ruffled Shan Hongyi's hair but offered no reply. The ever-curious Shan Hongyi, once Jiang Bai had distanced himself, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Director, isn't Jiang Bai Gij fond of keeping something in reserve? Why then did he not utilize the gun barrel? Clearly, Jiang Bai's earlier statement had left a profound impression on the young girl. It was both domineering and in conflict with his established persona, stirring countless questions within her. Could it be that Jiang Bai Gij had chosen to abandon his role as the sixth wheel? The director, knowing the answer, responded candidly, Oh, he simply cannot lift it now. Shan Hongyi. After the gun barrel was imbued with supernatural powers, its weight had multiplied significantly. Even the director struggled to lift it, while Jiang Bai, embracing it, would likely find it impossible to even walk, let alone engage in battle. What was evidently a personal limitation for him had, in Jiang Bai's words, transformed into an opportunity for bravado. Shan Hongyi remarked, "One can only say, you truly deserve your reputation." Upon leaving the Ninth Research Institute, Jiang Bai made his way directly to the trading market, feigning ignorance of the fact that he was being followed. The rendezvous point was a tea house. In this era, even securing a meal had become problematic, and those who could afford tea were certainly not commonplace. Those who owned tea houses were even less so. As soon as Jiang Bai appeared, the proprietor eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "Brother, you've finally arrived. I thought I would perish waiting for you." He pulled Jiang Bai aside and whispered, "There has been a slight change in circumstances." "What?" Jiang Bai retorted loudly, "You know I am in urgent need of this shipment. I am set to advance next month. Are you deliberately trying to sabotage me during this critical time?" Observing the arrogant young man, the proprietor secretly chuckled at his youth, but his expression remained amiable as he hurriedly clarified, "Brother, do not be anxious. It is a good thing, not a bad one." Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "A good thing? What could possibly be good?" "Well, just hold on a moment." The proprietor stood and glanced outside, ensuring no one was paying attention before he securely shut the door and returned to Jiang Bai's side. "Brother, the items you wish to procure are highly sought after, and the timeline is indeed tight, making it quite challenging. To be frank, I have gathered all that I could from the market, yet I still cannot assemble the complete order. To speak candidly, if even I, Luo Laosan, cannot fulfill this request, then no one in the market can." With a look of disdain, Jiang Bai countered, "Are you implying that you find the payment insufficient and wish to raise the price?" No. Not only is there no need for an increase, but this fortuitous circumstance could also save you a considerable sum," Laosan Luo whispered. "I have a brother working at the Silver Sand Defense Agency. They recently discovered a batch of dubious, mysterious materials, and he has hidden away several boxes. He is eager to sell them now, which is why I thought of you, my dear brother." Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai's face revealed a look of caution, and he lowered his voice. "Purchasing such items isn't illegal, is it?" "It's not illegal if we aren't caught," Laosan Luo replied confidently. "Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. But one thing, my brother, you must accompany me on this outing. We cannot conduct this transaction in the marketplace. Leaving a record of such dealings would be akin to a ticking time bomb." Jiang Bai still appeared somewhat hesitant, uncertain whether to acquiesce to the other. Sensing Jiang Bai's wavering interest, Laosan Luo seized the moment, reducing the price and offering various guarantees, assuring him of absolute safety, effectively filling the young man's head with enticing notions. After much persuasion, Jiang Bai finally agreed to cancel the transaction in the marketplace and accompany Laosan Luo to procure the materials at a lower price. As the big fish was about to be hooked, Laosan Luo's grin nearly stretched to the back of his ears, but Jiang Bai suddenly changed his mind, stating, "There's one last matter." The two had been playing their respective roles for quite some time. The trap had been set, and Jiang Bai was ready to dig his own pit. Upon hearing this, Laosan Luo's heart sank. Sensing trouble, and in a nonchalant manner asked, "What is it?" "If we cancel this transaction in the marketplace," the seemingly harmless Jiang Bai inquired earnestly, "shouldn't you compensate me for the breach of contract?" Chapter 018. A half-open champagne bottle breach of contract. Laosan Luo's expression shifted, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Brother, you must be joking. The marketplace operates under the jurisdiction of the Silver Sand Base, and each shop must pay a rental fee to the base and adhere to various regulations. It is precisely due to the adherence to rules that items here cost at least 30% more than those outside. In the same vein, if Laosan Luo were to cancel the transaction, he would be obliged to compensate for the goods' equivalent value as a breach of contract. What profit would remain then? I know you're anxious, but there's no need to rush." Jiang Bai replied nonchalantly, "You see, our original order has been recorded officially, and I've already paid a deposit. If this business suddenly falls through, with me relinquishing my money and you withholding the goods, should someone investigate and trace it back to us, wouldn't that invite trouble?" Laosan Luo paused, considering Jiang Bai's reasoning, yet sensing something amiss. He quickly regained his composure and suggested, "Then you can cancel the order on the grounds that the goods have not arrived. If the buyer cancels, and the shop agrees to refund the deposit, there will be no breach of contract." Jiang Bai retorted with conviction, "But how can that be? Anyone familiar with me knows I am one to seize a bargain. Why should I pass up this opportunity?" "Laosan Luo, do you even hear what you're saying? Those who know you are aware of your penchant for bargains. Is this a compliment? How can you say that with such pride? Frustrated, Lao San Luo tossed the ball back to Jiang Bai. If that won't work, then what do you propose we do? His bottom line was unmistakable. In business, one must never suffer a loss. If he were to pay Jiang Bai the penalty for breach of contract as per the rules, this transaction would result in a significant loss. Unless a glint of cold light flickered in Luo Lao San's eyes, for he had already concocted a plan. Unless he compensated Jiang Bai with cash, that rascal would soon meet his demise. At that point, the cash would still belong to him. Jiang Bai, on the other hand, unveiled a scheme he had long contemplated. Brother, if you compensate me for the breach of contract as stipulated, I will use the funds to hire 2 bodyguards. We can then proceed to collect the goods together. And there is no need to seek out others for the bodyguards. You can simply introduce 2 friends to accompany us. You see, in a roundabout way, the money will return to your hands, and your friends will accompany us with minimal risk, just a casual stroll after a meal. Upon hearing this, Luo Lao San chuckled. You little rascal, you are indeed clever. You speak so sweetly while effectively getting 2 bodyguards for free. Do you think it's inexpensive for a beginner-level ability user to venture out? Not at all, Jiang Bai scoffed. I require protection from a beginner-level ability user? What a joke. I can take on 10 of them. All right, quite the audacious claim. Luo Lao San squinted his eyes, agreeing to Jiang Bai's proposal. In his view, while Jiang Bai possessed a modicum of cleverness, he lacked true wisdom and was bound to suffer great losses from his petty gains. It appeared as though Jiang Bai had acquired 2 bodyguards without cost, but in truth, these were not mere bodyguards. They were harbingers of death. Luo Lao San's gang had always intended to engage in nefarious deeds, and they were simply waiting for the right opportunity. Jiang Bai, in his naivete, had unwittingly provided the perfect chance for Luo Lao San to position his men close to him. When the moment arrived, they would strike in unison, effortlessly subduing this beginner-level ability user. Before long, Luo Lao San followed Jiang Bai's instructions, first returning 30,000 yuan as compensation for the breach of contract, and then bringing forth 2 fearsome beginner-level ability users to serve as bodyguards. We shall adhere to the old rules and sign the contract at the market. Jiang Bai produced a contract he had meticulously prepared, a standard employment template from the Silver Sand Task Association. We will each have a copy, and I will cover the handling fee at the front desk. The task was straightforward. The 2 men were responsible for protecting him, and in the face of life-threatening danger, they could flee but were not permitted to harm him. The nature of the protection task was all too familiar to these seasoned individuals. The 2 glanced at the contract, confirming there were no issues, and promptly affixed their signatures. Jiang Bai then took the contract to the front desk to pay the handling fee and casually purchased insurance for the 2 men. However, this insurance did not name Jiang Bai as the beneficiary, nor could it. This was to prevent certain task initiators from exploiting dangerous missions to send others to their deaths, subsequently reaping the insurance payout. The beneficiaries of this policy were the 2 burly men themselves. Should they sustain injuries, they would receive a substantial sum for medical expenses. If they perished, the funds would be bequeathed to their families. In Luo Lao San's eyes, purchasing this insurance was an unnecessary extravagance. A waste of money? Yet the affluent Jiang Bai simply remarked that the charming front desk attendant had been persistently promoting the insurance, and he had decided to buy it on a whim. After securing the contract, Jiang Bai produced 2 sets of combat attire and handed them to the ME and as your employer. I am concerned for your safety. Please don this attire. One of the burly men let out a cold snort, declaring, no way, we have something better. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. Excellent. Then let us make a swap. The burly man raised an eyebrow in confusion as Jiang Bai pointed to the mission contract, stating, the contract stipulates that any requests ensuring my personal safety within reasonable limits must be met. Wearing a better combat suit would surely enhance my chances of survival, wouldn't it? The burly man glanced at Lao San, momentarily uncertain. Lao San, slightly impatient, waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's just a piece of clothing. Let him wear it for a while. Once the mission is complete, the suit will still belong to you. Easy for you to say. The burly man pulled Lao San aside, whispering anxiously, if that suit gets damaged, I'll be at a loss for this deal. They had planned to lure Jiang Bai, the unsuspecting target, out for slaughter, and the combat suit worn by him would inevitably sustain damage. Moreover, clothing worn by the dead is considered ominous. However, Lao San remained composed and assuredly replied, what is the fuss? The boss has already made arrangements to ensure your suit remains unscathed. Unscathed? Aren't we supposed to eliminate this kid? The burly man's eyes initially reflected doubt, but soon transformed into a look of realization. The boss has hired a psychic ability user to intervene. Psychics, also known as telepaths, can kill without leaving a trace, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Unless one is a telepath themselves or has refined their skull, ordinary ability users stand no chance against a telepath. A mid-tier telepath would find dealing with a novice like Jiang Bai to be child's play. With the involvement of a telepath, the burly man was quickly persuaded and readily removed his combat suit to exchange with Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai promptly donned the suit over his own and turned to the other burly man, insisting, "You should also make a swap." The other man, somewhat resigned, replied, "My suit is identical to yours. Swapping wouldn't make a difference." Jiang Bai earnestly responded, "I prefer to wear two suits. It's safer." The others were left speechless. After a series of antics, Jiang Bai, now clad in two combat suits, was finally satisfied and departed the trading market with the 3 and I in the eastern part of the city. "Get in my car. We'll arrive in half an hour." The four of them climbed into a jeep, whisked away by the swirling sand, disappearing around the corner. As they watched the jeep vanish, a figure in the shadows picked up a walkie-talkie and quietly spoke. "Wolf's Den, the lamb has set off. The lamb has set off." A crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie, and after a brief pause, a response came through. "Wolf's Den received. Prepare the feast at home and chill that bottle of champagne." Chapter 019. The Art of Caution. Silver Sand Base, East City, Warehouse ID 185. The office on the second floor was illuminated, revealing blurred silhouettes through the window screen. However, upon entering the office, one would be astonished to find it completely empty. Save for two dummies positioned at the desk, occasionally shifting in a cleverly disguised manner. In the adjacent office, the lights were off, yet the sound of breathing could be heard. From the darkness came a slightly muffled voice. I ask, "Is this really necessary?" No one responded. The individual continued to mutter to himself, ambushing a novice esper. "We have dispatched 4 novices and 1 intermediate esper from our side, not to mention our superior. The high-level esper in the rear. Is it truly necessary to summon a telepath to take action? To put it bluntly, the cost of our group's involvement far exceeds that of this novice esper." In the darkness, silence prevailed as he became increasingly agitated. He complained, "The target is approaching, and the trap is set. Yet here you are, forsaking a perfectly good office to hide in this storage room. Is it really essential to be this cautious when an intermediate esper ambushes a novice? Especially a telepath. Such caution borders on cowardice." At last, a response emerged from the shadows. A cold voice declared, "Speak another word, and I will kill you first. The job is not done, and the money will not be refunded." The final words exuded a murderous intent that nearly suffocated the room. The man immediately fell silent, his breathing becoming tense. Naturally, he could not help but grumble inwardly, believing telepaths to be insidious individuals, filled with suspicion, always viewing others as treacherous. Thus, engaging in battle with them was exceedingly troublesome. They tended to make mountains out of molehills, creating unnecessary turmoil. The telepath in the darkness held a similar disdain for these reckless fools. Those who only knew how to fight and kill survived in this apocalyptic world purely by luck, utterly oblivious to the concept of caution. Using a brightly lit office to confuse the enemy while hiding in the storage room. He clearly possessed the strength of a high-level esper, yet consistently claimed to be an intermediate esper, even charging only intermediate rates. He never fought beyond his rank, always concealing at least 3 trump cards in every battle, remaining calm regardless of the circumstances. This was the survival code of a telepath in this dystopian world. He had risen from humble beginnings to become a telepath, breaking through to high levels, honing his skills and striving for greatness, all thanks to this inherent caution. Given time, he would undoubtedly achieve the extraordinary. To put it bluntly, in his lifetime, the telepath had never encountered anyone more cautious than himself. This caution had reached an artistic level. Barely had the telepath spoken when a commotion erupted outside the warehouse. A jeep had come to a halt at the warehouse entrance, and 4 individuals disembarked in succession. A voice crackled in the telepath's earpiece. "The lamb has arrived at the wolf's den." Repeat, "The lamb has arrived at the wolf's den." The telepath closed his eyes, slowly channeling his energy, prepared to strike at any moment. At this juncture, the target had just arrived and remained in a state of vigilance. The instant the target laid eyes on the goods, their guard would drop to its lowest, marking the opportune moment for the telepath to act. Everything was proceeding according to plan with remarkable smoothness. The target was a young man, clad in 2 battle suits, appearing somewhat comical as he followed the others into the warehouse. Before long, a signal indicating action resonated from within the warehouse. In that instant, the lights abruptly extinguished, and in the darkness, several individuals simultaneously lunged at the target. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of muffled thuds, heavy objects crashed to the ground. Someone in the darkness exclaimed, "The point is sharp. Run!" Just then, 2 more muffled sounds echoed. In less than a minute, the ambushers were nearly annihilated. Listening to the commotion emanating from the warehouse, the individual in the storeroom could no longer maintain his composure, letting out a low growl. "Damn it. Why aren't you making your move yet?" The pain was palpable as he kicked against the steel plate. He knew all too well that in order to survive, he had to gamble with his life. Begging for mercy? In this apocalyptic world, such a choice did not exist. He was a reckless man, not a fool. The voice of the telekinetic master echoed once more, lacking the previous decisiveness, now laced with exhaustion and frailty. "I have already made my move." At this moment, the telekinetic master was a pitiful sight, black blood flowing from his orifices, struggling to breathe as he inhaled more than he exhaled. He had attacked the target at the very first opportunity. The opponent had successfully defended, leaving the telekinetic master at a disadvantage. A surge of energy had forcefully interrupted his sequential skill, inflicting severe damage upon him. With no time to ponder the nature of this sequential skill, all he desired was one thing: survival. His mind raced, deducing that his adversary was at least a high-level supernatural being who had refined the skull, or perhaps another telekinetic master. Why advantage lies in hiding in the shadows, having preemptively planned 3 escape routes. The telekinetic master fished a vial of potion from his pocket, crushing it between his teeth and allowing the glass shards to pierce his tongue as the potion coursed into his bloodstream. Taking effect, his injuries began to mend instantly, and the energy within him surged dramatically, elevating his condition to an unprecedented peak. Even when faced with a Hall-level powerhouse, he believed he could grasp a chance at survival. At that moment, voices from the warehouse reached him. "Telekinetic master, stop hiding. I see you. Don't let me catch you, or you will regret it." Listening to the sounds from below, a slight smirk crept upon the telekinetic master's lips. His opponent was attempting to deceive him. The enemy remained downstairs, which was good news, as his position had not been revealed. In the game of strategy, retreat was the best option. Just as the telekinetic master prepared to flee, a ghostly voice echoed from behind. "I told you. I found you. Why don't you believe me?" He spun around abruptly, only to find a blood wolf standing outside the window, its gaze fixed intently upon him. The wolf had a speaker hanging from its neck, and the voice emanated from there. This was bad. He had been deceived once more. Wait, why did I say once more? Just as the telekinetic master contemplated his next move, a low growl resonated from behind. "Stop right there." In an instant, the telekinetic master's mind raced to devise a response. What kind of fool would announce their use of a sequential ability? No, could it be that the one laying traps for him was a fool? Whether he was foolish or not was irrelevant. His sequential ability must be stop. Stop. Even at the same level, the success rate of interruption was quite low. The opponent had already utilized it once before, expending at least 2,000 energy. Even high-level supernatural beings could not use stop so frequently and with such quality. The more energy expended, the better the effect of stop, and vice versa. This time, the probability of successful interruption was minimal. The advantage was mine. Suddenly, the telekinetic master froze in place, his pupils constricting sharply, disbelief flooding his eyes. His sequential ability had been interrupted once again, twice in a row, with at least 2,000 energy spent on stop. What sort of monster had he provoked? A Hall-level powerhouse, or something beyond? He had no opportunity to ponder further. A shadow surged forth from an oblique angle, the right hand swinging wide, delivering a resounding slap to the forehead of the mentalist. The command of stop was left unuttered this time. He was no fool. It was unnecessary to vocalize each time he unleashed his sequential abilities. Just the sheer force of that strike was sufficient to inflict severe injury upon his opponent, not to mention that it was accompanied by the command to halt. With a single blow, the adversary spat blood, his vision clouded with stars, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Effortlessly subduing the last foe, Jiang Bai exhaled a breath of frustration, surveying his surroundings, pondering aloud, from whom shall the interrogation commence? Mentalist, Abba Abba. Chapter 020. You are quite a character. At precisely 6 p.m., Jiang Bai arrived at the Eastern Warehouse ID 185 with Luo Lao San. At 6:03 p.m., Jiang Bai fell under attack. Immediately dialing the Silver Sand Defense Office to report an assault by unidentified individuals, claiming the presence of uncontrolled beasts at the scene. By 6:08 p.m., the Silver Sand Defense Office dispatched Team A3 to provide assistance. At 6:19 p.m., Team A3 arrived, only to find the beasts had vanished, leaving behind 5 corpses, each bearing the marks of beastly mauling, with the cause of death remaining a mystery. Jiang Bai himself sustained minor injuries. The deceased exhibited stable emotions. Upon Team A3's arrival, Jiang Bai precisely described the beast's appearance to the team members. It was as tall as a single red garment, with blood-red fur, resembling a wolf, and a lump on its neck. "Are you Jiang Bai?" The team leader surveyed the chaotic scene with a disapproving expression, scrutinizing Jiang Bai. "Did you file the report?" "Indeed," Jiang Bai replied with calm composure. Articulating fluently, "I had arranged to procure a batch of goods from Luo Lao San at the trading market. He lured me there under the pretense that the goods had arrived, only to inform me that he could not fulfill the order and was willing to compensate for the breach of contract. Offering to direct me to alternative sources for purchasing the goods, I accompanied Luo Lao San to the warehouse to inspect the goods, at which point he attempted to turn against me. Suddenly, an uncontrollable beast burst in and attacked Luo Lao San and his associates. Amidst the chaos, I concealed myself and placed the call for assistance until you arrived." The team leader absorbed none of Jiang Bai's words. His gaze fixed intently on him, chillingly stating, "You know, individuals as composed as you are invariably weave lies." He had encountered many such characters. Blackmailers, imposters, and those who turn the tables, with Luo Lao San deceased and no witnesses to contradict Jiang Bai. The latter could claim anything he wished. Jiang Bai replied earnestly, "I speak naught but the truth. Not a single word is concealed. Should the team leader choose to investigate, corresponding evidence could be uncovered. The truth can also deceive, provided one omits the most crucial details." The team leader cast a glance over the scene, scoffing coldly, "The goods here are all contraband, illicitly imported into the Silver Sand Base, essentially smuggled goods. Your private purchase of such items constitutes a crime. You will accompany me for further questioning," he added. "I find it rather peculiar, Jiang Bai, that you chose to report the incident. Everyone else is dead, yet you emerged unscathed. You could have plundered this warehouse without anyone being the wiser. Even if the mastermind behind the scenes is aware, they would not dare to act against Jiang Bai. Among the deceased, there are 4 initial-level ability users and 1 intermediate level. The fact that one person could slay so many formidable opponents in under 15 minutes indicates that Jiang Bai possesses combat capabilities that can rival high-level ability users. Such powerful individuals are fewer than 100 in the Silver Sand Base. If Jiang Bai does not report the incident, no one will seek revenge against him, and he could reap the rewards of an entire warehouse of goods, leaving the squad leader with no grounds to trouble him. As for the bodies in the warehouse, deaths occur daily in the Silver Sand Base, and no one pays them any heed. I believe there has been a misunderstanding." With a faint smile gracing his face, Jiang Bai calmly stated, "I did not come here to trade in contraband. I am here to seek clues regarding smuggling. In fact, I have left a signed report at the trading market and mentioned the circumstances here when filing my complaint. According to the management regulations of Silver Sand, ability users who receive smuggling leads are obligated to report to headquarters and receive rewards. My actions are entirely legal. You may confirm this with headquarters." The squad leader's expression darkened, and he instantly believed Jiang Bai's words. The reasoning was simple. Encounters with beast attacks or assaults by other ability users are all too common in the Silver Sand Base. Yet the vast majority of individuals would not instinctively report such incidents. Why? Because reporting often leads to no actual support. There is a shortage of personnel and limited resources, with violent events occurring frequently. This is the reality of the Silver Sand Base. Human life holds little value, and the Defense Department is practically non-existent. However, less than 10 minutes after Jiang Bai's report, headquarters dispatched the nearest A3 team for assistance. Either Jiang Bai is an insider, or his report bears significant value. It now appears to be the latter. An entire warehouse of contraband, valued at over 1 million star coins, would warrant the dispatch of the A3 team to provide support and, incidentally, confiscate the goods. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. The squad leader then brought over 2 chairs, taking one for himself while propping his feet on the other, continuing to scrutinize Jiang Bai before coldly inquiring, "Do you know who these deceased individuals are? Do you have any idea whose territory this is?" Jiang Bai shook his head, expressing a desire to learn more. The squad leader continued, "They are all affiliated with Dr. Cha. And this warehouse belongs to him as well. I have no idea why Dr. Cha chose to attack you, nor do I understand why he failed. However, what I do know is that if you do not report this incident today, there might still be a chance for reconciliation between you. Even if you were to seize or destroy the goods in this warehouse, Dr. Cha would not care. But now that you have reported, and we have sealed this place, only one of you can survive the confrontation between you and Dr. Cha." Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai scratched his head and lamented, "I hope I am the one who survives." The squad leader scoffed, "Do you think you're humorous?" Jiang Bai humbly replied, "Those who know me often say so." The squad leader retorted, "You have no idea what it means to offend Dr. Cha in the Silver Sandbase, nor do you comprehend the power he wields behind him." With a chilling tone, the squad leader warned, "Do not blame me for failing to warn you, nor for my harsh demeanor. Anyone caught in this vortex would feel far from pleasant. My actions towards you are merely a declaration of my stance, indicating that I am not allied with you, and I have no desire to involve myself in these trivial matters. As for the remaining issues, let us handle them with due diligence. Do you comprehend?" "Understood." Jiang Bai produced paper and pen, commencing to jot down notes and sketches. "According to regulations, reporting smuggling of contraband would entitle me to a reward of 20 of the goods value." The squad leader responded, stating that the total value had yet to be calculated, and he would contact me once the assessment was complete. After speaking, he sneered coldly. Jiang Bai clearly could claim the entire amount yet opted to report it. Settling for merely 20. "What, I wonder, is this person's true intention?" Jiang Bai continued, "I have employed 2 bodyguards, who perished in battle, and I had procured insurance for them." The squad leader interjected, stating that the insurance compensation is only payable to the individual and their relatives, and does not concern you. Attempting to defraud the insurance? That seems rather naive. "There is no way," Jiang Bai retorted confidently, "but they owe me money." The squad leader chuckled, "Owe you money? Where is your evidence?" Jiang Bai, unperturbed, replied, "Both of them were wearing the 3 combat suits I lent them, which collectively cost 6,800 star coins. Here is the invoice from the trading market, which includes the serial numbers of the combat suits for verification. Since the suits were damaged, they must compensate me." The squad leader, "2 individuals, yet they wore 3 combat suits? How did your combat suits end up with the bodyguards?" Jiang Bai's statement was riddled with inconsistencies, leaving the squad leader momentarily at a loss for a retort. Jiang Bai explained, "I feared for their safety, hence I lent them the combat suits." After a brief silence, the squad leader, with annoyance, stated, "I will deduct 6,800 from the insurance payout to compensate you." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Bai pressed on, "I was injured, and they failed their mission. Logically, they should owe me a penalty fee." "How much?" Jiang Bai candidly replied, "The mission was valued at 30,000 star coins, and due to the premium, the penalty is quite substantial, amounting to 60,000 star coins, with medical expenses calculated separately." The squad leader, exasperated, chuckled, "The total insurance payout for the 2 individuals is merely 65,000. Do they not still owe you 1,800? Jiang Bai nodded. "If I possess any assets under my name, I would not mind." For some unknown reason, the squad leader felt that these 2 men had suffered a double misfortune, having died and then being further exploited. Facing Jiang Bai as an adversary, they must have accumulated considerable misdeeds in their previous lives. The squad leader waved his hand dismissively, "Submit a written application, and the accounting department will determine the compensation due to you. Do not burden me with these matters." Although he said so, he was confident that Jiang Bai would receive compensation upon submission of his application. After all, the value of the goods in this warehouse amounted to millions, and the Silver Sandbase had taken the lion's share. It would be but a minor favor to extend a portion of the bounty to Jiang Bai. Perhaps Jiang Bai was keenly aware of this, which emboldened his audacity. The squad leader, disinterested in further entanglements with Jiang Bai, dismissed him, stating, "If there is nothing further, you may leave. We will issue a wanted notice for Bloodwolf, and will contact you immediately should any information arise. Thank you." Before departing, Jiang Bai sincerely remarked, "You are quite a decent person." Observing Jiang Bai's retreating figure, an unusual glimmer appeared in the squad leader's eyes. This enigmatic individual, emerging from seemingly nowhere, exudes an aura of extreme danger. The squad leader would rather confront a formidable being of the highest order than find himself at odds with this character. One of the team members stepped forward to report, "Captain, there's new intelligence." The squad leader, in a foul mood, replied. The team member glanced at the information on the communicator, swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly, as if gripped by an inexplicable fear. 10 minutes ago, Dr. Chat has perished. Chapter 021. The Killer, Cold Cicada. I am Jiang Bai, currently executing Task 002, on the 10th day post-awakening. I have failed to re-establish contact with the organization. This marks my first appearance in a public setting, attracting the covetous gaze of nefarious elements such as Luo Laosan. On the 9th day after my awakening, Luo Laosan arranged a meeting with me and attempted an ambush. I was compelled to retaliate, for my strength surpassed theirs, my speed of action more rapid. It appeared as though I had struck first, when in truth, they had initiated the confrontation, and I was merely acting in self-defense. By any legal measure, or according to the regulations of the Insha base, I stand innocent, and am even owed a commendation for bravery in the face of danger, a Good Samaritan award. Through a brief interrogation, I gleaned the identity of the mastermind from the lips of Luo Laosan and his ilk. Dr. Cha, I concede that there may have been some violations of human rights conventions during the interrogation. The responsibility lies entirely with Bloodwolf, an aberrant beast unable to restrain its instincts, which is somewhat excusable. Considering it a first offense, a fine of 80,000 is imposed. The information known to these minions about Dr. Cha is scant. He is a high-ranking psychic, renowned for 2 decades, possessing a tea shop in the Insha trading market and 3 establishments in the black market, engaging in smuggling contraband, committing murder to silence witnesses, and trafficking in human lives. His deeds infamously egregious. Dr. Cha himself is a distinguished guest at the headquarters of the Insha base, rumored to have connections with the vice-governor of Insha, a being of extraordinary might. In light of the organization's heinous actions, Bloodwolf, in a fit of rage, killed 5 individuals, leading to a special punishment. An additional 5 chicken drumsticks for dinner. Information about Dr. Cha is limited. Pending further collection. Among those who participated in the attack against me, there was a thought manipulator, whose reckless actions belied his weak abilities. After I subdued him, his psyche suffered a shock, rendering him incapable of coherent speech, merely uttering ABA, ABA. I instructed Bloodwolf to escort this individual back to the 9th Research Institute, where he is currently confined in a small darkroom, awaiting interrogation. Now, a bounty has been placed on Bloodwolf by the Insha base. The origins of Bloodwolf and the reasons behind the assault on the Research Institute remain elusive, yet I sense that answers are within reach. I work to eradicate Dr. Cha's criminal enterprise. I must also unravel the reasons behind his unprovoked attack against me and ascertain if there are other masterminds at play. If so, what motives drive them to strike at me? Was the incident of Task 002 merely an accident, or a result of human design? In the shadows of 1,200 years hence, do foes lie in wait, anticipating my resolution of these matters. Having conveyed what needed to be said, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes and intoned gravely, "Task 002 remains in progress." As he set down the recording device, he immediately noticed a little girl gazing at him with wide-eyed curiosity. She seemed to have a multitude of questions poised to burst forth. "Brother Jiang Bai, did you already know they were going to attack you? Brother Jiang Bai, did you intentionally spend so much money to put on a show for others? Brother Jiang Bai." Jiang Bai quickly interrupted her, feeling compelled to pose just a single question. This curious little one had an endless stream of inquiries. Answering everything would only lead to one's own detriment. After much hesitation, Shan Hongyi finally selected the most pressing issue. "Brother Jiang Bai, the captive you brought back has lost his wits. How do we interrogate him?" According to Jiang Bai's previous assertions, he had effortlessly subdued all 6 adversaries, yet he chose to bring back a fool. What could a fool possibly divulge? Jiang Bai feigned profundity, stating, with ordinary methods, one would certainly glean nothing. The little girl's eyes sparkled. Had Jiang Bai concealed yet another trump card? Did he possess extraordinary interrogation skills? She could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of witnessing something remarkable. Under her eager gaze, Jiang Bai revealed his answer. However, employing heavenly inquiry, we should be able to extract some useful information. Shan Hongyi thought the good news. Jiang Bai had yet another hidden ace. The bad news. This ace belonged to the director. Indeed, before Jiang Bai rendered the thought master senseless with a single slap, he had already considered this factor. The opponent was a thought master, and one could not fathom what means he might possess. Even if Jiang Bai had refined his cranial bone, he could not afford to be careless. It was prudent to incapacitate him first. For others, confronting a fool would pose a significant challenge. Yet, the director's heavenly inquiry did not necessitate the opponent's vocalization to acquire a wealth of valuable information. Having broached this topic, Jiang Bai promptly rose and proceeded towards the small dark room. The director, clad in an ill-fitting white lab coat, was busily tending to the patient on the bed. Jiang Bai knocked gently and entered. "Director, how is the situation?" "Better than anticipated," the director replied, adjusting his glasses. "His injuries have shown considerable improvement. He suffered a comminuted skull fracture and the degeneration of his extraordinary bone, but his life has been preserved. Extraordinary bone is forged from qi. If one does not engage with qi for an extended period or suffers severe trauma, extraordinary bone will regress to mundane bone." Years ago, Jiang Bai had undergone the complete refinement of all his bones, and after 1,200 years of confinement, he had to start the refining process anew from scratch. Thought masters typically refine their cranial bone to enhance their sequence abilities. Jiang Bai's strike had obliterated countless years of the opponent's arduous training. The man still lived, yet could only babble incoherently. The director perused a dictionary, reciting the information contained within. His name is Nangong Xiaoxin, a high-ranking thought master, holder of the human sequence ability No. 66, Chaos. He has been active in the southeastern base for years. This time, while passing through the Yingsha base, he accepted an invitation from Dr. Cha, receiving 300,000 star coins to partake in the ambush against you. The parties had agreed to engage 3 times. Should they fail thrice, Nangong Xiaoxin would depart immediately. The director continued with some inconsequential details, ultimately summarizing, "Time is of the essence. This is all the information we can gather for now. However, there is one matter that concerns me greatly, Jiang Bai. Ever since you interrupted heavenly inquiry with stop, my experience of initiating heavenly inquiry feels markedly different from before. How should I put it? It is akin to the last time the blood wolf attacked. While heavenly inquiry provided accurate information, it concealed the most critical details. Such occurrences have historically been exceedingly rare. The happening of one instance might be attributed to mere coincidence. Yet should a second arise, we must prepare ourselves in advance." The director's intent is quite straightforward. He has gathered substantial information through Tianwen, but he harbors suspicions that Tianwen conceals the most crucial details. The absence of this pivotal information can easily lead to misdirection. Consequently, as Jiang Bai contemplates, he must also factor in this element. Matters of lesser significance can be addressed later. For now, our focus should be on the immediate adversary. Jiang Bai mused, ultimately, the root of the issue lies with Dr. Cha, and it is imperative to seek an opportunity to converse with him. Before Jiang Bai could finish his thought, the director raised his head, regarding him with astonishment, and interrupted, "Dr. Cha is deceased." "Deceased?" Jiang Bai inquired, perplexed. "How did he die?" "Just as I was about to confront him, he meets his end." "What kind of sheer coincidence is this? How did he die? Who was responsible? Who would dare?" The director appeared even more astonished. "Was it not you who killed him?" "Do not slander me," Jiang Bai replied sternly. "If I were to commit murder, I would leave my name." "Oh." The director scratched his head, retrieving a photograph from a dictionary. "This is a picture from the crime scene, sent to me by a friend. Take a look." Jiang Bai accepted the photograph and focused intently. The image depicted a lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, with several large characters written in blood on the wall, starkly read. "The murderer, Han Chan Chapter 022. Why was such a significant matter not disclosed earlier?" The 5 blood-stained characters on the wall appeared not entirely dried. After a brief silence, Jiang Bai spoke. "Do you believe me if I say I am not Han Chan?" The director nodded sincerely. "I do, Jiang Bai. How can one be so honest?" Jiang Bai thought it amusing that the director genuinely believed in his comrades. His innocence was remarkable. Were he to exist 1,200 years ago, he would surely not have been an ordinary university student. At the very least, he would have been a participant in a prestigious program. Jiang Bai closed his eyes, letting out a weary sigh. Muttering to himself, "But I am Han Chan." Jiang Bai indeed was Han Chan. These 6 words, 1,200 years prior, constituted the highest level of secrecy. After having dealt with an apocalyptic catastrophe, Jiang Bai found himself in a precarious state. While his qi was formidable, it posed a constant risk of spiraling out of control. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Bai accepted old Ma's invitation to join the special training camp. Ostensibly a training camp, it was, in reality, a protective facility. Perhaps, in old Ma's eyes, the camp served to safeguard Jiang Bai. However, Jiang Bai's perspective diverged. He firmly believed that the camp's existence was to address the potential for his own instability. If Jiang Bai remained in control, no entity or circumstance could threaten him, rendering any protection unnecessary. But should he lose control, the camp, situated in a desolate wilderness, could mitigate the damage from his potential outburst. Jiang Bai was also aware that not far from the training camp, a spacecraft stood ready at a moment's notice. Should Jiang Bai exhibit any signs of losing control, they would swiftly board the spacecraft with his cooperation and take off, sending the uncontrollable Jiang Bai into outer space. Such a configuration was reserved for beings of unparalleled power. Certainly, these are but past events. The identity of Han Chan held tremendous significance 1,200 years ago, representing one of the highest secrets. Now, after the passage of 1,200 years, it is likely that few remain who recognize the name Han Chan. The director, being one of their own, saw no necessity for concealment. Jiang Bai never anticipated encountering a counterfeit impersonating him at the Insha base. This impostor ruthlessly eliminated Dr. Cha, a high-level extraordinary being with considerable influence at Insha base. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Jiang Bai's mind. The opponent is aware of my identity as Han Chan. Dr. Cha's attempt to ambush me was indeed far from simple. He was silenced. Those who silenced Dr. Cha must also know of my identity as Han Chan. Are they foes or allies? Is it the extraordinary? No, perhaps they are even stronger. Have I caught the attention of a divine general? Presently, my chances against the heavenly emperor seem scarcely above 50%. Merely preserving my life would be deemed a victory. When Jiang Bai opened his eyes once more, his gaze was resolute. The director hastily inquired, "Have you formulated a plan?" "Not quite yet," Jiang Bai replied, shaking his head slightly. "However, in our era, there exists a method specifically designed for such circumstances. By employing this approach, all difficulties will ultimately be resolved." The director's spirits lifted. "What method?" Jiang Bai uttered two words, "Hold a meeting." The director. Director, prepare yourself. We shall convene in the dining hall in 15 minutes to discuss strategies." With that, Jiang Bai was the first to exit the small dark room, followed closely by the director, who secured the door behind them. The moment the door closed, Nangong Xiaoxin, who had previously appeared dazed, suddenly blinked and rotated his eyes slightly before reverting to his vacant state, mouth agape, drooling, and producing incoherent sounds. After leaving the small dark room, the director intended to catch up with Jiang Bai to discuss Nangong Xiaoxin's condition. Nangong Xiaoxin had clawed his way from obscurity to become a high-level telepath, enduring countless life and death battles and numerous perilous situations. Truly someone who had emerged from the grave. Though subdued now, Nangong Xiaoxin remained a dangerous figure. In the past, wielding the Tianwen, the director would have felt no apprehension. Yet now, it appeared that Tianwen was experiencing some issues. If it indeed concealed critical information, Nangong Xiaoxin could pose significant troubles for them. However, the director thought again. One must trust one's comrades. In the matter of Lao Lu, Jiang Bai could indeed be relied upon. Perhaps he had already discerned some clues, since he had chosen not to speak. It must mean he had his own considerations. The director returned to his office, rummaging through materials to diligently prepare for the meeting in 15 minutes. He sensed that the emergence of the name Han Chan had stirred something deep within Jiang Bai. And upon encountering Han Chan, Jiang Bai seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. Perhaps this was the true Jiang Bai. 15 minutes later, in the dining hall, a small blackboard bore the chalk inscription. First combat meeting attendees, Director. Jiang Bai, Shan Hongyi. Security outside, Bloodwolf. Jiang Bai spoke with utmost seriousness, saying, "Hong Yi, you are tasked with recording the minutes of the meeting. This matter is of paramount importance and must be entrusted to someone of sufficient capability. Are you up to the task?" Dan Hongyi nodded repeatedly, responding with a sense of pride. "Absolutely, no problem." Meanwhile, the director scratched his head in perplexity. He suspected that Jiang Bai assigning Dan Hongyi the responsibility of taking minutes was merely an attempt to keep her occupied, thereby reducing her questions. However, the director had no evidence to accuse his colleague. With everything set, Jiang Bai posed the first question, "Director, regarding the incident of my awakening, how many individuals were involved, and how many were privy to the details? I require a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances surrounding it." For 10 days since his awakening, Jiang Bai had never inquired about this matter, nor had the director brought it up voluntarily. Now, someone was using the name Han Chan to commit murder outside. Memories from 1200 years ago resurfaced in Jiang Bai's mind. Old friends, ancient artifacts, bygone events. The mere mention of the name Han Chan struck a nerve deep within Jiang Bai. He needed to locate this individual and ascertain how much they truly knew, whether the organization still existed, and how many remained involved in the Cicada project. There were far too many questions demanding answers. In response to Jiang Bai's probing gaze, the director appeared well prepared. Clearing his throat, he began. I was originally the 12th Divine General, and during an exploration of a relic, I inadvertently discovered clues to save the world. Jiang Bai swiftly interrupted. Hold on. Director, what did you just say? The director reiterated. I said, I discovered clues to save the world during the exploration of a relic. Jiang Bai shook his head. Not that sentence. What did you say in the first sentence? I was originally the 12th Divine General. The director felt a twinge of confusion. Is there a problem? Dan Hongyi, responsible for recording, produced her notes, confirming that the director had indeed stated that. After a moment of silence, Jiang Bai inquired softly. Such a significant matter. Why did you not mention it sooner? The director replied candidly. You didn't, he asked. Jiang Bai. Chapter 023. The Secret Tomb, a forbidden land of death. You didn't ask, so I didn't bring it up. The director's gaze bore a certain naive clarity. Very well, this aligned perfectly with Jiang Bai's perception of him. On the brighter side, at least the director's character remained intact. Jiang Bai decided to shift the topic of discussion. Let us first discuss the matter of the 12 divine generals. Jiang Bai had long harbored some suspicions regarding the director's identity, and now he had received confirmation. The ability to awaken a slumbering self from 1200 years and to refine the 9th set of bone refinement exercises. Mastering the heavenly sequence ability, Tianwen. Jiang Bai understood that the director's strength could not be feeble. Jiang Bai voiced his confusion. As I recall, the 3 systems of heaven, earth, and man correspond to the pinnacle of powerful beings, namely the 4 heavenly emperors, the 8 earthly guardians, and the 12 divine generals. Correct. Director, you are not an ability user of the heavenly system? How then do you qualify as a divine general? This does not add up. Could it be that the director had surprises in store for him? Had he once been a heavenly emperor? This time, Jiang Bai asked directly. The director, with a hint of shame, remarked, I am an adept of both the celestial and human realms. Yet the vast majority of people are only aware of my human abilities. As for my former title as a divine general, I have not held that position for many years, and I have nearly forgotten it myself. It hardly seems significant, so I did not mention it. Clearly, upon witnessing Jiang Bai's reaction, the director realized that his prior role as a divine general was indeed a crucial piece of information. By concealing such vital intelligence, he felt he had betrayed the trust of his comrades, potentially hindering the progress of their mission. In essence, should they fail to save the world, the blame would rest squarely on his shoulders for this act of omission. Overwhelmed with shame, the director frantically ruffled his disheveled hair, his expression more sorrowful than that of a bitter melon. How many times must he be told not to wear such a mournful countenance? Jiang Bai, likely sensing the director's inner turmoil, could not fathom how far-fetched the director's thoughts had become. He placed a reassuring hand on the director's shoulder, suggesting that a touch of joy in the world would greatly aid their mission 002. The director's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Really? He exclaimed, forcing a smile that felt rather strained. In an attempt to appear more genuine, he rubbed his face vigorously with both hands, eventually revealing a sincere and innocent grin. Dan Hongyi pondered over the meeting minutes before her. Was there truly a necessity to document such matters? Returning to the topic of the divine general, Jiang Bai inquired earnestly, what exactly is a divine general? How does one attain such a status, and why have you lost it? The director spoke slowly. There are numerous distinctions beyond the realm of the extraordinary, but generally speaking, it involves the capacity to assimilate a greater volume of indestructible matter, thereby enhancing one's combat prowess. You should be aware that indestructible matter is not genuinely eternal. It is merely a designation. Personally, I believe that what is termed indestructible matter is simply a higher form of qi, akin to water transforming into ice. Its essence remains unchanged. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement, acknowledging this point. The director continued, during the millennium of the 4th mysterious tide era, we were oblivious to the events transpiring in the world. However, regarding the 5th mysterious tide era, as I have previously mentioned, the wilderness became exceedingly perilous, and this danger is linked to the fourth mysterious tide. The history of the fourth mysterious tide is shrouded in obscurity, yet you assert that the danger pertains to it. Jiang Bai articulated his speculation. Could it be that the peril stems from uncontrolled extraordinary beings? Precisely. That is our belief as well, the director concurred. When an extraordinary individual perishes, their powers spiral out of control, affecting their surroundings. The more indestructible matter one possesses, the larger the scale of the chaos, the broader the impact, and the more challenging it becomes to manage. The areas affected by the loss of control following the death of an extraordinary being are referred to as secret tombs. Presently, on this planet, there are over 10 million documented secret tombs. A sharp intake of breath escaped Jiang Bai's lips at this revelation, and he sighed, "How terrifying!" The death of each extraordinary being creates a small zone of devastation, where those beneath the extraordinary threshold face certain death upon entry. Just how many powerful beings emerged during the fourth mysterious tide, and what led to their downfall? Millions of extraordinary individuals. Did they all perish due to the retreat of the mysterious tide? After their demise, why did the extraordinary abilities merely influence the surrounding environment without spreading further? Who constructed their graves? Jiang Bai could scarcely believe that the secret tombs had formed naturally. With the fifth mysterious tide receding, how many lives would it claim? The mists of history grew ever denser, concealing the truth behind a veil. As Jiang Bai navigated through this obscurity, the more he uncovered, the greater his perplexities multiplied, leaving him with endless enigmas and an oppressive sense of dread. Observing Jiang Bai nodding, the director continued, secret tombs also vary in strength, closely linked to the might of the extraordinary individuals during their lifetime. The rules governing these tombs are quite peculiar. To enter, one must possess abilities of the same category. On this planet, the 24 most perilous secret tombs, known as the Forbidden Grounds of Death, consist of 4 celestial, 8 terrestrial, and 12 human tombs. Each forbidden ground possesses its unique circumstances, yet the commonality lies in their instability. Every so often, they undergo mutations, necessitating intervention to restore balance. Failure to address these disturbances in a timely manner could potentially lead to the annihilation of the world. Anyone who successfully manages a mutation within a forbidden ground is recognized as a top-tier powerhouse, essentially the Heavenly Emperor, the Earthly Guardian, or the Divine General I previously mentioned. Conversely, should a Divine General fail to address a mutation, or if someone else intervenes, they will inevitably fall from grace and lose their title. Ah, I see. The director's words alleviated many of Jiang Bai's uncertainties. The director, having previously resolved mutations in the Forbidden Grounds, had earned the title of the 12th Divine General, gaining renown across the realm. However, due to certain circumstances, he could no longer manage these disturbances, leading to his title being passed on to successors. This made perfect sense. Jiang Bai then inquired, dealing with the Forbidden Grounds must confer some special enhancement to one's strength, right? Otherwise, the title of Divine General would merely be a hollow honor, rather than a true emblem of supreme strength. Indeed, the director affirmed with a nod. Successfully managing a mutation within a forbidden ground grants temporary access to certain privileges, allowing one to harness the power of the tomb. That terrifying force, even if only 1% could be wielded, would elevate an ordinary individual to the pinnacle of strength in the world. Jiang Bai fell into silence once more. A single grave, a solitary deceased, with the uncontrolled might of merely 1% could propel someone to the status of Divine General. How formidable must this deceased individual have been in life? And what could have led to their demise? Jiang Bai understood that the director held no answers to these questions. Having clarified the matters regarding the Divine Generals, Jiang Bai remained steadfast in his original intention. Returning to the initial topic, you went to explore ancient ruins. What kind of ancient ruins? Are they also secret tombs? Forbidden grounds? Do you have teammates? Consider them secret tombs, as they do not belong to any known forbidden grounds. The clues were uncovered within the forbidden ground I was assigned to guard. As for teammates, I am uncertain if they qualify as such. The director hesitated for a moment, scratching his head before truthfully responding. The 4 heavenly emperors accompanied me. Chapter 024. I inquired about the heavenly emperors, a divine general, as the most formidable powers of the age mobilized collectively. Even Jiang Bai, upon hearing this extravagant arrangement, was momentarily rendered silent. After a prolonged pause, he could only muster 3 words. And then, he interjected, eager for a follow-up, urging for more details. Jiang Bai was all too familiar with this. The director reminisced. stating that the secret tomb had never been documented. Its origins and the treasures it concealed remained a mystery. Even the opportunity to unlock it was fraught with serendipity and coincidence. While I was stationed at the deathly forbidden zone, I acquired leads about this secret tomb, rumored to harbor secrets that could either save or annihilate the world. In pursuit of this enigma, I brokered an alliance with the 4 heavenly emperors through the human king, and the 5 of us ventured forth to explore the tomb, with any discoveries to be divided among the 4 of them. Stop, stop. Jiang Bai could not restrain himself from interrupting, inquiring, if you could reach out to the human king, why not form an alliance directly with him? If memory serves, the human king's power should rival that of the heavenly emperors, correct? The 4 heavenly emperors merely symbolize strength, each safeguarding one of the most perilous secret tombs within the celestial realm. However, the human king gained his renown not through guarding tombs, but through his formidable prowess, unmatched by any heavenly emperor, coupled with his dignified demeanor and conduct. In Jiang Bai's estimation, it would be no exaggeration to say that the human king possessed a certain charisma reminiscent of his own former self. Given this, when selecting companions, aligning with the human king should take precedence over the 4 heavenly emperors. The director candidly confessed, the human king is quite aged. He spends the majority of his time in slumber, and moreover, he is not an adept of the celestial realm and thus cannot enter this secret tomb. The tomb adheres to special rules, permitting only those with corresponding abilities to gain entry. Though the director is a divine general, he possesses celestial abilities, heavenly inquiry, mastering dual realms. Jiang Bai nodded slowly, understanding now. As it is a celestial secret tomb, the director could only enlist the help of the 4 heavenly emperors. He willingly relinquished all gains within the tomb in pursuit of clues to save the world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai could not help but sigh. Truly, he lamented, I could weep? Jiang Bai gestured for the director to continue. Upon entering the secret tomb, after a fierce battle, we labored to reach its deepest recesses, only to discover that matters were far more complex than we had anticipated. The director's brow furrowed, and as he recalled that fateful year, his countenance turned pale. At the tomb's core, there were 9 grand doors. Jiang Bai's eyes sparkled, immediately drawing upon his extensive reservoir of web literature knowledge to speculate. Bronze doors? Bronze coffins, bronze doors. Anything associated with bronze evokes a sense of ancient history, mysterious origins, and formidable unknowns. Bronze, distinct and extraordinary. The director replied, perhaps you should consider reading less web literature? Dan Hongyi promptly noted in the minutes. Too much web literature. Jiang Bai chuckled sheepishly. Please, continue. The director recounted. Those 9 doors towered 33 meters high and spanned 66 meters wide, their material unknown. The first 4 doors stood ajar, and no light could penetrate within, revealing only an abyss of darkness behind them. The 5th door had a narrow crack exposed, while the remaining 4 doors remained firmly locked. The 9 gates are categorized into 3 distinct states, evoking a sense of enigmatic tides. Jiang Bai pondered aloud, could these gates be connected to the mysterious tides? We share the same sentiment. The director nodded, stating that despite employing every conceivable method, we were unable to ascertain what lay beyond the gates. Some suggested retreating, sealing this secret tomb until we had grown stronger to explore it further. Others proposed daring to venture into the 4 front gates. There were those inclined to open the 5th gate, yet none could persuade the others. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai shook his head slightly, noting that with the king of humans absent, none of the 4 heavenly emperors yielded to one another, and each emperor's condition likely varied. Should a heavenly emperor be relatively weak, they may feel optimistic about the future and hesitate to take risks. Conversely, a heavenly emperor at the peak of their power would possess an unshakable confidence, willing to charge ahead despite the perils that lay before them. A heavenly emperor whose strength had waned might fear that their time was limited, and should they miss this opportunity, there may be no second chance, leading to the most audacious choices. Although Jiang Bai was not present, his conjectures aligned closely with reality. With opinions divided, no one could convince the others. The inevitable outcome was, of course, to act independently. The director continued, elucidating that the situation was quite clear. Even if the other heavenly emperors withdrew from the secret tomb, re-entering would not pose a significant challenge. As merely a divine general, he had only one chance to approach the gate, and he could not simply depart. Having formed a close friendship with one of the heavenly emperors, he made an agreement. He would voluntarily step through one of the gates, And if he were to perish, he would transmit as much valuable information as possible, and his friend would strive to fulfill any unfinished business on his behalf. In this scenario, the heavenly emperors had options, while the director did not. Among the five, he was the weakest, his combat abilities the least formidable, relying entirely on the protection of the other four to reach the end. Though, put it bluntly, the director was treated as a test subject. Faced with the uncertainties beyond the gate, even a heavenly emperor would be cautious, allowing the director to take the plunge aligned with the interests of the four present heavenly emperors. Even if the director himself did not voice it, the others would subtly compel him to do so. Jiang Bai, being a seasoned individual, understood the intricate dynamics at play and sighed in resignation. "You, my friend, are simply too honest." The director, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Those who know me often say the same." Jiang Bai remarked, "Have you taken pride in that?" Since the director remains alive, it stands to reason that the story's conclusion will not be overly tragic. With curiosity, Jiang Bai inquired, "What lay beyond the gate?" "I chose the first gate. Initially, I had intended to select the second, but I found myself unable to enter, as an invisible barrier obstructed my path. Upon entering the first gate, countless points of light materialized before me, some strong, some weak. The intense points shone like blazing suns, their radiance too brilliant to behold, while the faint points were no larger than grains of rice. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, one of these light points darted toward me and penetrated my being. In that instant, I distinctly felt Tianwen being enhanced, becoming unprecedentedly powerful. The director, having turned misfortune into fortune, not only avoided danger but unexpectedly gained strength. A smile blossomed on Jiang Bai's face as he pressed further. "What did you inquire after Tianwen was strengthened?" The enhancement brought about by external forces is by no means permanent. Over time, its effects will inevitably diminish. In other words, the director must promptly utilize Tianwen, for there exists but a singular opportunity. This is his most formidable Tianwen, intended to elicit the question that weighs most heavily upon his heart. Clearly, this inquiry has occupied the director's thoughts for many years. He need not deliberate or hesitate, as it will flow from his lips with ease. After a moment of silence, he articulated the question he had posed in his youth. "I ask this day, how shall we save the world?" Chapter 25. Now, we are comrades to question the heavens about salvation is an answer that was anticipated and deemed reasonable. Yet, upon hearing this response, a faint smile of bitterness surfaced on Jiang Bai's face. Had the director truly obtained a valuable answer and discovered the path to salvation, the Ninth Research Institute would not be in such dire straits that it could scarcely afford its electricity bill. Even so, Jiang Bai felt compelled to inquire further, "And what is the answer?" "I have acquired the coordinates of a secret grave of the human race," the director replied. "With the assistance of 2 divine generals, I deciphered this tomb, and you were excavated from there. The process of awakening you was exceedingly time-consuming and arduous, especially in this apocalyptic era, where merely surviving is a considerable challenge, let alone persevering." As he continued, the director's voice noticeably diminished. It was evident that not all were in favor of his actions, investing time, money, and energy into an abyss, with no assurance of success. Many believed he had lost his sanity. Only on the day Jiang Bai awoke did the director glimpse a glimmer of hope. Feeling the weight of the director's long-anticipated gaze, an invisible pressure descended upon Jiang Bai. He understood. "You regard me as the savior?" The director scratched his head, at a loss for words. Shan Hongyi interjected eagerly, "Yes, the savior, indeed." The mere thought of those 3 words elicited a laugh from Jiang Bai. Suddenly, he posed a question. "Do you have any cigarettes?" The director responded, "Would you prefer electronic or traditional? Are there traditional electronic ones?" The director. Jiang Bai's rebellious spirit shone through. With a smile, he replied, "Traditional will suffice." The director retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his lab coat and handed it to Jiang Bai. With a flick of his fingertip across the table, a tiny flame appeared, effortlessly igniting the cigarette. Shan Hongyi's eyes widened, revealing a rare expression of astonishment. The director wished to explain that this was a simple application of qi, rapidly elevating the temperature in a minuscule area to achieve combustion. Typically, if a normal ability user attempted this, they would risk burning their nails and fingers. Jiang Bai appeared unscathed because he had preemptively sprayed alcohol on his fingertips. Even from across the table, the director could smell the alcohol's scent. However, the director felt that discussing such matters at this critical juncture was somewhat inappropriate. He was perplexed as to why, under such pressure, Jiang Bai still found the leisure to engage in such actions. Perhaps Jiang Bai regarded the situation with indifference, thus feeling no pressure, or perhaps he possessed an inherently optimistic disposition, endowed with a naturally courageous heart. Based on the director's understanding of Jiang Bai, the latter seemed more likely. After lighting a cigarette, Jiang Bai did not take a drag. Instead, he placed it on the edge of the table, allowing it to burn slowly, much like a silent witness. Through the veil of smoke, Jiang Bai gazed at Shan Hongyi, stating that my forthcoming words need not be recorded. Shan Hongyi promptly set down her pen, her hands spread flat on the table, fully attentive, eager not to miss a single word. Director, I may have to disappoint you. Jiang Bai began slowly. In our era, there was a saying. There has never been a savior. Placing all hope for salvation upon a single individual embodies a heroic and idealistic view of history, which is narrow and one-sided. Overcoming the calamity of the mysterious tide is not reliant on one person, or even a handful. It depends on the united strength of an entire nation, the concerted efforts of a civilization, and the relentless perseverance of countless individuals. Indeed, the mysterious tide is a disaster we have yet to comprehend. But that does not mean we cannot conquer it. In the ancient past, people were oblivious to floods, earthquakes, eclipses, and plagues. Yet this ignorance did not hinder the flourishing of civilization on this land. We have traversed 5 millennia to forge our culture. Today, a new catastrophe has arrived. Even if we are momentarily engulfed in darkness and turmoil, and even if the flames of hope flicker perilously low, I still harbor hope because a civilization devoid of hope will choose self-destruction in the shadows, while one imbued with hope will strive to witness the dawn's light. There has never been a savior. If we must speak of a savior, it is you, it is I, it is every individual forging ahead on this path. All those who struggle, fight, and advance for the hope of tomorrow. Each person can be their own hero, and each can also be the savior of this era. These words resonated powerfully, striking with a forceful cadence. How can one articulate the profound impact these words had on the two individuals? Such a statement seems beyond the capacity of someone like Jiang Bai. Perceiving their thoughts, Jiang Bai bashfully remarked, "That is precisely what my instructor told me back in the day." The director, alongside Shan Hongyi, responded, "So you did borrow that." Jiang Bai then shifted his narrative. "My instructor also heard it from his father. He was not the originator. The instructor borrowed it too." At this revelation, the director's expression shifted. A person may be slain, yet the spirit can be perpetuated. The same words spoken by the instructor's father to the instructor, then passed to Jiang Bai, and now conveyed to them. Regardless of how times change, the transmission of this spirit remains constant. The director appeared enlightened, deeply inspired. As long as the lineage of this spirit endures, hope remains. Shan Hongyi, however, regarded Jiang Bai with a skeptical gaze, internally questioning, "Is he trying to take advantage of us?" Jiang Bai rose, straightening his attire, his demeanor serious as he turned to the director. "On behalf of all those who have engaged in this endeavor for the past 200 years, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, director." "Damn it, what is your name again?" Jiang Bai paused, realizing that he had been awake for nearly half a month, yet the director had not once mentioned his name. How could he have overlooked such a detail? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Bai sensed that matters were more intricate than they seemed at I. The director scratched his head in confusion and said helplessly, "The side effects of using Tianwen have completely stripped me of my name. In this world, no one remembers what I was called, and every trace associated with my name has been erased. The first law of the mysterious tides. All things are equivalent in exchange." The director had utilized powers not his own to pose that question and received a clue in return. In doing so, he lost much. His identity as a divine general, his strength, status, wealth, even his very name. A nameless individual gropes forward along this path shrouded in endless darkness. He deserves this gratitude and respect. Jiang Bai spoke earnestly. "In the presence of the instructor, I, Jiang Bai, formally invite you to join Task 002 and assist me in its completion." Across the table, Jiang Bai extended his right hand towards the director. Would he accept this invitation? There was no reason for hesitation. The somewhat awkward director instinctively began to scratch his head, only to realize that this was inappropriate. His hand hovered in midair, uncertain whether to extend it, feeling flustered and exceedingly awkward. Ultimately, he calmly reached out his hand. In that moment, two hands from different eras clasped together. The room resonated with Jiang Bai's deep voice, imbued with a power that this age could scarcely comprehend, sacred and exalted. Now, we are comrades. Chapter 26. A win-win situation. Like-minded individuals are termed comrades. After a brief handshake, Jiang Bai provided the director with additional information. The objective of the mission is to resolve the secondary disaster of the mysterious tides and save all of humanity. Currently, the only personnel involved are you and me. You are still in a trial period and have not yet been formally confirmed. I shall serve as your guarantor. Should you exhibit any signs of betrayal, I will be responsible for your termination. Should you vouch for others to join Task 002 in the future, the same procedure will apply. This latitude and longitude coordinate is a backup warehouse for Task 002, which I speculate to be the closest warehouse to the Silver Sand Base. After 1200 years, who knows if the warehouse still exists? Even if it does, how much of what remains is usable? It's best not to hold out too much hope. It was rare for Jiang Bai to be so serious, and both the director and Dan Hongyi listened intently. In this post-apocalyptic world, as a divine general, the director spared no effort in exploring paths to salvation, and his endeavors had garnered Jiang Bai's recognition, officially making him a member of Task 002. The mission's objectives, regulations, and details about the warehouse. Jiang Bai revealed a considerable amount of information, but not everything. First, one must always guard against potential threats. He was not wary of the director himself, but feared that the director knowing too much could inadvertently endanger him. Secondly, information regarding the Cicada project is classified. The director, still in the evaluation phase, does not have the clearance to access all details. Even amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, Jiang Bai adhered to the protocols established in years past. The director nodded in understanding. Once Jiang Bai had finished outlining the basic situation, the director felt it necessary to say something. The director pondered for a moment and realized that all significant matters had already been addressed. So he felt compelled to reintroduce his circumstances. I possess dual abilities: the celestial system, Tianwen, and the human system, Shanbian. Due to the overexertion of my powers, both abilities have now reached a nearly advanced level. The director elucidated that while it is manageable to cultivate dual systems before transcending, once one enters the realm of the extraordinary, the abilities of each system must achieve equilibrium. Otherwise, the inner chi may spiral out of control, leading to severe injuries or even a fall from one's realm, with fatal consequences in the worst-case scenario. Crossing the threshold of the extraordinary elevates the very essence of life. Consequently, a dual system practitioner must attain the pinnacle mastery in both systems to simultaneously challenge the extraordinary. The director's decline in rank, from divine general to an advanced practitioner, differs slightly from Jiang Bai's situation. For Jiang Bai to restore his former strength, he merely needs to diligently cultivate and gradually loosen the seals. The director, on the other hand, must first heal his injuries before seeking further advancement. I understand, Jiang Bai mused. Given your current predicament, achieving extraordinary status again seems nearly impossible. Have you considered cultivating an additional system as a contingency? Huh. The director was momentarily taken aback, startled by Jiang Bai's audacious proposal, and instinctively began to scratch his head. Until now, the director had devoted all resources and energy to awakening Jiang Bai. Now that Jiang Bai had awakened and was steadily regaining his strength, within less than half a month, even advanced thought masters were no match for him. This rate of combat power enhancement was nothing short of terrifying. Jiang Bai did not require anyone's concern. Rather, it was the director who needed to earnestly contemplate how to elevate his own strength and strive to keep pace with Jiang Bai. To cultivate another system and become an Earth system practitioner. If the director were still above the extraordinary, he would never consider this path, as the risks would be too great and the rewards too meager. However, now that the director had hit rock bottom, any direction he chose would lead upwards, alleviating many concerns and making it worth a try. Jiang Bai merely mentioned the notion of tri-system cultivation in passing, without it being the primary topic of this meeting. After the director joined Task 002, everyone resumed their seats to continue discussing the previous agenda. Jiang Bai cleared his throat and stated solemnly, I have a friend named Han Shan, and currently, someone is impersonating Han Shan and committing murder in his name. This is slander, a blatant slander. As Jiang Bai spoke with increasing fervor, he even began to pound the table. Dan Hongyi found it somewhat peculiar and murmured, Isn't he your friend? Why are you more agitated than the slander itself? The director kindly explained, In Jiang Bai's era, I have a friend subtly represents himself. Dan Hongyi suddenly understood. That was indeed a subtle representation. Had the director not pointed it out, Dan Hongyi would have remained in the dark. Across the table, Jiang Bai observed the director and Dan Hongyi, sensing a feeling reminiscent of the legendary duo Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. Ultimately, the burden of the Ninth Research Institute would rest upon Jiang Bai's shoulders. Relying on these two talents, the meeting progressed swiftly, and Jiang Bai outlined 3 tasks. 1. To ascertain the identity and background of the impersonator as swiftly as possible while ensuring personal safety, bringing all wrongdoings to justice. 2. In the interest of ensuring personal safety, endeavor to acquire as many resources as possible to enhance the overall combat capability of the Ninth Research Institute. 3. While prioritizing one's own safety, seek a means to obtain a new visualization diagram. There is no urgency, but it is imperative that the quality is exceptional, capable of awakening high-tier sequential abilities. The director may require the simultaneous cultivation of the 3 systems, making the visualization diagram indispensable. Jiang Bai aspires to achieve the extraordinary, necessitating that all 3 systems of heaven, earth, and humanity reach a Hall-level proficiency, thereby requiring an abundance of visualization diagrams. For Jiang Bai, collecting these diagrams represents the swiftest method to bolster his combat prowess. Whether awakening the heavenly or earthly systems, the loosening of the seals of Heaven's Mandate, or Geographical Advantage, would constitute a significant enhancement for Jiang Bai. However, this endeavor encounters a slight obstacle. Visualization diagrams are exceedingly expensive, remarkably so. These diagrams can transform an ordinary individual into a superhuman, their materials are exceedingly rare, and each use diminishes their quantity. Once a divine general, the director, after exhausting all means and liquidating assets, could only barely retain a single visualization diagram. The last auction of a visualization diagram in the trading market of the Insha base fetched an astronomical price exceeding 100 million. Given the current financial status of the Ninth Research Institute, affording such a sum is utterly beyond reach. Jiang Bai must seek alternative avenues to procure a visualization diagram. The meeting thus concluded. Dan Hongyi meticulously organized the minutes, feeling a tinge of regret. Alas, Jiang Bai's earlier remarks were not to be recorded. Even Dan Hongyi had to concede that in that fleeting moment, Jiang Bai's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Jiang Bai gently patted the little girl's head, reassuring her that it was of no consequence. Even without written records, it suffices to remember things in one's heart. Writing them down or speaking them aloud pales in comparison to holding them within. The little girl nodded vigorously, signaling her understanding. Jiang Bai casually remarked, "Besides, my recording pen has been running this entire time. One's moment of brilliance need not be recorded by others. Jiang Bai would capture it himself." Dan Hongyi. So? Dan Hongyi gritted her teeth and asked fiercely, "If you recorded it, why must I take the meeting minutes? Do not concern yourself with such trifles." Jiang Bai waved his hand grandly and shifted the conversation to another matter. "Hongyi, my dear sister, I recently came into a windfall. Let me calculate it for you. I received a refund of 30,000 for materials, paid a penalty of 30,000, received 65,000 in insurance compensation, and earned over 200,000 for reporting smuggled goods." Jiang Bai counted on his fingers. "I currently have approximately 400,000 at my disposal." Dan Hongyi's eyes lit up. "So, you intend to repay me?" Jiang Bai declared with righteous fervor. "Repay? Of course. One must always repay borrowed money." As he spoke, he produced a 100,000 yuan card and placed it on the table, yet did not immediately hand it over. Beyond repayment, Jiang Bai had a more enticing proposal. "Look, I can turn that 100,000 into 400,000 in just a week. With this ability to generate wealth, do you not wish to lend me a bit more? The more you lend, the more you earn. If you were to lend me 13 million, I would repay you 39,000 in interest each month. A true win-win. Do not be hasty in your refusal. I toil outside, risking my life to earn a living, and I have returned every penny with interest. What does this signify? I am laboring for you at the cost of my very existence. My friend, do you think I would jest about my life? I value my life dearly, you know." Listening to Jiang Bai's persuasive words, Shan Hongyi felt her head spinning as if it were filled with glue. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, a glimmer of clarity began to emerge from her previously bewildered expression. She understood. Jiang Bai's reasoning held merit. According to his calculations, with a monthly interest rate of 3 and the compounding of interest, if Shan Hongyi were to invest 1 million star coins with him starting in January, by December, she would possess 1.42 million star coins, a staggering annual return of 42. Money begetting money. Shan Hongyi seemed to envision countless star coins beckoning her. However, there was a caveat that I currently only have a little over 800,000 star coins left. After much hesitation, Shan Hongyi finally resolved, Brother Jiang Bai, I shall lend you 2 million star coins, and I will draft an IOU for one. 2 million, Jiang Bai. This left Jiang Bai utterly speechless. He realized that if the director was a naive graduate student pursuing both a master's and a doctorate, then Shan Hongyi was akin to a freshman in college. Matters concerning money were not so pressing. After all, I have no immediate need for funds, do I? Jiang Bai reassured Shan Hongyi, I will keep my money with you. You need not worry, I will pay the interest as if it were for 2 million. With that, Jiang Bai promptly withdrew 60,000 star coins and handed them to Shan Hongyi. Excellent, thank you, Brother Jiang Bai. Observing the money in her hands, Shan Hongyi beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly, I will certainly safeguard your funds. The director, who had been silently observing, wore a puzzled expression. Wasn't this money originally Shan Hongyi's? How did it suddenly become Jiang Bai's? Why did Shan Hongyi need to write him an IOU? Something seemed amiss. Her small mind was filled with great confusion. Jiang Bai yawned and stretched, Director, let us conclude for today. Everyone is weary, and it would be wise to return and rest early. Very well, with that, the meeting adjourned, and the three returned to their respective quarters. Upon entering his room, Jiang Bai turned off the lights and retrieved his voice recorder. His movements were fluid and efficient as the device flickered with a red glow. And he spoke to himself in the darkness, I am Jiang Bai, currently executing task 002.it, is the 11th day post-awakening, and I have yet to re-establish contact with the organization. We convened an impromptu operational meeting, the minutes of which were compiled by Shan Hongyi, and I am recording a backup, shall not elaborate on the meeting's content. There are numerous suspicious aspects concerning my experiences since awakening that warrant my heightened vigilance. Jiang Bai articulated the uncertainties clouding his mind, noting the director's abilities as heavenly inquiry and eloquent argumentation. The Research Institute's first encounter with an attack was the incursion of the Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf does not comprehend human speech, rendering the director's eloquent argumentation ineffective. I do not believe this to be mere coincidence. Who is the mastermind behind the attack targeting me, Dr. Cha? And who impersonated Han Chan to kill Dr. Cha? Captured alive, Nangong Xiaoxin seems to have regained his senses and is scheming to undergo a surprise interrogation tonight. The aim is to leverage Nangong Xiaoxin as a breakthrough point to shift the situation. Simultaneously, I must remain vigilant, as Nangong Xiaoxin could potentially serve as bait. The adversary, capable of swiftly eliminating Dr. Cha within a mere window of opportunity, can undoubtedly do the same to Nangong Xiaoxin, leaving no survivors. In other words, my successful capture of Nangong Xiaoxin is something the opponent has orchestrated intentionally. I am acutely aware of this ploy, and he knows that I am aware of his intentions. This entire affair has devolved into a nested conundrum, and such a game of strategy will ultimately manifest as an overt scheme, pressed by circumstance. During this interim, the only course of action available to me is to enhance my own capabilities as much as possible before the adversary can achieve their goals. Having articulated his lingering doubts, Jiang Bai's voice bore a hint of exhaustion. Task 002 remains ongoing. Since awakening, Jiang Bai has made recording a habitual practice, as it is integral to the plan. After uttering his final words, he succumbed to slumber, the room filled with the subtle sounds of his snoring. 2 hours later, the alarm gently vibrated, and Jiang Bai instantly opened his eyes, fatigue dissipating. Stealthily exiting his chamber, he made his way to the dim confinement of Nangong Xiaoxin. Preparing for the impending interrogation, a soft flicker. His fingertips glided across the tabletop, igniting a flame that illuminated the small dark room. Within, an unexpected figure occupied a chair, dangling in a tightly bound state. Nangong Xiaoxin remained unresponsive, his eyes vacant, drooling and mumbling incoherently. Upon Jiang Bai's sudden appearance, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Jiang Bai lit a candle with the flame from his fingertips, extinguished it with a flick of his wrist, and casually remarked, Xiaoxin, you have at least 3 things to say. Nangong Xiaoxin's eyes shifted, seemingly hesitating. He could not discern whether this individual was attempting to deceive him or genuinely knew him inside out. If I were you, I wouldn't gamble. Under the candlelight, Jiang Bai flashed a smile, his tone icy as he stated, a captive who cannot regain his senses holds no value for me. Why keep you around? To cure your ailments or to fatten you up? As he spoke, he slammed a handgun onto the table. Attempting to intimidate with a firearm? Nangong Xiaoxin remained unmoved. He had endured numerous life-and-death battles, facing situations far worse than this. Fear was not his response. To expect a mere handgun to extract information from him was a rather juvenile tactic. Jiang Bai patiently clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I want to shoot you." That would be illegal. He shifted his discourse, adding, "Moreover, think of the wasted bullets. Do you not realize how impoverished we are?" Nangong Xiaoxin. Jiang Bai continued, "We lack funds, and thus we lack bullets. However, fortunately, I am a proponent of frugality. There was a time when I too faced a shortage of ammunition, and I ingeniously devised a method to manufacture bullets from bone. Believe it or not, the unique properties of these bones result in bullets with enhanced lethality, fetching a handsome price." Nangong Xiaoxin. Have you considered the absurdity of your own words? A chill enveloped Nangong Xiaoxin as he recalled that despite Jiang Bai's seemingly innocuous demeanor, it was this very individual who had ensnared him. In terms of cunning, this man surpassed him by 1,000-fold. Jiang Bai rose to his feet, a magazine in one hand, and approached Nangong Xiaoxin with caution. He continued, "I shall commence with the skull and unveil a secret to you. While extracting the skull, one can leave behind a delicate layer, akin to peeling a raw egg. Envision, if you will, a thin membrane of bone encased in qi, allowing your brain to function normally while amplifying your sensitivity to pain 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Truth be told, this demands a level of skill that surpasses even the art of Ling Qi. In the past, there were no more than 5 individuals globally capable of such meticulous craftsmanship. Not even the most esteemed surgeons could achieve it. Yet today, fortune smiles upon you, for I have succeeded every single time." As he spoke of this matter, a proud smile graced Jiang Bai's face, clearly relishing the notion of his impeccable success rate. "Dio, you comprehend the value of a 100 success rate." With that, Jiang Bai produced a dagger, scrutinizing the target's head as if deliberating on the optimal spot for his incision. I will divulge anything you wish to know." Under the immense pressure, Nangong Xiaoxin's psychological defenses crumbled. This man was no mere mortal. He was a demon, and even the wanderers of the wilderness appeared angelic in comparison. Nangong Xiaoxin had no doubt that in the hands of this fiend, he would find himself trapped in a fate worse than death. Thus, he complied readily. In truth, I was summoned by the vice-governor. He requires my entrance into a secret tomb to draw out its master, seizing the opportunity to assassinate Governor Sand and usurp his position." Beads of sweat formed on Nangong Xiaoxin's forehead as he spoke with increasing fluency, spilling his secrets as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube, terrified that a single omission could lead to his dire demise. Jiang Bai, growing impatient, interrupted, "Who asked you about that?" "Ah?" Nangong Xiaoxin was taken aback. This was his most guarded secret, and if Jiang Bai did not inquire about this, what could he possibly want to know? Money, money. Am I here in the dead of night to weave terrifying tales with you for naught but a whim? How audacious of you! Do you not realize I am still in my youth, growing while I sleep?" Jiang Bai rolled his eyes in discontent, retorting, "Where did the 300,000 star coins Dr. Cha gave you vanish to? What about my money?" Nangong Xiaoxin responded, "You went through all this trouble just for 30,000 star coins. You disregard the plot against the governor laid bare before you, fixating solely on that sum. You are fully aware that I have regained my senses yet chose not to act against me merely to claim this money?" In that moment, Nangong Xiaoxin was at a loss for whether to scoff or to feel relieved. At the very least, it appeared that a glimmer of hope for survival had emerged. After a brief pause, Nangong Xiaoxin cautiously inquired, "If I hand over this money, can it buy me a life?" Jiang Bai shook his head. "The crimes you have committed are grave. Let me enumerate them for you. Organized crime, attempted murder, abuse of extraordinary powers, participation in the conspiracy against the governor is a capital offense. You wish to purchase your life?" Jiang Bai stated earnestly, "It will require more money." Chapter 028. The mature captive more money? Upon hearing this phrase, Nangong Xiaoxin seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope for survival. He responded cautiously, stating that among the 300,000 star coins, only a deposit of 100,000 was paid, which he concealed in the seams of a bed at an inn. The star coins at hand were scarce, having been exchanged for mysterious materials and props hidden away. Apart from the possessions he bore, Nangong Xiaoxin meticulously divided his assets into 3 portions. 2 portions were concealed within the silver sand base, while one was hidden in the wilderness. Piecing together these scattered items, Their total value exceeded 2 million star coins. After discussing finances, Jiang Bai began to inquire about intelligence regarding the conspiracy against the governor. Reiterating his questions, Nangong Xiaoxin recounted everything he had divulged, including the coordinates of the secret grave. As he spoke, Jiang Bai probed further, repetitively asking certain questions to ensure that Nangong Xiaoxin was not deceiving him. Thus, they toiled through the night. Jiang Bai placed a sheet of paper before Nangong Xiaoxin, instructing him to sign it. A quick glance revealed that it contained all that he had stated, with the final line reading, "I have reviewed the above content. It is all true," signature. Naturally, Jiang Bai had no intention of allowing him to sign. Instead, he stamped it with a red handprint, indicating his intent. At 2 in the morning, Jiang Bai commenced an intensive interrogation of Nangong Xiaoxin. As he neared the conclusion, the dawn began to break, and the research facility was on the verge of a power outage. Exiting the small dark room, Jiang Bai encountered the director in the corridor, whose expression bore no surprise. Clearly, the director had anticipated Jiang Bai's actions, choosing to neither intervene nor express concern, opting instead to wait outside the door in case any situation arose, allowing for prompt assistance. It was precisely because the director was stationed outside that Jiang Bai could fully immerse himself in the interrogation without fear of an ambush. The director opened his eyes wide, yawned, and lethargically inquired, "Finished asking?" Jiang Bai nodded affirmatively, stating that he had concluded, and that there was not much of value to be gleaned. The entirety of a high-level telepath's estate, the conspiracy against the governor, clues regarding the visualization diagram, along with an anonymous card containing 100,000 star coins. This comprised Jiang Bai's entire haul. For an ordinary individual, such a fortune would ensure a lifetime of financial security. Yet Jiang Bai's tone was tinged with profound regret, as if he had suffered a loss. Nangong Xiaoxin had been excessively cautious, presenting himself as a mid-level telepath and earning relatively little. In contrast, other high-level telepaths, even if not worth over 100 million, would at least command a valuation in the tens of millions. Jiang Bai lamented the substantial sum he had missed out on, considering it a loss. The director merely acknowledged with an "oh," his expression revealing a sense of confusion. He was not particularly concerned with these material possessions. Rather, he pondered another question. Jiang Bai countered, "Is there an issue?" After a moment's hesitation, the director voiced his perplexity. "Why did you not kill Blood Wolf, yet eliminated the 5 individuals in the warehouse? You killed those in the warehouse, yet spared Nangong Xiaoxin?" The disparate methods Jiang Bai employed during the 2 attacks made it challenging to discern a pattern. Contributing to the director's bewilderment, an ordinary person would either kill all or spare all, not oscillate as Jiang Bai did. Moreover, Nangong Xiaoxin was not inherently malevolent. In this apocalyptic era, with societal order disintegrating, we cannot impose the moral standards of a peaceful time upon every individual, nor can we self-restrain in such a manner, for that would be akin to a martyr complex, which leads to the swiftest demise. Jiang Bai spoke earnestly, presenting him with an opportunity for redemption, a chance to reinvent himself. It now depended solely on his ability to seize it. The director, while taking notes, expressed his perplexity, questioning why only he was granted this opportunity, whereas the 5 deceased in the warehouse were not afforded the same. Had anyone else posed this question, Jiang Bai would have deemed their inquiry as mere contentiousness. However, observing the director's clear and innocent gaze, Jiang Bai recognized that this individual genuinely struggled to comprehend. Each person's worth is distinct. The living possess their own value, just as the deceased do. Their existence or demise hinges upon the maximization of my own value. Though this may sound rather stark, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. I cannot allow others to hold a knife to my throat while I remain polite. The individuals and beasts you mentioned all desire my demise. Those who kill are invariably met with death in return. According to the current rules, I naturally possess the right to retaliate, yet the decision to kill or not rests with me. The Blood Wolf serves as excellent research material, hence its survival. Nangong Xiaoxin is a bait left by my enemies, which is why he too remains alive for the time being. As for the 5 in the warehouse, I had already extended them a chance. Jiang Bai patiently elucidated that at any juncture, they could have renounced their assault on me. This was their opportunity for survival. Even after I subdued them, I had provided them with a chance. The director pressed on, inquiring what kind of opportunity it was. Never having killed a child, never having bullied the opposite sex, never having committed unforgivable acts. This is the first criterion. being able to articulate one beneficial deed they have performed for this world constitutes the second criterion. Jiang Bai shook his head in resignation, lamenting that they could not even surpass the first hurdle. The director scratched his head, realizing the truth in this assertion. The subordinates of Dr. Cha were notorious for their malevolence, committing heinous acts without remorse, with each having taken the lives of numerous individuals. In this apocalyptic world, the number of those who could meet Jiang Bai's first criterion was indeed scant. The director posed one final question. How could Jiang Bai ascertain that they spoke the truth? Given Jiang Bai's inquiries, it was evident that anyone could claim innocence to secure a chance at survival, leaving Jiang Bai without the means to verify their answers in such a brief span. If so, why would they not choose to lie? The director found himself puzzled. Jiang Bai offered a knowing smile, declaring, I believe they are honest. They will not lie. Within the confines of the room, Nangong Xiaoxin shivered involuntarily upon hearing this statement. He recalled the 10 dark minutes spent in the warehouse, where he feigned ignorance, witnessing Jiang Bai interrogate those 5 individuals. That memory, even now, felt akin to enduring a hellish ordeal, with Jiang Bai emerging as a demon from an endless abyss. Why did Nangong Xiaoxin's psychological defenses crumble so easily? It was because he had truly witnessed Jiang Bai in action. High emotional intelligence, honesty, an unwillingness to deceive. Low emotional intelligence. Falling into Jiang Bai's hands is akin to a fate worse than death. It is better to confess one's deeds and seek a swift end. The same words, when heard by Nangong Xiaoxin, held one meaning, yet conveyed an entirely different connotation to the director. Jiang Bai not only believed in his comrades, but also placed his trust in his adversaries, embodying the virtues of great benevolence and righteousness. However, placing excessive trust in one's enemies can lead to dire consequences. The director silently resolved within himself to ensure that Jiang Bai remained vigilant, lest he be deceived by adversaries. Very well, I have no further issues, he stated, tucking away his dictionary before turning to depart, vanishing at the end of the corridor. Jiang Bai cast a glance back at the dimly lit room, noting that the door was not securely fastened. Their previous conversation had not escaped the attention of Nangong Xiaoxin. Jiang Bai had done so intentionally. At times, allowing others to overhear certain dialogues could yield more impactful results. Suddenly, he posed a question. Can you pass the first trial? In the shadows, Nangong Xiaoxin eagerly replied, yes. Yet, after a moment of silence, he let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head in resignation as he murmured to himself. No, Jiang Bai was not at all taken aback. He continued with his inquiry. Then can you recount a deed that would benefit this world? Once more, Nangong Xiaoxin lapsed into silence. A beneficial act for the world? In this wretched realm, amidst the chaos, one could scarcely perceive any beauty or hope. What could he possibly contribute to this utterly dismal existence? Engage in combat with otherworldly beasts? Resolve the troubles of uncontrollable secret graves? Even if Nangong Xiaoxin were inclined to undertake such endeavors, his abilities were severely limited. Thus, it hardly constituted a meaningful contribution to the world. It was not a viable means of survival for a moment. He found himself at a loss for an answer. After a thorough introspection, he tentatively responded, I can assist you in your work. It was evident that Jiang Bai harbored aspirations and ideals for this world. By serving as Jiang Bai's subordinate, rather, as a vanguard. Wasn't that in itself a contribution to the greater good? Satisfied, Jiang Bai closed the door, leaving Nangong Xiaoxin in darkness with a final remark, you have already become a mature captive. Chapter 029. Youth. Do not be too young. A mature captive must learn to exploit their own surplus value. After attending to the matters concerning Nangong Xiaoxin, Jiang Bai returned to the surface, seeking a cool spot for a brief respite. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already 1 in the afternoon. After hastily consuming a can of food and 2 energy bars, he summoned Dan Hongyi and set out in a jeep. Curiosity piqued, Dan Hongyi inquired, Brother Jiang Bai, where did you acquire this vehicle? Jiang Bai humbly replied, it was a gift from a friend. That fellow, in his final moments, had willingly bequeathed all his possessions to Jiang Bai in exchange for the hope of preserving his own life. Jiang Bai, ever just, calculated aloud, based on the crimes you confessed to, you deserve to be executed thrice. The sum you now offer is sufficient to purchase 1.78 lives. Might you not gather a bit more? Even as Jiang Bai generously disregarded the fractional 0.22 life, the other party was left with not a single penny. Jiang Bai could only ruefully accept the jeep, which, despite its defective horn, rattled and creaked at every turn. Driving with Dan Hongyi, he arrived at a familiar location, the trading market. Upon spotting the market sign, Dan Hongyi's eyes brightened, and she eagerly asked, "Brother Jiang Bai, who are we going to swindle this time?" Jiang Bai responded, "Is this how you perceive me?" He playfully rapped Dan Hongyi's head, admonishing, "Swindling? We are conducting legitimate business." He parked the jeep with a flourish and strode confidently into the market alongside Dan Hongyi. As the two individuals stepped into the bustling marketplace, they immediately captured the attention of numerous onlookers. The once lively atmosphere of the market fell into a notable silence. Under the weight of so many gazes, the young woman clad in red felt a twinge of discomfort, instinctively retreating behind Jiang Bai. In contrast, Jiang Bai strode purposefully towards the reception desk. Upon his arrival, the receptionist sprang to her feet, her complexion paling slightly as she forced a smile. "Good day, how may I assist you?" she inquired. Jiang Bai stated his purpose clearly. "Hello, I wish to rent a shop." "Rent a shop?" The receptionist momentarily faltered, then quickly retrieved a ledger, searching for available rental spaces. "No need to look," Jiang Bai interjected, pointing directly to a shop in the corner. "I will take that one." She glanced in the direction he indicated, where a tea shop stood. Flustered, she stammered, This shop's lease has not yet expired." Jiang Bai smirked, a hint of disdain in his tone as he replied, "The owner of the shop is deceased, is he not?" The moment those words escaped his lips, a heavy silence enveloped the marketplace, with all eyes fixated on the reception area, keenly observing the unfolding scene. The tea shop belonged to the tea master, who had met his demise within its very walls, a grim message scrawled upon the wall reading, "The killer, Han Chan." The last individual to harbor a grudge against the tea master was none other than the young man before them, Jiang Bai. Now, he swaggered into the marketplace, boldly demanding to rent the tea shop. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. How audacious! Many spectators regarded Jiang Bai with a mixture of schadenfreude and disbelief, even beginning to wager on how long this audacious youth could last. Though the tea master had perished, his influence remained formidable. Jiang Bai's actions transcended mere provocation. They were a blatant affront. The receptionist stood momentarily speechless, her lips fumbling to form a coherent sentence. According to market regulations, upon the death of a leaseholder, the lease automatically terminated, allowing the shop to be re-rented. Jiang Bai was clearly well prepared, articulating slowly, "If this matter is beyond your resolution, you may summon your supervisor." Before the receptionist could seek guidance, a figure emerged from behind. The voice preceded the person, announcing his presence. It was said that Jiang Bai, a young hero, remained undaunted even in the face of collective hostility, having bested even the formidable high-level thought master, Nangong Xiaoxin. This day, witnessing him in person, one could not help but be struck by his extraordinary demeanor. With a hearty laugh, a middle-aged man approached Jiang Bai with measured steps, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. He exuded an air of strength, his goatee framing a face adorned with thick brows and piercing eyes, his muscular form concealed beneath a flowing robe, imparting an impression of imminent danger. As he halted before Jiang Bai, he extended a hand and introduced himself, Deputy Governor Yi of the Silver Sand Base. Jiang Bai regarded him coolly, withholding his hand initially. Deputy Governor Yi was an extraordinary powerhouse, a staunch ally of the late tea master, and the very individual who had enlisted Nangong Xiaoxin in a scheme to eliminate the governor and seize his position. The intentions of this newcomer were far from benign. Moreover, Yi earlier remarks, veiled as pleasantries, had subtly conveyed a wealth of information, more akin to a veiled insult than a greeting. Jiang Bai opened his mouth and spoke leisurely. "I have heard that Nangong Xiaoxin is a mid-tier thought master. Surely, the governor has erred in this regard. This individual, Nangong Xiaoxin, possesses a certain reputation among the practitioners of extraordinary abilities. There is no other reason for this but for his excessive caution, which reaches an astonishingly intolerable level. Yet, it is precisely such a person who receives the description of reckless from me, why prudence far surpasses that of Nangong Xiaoxin." Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Yi swiftly waved his hand, correcting him, "It is vice-governor." "Not just governor, the term vice carries particular weight in my pronunciation. Young Jiang, you must exercise greater rigor in your speech. Here in our Yingsha base, there can only be one governor." Yi sought to probe Jiang Bai by bringing up Nangong Xiaoxin, yet Jiang Bai, with his own cunning, brought the contention between the governor and vice-governor into the open. "Isn't this just a matter of mutual annoyance? Come now, let us engage in a bit of playful harm. Apologetically, he added, forgive me, for I am rather straightforward. I merely spoke as I perceived you to be someone destined for the governorship, and it slipped out. My apologies truly for stating such blunt truths. Though Jiang Bai expressed regret, his expression bore a smirk that was distinctly provoking. Now, let us speak of serious matters. Eugene seemed entirely unfazed by Jiang Bai's provocation and promptly redirected the conversation. Dr. Cha has passed away, and the lease for the tea shop has been automatically terminated. If you, young Jiang, wish to rent it, I must inquire what your intentions are. It cannot possibly be to sell tea. What would I do with a rented shop? Jiang Bai pondered aloud, counting on his fingers, smuggling contraband, trafficking in humans, committing murder, robbery, extortion, coercing individuals into prostitution. With each item he listed, Ijin's expression darkened further. This Jiang Bai was demonstrating a certain audacity. Point, one should not be too youthful. After a lengthy enumeration, Jiang Bai shifted his tone. However, I am not engaged in any of those activities. Ijin's expression momentarily froze before transforming into a hearty laughter. Indeed, none of those actions are permissible. Young Jiang, you certainly understand the rules. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement. Those who know me often remark the same. Having found no advantage in their exchanges thus far, Ijin wished to cease the entanglement and promptly summoned the lease agreement. Intending to dismiss Jiang Bai, hold on, Jiang Bai interjected, the lease must be at least half the price. This time, it was Ijin's turn to wear a forced smile. Young Jiang, this does not align with the regulations, does it? I am quite principled. My request for a price reduction is warranted, Jiang Bai stated assertively. After all, someone has just died in your shop, Ijin retorted. This shop faces south, situated in a prime location. Business has always flourished, consistently ranking among the best in sales. Jiang Bai countered, yet, someone has just died in your shop, Ijin continued. This shop is fully equipped, adorned with high-quality decorations and materials. Jiang Bai reiterated, someone has just died in your shop, and no matter the rationale Ijin presented, Jiang Bai's response remained unwavering. Someone has just died in your shop. The tragic demise of Dr. Cha within the tea shop would leave an ominous impression on anyone. Someone has just died in your shop. Ijin, filled with anger, exclaimed, I haven't even spoken yet. Jiang Bai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, oh, that was my mistake for speaking out of turn. Please, concoct a reason quickly, make it sound more polished. Jiang Bai unmistakably adopted a stance. He was determined to rent this shop while also wishing to minimize the rent. Is there truly such a beautiful arrangement in this world? Indeed, such a wondrous situation does exist. Ijin was acutely aware that after the death of Dr. Cha, no one dared to take over this shop. Whoever assumed control would inevitably be associated with Han Chan, incurring Ijin's wrath and attracting the attention of this formidable vice-governor. But what if Ijin sent someone to take over? They would also fall under Han Chan's scrutiny, putting their very lives at risk. No one dared to handle this hot potato. Only Jiang Bai found himself in an exceptionally delicate position. He had no need to fear association with Han Chan, for he was already part of Han Chan's faction. He had no worries about offending Ijin, as he had already crossed that line. In the entirety of Insure Base, only Jiang Bai had the audacity to rent this shop. Ijin could certainly choose not to lease it publicly. As vice-governor, he possessed that authority. However, the current situation in Insure Base was precarious. With all parties maintaining a fragile balance, a slight disturbance could trigger a tempest. Ijin could not afford to leave any incriminating evidence or provide others with opportunities to attack him. Jiang Bai likely discerned the crux of the matter, which is why he insisted on a discount. Ijin grudgingly squeezed out a word, 50%. Jiang Bai countered, 80%. No, that cannot be right. Ijin's head began to fill with question marks. He had encountered many negotiators, but this was the first time he had seen someone elevate a 50% discount to 80%. Ijin asked once more, are you certain you do not want 50%, but rather 80%? Indeed, Jiang Bai nodded. Dr. Cha's life is only worth this much. Ijin's expression darkened. He turned on his heels and strode away. Just as he was about to exit the market, he let out a growl reminiscent of a beast. Draft the lease at 10%. I will cover the difference. The worth of Dr. Cha's life was not for Jiang Bai to decide. Ijin wanted everyone in the market to understand that the lives of his people were invaluable. After Jiang Bai uttered those words, the nature of the bargaining shifted dramatically. Watching the entire negotiation unfold, Dan Hongyi was left utterly speechless. She had initially thought that Jiang Bai's use of a life as leverage to secure the shop at 50% was already cunning enough. Little did she anticipate that Jiang Bai would turn the tables and force the 50% down to 10%. She now regarded Jiang Bai with a look of admiration, as if to say, "No wonder it's you." Jiang Bai, in turn, rewarded her with a playful slap on the back, humorously retorting, "If someone is offering money, how could I possibly refuse?" Thus, Jiang Bai secured the tea shop at a mere 10%, paying 2,500 star coins monthly, with 6 months rent upfront. After completing the transaction, Jiang Bai murmured to himself, spending 30,000 star coins at Jifu Bao. "My heavens, you are truly wealthy." Finishing that thought, he couldn't help but laugh, amusing himself. Once the lease was finalized, he sent Dan Hongyi away, intending to fetch a bucket of water and tidy up. By the time Dan Hongyi returned, Jiang Bai was already seated inside the tea shop. The walls of the shop boldly displayed 5 striking red characters. The killer, Han Chan. The air was thick with the scent of fresh paint, and a bucket of red paint sat in the corner. Evidently, having just dismissed Dan Hongyi, Jiang Bai swiftly erased the blood-red characters and meticulously repainted them in crimson. It appears that these 5 words are not intended to be removed by Jiang Bai. Casting a glance at the inscription on the wall, he gave a slight nod, acknowledging that his own writing possesses a certain elegance. The previous individual merely offered a clumsy imitation of Han Chan. Lacking the spirit and essence, Jiang Bai's assessment was succinct, inferior to Jiang Bai himself. "You have cleaned every nook and cranny of the room. Now, let's set up 2 beds upstairs and downstairs. During the day, you and the director can stay here." As Jiang Bai directed Dan Hongyi in her tasks, he articulated his plans with clarity. Dan Hongyi reminded him that the electricity costs here exceed those at the research institute. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" With a swift motion, Jiang Bai promptly extinguished all the lights in the tea shop. What need is there for lights during the day? After turning off the lights, he felt the room was rather dim. Peering out, he called to the neighboring shop, "Why are you not turning on your lights in broad daylight?" The shopkeeper next door replied that the walls between the shops were not solid, and the light from the adjacent shop would cast a faint glow into Jiang Bai's establishment. Hearing his words, the neighboring proprietor promptly switched on the lights, locked the door, and hastily fled with a chair. This individual, daring to challenge the deputy governor, was either exceptionally resilient or recklessly short-lived. In either case, he was not someone to be trifled with. It was best to avoid confrontation. Not only he, but the entire trading market deliberately overlooked the existence of this tea shop, refraining from passing by its entrance. Jiang Bai had his own matters to attend to. He first procured a wooden board, placing it at the entrance with 4 conspicuous characters inscribed, "Shop for sublease." The onlookers were left speechless. "So, after a series of haggling and offending the deputy governor, you acquired this shop merely to sublease it? Moreover, just take a look at your business. How does it relate to a thriving establishment?" Jiang Bai paid no heed to the gazes of others, setting up a reclining chair at the entrance and promptly reclining to sleep. Youth has its advantages. He could simply lie down and fall asleep instantly. Dan Hongyi spent the entire afternoon cleaning the tea shop, ensuring it was spotless inside and out. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two were nearing the time to return to the 9th Research Institute. Just then, a customer approached the shop. Before the individual could come close, Jiang Bai, still reclined, slowly opened his eyes. "Hongyi, go to the 2nd floor." Jiang Bai tossed the keys to Hongyi, casually remarking, "If a scuffle breaks out, jump out the window. The car will be parked below, and the dog is nearby. You can drive back with the dog. A scuffle." Dan Hongyi did not inquire further, taking the car keys and rushing upstairs. Midway, she suddenly remembered something and called out, "But I can't drive." "The dog can." Jiang Bai had already calculated everything. The dog was meant to drive the vehicle back. Dan Hongyi. Due to the influence of qi, the intelligence of the extraordinary beasts had significantly increased, enabling them to master skills such as driving. For a fleeting moment, Dan Hongyi felt a pang of inferiority, realizing she was outdone even by a dog. Dismissing her self-doubt, she hurried upstairs, crouching by the window, vigilantly monitoring the activity below. Through their interactions over the past half-month, she had inadvertently developed a commendable habit to heed Jiang Bai's directions in times of trouble. In the apocalyptic world, while you may not be particularly seasoned, it is imperative that you heed the counsel of the seasoned. After the woman clad in red ascended the stairs, a figure approached Jiang Bai. This individual appeared to be in his early 20s, garbed in traditional Tang attire, with raven hair and dark eyes, a small patch of facial hair adorning his lips, making his nationality quite discernible. Upon speaking, he exuded an air reminiscent of a seasoned diplomat. There is an ancient adage in Huaxia that states, "One must engage in combat to truly know another." Mr. Jiang Bai, we need not resort to violence to become acquainted. Listening to this clumsy Mandarin, Jiang Bai couldn't help but chuckle. He cast a curious glance at the man and inquired, "Who are you?" The man replied, "I am a foreigner, yet I have chosen a name from Huaxia. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wei Junjie." Chapter 031. The youth, terrifying indeed. Wei Junjie. That name carries some significance. Jiang Bai, disinterested in rising, merely lifted his gaze and languidly remarked, "Since you bear that name, you must indeed possess an astute awareness of the times." Wei Junjie nodded, adding, "As the saying goes in Huaxia, a person is as their name suggests." Jiang Bai yawned and retorted, "Huaxia also has a saying, without reason, one does not ascend the three treasures hall." Mr. Jiang Bai, you seem to have some understanding of Huaxia culture. Wei Junjie's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "In Huaxia, there is a saying, among three people, one must be my teacher. Meeting you today feels akin to encountering an old friend in a foreign land. My admiration for you, Mr. Jiang Bai, is as vast as the rolling sands. I implore you to cease." Jiang Bai interjected, unable to endure his manner of speech. "Let us engage in a normal conversation. Your constant recitation of ancient proverbs is sheer nonsense. Those who understand will recognize your pretentiousness, while those who do not might think you're merely filling space for an online narrative." Wei Junjie nodded. Yashi, Jiang Bai thought. How did we veer into hometown dialects in such a casual conversation? This young man, living quite comfortably, spoke with a noticeable accent yet with remarkable fluency and an evident penchant for quoting ancient texts. His intentions seemed dubious, Jiang Bai recalled the director's words. In this era, studying history is an exceedingly extravagant endeavor. In other words, Wei Junjie's frequent allusions to classical phrases suggested that he either hailed from an extraordinary lineage or was backed by a formidable organization, or perhaps both. Naturally, there were numerous inaccuracies in Wei Junjie's quotations, but Jiang Bai had no intention of correcting him. He decided to tolerate it for the time being. Jiang Bai gestured towards the interior. "If we are to discuss matters, please fetch a chair." Wei Junjie cheerfully nodded. Understood. One moment he was speaking in a casual tone, and the next he was remarkably sincere. Jiang Bai suspected this faux foreigner was showcasing his dialect. Wei Junjie procured a small stool and squatted beside Jiang Bai, yet he uttered no sound. Onlookers could only see his lips moving, which was exceedingly peculiar. However, Jiang Bai heard Wei Junjie's voice in his ear. "Mr. Jiang Bai, my purpose for coming here is quite simple. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We share a common foe, and I believe we might become allies." This method of conveying thoughts without sound was not particularly sophisticated. It was merely a rudimentary application of qi. During this past period, the director provided Jiang Bai with a substantial amount of materials for his study. Over the course of 1,200 years, the research on qi has deepened significantly, and the methods employed have gradually improved. "And you?" Jiang Bai communicated in the same manner, retorting, "Who is the enemy? Who are you? Apart from you, who else is there? I know little about the silver sand base. If you can speak, please elaborate." Wei Junjie patiently replied, "To speak candidly, our common adversary is Vice Governor Yi Jin. I come, representing the Starlight Temple. And at the Silver Sand Base, we face formidable opponents, namely the Eclipse Sect and the Moon God Society." The Eclipse Sect, the Moon God Society, the Starlight Temple, the sun, moon, and stars. Jiang Bai recalled that the director had once mentioned to him the classification of realms beyond the extraordinary, which seemed to pertain to the sun, moon, and stars. Jiang Bai deduced, Yi Jin is merely a vice governor. Even if he is an extraordinary being, he cannot be that powerful. Otherwise, he would be the governor. If you cannot even deal with a vice governor, why do you need me as an ally? If I am not mistaken, Yi Jin is aligned with one of the other two factions. Either the Eclipse Sect or the Moon God Society. It is only when faced with equally matched opponents that one seeks assistance. Indeed, Wei Junjie nodded, candidly acknowledging, Yi Jin belongs to the Eclipse Sect and serves as their agent at the Silver Sand Base. Apart from the governor, there are 4 vice-governors at the Silver Sand Base. One is the governor's younger brother, while the other 3 represent the 3 factions. Currently, the next governor has yet to be determined. But given the present circumstances, Yi Jin has the greatest chance of succeeding. The struggle for power and profit is not uncommon, even in the apocalypse. The silver sandbase, neither too large nor too small, has a population of 1 million, with scant living resources but abundant other resources. Most crucially, as a defensive base, the silver sandbase is akin to a treasure trove, guaranteeing profits regardless of circumstances. Becoming the governor signifies the greatest benefits. Naturally, these three factions will vie for supremacy. Jiang Bai had not anticipated being inadvertently drawn into such affairs. Was this part of the machinations of a hidden hand? Jiang Bai inquired further, "What can you offer me?" Wei Junjie responded straightforwardly, "A visualization diagram, the status of an elder, and the position of vice-governor." Jiang Bai asked, "What do you need me to do in return?" Wei Junjie chuckled awkwardly, "It would be best if you could directly eliminate Ijin." Jiang Bai replied, "Kill Ijin and then take a vice-governor position from you. If I truly possess such capability, why would I not go solo, eliminate Ijin myself, and vie for the governorship? The risks and rewards are utterly disproportionate. Killing is against the law. I certainly will not engage in such deeds." Jiang Bai firmly declined, countering, "Speak honestly with me. The benefits the Starlight Temple offers me. Did you pocket a kickback?" Wei Junjie feigned ignorance. "Mr. Jiang Bai, my command of foreign languages is not very good. What is a kickback?" Jiang Bai, truly a nimble grasp of the Chinese language. When necessary, he can effortlessly use classical expressions. When not, he feigns ignorance of even kickbacks. The two engaged in a candid exchange, yet no consensus was reached. However, through the words of Wei Junjie, Jiang Bai gained a deeper understanding of the situation at the silver sandbase, which proved quite beneficial for his subsequent actions. The conversation drew to a close. Wei Junjie rose, as if performing a magic trick, producing a green bottle of beer from thin air. "Mr. Jiang Bai," he remarked, "there is an ancient saying in Huaxia. When friends arrive, there is beer. When wolves come, there are shotguns." He placed the beer on the table and added earnestly, "We may not be able to become friends just yet, but at the very least, I am not a wolf, and you need not wield your shotgun." Once the other party had made this clear, Jiang Bai decided to drop the pretense. Remaining seated in a reclining chair, he lifted his left hand and detached his right arm. He had fashioned a prosthetic to resemble his right hand, manipulating it with qi, making it nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. He had been operating this way since he left the house, even driving with that hand, without the slightest suspicion from the single red-clad figure. Meanwhile, his true right hand was concealed within his clothing, gripping a firearm. Throughout their conversation, the gun's muzzle remained aimed at Wei Junjie. Jiang Bai unzipped his trench coat, revealing the ominous barrel of the gun. Wei Junjie, gazing at the dark, gaping mouth of the weapon, felt a twinge of danger, coupled with confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Such a firearm, by all reasoning, should not pose a threat to him. The secret lay within the bullets. Jiang Bai removed the magazine, exposing the rounds within. One particular bullet was white, and upon closer inspection, a faint purple qi danced around it. A spark of realization lit up Wei Junjie's eyes as he exclaimed. "Indeed," Jiang Bai affirmed with a nod, "the of a mid-tier ability user. Regrettably, I possess only 2 such bullets. Once they are expended, they are gone." Staring at the 3 bullets in the magazine, Wei Junjie fell into silence. "You may deceive me, but I implore you to exercise some discernment. Pointing to 3 bullets and claiming there are only 2 is no different than pointing to a mouse and calling it a duck neck." Wei Junjie forced a smile. "If you are willing to collaborate with us, I will be ready for your response at any time." Jiang Bai nodded. "Take your leave. I shan't see you off." As Wei Junjie turned to depart, he initially walked briskly, but soon quickened his pace to a run. Exiting the trading market, the evening breeze met him, and the oppressive sense of danger that had locked onto him dissipated entirely. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he savored the beauty of life. He finally understood why the irritable Ijin could remain so composed in the presence of Jiang Bai, even as Jiang Bai continued to provoke him without being torn asunder. He also grasped why his superiors had instructed him to engage with Jiang Bai, promising substantial rewards for his allegiance. The moment Jiang Bai revealed the bullet, all doubts were dispelled. That bullet was certainly not the of a mid-tier ability user. It was high-tier, perhaps even extraordinary. No, something beyond extraordinary. A bullet of such caliber, if fired at close range, could inflict severe damage on Wei Junjie. Should it hit twice, he might even face the peril of demise. Should it hit 3 times? Wei Junjie could begin contemplating where to bury himself. Ijin had likely sensed the danger as well, yet was oblivious to its source, and considering the sensitive situation, refrained from taking action. The terrifying bullet, the fearsome gun, and the most terrifying of all was Jiang Bai himself. Wei Junjie was perplexed. Jiang Bai appeared to possess no more than the capabilities of a high-ranking supernatural being. Yet he emanated an aura of danger that felt even more menacing than that of a firearm. A cold sweat trickled down Wei Junjie's back as he experienced a profound sense of relief from having survived a perilous encounter. He retrieved his communicator and dialed the first number, stating, "I have had an encounter with Jiang Bai." There is an old saying in Huaxia that aptly describes him. He spoke gravely, "This young man, Jiang Bai, is terrifyingly formidable." Chapter 032. Are you a cold cicada? I believe I am. I am Jiang Bai, currently executing task 002.it. Has been 15 days since my awakening, and I have been unable to re-establish contact with the organization. On the 11th day, I rented Dr. Cha's shop and had a confrontation with Deputy Governor Eugene, although I have no immediate plans to take action against him. Through Wei Junjie's introduction, I have come to understand the power dynamics within the Insha base. The forces of the Starlight Temple, the Moon God Society, and the Solar Eclipse Cult stand in a precarious balance, each supporting a deputy governor in a struggle for the governorship. These factions each venerate a different celestial light, believing that the light they worship is the origin of the mysterious tides, and the source of QIT is all nothing but superstition. During the third mysterious tide, scholars proposed that supernatural phenomena were on the rise, science was regressing, and mysticism was experiencing a resurgence, accompanied by an upsurge in mystical worship that threatened to replace existing beliefs. Of course, this holds no significance for atheists. I suspect that behind these three factions, there exists at least one superpowerful being serving as a spiritual pillar, sustaining the operation of the entire force, with the Insha base merely being a small fragment of their domain. I inquired with the director about this matter, but he knew little, and Tianwen was unable to assist me in acquiring further information, as these three factions were too weak. Prior to my arrival at the Insha base, the director had never even heard of these three entities. The reason the 9th Research Institute remains at the Insha base is precisely because it is sufficiently remote, devoid of any genuinely top-tier powers, and far enough from major death zones, ensuring safety and reliability. As a forward base for my entry into the 5th mysterious tide, the environment of the Insha base is adequately welcoming, yet I cannot help but ponder whether this apparent friendliness conceals hidden dangers. A small temple may harbor great winds. A shallow pond may be rife with turtles. As the former director of the 12th Divine General, under the investor's request, I conducted research at the Insha base, successfully bringing about my awakening. This is no mere coincidence. Setting aside my slight paranoia from the mental assessments, every occurrence since my awakening has been anything but coincidental. After organizing my insights and reflections during this period, Jiang Bai spoke solemnly. Task 002 remains in progress. The crimson glow vanished from the darkness as Jiang Bai put away his recording device. After Wei Junjie departed, the Moon God Society and the Solar Eclipse Cult each sent representatives to contact Jiang Bai, proffering their respective offers. The Moon God Society believed Jiang Bai possessed the strength of a high-ranking supernatural being and was willing to offer him a position as a deputy elder, granting him the same privileges as an elder, while also nominating him as the next deputy governor. Compared to the Starlight Temple, the Moon God Society's offer appeared to be more sincere. The Starlight Temple merely sought a henchman, a mercenary. The Moon God Association seeks to recruit Jiang Bai as a new member, appointing him as the next spokesperson for the Silver Sand Base, with ambitions of expansion and the pursuit of renewed glory. In stark contrast, the attitude of the Solar Eclipse sect is markedly more resolute. Their envoy presented two conditions. Firstly, Jiang Bai, along with those behind him, must refrain from intervening in the governor's contest. Secondly, Jiang Bai and his companions must vacate the Silver Sand Base within a stipulated time frame. Should Jiang Bai acquiesce to these conditions, they are willing to offer a sum of money for travel expenses and guarantee that no pursuit will be made against him and his associates. It is evident to the astute that the conflict between Jiang Bai, Han Chan, and Yi Jin is irreconcilable. Unable to sway this enigmatic group of formidable individuals, the Solar Eclipse sect has opted to facilitate their departure. Believing that financial loss is preferable to calamity, a powerful dragon struggles to suppress a local snake. The inscrutable Han Chan and the audacious Jiang Bai are merely transient figures in the narrative of the Silver Sand Base. Under different circumstances, the Solar Eclipse sect would not have been so courteous. They would have likely resorted to force, however, with the ongoing contest for the governorship and the other two factions poised to pounce. The Solar Eclipse sect exercises caution. All three parties have laid their cards on the table, yet Jiang Bai refrains from an immediate response, showing no inclination to demand excessive terms. He appears to be awaiting something. Rising early, he prepares to depart. Seated in the front passenger seat, Jiang Bai observes as Dan Hongyi tumbles about in the back. The little girl expressed a desire to learn to drive, but soon discovered her inherent limitations. Her legs were simply too short, rendering her unable to see the road while pressing the accelerator, and when standing to see, she could not reach the pedals, ultimately resigning herself to the situation. Bloodwolf expertly navigated the vehicle to the rear of the shop, disembarking to secure himself. After a period of training, he has developed a commendable sense of self-management, adeptly multitasking as both bodyguard and driver. Opening the door, the business begins. At the entrance of Jiang Bai's establishment, alongside a sign for a lucrative rental opportunity, 2 flyers are posted. One flyer is a wanted notice featuring a photograph of Bloodwolf, reported to be dangerously on the verge of losing control of his powers, as mandated by the Defense Bureau. The other flyer is a job advertisement for guide dogs, displaying a photo of a wolf dog. This photograph was cut from the wanted notice by Jiang Bai, who had Dan Hongyi blacken the fur in the image before displaying it at the entrance for recruitment purposes. Witnessing Jiang Bai's audacious act, the personnel from the Defense Bureau were momentarily taken aback. Could you at least pretend to be discreet? Are you not aware of the saying, where there is no silver, 300 taels are not hidden? It is an exercise in futility, akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Regardless of others' opinions, Jiang Bai saved on the cost of the photo while simultaneously advertising his establishment. Now, the entire Silver Sand base is aware that a black, driving, extraordinary guide dog is seeking employment. Regrettably, no blind individual can afford such a canine. On this day, Jiang Bai's business appears to flourish. Shortly after opening, a middle-aged man arrives. Dressed in silk, plump and pale, with graying temples, he unmistakably hails from a wealthy family. He stands at the entrance, cheerfully inquiring, "Boss, are you in business?" "Indeed." Jiang Bai rises to welcome him. "What kind of business are you interested in?" The middle-aged man steps into the tea shop, directly making his way to the main seat and beckoning Jiang Bai to join him. "Don't be formal. Treat this as your own shop, sit as you please." "Jiang Bai, this is indeed my shop." "You know." Jiang Bai was indifferent to such superficial formalities and simply moved a chair to sit opposite the man. The man downed 3 cups of tea in one breath and spoke. "One question, 1 cup of tea, 100,000 star coins." "Very well." Jiang Bai produced a card and placed it on the table, precisely amounting to 100,000 star coins. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "How amusing! You, young man, are indeed intriguing." He had initially intended to inquire of Jiang Bai, yet he found himself on the receiving end of 100,000 star coins for a question. Indeed, seeing is believing. Jiang Bai was even more fascinating than the rumors suggested. "This question need not cost you anything." The middle-aged man introduced himself. "I am Yin Chunfei, the younger brother of the governor of Yinsha." The Yinsha base was home to 4 deputy governors. Aside from 3 who adhered to superstitions, there was this very middle-aged man, Yin Chunfei. He settled comfortably into his chair, adopting a more relaxed posture. "My first question, listen carefully, Jiang Bai. At that moment in the warehouse, you had clearly gained control of the situation. Why then did you choose to report it?" After Jiang Bai reported the incident, all the goods in the warehouse ended up in the coffers of the Yinsha base, with Jiang Bai profiting by less than 20%. To any observer, this seemed rather suspicious. Some speculated that Jiang Bai had done so deliberately to slap Yijin's face. However, Yin Chunfei held a different perspective. He desired to hear Jiang Bai's explanation. "I am a man of principles." Jiang Bai replied, "I too wish to know whether the Yinsha base adheres to principles." Because he adhered to principles, Jiang Bai opted to report the incident after the attack rather than hoard the goods for himself. If the Yinsha base did not uphold such principles, they could have disregarded Jiang Bai's report or withheld his reward. In retrospect, both parties were indeed principled. "Good." Yin Chunfei raised a cup of tea and drank it down in one gulp, clearly pleased with Jiang Bai's response. "Now, for the second question. Who do you believe will be the next governor of the Yinsha base?" "A selection of 4? This was a subtle pressure on Jiang Bai to declare his allegiance. Hong Yi, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, couldn't help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down. This question was perilous, as any answer Jiang Bai provided would inevitably offend other factions. What appeared to be a straightforward question was fraught with hidden dangers, the tension in the atmosphere tightening like a drawn bowstring. Jiang Bai replied calmly, "Not me." Who the next governor would be, he did not know. However, he was certain of one thing. It would certainly not be himself. That declaration was sufficient. Excellent, marvelous, Yin Chenfei praised again, lifting the second cup of tea and finishing it in one go. He straightened his posture, looked directly at Jiang Bai, and slowly posed the third question. Jiang Bai, are you Han Shan? Han Shan, the one who killed Dr. Cha. Number 26 on the wanted list of the Yinsha base, with a bounty of 3.5 million star coins, dead or alive. Hong Yi was stunned, unable to believe how forthright the inquiry was. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, the atmosphere oppressive to the point of suffocation. If Jiang Bai denied it, he would appear cowardly, losing the psychological battle. If he admitted it, even if Yin Chenfei were to strike him dead on the spot, it would be a death without purpose. To evade the question, that would imply guilt. This predicament is far more intricate than the preceding one, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. In an instant, Dan Hongyi's heart raced to her throat, filled with mounting anxiety, as she pondered how Jiang Bai might respond. Are you the Cicada? Yin Chenfei's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Bai, unwilling to miss a single nuance of his expression. Confronted with this exceedingly challenging question, Jiang Bai replied with an air of nonchalance, I believe I am. Chapter 033, 2 liang of meat, 3 inquiries, 3 cups of tea, 300,000 star coins. Excellent, marvelous, truly splendid. Yin Chenfei clapped his hands in laughter, evidently pleased with Jiang Bai's response. Jiang Bai's assertion that he is the Cicada carries a nuanced interpretation. On one hand, Jiang Bai acknowledges having used the codename Cicada. On the other, this Cicada is not to be conflated with another. Jiang Bai is the disciplined Cicada, while the individual who impersonated him to slay Dr. Cha is decidedly undisciplined. In other words, the perpetrator who left the name Cicada after murdering Dr. Cha either sought to frame him or is in league with Jiang Bai. At present, Yin Chenfei surmised that the former possibility holds greater weight. The two shared an unspoken understanding, deliberately omitting a crucial detail. At the time of Dr. Cha's demise, Jiang Bai was reporting an incident at the warehouse, a considerable distance away. Driving would take at least half an hour. Jiang Bai had no opportunity to kill Dr. Cha. After posing 3 questions, Yin Chenfei did not depart immediately but remained seated in the principal position. I have inquired about the monetary matters, but now I have several non-financial questions. I wonder if you would be inclined to answer them. Do tell, Jiang Bai replied as he lifted the teapot, producing 2 large paper cups filled to the brim, offering one to Yin Chenfei. Let us try this method of drinking tea. The ancients did so. Sipping tea delicately is a diversion. Tea should be consumed from a tankard. Yin Chenfei's eyes sparkled with interest as he raised an eyebrow and asked, is that truly the case? Although he held a position of considerable authority, his knowledge of history was indeed lacking, often becoming the subject of jest among his peers. Jiang Bai responded earnestly, I possess an extensive understanding of antiquity. Trust me, you shall not be misled. There exists an ancient saying, 1 tankard of tea, 1 pouch of tobacco, 2,000 characters typed in a day, which encapsulates the daily life of ancient web authors. A glimpse reveals the entirety. Jiang Bai not only spoke with conviction but also drew upon various references, his eloquence lending him considerable credibility. Yin Chenfei nodded slowly, committing Jiang Bai's words to memory, pondering the opportunity to boast to others at a later date. Lifting the paper cup, he took a hearty gulp of tea, laughing heartily, I knew it. This is how tea should be consumed, not in timid sips. There isn't even enough to moisten one's lips with that approach. Where's the vigor in that? With an air of quiet amusement, Jiang Bai, well versed in the art of tea, remained silent. Although Yin Chenfei claimed there were several inquiries, it was, in truth, but one. Setting down his paper cup, Yin Chenfei turned to Jiang Bai and asked, why did you report the goods at that warehouse? Do not claim it was for the 20,000 reward, nor invoke any notions of propriety. You know in your heart whether you are a law-abiding individual. Even if you adhere to rules, I fear they may not align with those of my Yinsha base. Jiang Bai placed his cup down, his expression turning serious. While Dan Hongyi had previously deemed the 3 questions perilous, Jiang Bai had responded with an air of ease. This question rendered the figure in the crimson attire at a loss, while Jiang Bai appeared particularly grave. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai spoke slowly, recalling the words of the former leader of Shu Han during the 3 Kingdoms period, Emperor Zhao Li of Han. Do not forsake small acts of kindness, nor indulge in minor evils. Tio put it simply, reporting the warehouse would be the most advantageous choice for me personally and for the Yinsha base. I would receive a legitimate reward, while the Aincher base would seize a considerable amount of contraband, resulting in a true win-win scenario. On a grander scale, I am attempting to change the world in my own way. Change the world? Yin Chunfei was taken aback by Jiang Bai's audacious assertion. He immediately countered, Jiang Bai, I do not mean to flatter you. You possess talent and potential, with both character and methods of high caliber. Yet there is one glaring shortcoming. You lack strength. You are not even an extraordinary being at present. In this chaotic era, who would heed your nonsensical ramblings? Even if they did, what could be accomplished? What is your method? To hand over these resources willingly? Nonsense. In Yin Shinfei's perspective, were he in Jiang Bai's position, he would have secretly appropriated this batch of goods, utilizing those resources to swiftly enhance his own strength. That would be the rightful path. Regardless of Jiang Bai's ideals or aspirations, one must possess strength to realize them. In response to Yin Shinfei's inquiries, Jiang Bai replied unhurriedly, some can satiate their hunger with merely half a steamed bun, while others require 10 and still feel unsatisfied. Kill me, half a bun and 10 buns are essentially indistinguishable. Yin Shinfei raised an eyebrow, reassessing Jiang Bai with newfound interest. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Jiang Bai's statement could imply one of two interpretations. Either he is an exceptional genius, capable of extracting 100-fold value from the resources of 100,000 star coins, while an ordinary person could merely ascend to a novice extraordinary being. Or he is a rare prodigy, for whom resources worth 200,000 or even 1,000,000 star coins are inconsequential, mere trifles in the grand scheme. Regardless of the interpretation, it exuded an overwhelming confidence. Yin Shinfei posed another question. Even if you look down upon this sum of money, Jiang Bai, let me ask you, how many people reside in the Aincher base, and what is the total value of the goods in the warehouse? Jiang Bai answered, there are 2 million people in the Aincher base, and the goods in the warehouse are valued at 1,000,000 star coins. Yin Shinfei pressed further. So, when divided among the populace, the goods you intend to report amount to merely half a star coin per person, insufficient to purchase even 2 taels of meat. How do you plan to change the world relying on just 2 taels of meat? In Yin Shinfei's eyes, Jiang Bai was both a talent and an idealist. However, in this apocalyptic world, idealism often equates to folly. In an era where even survival is a struggle, ideals cannot be exchanged for sustenance, nor can they alter the world. After a brief silence, Jiang Bai responded with a hint of resignation in his tone. At the very least, 2 taels of meat is still 2 taels. If I am full today, I shall have the strength to survive until tomorrow, shall I not? At this moment, that was the extent of what he could achieve. Jiang Bai was not only an idealist but also an optimist. 2 taels of meat, by no means insignificant. Indeed, while this modest amount may not change the world, it was within Jiang Bai's current capabilities. One should strive to think positively to in this wretched world. It is indeed challenging to maintain an optimistic perspective. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai persists in his efforts to embrace a brighter outlook. At the very least, the act of indulging in meat brings joy. Is only at this moment that Yin Chunfei comprehends the meaning of do not neglect small acts of kindness. I understand now. Yin Chunfei nodded, recognizing that even a fly's leg is still meat, and that 2 taels of meat possess their own intrinsic value. Jiang Bai remarked, brother, that saying is not meant to be used in this context. Resisting the urge to correct him, Jiang Bai responded with a subdued tone. Yin Chunfei rose, turning his back to exit the shop, while casually instructing, no need to see me off. Dan Hongyi observed the departing figure, and once he had completely vanished, she feigned maturity and said, the governor's younger brother is quite the talent. Jiang Bai casually tossed her a chestnut. He is not the younger brother. Jiang Bai yawned lazily, stating, he is the governor himself. Dan Hongyi? A small head filled with great confusion. Dan Hongyi believed that it was also Jiang Bai's first encounter with Yin Chunfei. If she could not discern any clues, how could Jiang Bai? It made no sense. Yet, despite this, Dan Hongyi chose to trust Jiang Bai's judgment without raising any objections. Her curiosity prompted her to ask, why would he impersonate the deputy governor? Jiang Bai nonchalantly popped an energy fruit into his mouth, savoring its chicken flavor and satisfying crunch. The governor and the deputy governor are identical twins. If he claims to be the deputy governor, then the one visiting today is indeed the deputy governor. Any dialogue between us would merely be seen as a visit from the deputy governor attempting to forge alliances, with no connection to the governor. The governor must also conceal his whereabouts. The waters at Ainsha base run deep. Unable to contain her curiosity, Dan Hongyi inquired, Brother Jiang Bai, How did you discern that he is actually the governor? A good question. Jiang Bai closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and slowly opened them, murmuring, at Insha base. One person I cannot kill with 3 shots is already more than sufficient. Such a bold proclamation. The inquisitive Dan Hongyi bit her lip, relishing the drama, and provocatively asked, "What if there are 2? Hongyi, I do enjoy a good debate." Jiang Bai playfully tapped her on the head. "If there are 2, we should consider relocating, Dan Hongyi. If the enemy is overwhelmingly powerful, do not fear. Flee swiftly." Dan Hongyi gave Jiang Bai a thumbs up. "Well done, that's very Jiang Bai of you." At the governor's mansion, in the reception hall, a slightly overweight figure occupied the grand chair at the center. None other than the man who had introduced himself as Yin Chunfei earlier that day. He still bore the appearance of a pampered middle-aged man, yet upon sitting in this chair, an indescribable aura emanated from him, suffocating even those who ventured too close. He seemed to embody the sole dominion over the universe, wielding life and death, with all things bowing in submission beneath his feet. Since returning from the trading market, the governor had remained seated, deep in contemplation with his eyes closed. No one dared approach, nor interrupt his profound thoughts. Time passed, though its measure remained unknown, until the governor finally opened his eyes, and the terrifying aura that had enveloped him receded like a retreating tide, flowing back into his being. In the reception hall, a commanding voice resonated. "Those present, heed the call." Moments later, a series of orders emanated from the governor's residence. Proclaim the governor's decree. Effective immediately, the salaries of the Defense Department shall be doubled. Compensation for casualties shall also be doubled. Resources exchanged for merits within the department will enjoy a 20% discount. Proclaim the governor's decree. Effective immediately, the Defense Department shall establish 23 new patrol routes to address incidents, both large and small, within the Silver Sand Base. Those unwilling to serve may withdraw from the Defense Department within 3 days. After that, no exceptions will be made. Those who disobey shall face execution. Those who neglect their duties shall face execution. Those who flee in battle shall face execution. Proclaim the governor's decree. Effective immediately, an extraordinary abilities training camp shall be established. Those who have made contributions may enter, those willing to serve the Defense Department may enter, and those with exceptional talents may enter. Proclaim the governor's decree. Effective immediately, a security fee shall be instituted, exempting civilians. Each command sent shockwaves through the Silver Sand Base, akin to a series of tremors. This was the governor's mandate. As long as he remained governor, the Silver Sand Base must submit to his authority. Each order would be executed unconditionally. Amidst the boundless astonishment, people were particularly intrigued by one peculiar directive. Proclaim the governor's decree. Tomorrow, within the Silver Sand Base, every household shall receive 2 taels of meat. Chapter 034. The Secret Tomb of Silver Sand. Days later, at the Hanshan shop, Wei Junjie lifted his teacup and took a hearty sip, exclaiming, "A change is upon us." In just a few days, the Silver Sand Base had undergone a seismic transformation. The changes were top-down. The governor's office was known for its decisive and vigorous actions. Within the Silver Sand Base, no one dared to voice dissent. With the substantial enhancement of benefits within the Defense Department, the formerly lackluster positions suddenly became highly coveted. Simultaneously, at the governor's behest, the Defense Department mobilized swiftly and effectively, managing to regain control of what had previously seemed a chaotic situation in a remarkably short time. In the past, even if someone were to commit robbery or murder in plain sight, the personnel of the Defense Department would pass by without a second glance. Now, the Defense Department took charge of all matters and adhered strictly to protocol. Even if there was a discrepancy in weights, a mere shout would summon Defense Department personnel to swiftly enforce justice. In a brief span, the once decrepit Silver Sand Base had begun to exhibit signs of vitality. Whatever changes may occur in the heavens, they do not affect the lives of those on the ground, Jiang Bai languidly remarked while reclining in a lounge chair. Can this world truly become any worse? Wei Junjie wholeheartedly agreed. Brother Jiang speaks wisely. Your humble disciple is enlightened. Despite Jiang Bai's comment, Wei Junjie continued along his line of thought. The governor is indeed sagacious. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, under heavy rewards, there will surely be old men. In just these past few days, the Defense Department has unearthed numerous talents, including an extraordinary individual. Jiang Bai, still reclining, made no effort to move, merely responding with an "oh." Wei Junjie pressed on. The Silver Sand Base is truly a place where hidden talents lie in wait. However, One cannot expect to reap rewards without effort. Stop right there. Jiang Bai could no longer contain himself and interrupted Wei Junjie. What do you mean by one cannot expect to reap rewards without effort? Can that even be sweet? Brother Jiang, have you never heard this ancient adage? Wei Junjie raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of self-satisfaction as he proclaimed. Within the Starlight Sanctuary, I exchanged my merits for a fragment of an ancient online literary work, and this phrase is a rare ancient saying recorded within it, known only to me. I surmise that Gan Shui, since it contains the character for water, must refer to a type of fruit from antiquity, one end sweet and the other bitter. Thus, people use the saying Gan Shui does not have two sweet ends to illustrate that every situation has its pros and cons, and one cannot have it all. Brother Jiang, do you know what this fruit is? I encountered it in another online narrative. Listening to Wei Junjie's boast, Jiang Bai fell utterly silent. He had intended to correct Wei Junjie. After all, Gan Shui is certainly not sweet. However, observing Wei Junjie's self-righteous demeanor, Jiang Bai decided to relinquish his thoughts. Naturally, he chose to acquiesce. Yet, Jiang Bai could scarcely fathom that among the authors of online literature from 1200 years ago, there existed such an extraordinary individual capable of penning the phrase Gan Shui does not have two sweet ends. After showcasing his knowledge, Wei Junjie steered the conversation back. Brother Jiang, great changes are imminent. We must seize the opportunity. Jiang Bai, seemingly unconcerned, retorted, debate? What debate? Is it a heap of debate? The keywords have been triggered, it seems. Brother Jiang, did I not mention this to you before? Wei Junjie patiently reiterated, the position of governor is held by the capable. Yin Chun Sha can serve as governor precisely because he guards a secret tomb, which is the key to the Yin Sha base, also known as the Yin Sha secret tomb. As long as the Yin Sha secret tomb remains stable, the Yin Sha base will endure. However, should it fall into chaos, the base will lose its protection. The operational pattern of the Yin Sha secret tomb is quite straightforward. It falls into chaos every 7 years. When chaos strikes, the guardian must enter the tomb and attempt to rectify the situation. Failure results in utter annihilation. Jiang Bai indeed recalled Wei Junjie mentioning this matter once. The governor's role entails safeguarding the Yin Sha secret tomb while also harnessing its power, making him unrivaled within the Yin Sha base. As long as the Yin Sha governor remains within the confines of the base, under the sanctuary of the secret tomb, even a divine general would be powerless against him. Who would have imagined that Yin Chen Sha, who assumed office 7 years ago, has already been in position for that long? This year, to be precise, the recent 2 months mark the window for the tomb's chaos. Occurring once every 7 years, the Yin Sha base has existed for over 210 years, with records of more than 31 governors. Among these 31 governors, none have managed to handle the tomb's chaos more than once. According to their speculations, the first encounter with the tomb's chaos was manageable. Some extraordinary individuals with a stroke of luck might resolve it. However, the second encounter likely triggered certain patterns, escalating the difficulty of the Yin Sha secret tomb, ultimately leading to no survivors. In the eyes of the crowd, although Yin Chen Sha is regarded as the strongest within the Yin Sha base, with the impending chaos of the secret tomb, his fate is sealed. In other words, Yin Chen Sha is merely a man awaiting death. A man on the brink of demise may instill fear momentarily, but such fear cannot persist. As for who will assume the governorship after Yin Chen Sha's departure, it will depend on who can resolve the chaos of the tomb. Yijin belongs to the solar eclipse sect, and their combat prowess peaks during an eclipse. Wei Junjie analyzed, rather fortuitously, that according to the observations of celestial phenomena, there would be solar eclipses occurring on 3 of the last 10 days. After consolidating intelligence from various sources, a comprehensive conspiracy unveiled itself before Jiang Bai: the imminent loss of control over the Silver Sand secret tomb, with the Silver Sand governor becoming a casualty in the futures market. While Yijin led all candidates for the next governorship, Yijin employed Nangong Xiaoxin to infiltrate a certain secret tomb, triggering a chain reaction that would precipitate the loss of control over the Silver Sand secret tomb, ultimately leading to the demise of the Silver Sand governor. Meanwhile, Yijin would capitalize on the fortuitous timing of the solar eclipse, entering the Silver Sand secret tomb at the peak of his power, resolving the chaos, and ascending as the next Silver Sand governor. It appeared that Jiang Bai had pieced together the entire conspiracy. However, numerous ambiguities remained unexplained. 1. Why would Yijin seek distant assistance by hiring Nangong Xiaoxin for this task? What unique qualities did Nangong Xiaoxin possess? 2. Given the significance of Nangong Xiaoxin's role, Why complicate matters further by ambushing Jiang Bai? 3. Even if ambushing Jiang Bai was the plan, Yi had countless capable subordinates. Why specifically choose Nangong Xiaoxin? Each layer intertwined, prompting Jiang Bai to ponder whether this was yet another trap. If this truly were a trap, how might he turn the tables? Lying on the chaise lounge, Jiang Bai closed his eyes, feigning slumber, while no one could fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. At the deputy governor's residence, Yi sat calmly at his desk, exuding an air of composure that starkly contrasted with his previous impatience. He appeared to be an entirely different person compared to his demeanor outside. His volatility was merely a fade, revealing a far deeper cunning. A map lay spread before him, marked with a coordinate that pinpointed the location of the 9th Research Institute, a long-abandoned school. Within the Silver Sand Base, numerous taboos existed, and this school was among them, where countless individuals had vanished or met untimely deaths. The reasons remained shrouded in mystery, yet rumors abounded that the place was haunted and ill-suited for prolonged stays. At this moment, gazing at the map, a flicker of fervor ignited in Yi eyes as he murmured to himself, Nangong Xiaoxin, a high-level thought master, possesses the sequenceability of chaos. Nangong Xiaoxin had been captured by Jiang Bai and confined within this very school. Unbeknownst to him, he was poisoned and would not survive beyond 10 days. Upon his demise, the sequenceability would inevitably spiral out of control, resonating with the entity deep within the Silver Sand secret tomb. And at that juncture, the Silver Sand secret tomb would awaken once more. That day would mark my ascension to the pinnacle of the Silver Sand Base. Chapter 035. The Fourth Interrogation. I am Jiang Bai. Currently conducting the fourth interrogation, with real-time audio recording. Interrogator. Jiang Bai, interrogated. Nangong Xiaoxian. In the cramped room, a dim yellow light flickered. Jiang Bai and Nangong Xiaoxin sat facing each other. Nangong Xiaoxin's head was wrapped in a thick bandage, and he appeared significantly more emaciated than before, his complexion pale, with an 4 drip attached to his arm. Jiang Bai placed a recording pin on the table. Nangong Xiaoxin was evidently no stranger to it, displaying no surprise. Let us continue as we discussed last time. Jiang Bai opened his notebook, lowered his head, and murmured, Where did we last leave off? Let me see. You were peeking at the neighbor lady taking a bath. My apologies, I mistakenly picked up the wrong one. A novel. No, an ancient text. Yes, an ancient text. Hastily, Jiang Bai switched to another book. To alleviate the awkwardness, he spoke up, logically speaking, interrogations should not only involve audio recordings but also video footage, and they cannot be conducted alone. Collaboration and supervision are essential. However, we are currently in a unique situation, and given the circumstances, we must make do. Nangong Xiaoxian listened attentively to Jiang Bai's words, a look of confusion flickering in her eyes as she queried, It seems you have many rules to adhere to. This is the 5th mysterious tide, during an apocalyptic era where order has collapsed. For an ordinary person, mere survival is already a luxury, let alone adhering to such assorted rules. Generally, the more regulations a force has, the stronger it is. Jiang Bai's prowess evidently surpassed that of high-tier extraordinary beings, rendering ordinary superhumans no match for him. The fact that a formidable figure like Jiang Bai abides by rules suggests that the power backing him must be extraordinarily strong. Yet, this presents a contradiction. A powerful force would not intervene in the Silver Sand Base without reason, nor would they allow Jiang Bai to fight alone here. After much contemplation, Nangong Xiaoxian deduced an answer. The force behind Jiang Bai believes he alone can stabilize the Silver Sand Base. This reasoning seemed sound. Have you heard of criminal law? Jiang Bai grinned. I can recite it by heart. Criminal law? Which jurisdiction's law? Nangong Xiaoxian inquired with growing interest. So, according to what you said, how would my situation be judged? They'd find it a waste of bullets to execute you. Jiang Bai scoffed. What's there to fear? This life was saved by you in the first place, Nangong Xiaoxian replied, a resigned smile reappearing on her face as she weakly added, It really is amusing. According to your logic, after all this effort to save me, you'd still want to execute me, isn't that? Nangong Xiaoxian struggled to find a word to describe it but could not. Jiang Bai kindly interjected, Pulling down your pants to fart, a superfluous act? Nangong Xiaoxian nodded slightly. Yes, a superfluous act. You truly possess extensive knowledge of ancient wisdom. Some extraordinary beings I know lack your cultured insight. She had to be careful with her nod, lest it aggravate the injury on her head. Since being captured, Jiang Bai had interrogated her 4 times. She recalled, the first time was underground, when Jiang Bai visited in the dead of night and conducted a thorough interrogation that lasted the entire night. Not long after, she faced the second interrogation, which included a comprehensive medical examination. According to Jiang Bai, it was their rule, even for captives, to undergo such evaluations. The rationale behind it was straightforward. Jiang Bai feared that Nangong Xiao might carry a lethal virus that could infect the 3 researchers and a dog at the facility. Nangong Xiao scoffed at Jiang Bai's concerns, feeling quite disdainful. How could someone as cautious as herself possibly contract an infectious disease unknowingly? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With the director's cooperation, the results of the examination were quickly revealed. Good news. There were no infectious diseases. Bad news. Poisoned by a highly toxic substance, death is imminent. The toxin is a rare venom from an advanced mythical beast snake, having permeated throughout the body. According to the director's deduction, if left untreated, Nangong Xiaoxin may perish within 3 to 5 days. As for what will transpire after Nangong Xiaoxin's untimely demise, the director is at a loss. However, he is acutely aware that this is far from a favorable outcome. Had it not been for Jiang Bai's adherence to protocol during the medical examination, they would have suffered greatly, completely unprepared. Of course, Jiang Bai's actions were not solely motivated by respect for the rules. He was genuinely fearful that Nangong Xiaoxin might harbor a contagious virus. Such a devious situation could only be encountered by Jiang Bai, the consummate trickster, through sheer happenstance. Upon witnessing the examination results, the reactions among the trio varied considerably. Nangong Xiaoxin's initial response was, "Are you attempting to deceive me with an illness?" Jiang Bai's immediate thought was, "Do you have health insurance?" The director's first reaction was, "What is health insurance?" The 3 exchanged wide-eyed glances, simultaneously falling into a profound silence. After overcoming the initial stage of denial, Nangong Xiaoxin swiftly came to terms with the reality. Jiang Bai had no reason to deceive himself. He had disclosed everything he knew to Jiang Bai, and Nangong Xiaoxin believed that even if he remained silent, Jiang Bai could still acquire this information. If Jiang Bai intended to torment him, there were countless methods at his disposal, rendering such convoluted schemes unnecessary. Clutching the examination results, Jiang Bai spoke earnestly. "Although you are a captive and your cooperation has been commendable, you lack health insurance, making my task exceedingly difficult. At present, we have no superior treatment options and can only provide conservative care. Yes, please sign here, and also this disclaimer, acknowledging that I am aware the attending physician lacks a medical license and relinquishing all rights to pursue accountability." Indeed, he was preparing to administer rudimentary treatment to Nangong Xiaoxin. After Nangong Xiaoxin signed a multitude of documents, the treatment commenced in earnest. Soon, the director witnessed what Jiang Bai referred to as conservative treatment. Jiang Bai's conservative approach was more aggressive than any method the director had ever observed. Nangong Xiaoxin had transformed his skull into a foreign bone, and the toxin prioritized corroding this foreign bone, necessitating that Jiang Bai excise a portion of it. Lying on the operating table, Nangong Xiaoxin finally realized that everything Jiang Bai had said that night was indeed true. The surgical knife, empowered by qi, was firmly held in Jiang Bai's hand, as he meticulously scraped away the bone to detoxify. While performing the procedure, Jiang Bai conversed with Nangong Xiaoxin. "Cry. Cry with all your might." Nangong Xiaoxin, "I doubt I can't cry." "No, you must cry." Jiang Bai asserted earnestly, "If you don't cry, the value of Guan Eryi will diminish." "What status do you have to perform the same act as Guan Eryi? Cry for me. And do not cease." Nangong Xiaoxin was infuriated. "Then don't administer anesthesia." To expect him to receive anesthesia while simultaneously demanding he cry seemed a deliberate attempt to torment Nangong Xiaoxin. Jiang Bai retorted indignantly, "Who administered anesthesia to you?" With no health insurance, and knowing that anesthetics were exorbitantly priced, Jiang Bai naturally sought to economize. Moreover, Nangong Xiaoxin felt no pain. The reason was simple. The toxin had already numbed his nerves. He required no anesthetic, as he was already gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. In the modest confines of the operating room, an exceedingly ludicrous scene unfolded. Jiang Bai was wholly engrossed, meticulously scraping away the corrupted bone, while the director took on the role of recorder and assistant, and Nangong Xiaoxin, with the fervor of someone mourning a lost mother, croaked out desperate howls. After 3 hours of this wailing, his voice hoarse, the operation finally neared its conclusion. Once Jiang Bai had excised all the toxic, corroded bones, he commanded, "Hongyi, invoke the holy light upon him." Shan Hongyi shouted, "Holy light!" The trio in the operating room stared at her as though she were a fool. Jiang Bai, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "How can one employ sequence abilities and still need to shout? How embarrassing!" Shan Hongyi retorted, "It's a light-speed incision, a divine separator, if you will." The holy light descended upon Nangong Xiaoxin's head, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. It seemed that everything was back on track, however. Just as his wounds were nearing complete recovery, Nangong Xiaoxin, who had been lamenting for 3 hours, suddenly let out a ghastly shriek. His body stiffening as blood gushed from his head and poured from his 7 orifices, plunging the scene into chaos. There was a malfunction with the holy light. "Stop it!" Jiang Bai bellowed, interrupting the holy light's effect. Simultaneously, he deftly grasped a needle, his right hand slicing through the air, stitching up all the wounds at an astonishing speed. Jiang Bai's movements were tenfold faster than during the surgery, so swift that even the director could not discern the details. Shan Hongyi stood by, utterly astonished. "In a way, you had more tricks up your sleeve." After a flurry of rescue efforts, Nangong Xiaoxin's condition stabilized once more, and the energy within him remained under control. Jiang Bai exhaled a sigh of relief. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, he turned to Shan Hongyi and earnestly said, "Hongyi, promise me, from now on, no more nurturing the teammates with the holy light." Chapter 036. The anomaly of the holy light was decisively managed by Jiang Bai. Amid the turmoil, Nangong Xiaoxin lost consciousness, and Shan Hongyi, filled with confusion, exchanged a knowing glance with the director. Though they spoke not a word, it was as if everything had been communicated. The surgery was a resounding success. Jiang Bai had removed all the bones corrupted by toxins without leaving a trace. Even so, Nangong Xiaoxin could not escape death. The toxins had not only infiltrated his bones, but it also pervaded his bloodstream, tainting his entire being. A blood transfusion was not a significant issue. Beyond conventional medical technology, individuals could utilize sequence abilities to aid in treatment. This method was far more effective than scientific means. Had Shan Hongyi's holy light not faltered, she would have been the ultimate versatile healer. Yet the blood vessels and organs within Nangong Xiaoxin had been poisoned by the toxins, and it was only a matter of time before they claimed his life. According to the director's estimation, following Jiang Bai's conservative treatment, Nangong Xiaoxin could potentially survive for at least another fortnight. The second inquiry was a physical examination, the third a surgical procedure. Now, Jiang Bai was conducting the fourth interrogation with Nangong Xiaoxin. Jiang Bai inquired, "Do you believe you possess any special qualities?" Nangong Xiaoxin pondered for a moment and replied, "I am exceedingly cautious in my endeavors, always leaving myself a way out." After accurately recording Nangong Xiaoxin's words, Jiang Bai added a comment, "Lack of self-awareness. How could such a reckless individual consider himself prudent and careful?" Jiang Bai merely smiled and refrained from further comment. After articulating his own character, Nangong Xiaoxin continued his analysis. My sequence ability is chaos, a power that is not particularly rare. By the way, prior to my arrival at the Insha base, I had a casual conversation with a senior who mentioned that there were no ability users of chaos at the Insha base. Moreover, my entry into the Insha base did not follow official channels. Jiang Bai, responsible for documentation, wrote fervently, his expression betraying no change. In truth, Jiang Bai had already regarded the chaos sequence ability as a clue, which could very well serve as a breakthrough. A power that is not uncommon has become extinct at the Insha base. Where there is an anomaly, there lies a mystery. Coupled with the information Wei Junjie had shared with Jiang Bai regarding the patterns of the Insha secret tomb, which would go out of control after a certain period, it became evident that Yi Jin's caution to Nangong Xiaoxin was intended to expedite the onset of the tomb's instability. To this end, he had even secretly poisoned Nangong Xiaoxin, attempting to eliminate him without detection. These clues laid out before Jiang Bai ignited a spark in his mind. Everything suddenly seemed to make sense. Yi Jin had deliberately placed Nangong Xiaoxin within his reach, indifferent to whether he lived or died. As long as Nangong Xiaoxin met his demise at the opportune moment, which was none other than the 9th Research Institute. Had the director not discovered Nangong Xiaoxin's poisoning? Had Nangong Xiaoxin not emphasized the peculiarity of chaos? Had Wei Junjie not divulged the insider information to Jiang Bai? He would never have unraveled the truth. Abruptly halting his writing, Jiang Bai turned to Nangong Xiaoxin and asked pointedly, "You've guessed it, haven't you?" Nangong Xiaoxin, who had been speaking eloquently, paused, his expression somewhat awkward as he reluctantly admitted, I am aware of the situation concerning the Insha secret tomb. You know, I have little to do each day besides reading and reflecting, indulging in fanciful thoughts, though I cannot ascertain their accuracy. Jiang Bai incisively remarked, you believe that by presenting the clues before me, allowing me to piece together the truth gradually, it would instill a greater sense of accomplishment in me? Nangong Xiaoxin remained silent for a moment, exhaling deeply. I suppose so. Now, as a captive, he recognized that to secure his survival, he must curry favor with Jiang Bai. Engaging in such futile endeavors should be minimized. Jiang Bai asserted sternly, the moment you discern the truth, you should have reported it to me immediately. That would constitute a commendable contribution. Should your deliberate concealment delay matters and result in catastrophe? Can you bear the responsibility? This is not an act of valor. It is a grave error. After Jiang Bai's scolding, a sense of shame unexpectedly welled up within Nangong Xiaoxin, his head bowing slightly. Yet, he soon realized the absurdity of the situation. I am a prisoner. Why on earth should I comply with you when I am on the verge of death? The defiant words that rose within him transformed into, I understand my mistake. I will certainly be more cautious next time. There was no other choice. As Jiang Bai had stated, Nangong Xiaoxin was now a seasoned captive. You had better truly comprehend this? Jiang Bai intoned gravely. Fortunately, I had already anticipated this scenario and discreetly relocated your place of detention. Otherwise, we would have faced significant losses. Nangong Xiaoxin? Is that even possible? In a situation devoid of any clues, Jiang Bai astonishingly managed to make a prescient judgment, relocating the place of detention. But what exactly are you guarding against? Are you warding off the very air itself? Engaging in a battle of wits with the atmosphere? Jiang Bai's actions undoubtedly stem from his own reasoning. His initial intention was to keep Nangong Xiaoxin at a safe distance. After all, the director has stated that Nangong Xiaoxin is afflicted with a lethal poison, with no hope of recovery. Should Nangong Xiaoxin perish within the confines of the 9th Research Institute, it would be tainted and devalued. Moreover, a dying superhuman is inherently an unstable factor. Jiang Bai could not risk detaining him within the 9th Research Institute, as it could pose a threat to others. Weighing these various factors, Jiang Bai clandestinely resolved to transfer Nangong Xiaoxin. Although Nangong Xiaoxin was unaware of Jiang Bai's motives, he found himself thoroughly convinced of Jiang Bai's capability at this moment. He should not be referred to as Jiang Bai, but rather as Jiang Lao Lu. The interrogation had reached a significant breakthrough, and Jiang Bai posed additional questions, preparing to conclude this session, as per protocol. He presented the signed document to Nangong Xiaoxin. Jiang Bai handed over the record and inquired, although the merits and faults balance each other out, given your proactive attitude, do you have any requests? Anything exceeding 50 star coins is off the table. Are there any more of these books? I have already finished the few you previously provided me, Nangong Xiaoxin replied cautiously, cradling a book that bore no cover. Its contents handwritten by Jiang Bai himself, containing knowledge from 1200 years ago. The Cicada project had also considered the possibility that if the fourth mysterious tide were to obliterate the civilized world, everything would need to be rebuilt, and how one should respond to such a calamity. Consequently, participants of the Cicada project inevitably carried some manuals and documents. Jiang Bai had the most extensive collection. Firstly, he had spent the most time sealing, allowing him leisure to peruse these materials. Secondly, Jiang Bai possessed an exceptional memory, with an ability to retain everything he read. He transcribed some of these texts and presented a few to Nangong Xiaoxin to aid in his ideological work. As a mind master, who naturally engages in cerebral pursuits, he found delight in reading. These particular books had been perused by Nangong Xiaoxin countless times. After making his request, fearing Jiang Bai might decline, Nangong Xiaoxin elaborated, I am deeply intrigued by the contents of these books and wish to explore more, especially the concept of Tianxiadong. The world is one. Does such a world truly exist? Whether 1,200 years ago or 1,200 years hence, the notion of Tianxiadong appears to have never been genuinely realized. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before offering his response. Ruzi Yuzai? Nangong Xiaoxin questioned, somewhat perplexed. Is this an ancient phrase? I apologize. My knowledge in this area is rather scant. Could you provide me with a hint? If you believe in this path and are willing to strive for it, then such a world will undoubtedly come into existence. Jiang Bai elucidated, in short. Ruzai. Chapter 037. Brother Jiang. There is grave news. Ruzi Aid, or Yuzai. Nangong Xiaoxin contemplated deeply, pondering the significance of these two characters. Between them lies a great secret that, of course, such a statement may veer into the realm of idealism. In regard to this topic, Jiang Bai rarely condescends to engage in conversation. A true warrior of materialism would never utter such words. Idealism? Materialism? Nangong Xiaoxin found himself increasingly perplexed, endeavoring to commit every word spoken by Jiang Bai to memory, for he would have ample time to ponder in solitude. He pressed on with his inquiry, asking, "Then, what kind of words should a warrior of materialism utter?" "Your materialist grandfather speaks no nonsense." A faint smile graced Jiang Bai's lips as he spoke. His voice steady and refined as if forged through rigorous trials. "We prefer to take decisive action." Jiang Bai, at the age of 1200, referred to himself as grandfather, and this was by no means excessive. The progression of events is a spiral ascent. The corruption of this world is responsible for the spiral, while Jiang Bai is tasked with its elevation. This is entirely reasonable. Listening to Jiang Bai's words, Nangong Xiaoxin felt an unexplainable awe. Though he was a high-ranking thought master, he was currently afflicted with venom, gravely ill, and teetering on the brink of death. He spoke freely, sharing everything he could. What could be said? What could not? What should be said? And what should not? Interestingly, Jiang Bai employed neither coercive measures nor emotional manipulation, nor did he resort to his hierarchical abilities. Everything was conducted according to his peculiar rules. Thus, Nangong Xiaoxin naturally divulged all that he knew. In terms of intelligence, Nangong Xiaoxin had become of little value. He possessed no combat prowess, nor any hidden assets. He had lost everything. Consequently, he posed one final question: "What else can I do?" Nangong Xiaoxin was unaware of why he felt compelled to ask this. He was a man on the verge of death, and the foremost thought of one nearing death is invariably a desire to survive. Yet, Nangong Xiaoxin was forced to confront the grim reality of his impending demise, yearning to make the most of his remaining time. Even if Jiang Bai were to release him now, Nangong Xiaoxin had nowhere to go. The moment he stepped outside, he would be hunted down and killed by Yi Jin's men. He could only remain here, and do something. This question did not perplex Jiang Bai. He answered with ease, "If you find yourself truly idle, consider documenting your life." Nangong Xiaoxin, bewildered, asked, "What value does such documentation hold?" "In the present, it may hold little worth, but for the future, any record possesses research value." Given just a bit of time for reflection, Jiang Bai gently patted Nangong Xiaoxin's shoulder, imparting meaningfully, "We are a nation with a profound history, one that is even more ancient than you can imagine. And concurrently, we are a nation with a future." With that, Jiang Bai turned and departed, leaving Nangong Xiaoxin alone in the room. Still immersed in their conversation, Nangong Xiaoxin remained ensnared in thought until, after a considerable time, he finally regained his senses and weakly said, "If you want me to document this, at least provide me with paper and a pen." Outside the door, a youthful voice chimed in. "One pen costs 50 star coins, and a notebook costs 800 star coins." Nangong Xiaoxin, "Is it really that expensive? Has inflation struck?" A more pressing concern arose for Nangong Xiaoxin. "Where am I supposed to find the money?" The young girl had long been prepared and was ready to issue an IOU with a monthly interest rate of 3 as she spoke. A slip of paper was slid across to Nangong Xiaoxin, already inscribed with the loan amount, interest, and repayment date. Just as Nangong Xiaoxin was about to affix his fingerprint, a ludicrous thought flashed through his mind. This individual wouldn't be trying to sell me paper and a pen. Would she? Surely not. It couldn't be that ridiculous. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt one last time. The tea house was notably desolate, with Jiang Bai reclining in a lounge chair, occasionally stifling yawns. Ever since he took over this establishment, it had always been in such a state. However, during this period, Jiang Bai had been earning quite a bit. The governor had paid a visit, generously gifting Jiang Bai 300,000 star coins, promptly recouping the 30,000 star coins for the rent. The expenses for treating Nangong Xiaoxin were minimal and hardly worth mentioning. In the testimony Nangong Xiaoxin previously provided, he mentioned possessing considerable wealth hidden in other bases, which turned out to be Jiang Bai's most significant gain. Attempting to retrieve these assets on his own would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, especially with the pressing timeline. By the time he returned, the opportunity would have passed. Hence, Jiang Bai, through Wei Junjie, sold this intelligence directly at the Starlight Temple, exchanging it for 1.5 million star coins. Adding the 400,000 star coins Jiang Bai had earned previously, and the 800,000 borrowed from the young girl. When all calculations were made, Excluding various expenses, Jiang Bai found himself with nearly 3 million star coins. A storm was brewing, and a fierce battle lay ahead. Jiang Bai needed to swiftly enhance his strength and convert the resources at hand into combat power. As he contemplated how to spend, he noticed Wei Junjie rushing in with urgency. "Brother Jiang." Wei Junjie entered the tea house, promptly shutting the door and lowering his voice. "There's grave news." Jiang Bai rolled his eyes. "What? Has Master been captured by a monster?" "What?" Wei Junjie felt a strange sense of familiarity with Jiang Bai's words, uncertain if he had seen it somewhere before. With no time to dwell on this, Wei Junjie replied earnestly, "This is no time for jokes. The entrance to the Silver Sand secret tomb has appeared." Jiang Bai chuckled. "The person to my left is from the Yijin faction, and to my right is from the Moon God Society. Are you sure you want to discuss this now?" Wei Junjie was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the inappropriateness of the situation. Moreover, had Jiang Bai mistakenly identified them? Before Wei Junjie could respond, a muffled voice came from Jiang Bai's left. "I am from the Moon God Society." The individual on his right, bracing himself, added, "The Eclipse cult harbors no ill intentions towards you. I am merely here to facilitate contact." Jiang Bai had inadvertently reversed their identities. Since their cover had been blown, they had no choice but to speak up and clarify. Otherwise, if Jiang Bai unjustly sullied their names, they would face dire consequences upon returning to their respective organizations. From this perspective, it was possible that Jiang Bai had intentionally swapped their identities. Jiang Bai looked at Wei Junjie, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Would you like to find a more convenient place to talk?" Such a smile was all too familiar to Wei Junjie. One word: money. For Wei Junjie, any matter that could be resolved with money was hardly an issue. 30,000. As he stated his price, Wei Junjie discreetly gestured a 5 with his hand. His meaning was instantly grasped by Jiang Bai. The actual payment was 30,000, while the invoice was issued for 50,000. This scoundrel pocketed a kickback of 20,000, making money with greater ease than Jiang Bai. Cash, card payment. Ding, 30,000 star coins were credited to Jiang Bai's card. To take another's wealth is to alleviate their misfortunes. Wei Junjie approached the door, intending to find a more suitable place for conversation. Yet Jiang Bai remained reclined in his chair, showing no inclination to rise. Click. The sound of a gun being chambered resonated crisply within the tea shop. Jiang Bai slammed the loaded gun onto the table and coldly commanded, "Get lost." The proprietor of the shop to the left hastily grabbed a chair and fled, while the owner on the right was a moment slower, failing even to close the door behind him. As the two made their escape, the other shopkeepers on the street began to scatter in panic. Witnessing the commotion, though unaware of the circumstances, the rest decided to flee first and inquire later. In less than 10 minutes, the entire marketplace was left desolate, save for a few souls remaining in the tea shop, while the rest had dashed out to seek refuge. Now, it was indeed a more convenient time to talk. Jiang Bai picked up the teapot at hand, took a leisurely sip, and said, "Speak." Chapter 038. The insider having frightened everyone away, Jiang Bai found no one daring to eavesdrop on their conversation. Just with the simple act of chambering around, he had earned 30,000. Wei Junjie felt no sense of loss. After all, it was the Starlight Temple footing the bill, and he could still reap some benefits. Why not? The more commotion Jiang Bai stirred, the more worthwhile this expenditure became. Wei Junjie procured a small stool and settled down beside Jiang Bai, beginning, "The entrance to the Silver Sand secret tomb has appeared." The loss of control over the secret tomb unfolds in several stages. It is not an instantaneous event. The emergence of the entrance signifies that the 7-year appointment is drawing near. "You have already mentioned this once," Jiang Bai yawned, speaking with an air of indifference. "And then? What about the matter we discussed earlier? Have you given it any thought?" Wei Junjie lowered his voice, mimicking a gun with his other hand. "If you take out Yijin with a single shot, not only will our Starlight Temple owe you a favor, but the governor will also be quite pleased. Aren't you two rather chummy?" During this time, various factions had long since uncovered the reasons behind the governor's sudden change. Prior to the issuance of numerous governor's orders, he visited the trading market once and had a conversation with Jiang Bai. The content of that dialogue remains unknown. What can be affirmed is that Jiang Bai's words had indeed impacted the governor. "Chummy?" Jiang Bai scoffed. "He makes such a grand display, practically announcing to everyone that he intends to use me as a pawn. Does that sound like camaraderie to you?" Wei Junjie was taken aback. Not expecting Jiang Bai to hold such a stance, "I have researched the historical archives of the Silver Sand base," Jiang Bai continued languidly. 7 years ago, when the governor took office, the silver sand base had a population of 2.6 million. Now it barely exceeds 2 million. 7 years ago, the governor's office boasted 12 extraordinary powers. Now, only 4 remain. 7 years ago, the silver sand base generated an income of 18.864 billion star coins. Last year, it was merely 13.246 billion star coins. Jiang Bai enumerated a plethora of statistics, his meaning unmistakable. This governor's performance had been far from commendable. A comprehensive decline in various data has been observed. There are no strong individuals, no population, and no income. These figures were originally classified as top-secret data of the Inshur base, known only in part to Wei Junjie, far less detailed than what Jiang Bai possesses. Moreover, it is evident from Jiang Bai's tone that he harbors a certain disdain for the governor. Wei Junjie hesitated, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately remained silent. After listening to Jiang Bai's complaints, Wei Junjie realized that eliminating Yijin was no longer an option. Naturally, he had never held out much hope to begin with. Once Jiang Bai ceased speaking, Wei Junjie inquired about the entrance's activation. According to the rules, to compete for the position of governor, one must undergo qualification certification at the entrance. Otherwise, if the Inshur secret tomb spiraled out of control, access to it would be unattainable. Jiang Bai, our Starlight Temple intends to form a team to explore the entrance. Would you be interested in joining us? Wei Junjie laid out the requirements and conditions of the Starlight Temple. Jiang Bai would serve as the vice captain, allowed to bring along an assistant to act alongside the team. The captain would not interfere with Jiang Bai's actions, and his authority would only be subordinate to that of the captain. The Starlight Temple required a minimum of 4 individuals to participate. Prior to the team's departure, the Starlight Temple would provide Jiang Bai with half of a visualization blueprint and a deposit of 500,000 star coins. Upon successful completion, the remaining half of the blueprint would be delivered, a complete blueprint as remuneration. One must admit, the Starlight Temple is exceedingly sincere this time. Jiang Bai had but one question. What grade is the visualization blueprint? According to our internal classification, it ranks as a 3rd tier. Wei Junjie added, the highest being 9th tier. Jiang Bai closed his eyes. He was hardly a scavenger, uninterested in collecting refuse. Wei Junjie, recognizing the hint, promptly rose, stating, if you have a decision, feel free to contact me. I am on standby 24 hours a day. With that, he hurriedly departed. Beside Jiang Bai, he always felt a strong sense of pressure. This man was profoundly scheming, his temperament elusive, reminding Wei Junjie of an ancient adage, serving a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. After Wei Junjie left, Shan Hongyi approached Jiang Bai, somewhat perplexed, and asked, Governor, is it truly as dire as you say? From their previous encounter, she had found the other party rather agreeable. She had not anticipated that today she would hear an entirely different version of the governor from Jiang Bai. The world of adults is intricate, fraught with conflicts of interest and tangled intricacies. Not everything is simply black or white. Jiang Bai patiently elucidated, data can be deceptive. The previous governors did not face particularly complex situations. Even without taking action, the Inshur base could thrive. Since our current governor took office, calamities and human disasters have been relentless. For other governors, a population reduction of less than half would be considered a victory, yet the Inshur base still retains a population of 2 million, which is indeed no small feat. Furthermore, it is said that he has open trade routes. Amidst the deteriorating situation at the Inshur base, within 7 years, the trade routes facilitated the migration of 100,000 individuals. The decline of extraordinary powers is also due to their focus on maintaining these trade routes. The corruption within the Defense Department can be interpreted as a desperate measure, compelling him to concentrate his efforts on resolving primary conflicts. Listening to Jiang Bai's explanation, Shan Hongyi grew even more bewildered. She could not help but inquire, so, is he ultimately a good person or a bad person? One moment he appears virtuous, the next moment villainous, and then he transforms back into a good person. How can he oscillate so wildly? Did I not mention that matters in this world are rarely black and white? You cannot indiscriminately label someone as good or bad. Jiang Bai replied calmly, let us discuss the matter at hand. As the governor of Yinsand, he is indeed competent. However, after his visit, his successive actions have placed me in a precarious position, intensifying the already delicate circumstances. Under such pressure, I must either completely align myself with the governor's office and serve him or become a target, diverting attention away from him. The calculations behind this are so clear that I could hear them even with my ears covered. Regardless of which situation unfolds, It benefits him without harm, while for me, although the drawbacks are few, there are no advantages to be found. Observing the indignant Jiang Bai, Shan Hongyi experienced a fleeting illusion. Had the governor brought not 300,000 but rather 30 billion on the day of his visit, perhaps Jiang Bai could have effortlessly toppled the other three families. The power of currency is indeed the key to igniting Jiang Bai's potential. With ample funding, the governor could be dealt with as well and the tea house. Jiang Bai reclined in a chair, feigning sleep. Outside the market, a tempest was brewing, poised to engulf the entire Insan base. And one could only wonder who might emerge victorious this time. In the governor's office, within the reception hall, that imposing figure remained seated at the pinnacle, while a kneeling individual nearby bowed his head in report. The governor abruptly interrupted. Did he truly say that? The man nodded vigorously. I would stake my life on it. His words were verbatim, and I have recordings as evidence. Jiang Bai spoke these words directly to me. The one kneeling was none other than Wei Junjie. Beyond his role in the Starlight Temple, he bore a secret identity, an undercover agent dispatched by the governor. How intriguing. Inchun Sha shifted his position, his fingers tracing the armrest as countless thoughts surged within him. Did Jiang Bai know that Wei Junjie would relay messages to him? Had Jiang Bai seen through Wei Junjie's true identity? No, that could not be right. It could not be so simple. Jiang Bai's every action is driven by intention, and if he was aware that this information would inevitably reach his ears, what then was his purpose in stating it? He cited numerous statistics. Inchun Sha's eyes brightened as he seemed to grasp something. Statistics are a thankless endeavor. The data in Jiang Bai's possession was alarmingly detailed, perhaps excessively so. Some figures mentioned by Jiang Bai were not even recorded by the governor's office, yet he possessed them. Wei Junjie assumed that Jiang Bai must have acquired this data from the governor's office. Thus he rushed to report to the governor, alerting him to a potential mole within the office. As a seasoned insider, he could easily discern the presence of treachery. There must be a mole. However, only Inchun Sha, the governor himself, understood that he had no such data at all. So, from where did Jiang Bai's information originate? And why was it so meticulously detailed? Inchun Sha's expression solidified. He had deduced the answer and understood what Jiang Bai was attempting to convey. Behind Jiang Bai stood a formidable figure who wielded Tianwen, Chapter 039. The Inquiry of the Strong, Online QA. The Inquiry, a formidable entity within the celestial hierarchy, boasts the capability of its 11th sequence, the celestial ability users. Each individual within this realm possesses boundless potential, with even the least among them capable of transcending into extraordinary existence. While the Inquiry may not rank among the absolute elite, its uniqueness is undeniably significant. Every practitioner of the Inquiry is entitled to the honor of being a guest of the great powers. Should one express a desire to join the illustrious factions such as the Starlight Temple, the Moon God Society, or the Eclipse Sect, they would even be willing to relinquish the position of Vice Temple Master. It is rumored that among the practitioners of the Inquiry, there exist top-tier warriors who engage in jovial discourse with the Celestial Emperor, forging deep bonds and standing atop the world, surveying all beneath them. The revelation of a strong individual wielding the Inquiry behind Jiang Bai carries profound implications. The first layer of meaning serves as a warning. The recent actions of Inchun Sha, which sought to coerce Jiang Bai into alignment through overwhelming pressure, are far from honorable when laid bare. With a practitioner of the Inquiry backing Jiang Bai, Inchun Sha must weigh the consequences of invoking similar tactics, lest he provoke the wrath of a formidable opponent. The second layer signifies a gesture of goodwill. The Inquiry possesses an unparalleled advantage in the realm of intelligence gathering, often yielding remarkable results. Conversely, if one wishes to conceal their presence, it becomes exceedingly difficult for others to detect them. By openly acknowledging the existence of the Inquiry, Jiang Bai not only issues a warning, but also extends an olive branch of alliance to Inchun Sha. With a mysterious powerhouse supporting him, Jiang Bai is indeed qualified to forge an alliance with Inchun Sha. If prior to this dialogue, Inchun Sha regarded Jiang Bai merely as a pawn in this intricate game, albeit one with a hint of intrigue, yet too weak to influence the overall outcome, he now realizes that, upon learning of the Inquiry's existence, Jiang Bai has transcended the role of a mere piece. While he may not yet be a player in his own right, he is now capable of maneuvering adeptly within the game, navigating the board with grace and agility. Inchun Sha swiftly concluded his contemplation and posed another question. You mentioned earlier that Jiang Bai is seeking a visualization diagram? Wei Junjie replied, yes, I suspect he desires to cultivate dual systems simultaneously. Qian Sha reached out, rummaging through the void for a moment before producing an object. He casually tossed it before Wei Junjie, coolly instructing, "Find an opportunity to deliver this to Jiang Bai." Wei Junjie lifted his gaze, cradling the item in his hands. It was a scroll. On the reverse side, several ancient characters in dark gold were inscribed. Visualization diagram 9 dragons. Meanwhile, outside the trading market at the Hanchan shop, a figure clad in a white lab coat, sporting a messy hairstyle, stood anxiously beside Jiang Bai, scratching his head. "Jiang Bai, perhaps we should reconsider." Clearly, the director was uncertain about the impending events. "Can this truly work?" Jiang Bai, having anticipated this, reassured him. "You witnessed the last incident with the holy light used by Dan Hongyi, did you not?" The director nodded, the memory vivid. Ever since Jiang Bai employed the technique of inch stop, the holy light had transformed into a toxic blessing, and the inquiry into a white inquiry. With a single strike, Jiang Bai had incapacitated his own support and healer, achieving a double kill. Jiang Bai continued to persuade, "As a researcher, we cannot succumb to superstitions. We must adhere to science, correct?" The director nodded once more, acknowledging the soundness of this statement. Jiang Bai speculated, "Based on my deductions, there are two possibilities. Either there is an issue with the CUNG mechanism, which, when interrupted, could lead to a mutation in the sequence capability, akin to our earlier observation that 113, or there exists a mysterious force or entity subtly influencing everything around me. As it stands, these are the only two plausible explanations, wouldn't you agree?" The director paused momentarily, wishing to refute the claim but finding no fault in it. In his estimation, the former was far more likely, while Jiang Bai's second assertion seemed to attribute all unexplainable phenomena to mysticism. "You are being somewhat superstitious," he remarked. "If we are to substantiate this matter, we ought to conduct more experiments. Why not seize this opportunity to generate some revenue?" Jiang Bai, rummaging through his belongings, produced an abacus and began tallying expenses for the director. "Every time we activate Ton 1, you bear the burden and consume materials. That all equates to money, doesn't it? Setting aside these costs, our research institute is already in substantial debt. Director, don't you lose sleep over the money you owe?" The director candidly replied, "I do not sleep at night. The institute only had power during the night, and he was too preoccupied with experiments to find the time to rest. And during the day, I do not sleep then either. Does your conscience not weigh heavily upon you?" The director replied, "Occasionally, when I think about it." Unlike Jiang Bai, the director truly possessed a conscience. To awaken Jiang Bai, he had not only exhausted his life savings but also accrued exorbitant debts. Relying solely on himself, he would never repay such a sum in his lifetime. Fortunately, Jiang Bai was an expert in financial matters. He suggested that the director set up a stall for fortune-telling and charge a consultation fee. Since Tian 1 has already transformed into Bai 1, why not take advantage of this opportunity to earn a handsome profit? The director remained troubled by his inner conflict. "But what if the information I provide leads others astray?" Jiang Bai refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead countering, "Can Tian 1 ever be erroneous?" The director replied with unwavering confidence, "Certainly not." Jiang Bai asserted, "We are not disseminating incorrect information. Charging a fee is entirely justified, wouldn't you agree? Such a golden opportunity is hard to come by." The director hesitated, realizing the potential issues involved. However, misleading information in the present context, Tian 1 does provide genuine insights, yet it often conceals critical details, leading to misinterpretation. In the realms of intelligence gathering and analysis, such misleading information can prove fatal. Jiang Bai was prepared for this. In that case, we could append a disclaimer to the consultation results. The information provided is genuine and valid, but for reference only, and should not be construed as a final conclusion. How does that sound? Furthermore, with the price I set being quite steep, those seeking our fortune-telling services at the Yingsha base will be split between foes and potential adversaries. Without needing further elaboration from Jiang Bai, the director understood the implications. He hesitantly nodded in agreement, ultimately consenting to Jiang Bai's plan. Although he was honest, he was not foolish. Presently, the situation at the Yingsha base had reached a particularly sensitive juncture. The Ninth Research Institute found itself in an awkward position, neither aligning with any faction nor having the favor of Eugene. They had forged no alliances with any power. Once the tempest descends, the first to be obliterated may very well be them. Jiang Bai requires resources to fortify his strength, and the director must devise a means to safeguard both Jiang Bai and Dan Hongyi. Once a divine general, the director is far from the foolishly benevolent. Though he would not intentionally lead anyone astray, he is certainly capable of collaborating with Jiang Bai in such endeavors. His previous hesitance stemmed not from a fear of deceiving others, but rather from a concern over his own performance and the possibility of failing to execute the plan, thereby jeopardizing Jiang Bai's interests. It now appears that Jiang Bai has long been prepared, ensuring that nothing is left to chance. Once all preparations were in place, Jiang Bai bellowed, "Don't miss out, folks. The Tianwen experts are here to answer your queries. Prices are favorable, honest dealings for all. Should you miss this opportunity, there shall be no second chance. The 3 major sect members enjoy a 20% discount. The vice governor benefits from a 50% discount. Chapter 040. Elevated questions. The Tianwen experts offer paid consultations. This banner, once unfurled, swiftly attracted the keen attention of various factions. They promptly dispatched agents to investigate the veracity of the matter while relaying intelligence back to headquarters, awaiting further directives. This affair bears significant weight, allowing for no hint of negligence. Upon the spy's arrival at the Han Chan establishment, Jiang Bai was engrossed in conversation with a portly gentleman, Vice Governor Yin. This is a precious recipe I discovered in ancient texts, which combines milk, tea, and sugar to create a delightful beverage known as ashigonged. It was a favorite among the ancients. Jiang Bai presented a cup of milk tea for the gentleman's enjoyment. The individual referred to as Vice Governor Yin was rotund, bearing a striking resemblance to Yin Chen Sha, yet his demeanor was entirely distinct, exuding the charm of a prosperous country gentleman. With a jovial tone, Yin Shenfei remarked, "No need for such formality, Boss Jiang, if you don't mind. Just call me Lao Fei." After taking a sip of the milk tea, his eyes lit up. "Well, I must say, this is quite delightful." The ancients truly knew how to savor life. Cradling the cup, Yin Shenfei mused, "I have heard that a millennium ago, milk tea was ubiquitous, enjoyed by all. What a flourishing sight that must have been." This cup of milk tea was crafted from the finest stock of Tea Master, fresh milk, and white sugar. Any single ingredient would be a luxury in a common household. Combined, it equated to the monthly sustenance for a family of 3. Could anything this exquisite fail to please the palate? Listening to Yin Shenfei's reflections, Jiang Bai's expression remained unchanged. Yin Shenfei, feeling at ease, reclined in Jiang Bai's chair, waving his hand leisurely. "I shan't impede your business any longer. Do carry on. I was sent out by my brother as he found me a nuisance at home." The spies, observing from a distance, felt a weight settle in their hearts. It was indeed true that an individual possessing the powers of Tianwen is highly coveted anywhere. Yet, should such an individual lack sufficient strength, it is akin to a child traversing a bustling market with a fortune, exceedingly perilous. Instances of exploiting the weak are not uncommon in this era. However, the appearance of Yin Shenfei dispelled any such notions among them. The governor's younger brother, one of the 4 vice-governors, a transcendent powerhouse. With his presence firmly established within the silver sandbase, no one dared to act recklessly. The scouts promptly lined up in an orderly manner, approaching Jiang Bai to inquire about the transaction methods. Jiang Bai was well prepared. With a snap of his fingers, a shadow darted out from the shop. The figure was none other than Blood Wolf, who bore a string of pamphlets around its neck, each detailing the fees and regulations. As it navigated through the crowd, it distributed the pamphlets with precision. Should anyone attempt to take 2 copies, Blood Wolf would fix them with a cold glare and extend a claw. Either relinquish one or pay the VAT, even sported a POS machine around its neck, facilitating card payments. Once everyone had received their pamphlets, they swiftly dispersed like startled birds. Within half an hour, another individual hurriedly arrived. The first to show up was, unsurprisingly, Wei Junjie. Jiang Bai felt no surprise. He was convinced that within the silver sandbase, Wei Junjie served at least 2 factions. "Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang," Wei Junjie exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. "I just finished reporting to the headquarters and rushed over at the earliest opportunity. This time, I bring you something truly remarkable." As he spoke, he produced a wooden box and set it before Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai feigned ignorance, asking, "What is this?" "An imagery diagram." Wei Junjie placed his hand on the box, whispering, "The grade of this diagram is beyond even the headquarters' ability to appraise. But I assure you, its value is no less than 5 million star coins. To be frank, Brother Jiang, the origins of this diagram are, somewhat dubious. If it were discovered that you possess this diagram, the Starlight Temple would deny any such transaction ever took place. it was evident that the diagram was stolen goods, a liability once exposed. Wei Junjia's attempt to trade it with Jiang Bai was essentially a means of disposing of evidence. Oh, Jiang Bai nodded. In that case, let us appraise this imagery diagram, valued at 500,000, at a mere 300,000 in cash. Wei Junjia, how could it depreciate so drastically in the span of just 2 sentences? He pretended to retract the diagram, but Jiang Bai swiftly restrained him. Lowering his voice, Jiang Bai remarked, "He already informed me." Wei Junjia was taken aback, exclaiming, "You knew I am affiliated with the Moon God Society?" Jiang Bai thought he had underestimated the depths of this man's shamelessness. Jiang Bai had merely attempted to bluff Wei Junjia, but the latter's response was flawless. The fact that he was a double agent was perhaps an open secret within their circle, and he had no fear of exposure. Jiang Bai maintained his grip on the box, his stance resolute. "This time, you shall take a smaller cut." Reluctantly, Wei Junjia conceded, "Fine, I have just one question. Allow that extraordinary being from Tianwan to come forth. You cannot meet him." Jiang Bai gestured towards a screen, explaining, "He is behind the screen. You may pose your inquiries through it, and the answers will be delivered to you." Wei Junjia countered, "How can I be assured that the answers are genuine?" Jiang Bai exuded confidence. "Tianwan cannot err." Wei Junjia persisted. "What if someone were to tamper with the responses?" Just as Jiang Bai was about to retort that, Wei Junjia seemed intent on provoking him. The individual behind the screen suddenly spoke. "I swear by the Divine General to ensure that my responses are devoid of any concealment and absolutely truthful." "Go swear by the Divine General?" Jiang Bai recalled what the director had once told him. Even the most formidable beings, such as divine generals, the earthly Buddha, and the heavenly Emperor, would possess a faint awareness if their true names were whispered. Swearing allegiance to them was also a common tactic, with the binding force of an oath. This transaction was secured, allowing Wei Junjia to relax and commence haggling with Jiang Bai. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement. Wei Junjia would provide a visualization diagram, materials worth 1 million star coins, and cash amounting to 500,000 star coins, while Jiang Bai would issue an invoice for 3 million and pay taxes accordingly. The deal was struck. After promptly settling the payment, Wei Junjia swiftly posed his query. What was the answer to the final challenge at the entrance of the Silver Sand secret tomb? This particular hurdle was the most arduous, with an exceedingly high elimination rate. Countless individuals had succumbed at this stage. Thus, it was the matter of utmost concern for Wei Junjia. The director behind the screen shook his head, indicating that one could not directly inquire about the answer. One must first ask for the question. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai felt a surge of relief. The director had indeed progressed, self-taught and now adept at negotiating. In truth, the utilization of the heavenly inquiry required a methodical approach, laden with numerous regulations. The director merely stated the facts without any intention of deceiving Wei Junjia. Unfazed, Wei Junjia insisted, "Then give me the question." With the question in hand, would one fear being unable to find the answer? Absurd. As long as he knew the question, with the resources and manpower of the Starlight Sanctuary, the Moon God Society, and the Governor's office at his disposal, acquiring an answer would be a trivial affair. A blank sheet of paper lay flat before Wei Junjia on the table. As the heavenly inquiry was activated, dense characters began to materialize on the paper, numbers, letters, and a myriad of symbols. This is Jiang Bai gazed at the emerging question on the paper, falling into a prolonged silence. Yin Chunfei and Shan Hongyi also approached, peering at the contents of the paper, utterly bewildered. Wei Junjia, curious, inquired, "Do you recognize this?" All eyes instantly focused on Jiang Bai. "Yes." Jiang Bai nodded, his lips twitching uncontrollably as he helplessly replied, "This thing, in our era, was known as advanced mathematics." Chapter 041. There are 4 ways to express a solution. Your era? Wei Junjia looked up, astonished at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai matter-of-factly stated, "I traversed from 1200 years ago." "Did you not know?" Wei Junjia, he retorted, "Then why did you come here?" Jiang Bai provided a succinct response, "To save the world." Wei Junjia, "Great, another lunatic." This was a post-apocalyptic world, an era where anything could transpire. People tended to exhibit some degree of eccentricity. If someone appeared too sane, it was, in fact, abnormal. The term traverse was familiar to Wei Junjia from web literature. Thus, he could deduce the reason behind Jiang Bai's proclamation. He had likely read it in stories. As for whether Jiang Bai was genuinely mad or merely feigning insanity, Wei Junjia had no inclination to investigate at the moment. He pointed at the examination paper and asked, You mentioned advanced mathematics. Is it difficult? It is not merely a matter of difficulty. It is truly something exceptionally unique. Jiang Bai organized his thoughts and, with a solemn expression, inquired, have you ever heard an ancient saying? When a person is pushed to the brink, they can accomplish anything. Wei Junjie nodded, having just heard it. Actually, there is a subsequent line to this saying. What is it? Jiang Bai, without any hint of suspense, revealed, when a person is pushed to the limit, even advanced mathematics becomes insurmountable. Wei Junjie was left speechless. From Jiang Bai's tone, it was clear that even if he were presented with the questions, he would be unable to derive the answers. The individual concealed behind the screen, eavesdropping on the conversation, could not restrain himself and interjected, if we're discussing advanced mathematics, there are indeed places dedicated to researching such topics. Wei Junjie, appearing to have found a glimmer of hope, asked, where? The director named several entities. The knowledge archbishops of the Pantheon, the black monoliths of the hellish vanguard, and a few sages among the abyssal rangers, along with the blade of heaven. The mere mention of the Pantheon, the hellish vanguard, the abyssal rangers, and the blade of heaven caused Wei Junjie to roll his eyes. All right, I think I understand. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he interrupted the director. Each of these factions you just mentioned is backed by top-tier powerhouses. The average extraordinary individual wouldn't even have the opportunity to join. I am hearing about the Abyssal Rangers for the very first time. The Pantheon was established by a Western deity, the Hellish Vanguard was co-founded by 2K Itagarba, and the leader of the Blade of Heaven is a divine general. In comparison to these factions, the Starlight Sanctuary, the Moon Goddess Society, and the Eclipse Sect are merely like ants. He was now convinced that the individual behind the screen truly possessed the answers to celestial inquiries. However, it was likely that these lofty figures had scarcely even heard of the Silver Sandbase, let alone be inclined to assist them with advanced mathematics. In other words, this fellow was merely speaking in vain. Wei Junjie could only place his hopes on Jiang Bai. Brother Jiang, do you know advanced mathematics? Jiang Bai replied with firm conviction. I am not preparing for graduate studies. Why would I learn this? Graduate studies? What is that? Jiang Bai was equally clueless. After several fruitless attempts, Wei Junjie could only return with the questions he had painstakingly purchased to discuss strategies with headquarters. Once Wei Junjie departed, Jiang Bai promptly closed the shop and withdrew the screen. Director, do you understand advanced mathematics? Indeed, in the brief exchange, the director had completed the problems. He produced an answer sheet and handed it to Jiang Bai, stating, a few symbols in your answers were not used correctly, so I made some amendments. Jiang Bai was taken aback. In that moment, he once again felt the chasm separating the academically challenged from the academically gifted. I deceived Wei Junjie, Jiang Bai asserted seriously. In truth, I am also proficient. The director's eyes lit up with realization. Ah, that makes perfect sense. If it were Jiang Bai, everything would align seamlessly. Jiang Bai feigned maturity and remarked, your answers could actually benefit from further refinement. The humble director immediately sought guidance. Jiang Bai pointed to the answer sheet and analyzed, you didn't include the solutions. You'll lose points for that. Can you write the solutions? There are 4 methods to express them. The director nodded vigorously, diligently noting every word Jiang Bai uttered. The bystander, clad in a crimson garment, murmured softly, why do I feel as though Brother Jiang Bai is deceiving the director? Yin Qinfei cast a sidelong glance at the little lowly. Such an obvious matter, and yet your tone still carries a hint of doubt. You are not much different from the director yourself. Having taught the director 4 methods of interpretation, Jiang Bai once again produced the visualization chart. Without hesitation, he unfurled the chart before the director for authentication. Yin Qinfei glanced up momentarily, then quickly averted his gaze, a flicker of confusion lurking in his deep-set eyes. This object was all too familiar to him. He and his brother had relied on this very visualization chart to become extraordinary beings, to step into the realm of the transcendent. Clearly, Yin Qiansha had, through Wei Junjie, bestowed this item upon Jiang Bai. The chart, titled Visualization Chart. 9 dragons, unfurled to reveal a misty expanse, with only a few areas showcasing the dragon's form, its scales, and a single claw, all rendered with exquisite realism. Jiang Bai glanced at it and couldn't help but scoff. Is it not merely a wounded dragon? The director scrutinized the entire chart and soon reached a conclusion, stating, this visualization chart is incomplete. If assembled, it should rank above the 9th grade among all the charts I have encountered, placing it within the top 5. Incomplete. Jiang Bai bombarded him with inquiries. Can an incomplete visualization chart be utilized? What repercussions might arise from its use? How can it be completed? The director answered each question in turn. It can be used, but it will hinder your progression. This 9 dragons visualization chart, in its complete form, requires at least 9 dragons. Only when one dragon is fully assembled can one attempt to transcend. Hinder progression? For Jiang Bai, this side effect was, in fact, quite acceptable. He practiced 3 disciplines simultaneously, necessitating that all 3 abilities reach a pinnacle level before he could endeavor to transcend. He was still far from that goal. At present, enhancing his combat prowess was of utmost importance. Only a complete visualization chart could facilitate the continuous evolution of his sequence abilities, allowing extraordinary beings to strive for the highest realms. The yin-yang fish visualization chart initially provided by the director was, after all, complete. Having confirmed that the 9 dragons visualization chart bore no additional drawbacks, Jiang Bai promptly resolved, I shall enter seclusion. He turned to Yin Fei. Old Fei, please convey my gratitude to you and your brother. Then treat Jin to a meal, ensuring he remains within your sight throughout the night. Even when using the restroom, I require an entire night to push towards becoming a high-tier extraordinary being. Just as Yin Fei was about to acquiesce, he suddenly felt something amiss. Since when did you begin to command me? Before Yin Fei could voice his concerns, Jiang Bai presented him with a small booklet. Old Fei, this is your reward. Trust me, you will be quite pleased. Yin Fei lacked nothing. Status, power, strength, resources. The only thing he craved was knowledge, ancient wisdom. This little booklet contained precisely what he needed. Boss Jiang, you are too kind. Yin Fei immediately accepted the booklet, casting a furtive glance at the cover, which bore the 5 bold characters. Do not underrate the youth. To obtain ancient texts is to avert calamities for others. Yin Fei promptly took his leave, returning to the governor's office, adhering to Jiang Bai's instructions. Tonight, do not return. Jiang Bai arranged the plan, instructing, according to Plan C, Dan Hongyi, you shall proceed to the 2nd floor. Director, you shall remain on the 1st floor as a guard. Dog, go to the back and keep an eye on the vehicle. Once all the individuals and dogs were properly arranged, Jiang Bai lifted a tile, revealing a passage that descended into darkness. This establishment boasted a spacious basement. Tonight, Jiang Bai intended to undergo a breakthrough here. Under the watchful gaze of others, he grasped the 9 dragons visualization chart and stepped into the shadows of the basement. With a crisp click, the tile returned to its original state. Within the basement, a crimson glow ignited as Jiang Bai, holding a voice recorder, spoke solemnly, I am Jiang Bai, currently executing task 002.it is the 21st day since awakening, and I have been unable to re-establish contact with the organization in recent days. I have refined all cranial bones using the 9th set of bone refinement exercises, successfully advancing to a high-tier ability user. Tonight, I plan to utilize the 9 dragons visualization chart to awaken my sequence ability for the 2nd time, anticipating the awakening of Earth System. Sequence Abilities Chapter 042. Awakening, Earth System Sequence Ability. Following this brief recording, Jiang Bai commenced his final preparations for the breakthrough. This time, as he was awakening the 2nd-tier sequence ability, the preparatory work was more extensive. Besides the visualization chart, he had also gathered a considerable amount of mysterious materials. For others awakening their 2nd-tier abilities, the most challenging aspect was achieving a balance between the 2 sequence abilities. However, Jiang Bai harbored no such concerns. He inherently possessed the 3 sequence abilities of heaven, earth, and humanity, destiny, geographical advantage, and harmony, making him a practitioner of all 3 systems. The balance within Jiang Bai was maintained by these 3 formidable sequence abilities. Furthermore, the stopping inch ability he would awaken later had not yet reached the hall level, thus posing no threat to the equilibrium.as for the awakening of earth and heaven system abilities. Jiang Bai did not need to worry about maintaining balance. He switched on the lights, ignited an electric mosquito repellent, and lit a specially prepared incense. This particular incense, while not particularly beneficial for concentration and energy gathering, emitted a distinctive scent upon contact with human skin, easily recognizable. The penetrating nature of this aroma was potent enough that the blood wolf above would howl incessantly upon detecting it, complying with Jiang Bai's instructions. Consequently, should anyone attempt to launch a surprise attack while Jiang Bai was in deep concentration, he would receive an immediate warning. Jiang Bai had already taken precautions to ensure he would remain unaffected by the incense. He then set up 3 or 4 additional alert measures and released various toxins in the vicinity, establishing several traps. Even a high-tier ability user would face severe consequences, if not death, should they recklessly intrude upon these traps. After completing all these tasks, Jiang Bai felt a slight sense of reassurance, returning to his initial intentions as he prepared to awaken. Placing the visualization chart upon the ground, following the method taught by his mentor, Jiang Bai produced a series of mysterious materials, casting them onto the chart for it to consume. A concealed dragon lay hidden within the visualization chart, currently in a state akin to the divine dragon shows its head but not its tail. Only after consuming a sufficient quantity of mysterious materials would the dragon manifest. At the moment the dragon's head appeared, Jiang Bai would memorize its form and visualize it in his mind, thereby awakening his sequence ability, although he had mentally prepared for the expenses. It was not until the feeding commenced that Jiang Bai truly comprehended the financial demands of an ability user's cultivation. During this period, he had earned several million star coins, yet the materials alone amounted to a staggering value of 2 million star coins. Astonishingly, within 10 minutes, the visualization chart had consumed half of the materials. The birth of an ability user required an investment of at least 1 million star coins. Thankfully, every investment bore its rewards. In the visualization, ethereal mist swirls, a gentle breeze caresses, and the sinuous body of the dragon glides gracefully. Under the expectant gaze of Jiang Bai, the clouds gradually part, revealing the true visage of the dragon. It has arrived. The dragon's head, elusive yet discernible. The first feature to emerge is a pair of eyes, golden orbs, fixated intently upon Jiang Bai, exuding a lifelike essence as if they might leap forth from the visualization itself. At the moment the dragon's eyes materialize, a resounding dragon's roar echoes in Jiang Bai's ears, an overwhelming pressure descending from the heavens, compelling him to bow in submission. The might of the dragon. Those who utilize the 9-dragon visualization understand that withstanding the dragon's might is an essential rite of passage. This formidable presence serves to etch the visualization deeply into the user's consciousness, enhancing its impression while also acting as a threshold. Should one succumb to the dragon's might at the first encounter, it signifies inadequate aptitude, rendering them unworthy of the visualization. Forcibly employing it would only bring harm. The longer one endures beneath the dragon's might, the greater the completeness of the visualization, and the more potent the awakening of their sequential abilities. Ultimately, all shall submit to the dragon's might. After all, this is a genuine dragon, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. With the dragon's might weighing upon him, Jiang Bai felt the ground beneath his feet sink slightly, the concrete yielding like tofu. The dragon's head in the visualization has already manifested significantly, eyeing Jiang Bai with eagerness, poised to leap forth and consume him. The dragon's might grows ever more intense. Jiang Bai, bearing the weight of the dragon's presence, felt surprisingly little discomfort. However, he remained curious as to when this contest would conclude. After all, for Jiang Bai, this level of dragon might was merely an appetizer. He had experienced dragon might 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than this. Those who once dared to suppress Jiang Bai with their dragon might have long since perished. Time flowed, second by second, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. The dragon's head, observing the unmoving Jiang Bai, grew somewhat impatient. With a roar, it prepared to charge forth, intent on tearing apart this ant who refused to submit. Suddenly, a flash of cold light streaked across. The dragon halted. Not only that, its expression shifted instantaneously from ferocity to docility. Even carrying a hint of let's discuss this calmly. A spear stood before the dragon's head. With just half a step forward, the spear would pierce through the dragon's head, pinning it irrevocably. It, residing within this visualization, possessed considerable intelligence and was, in essence, a life form, thus it would not seek its own demise. The spear was the overlord's spear. The wielder was none other than Jiang Bai. Upon grasping this spear, he was no longer the jovial, bright young man of 1,218 years, but rather a legendary figure of a millennium past. Han Shan, renowned and feared across the world. His demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, embodying the essence of a true powerhouse, with an invincible mindset that surveyed the world with disdain. Han Shan lamented, "For all beings are equal." The spear in Jiang Bai's hand bore no tip. Nonetheless, in this moment, he radiated an unparalleled danger. Jiang Bai coldly proclaimed, "Dragon, I have slain before." The dragon's head blinked, seemingly comprehending Jiang Bai's intent. It sensed the peril posed by this entity before it could not fathom why such a dangerous being would employ the visualization to awaken sequential abilities. It was akin to a high-level expert suddenly appearing in a novice village. Was this not a mockery of the dragon? In a moment, it found itself frozen in place, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Even bewildered as to what action to take, Jiang Bai coldly commanded, "Return." With a flick of its head, the dragon executed a swift maneuver, slipping back into the visualization diagram like an eel. Jiang Bai issued another command. "Dissipate." Boom. Immediately, the surrounding mists of the diagram shattered and vanished, revealing the true form of the wandering dragon, trembling before Jiang Bai. For others, viewing any part of this diagram would incur a fee, and to behold the entirety of the dragon's visage would require an exorbitant expense. Yet, with but a single utterance from Jiang Bai, he acquired a premium viewing experience without cost. Engraving the complete image of the dragon in his mind, Jiang Bai was poised to commence his visualization at any moment. However, he had one final task at hand. Spit it out. At Jiang Bai's command, the dragon appeared momentarily confused, seemingly unable to comprehend. "Spit it out," Jiang Bai, gun in hand and radiating an overwhelming aura of menace, growled fiercely. "Regurgitate all the materials you consumed." How infuriating! This wretched dragon, refusing to heed reason, dared to challenge Jiang Bai's authority. Jiang Bai had no intention of resorting to violence, but what was the outcome? This insolent creature sought to make him kneel. Jiang Bai would not submit, nor would he allow it to act with impunity. Such futile behavior warranted a lesson. Today, he would not only visualize the 9 dragons chart, but also ensure that whatever the dragon had ingested would be expelled in equal measure. Is it the case that one collects payment without delivering service? Then a refund is in order, and the task must be executed. At this moment, Jiang Bai, brimming with rage, emanated a palpable aura of death. The dragon understood Jiang Bai's words, felt the intensity of his presence, and, confronted with the barrel of the gun so near, made a decision that betrayed its lineage. It opened its maw and roared. Gag. Alongside the visualization diagram, materials began to tumble forth in a continuous stream. Soon, everything Jiang Bai had provided was expelled. Yet, the dragon continued to retch, outputting even more. It wasn't until the dragon had shed 3 layers of its bulk, leaving a wealth of mysterious materials on the ground, twice what Jiang Bai had contributed, that it finally ceased. Gazing at the pile of materials, Jiang Bai was momentarily at a loss. The dragon looked at him, adopting a pitiable expression akin to that of a remorseful puppy. It truly had nothing left to expel. Jiang Bai retracted his weapon and solemnly admonished, "Do not be so quick to demand submission. We live in a new era, and such futile practices are unacceptable." The dragon nodded fervently. "Brother, I wouldn't dream of demanding kneeling. I would gladly kneel before you right now." As the conversation unfolded, Jiang Bai himself felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Well, it's getting late. Do take care to rest. I shall summon you again should the need arise." Upon hearing the words "take care to rest," the dragon immediately summoned the mists back, cloaking itself within, retreating to recover its strength. Next time? Let us hope there isn't a next time. To fall into the clutches of a killer like you would be my misfortune. As the dragon vanished into the mists, the visualization diagram returned to tranquility, leaving only Jiang Bai and a scattering of enigmatic materials. Without wasting a moment, Jiang Bai cleared a space to settle down, sitting cross-legged to commence his visualization. Within the sea of consciousness, where once 2 yin-yang fish resided, a third entity, the wandering dragon, now joined them. As Jiang Bai visualized, the dragon's form became increasingly distinct, every detail flawless, indistinguishable from the dragon depicted in the diagram. Its aura even more formidable. This visualization persisted for 5 hours. When Jiang Bai next opened his eyes, a flash of golden light emanated from them. Earth System, Sequenceability, Deception, Sequence 72, Chapter 043, Deception, 72, once again. It was a position near the bottom of the rankings. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Bai pondered why he had used the word again. Nevertheless, this was an expected outcome, and he quickly accepted reality, beginning to explore his newly acquired ability. Sequence abilities, within the sea of consciousness, manifest different inscriptions based on the variations of visualization. The inscription of stoppage is represented by 2 yin-yang fish, while the inscription of deception takes the form of a swimming dragon pendant. a dark crimson hue suspended within the sea of consciousness. Deception, a mental system sequence ability that, when activated, can disrupt the intentions of a target, altering their common sense. The strength is determined by the expenditure of qi, and the effect depends on the target's mental defenses in addition to actively employing the sequence ability, deception. Any successful act of deceiving another at any time can be regarded as the completion of a deception. Upon accomplishing a deception, one may receive rewards. The higher the completion level of the deception, the greater the impact and the more extraordinary the rewards. Common rewards include qi restoration, enhancement of qi limit, and the random refining of an anomalous bone. Advancement conditions. To execute a perfect deception against a transcendent being, Jiang Bai, being a high-level ability user, has now awakened deception, effectively allowing him to transition into a high-level mentalist. The so-called advancement represents an evolution of sequence abilities, a pathway to challenge the pinnacle level. Above high-level ability users lie the Hall Masters, followed by the transcendent beings. Jiang Bai must elevate all three systems, heaven, earth, and humanity, to the Hall Master level to have a chance at transcending. The advancement condition for stoppage is to interrupt a high-level ability user's attempt to ascend to Hall Master. Compared to deception, the advancement condition for stoppage is, in fact, simpler. After all, high-level ability users have little to no means of countering Jiang Bai. Conversely, deception necessitates deceiving a transcendent being, and it must be a perfect deception to successfully advance. Jiang Bai currently lacks clarity on how to challenge the Hall Master level. However, he believes that within the impending storm, he will undoubtedly discover an opportunity. In addition to awakening deception, Jiang Bai has other gains. The seal of harmony has further loosened. The current harmony can now provide a tenfold increase in cultivation speed and recovery rate, while simultaneously allowing sequence abilities to unleash tenfold power. Moreover, to challenge the Hall Master level, the upper limit of his qi must also increase tenfold. Generally, a high-level ability user can consider challenging the Hall Master level with 2,000 qi. With 3,000 qi, one is already a strong contender, and 5,000 qi marks a once-in-a-century genius. When Jiang Bai prepares to break through, he requires not 5,000 qi, but rather 50,000. Upon becoming a high-level ability user, qi is stored within anomalous bones. Jiang Bai has refined a total of 8 skulls, each storing nearly 2,000 qi, amounting to a total of 16,000 qi. To reach 50,000 qi, Jiang Bai needs to refine at least 17 more bones. Naturally, he has long devised a plan. Since he is starting anew, he intends to progress downward from the head, refining the cervical vertebrae, thoracic spine, and all associated bones. These areas comprise some of the most vital bones in the human body. While the difficulty of refining them into anomalous bones is considerable, the potential rewards are equally substantial. Most importantly, upon successful refinement, the ability to preserve one's life will be significantly enhanced. Jiang Bai has just awakened, and the seals of deception and geographical advantage have only begun to loosen, requiring some time to manifest their effects. Setting aside Jiang Bai's own enhancement, the mysterious materials strewn across the ground are indeed tangible gains. Gazing at the scattered materials, Jiang Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "I initially intended to retrieve only my share, yet it was so generous that it returned much more than I anticipated." With that, Jiang Bai snapped his fingers with his left hand. A flicker of dark brilliance seemed to flash in his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, even he believed in this notion. However, it lasted but an instant. Jiang Bai quickly regained his composure, fully aware of the kind of person he truly was. That elusive dragon, once in Jiang Bai's grasp, would surely shed its skin if not perish. Effective. Jiang Bai had just employed deception on himself with surprising success. Even if it were for merely a moment, it had indeed succeeded. After expending approximately 500 qi, under conditions of my own non-resistance, I could influence myself for about 0.25 seconds. Thanks to the success of the deception, 200 qi was restored. After recording the effects, Jiang Bai soon contemplated another possibility. If I were to exert my full resistance against myself while using deception, how much qi would be required for it to succeed? The spear and the shield, which is truly sharper? Quickly, Jiang Bai abandoned this mad thought. In the words of Dan Hongyi, such an action would be tantamount to self-destruction. Jiang Bai was uncertain what he might do in a state of loss of control. Experimenting on oneself, in the end, is merely child's play. Jiang Bai had a more suitable subject for experimentation. He tidied up the basement, opened a concealed door, and stepped inside. You arrived too early. Inside the darkened doorway, Nangong Xiaoxin slowly opened his eyes, appearing somewhat weary, as no one had approached him the previous night. He had now regained a measure of freedom, no longer needing to wear shackles, and even had access to a private restroom. Last night, Jiang Bai needed to break through, utilizing everyone at his disposal, and Nangong Xiaoxin was no exception. Strangely enough, Nangong Xiaoxin did not seem averse to the arrangement, by watching over Jiang Bai for the night. He could waive his meals, reading fees, and paper and ink costs regarding the principal that could be repaid gradually if he had a future to speak of. Here is a document for you to sign. Jiang Bai skillfully produced a document and presented it to Nangong Xiaoxin, the title reading, Informed Consent for Cooperation with Jiang Bai's Experiment on Deception. Clearly, this document had been printed long ago. Nangong Xiaoxin raised an eyebrow in surprise. You knew you would awaken deception all along? In the realm of Earth-based abilities, although deception ranks among the lowest, its effects are equally unimpressive. It truly lives up to its reputation. Nangong Xiaoxin could not fathom why Jiang Bai was so certain he would awaken deception. Jiang Bai's talent is exceedingly high. There is no reason for him to falter in the awakening of his abilities. I do not know. Jiang Bai shook his head, displaying the folder of documents to Nangong Xiaoxin. I printed 72 consent forms. Whichever ability awakens, that is the one I will use. Nangong Xiaoxin. But he believed it. This was indeed something Jiang Bai was capable of accomplishing. Jiang Bai promptly produced a recording device and whispered, without resorting to the use of qi, I deceived a high-level ability user and attained a 50-point increase in my qi limit. Nangong Xiaoxin, taken aback, responded, You tricked me? Jiang Bai continued, Indeed. My qi has now increased by 100. Nangong Xiaoxin felt a chill run down her spine. With Jiang Bai's cunning nature and mastery of deception, he was akin to a tiger taking flight, soaring to great heights. As Nangong Xiaoxin picked up a pen, poised to sign, Jiang Bai suddenly snapped his fingers and inquired, Aren't you writing with your left hand? Oh, I forgot due to my recent injury. Nangong Xiaoxin naturally switched to her left hand, effortlessly signing her name, which bore no distinction from her previous signature, as if she had always written with her left hand. After completing the signature, she asked, What comes next? Jiang Bai presented a book to Nangong Xiaoxin, saying, Please copy this book for me. Is it really that simple? Jiang Bai stowed away the acknowledgement letter and nodded. Indeed, it is that simple. With that, he departed, leaving Nangong Xiaoxin engrossed in her transcription. Outside, Jiang Bai sensed the changes within him. The emblem representing the deception sequence ability flickered in his consciousness, radiating a faint glow. Each character that Nangong Xiaoxin transcribed with her left hand signified that the deception continued, thereby yielding benefits for Jiang Bai. Although the gains were modest, approximately 10 points of qi restored per minute, better than nothing. Moreover, let us not forget that Nangong Xiaoxin was a genuine high-level telepath. The returns from deceiving her were minimal. Had he attempted the same with an ordinary person, the benefits would be even less. As soon as Jiang Bai exited the basement, Shan Hongyi leapt down from the second floor, drawing the attention of the director. It worked, Jiang Bai announced. I have awakened deception, ranked 72. The director nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further comment. Shan Hongyi, however, donned a mysterious smile, feigning maturity. Brother Jiang Bai, I understand. I completely understand. I will keep your secret. Jiang Bai paused, momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, the deception emblem within him had flickered, and his qi had increased by 50 points. The reason? Jiang Bai had spoken the truth, yet Shan Hongyi did not believe his words. She suspected that he, being the crafty person he was, must be concealing something and would likely lie about his sequence ability as well. Her disbelief, in essence, meant that Jiang Bai had successfully deceived her. Indeed, he had employed a truthful deception. Realizing the implications, Jiang Bai playfully tapped the little girl's head and said with mock severity, Is this the image I project in your mind? Shan Hongyi, bewildered, responded, What on earth happened? Chapter 044. Cheese, Blood Leopard. Shan Hongyi's small head was filled with great confusion. Jiang Bai pushed her gently by the back of her head, urging her to go play with the dog while he discussed serious matters with the director. Director, I have some questions that I cannot seem to clarify. Jiang Bai articulated his doubts. The sequence ability is not exclusive to the fifth mysterious tide. 200 years ago, our ability users also awakened sequence abilities through serendipity. But have you ever pondered the origin of the sequence ability? To speak of my own abilities, successfully unleashing Tsuanji can restore Qi and elevate the upper limits of Qi, which sounds quite reasonable. After all, it is a matter of utilizing and discarding. But what of Qijia? Who determines whether Qijia has succeeded? From whence comes the reward for a successful Qijia? Jiang Bai harbored such doubts, and the director was not taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "Opinions vary widely, and none can persuade the other. If one wishes to seek answers, one must delve into history." Seeking answers in history, Jiang Bai offered a cup of tea, signaling the director to continue. The director, holding the teacup, bore a slightly grave expression. Currently, the mainstream viewpoints can be categorized into three distinct theories: monotheism, polytheism, and atheism. Monotheists believe that the source of the mysterious tides is an omnipotent, omniscient being who created everything. Our universe is but a fragment of his being or corpse, and the source of sequential abilities is he himself. Thus, all rewards are gifts from him. Such notions are not uncommon in ancient myths. In the West, there is the seven-day creation theory by God, while in the East, the myth of Pangu splitting the heavens and earth. As for polytheists, they assert that each source of sequential abilities is represented by an ultimate existence, a symbol of the pinnacle of evolutionary ability. Having traversed the path to its end, this being overlooks all sequential ability practitioners, so intertwined with the sequential abilities that they become indistinguishable. The rewards you gain from your sequential abilities are derived from him. The Starlight Temple, the Moon God Society, and the Eclipse Cult adhere to beliefs of polytheism, albeit their faith leans towards primitive nature worship rather than a historical exploration of divine beliefs. The Western pantheon selects 216 deities from ancient myths to correspond with each sequential ability. Atheists are straightforward. They believe in nothing and do not concern themselves with the source of sequential abilities, striving instead to enhance their own abilities through tangible actions in pursuit of the unknown. Monotheism, polytheism, atheism. These three theories, elucidated by the director, left Jiang Bai with a modicum of understanding. He nodded, realizing the depth of the matter. The director, curious, inquired, "Jiang Bai, what is your perspective?" Among the three explanations, the director leaned more towards polytheism. 1,200 years ago, I was an atheist, and I still am. Jiang Bai replied candidly. Of course, we must acknowledge that extraordinary individuals on the path of sequential abilities may ultimately become beings comparable to deities, wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, transforming landscapes with a mere gesture, dimming the sun and moon with a stomp. If such deities truly exist. The director pressed further, if such deities truly exist. Then what? Jiang Bai lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and casually set it down. Then I would be a godslayer. With that, he stood and walked towards the door. One must dash after filling the cup to be more charming than a fleeting moment. Upon exiting the shop and rounding to the back of the building, Jiang Bai spotted Dan Hongyi, who was playfully engaging with the blood wolf. With a swift motion, Jiang Bai dismissed Dan Hongyi with a slap. The blood wolf regarded Jiang Bai, instinctively sensing an ominous premonition. Jiang Bai retrieved a document from his personal folder and presented it to Blood Wolf. Informed consent form for cooperation with Jiang Bai's experiment, deception. Blood Wolf, familiar with the routine, raised a paw and gently bit it, drawing forth blood to leave a paw print on the signature line before returning the consent form to Jiang Bai. Now, let us analyze the current situation, Jiang Bai began, seated in the vehicle, engaging in casual conversation with Blood Wolf. Aside from the individual we've confined, I have only 3 experimental subjects by my side. Although Dan Hongyi is the easiest to deceive, the girl possesses insufficient strength, yielding minimal returns. Primarily tricking fools brings little sense of accomplishment, you see? The director is not as gullible as Dan Hongyi and is considerably stronger, ensuring higher rewards from deceiving him. Yet the director has always placed faith in his comrades. We cannot dishearten our allies. How could I possibly deceive the director? Am I not human? Blood Wolf's clear gaze reflected ignorance, and it instinctively shook its head. With such a demeanor, you are certainly not human. It soon realized that Jiang Bai's statement was not a question but rather a rhetorical remark. It was utterly astonished by Jiang Bai's lack of self-awareness, causing Blood Wolf to nod repeatedly, its tail wagging in a frenzy. Jiang Bai, undeterred by Blood Wolf's reaction, continued his analysis. Aside from our adversaries, you are the only one suitable to assist me. I must emphasize that this is not an animal experiment. We are collaborating on a combination technique. Do you understand combination techniques? Have you seen Inuyasha? No? How about Naruto? Not that either. What about Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Have you seen the Erling God and the Howling Celestial Dog? Surely you have seen that. What have you even seen? The Howling Celestial Dog does not exist in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Jiang Bai lamented, shocked to discover he had raised a dog that was also illiterate. Their cultural disconnect was glaring, leaving them devoid of common ground. Blood Wolf, feeling somewhat perplexed, could not comprehend why it had nodded earlier. However, it distinctly remembered Jiang Bai appearing to snap his fingers before it nodded. Perhaps it was an illusion. Unsure, it resolved to observe further. After a brief session of conversation therapy, Jiang Bai commenced the most critical phase of the experiment. He gazed earnestly at Blood Wolf and stated, "You are a blood leopard. You are a blood leopard. You are a blood leopard." Soon, Blood Wolf's eyes regained their clarity, and the blood leopard lineage within it awakened. It raised its head and howled a woo. Jiang Bai remarked, "Why does your howl sound just like a husky?" Analyzing internally, he noted, 2,000 chi, facing a mid-tier supernatural being, lacking any mental enhancements, deception, can alter the self-perception of an organism. Upon successful deception, I gain a 500 chi limit increase, though consecutive deceptions yield no further rewards. The duration of deception remains unknown, and the ensuing chain reactions include altered attack modes, increased explosive power, and decreased endurance. After conducting some additional simple tests with Blood Wolf, Jiang Bai snapped his fingers. Lifting the deception placed upon bloodwolf.it is time to bestow upon you a name. Observing Blood Wolf's innocent eyes, Jiang Bai resolved to give it a name steeped in historical significance. You shall be called Cheese. Cheese, the blood leopard it resonates perfectly. He patted Blood Wolf on the head and called out, "Cheese, let us be on our way." Chapter 045. You were born for this. After a brief period of adaptation, Jiang Bai quickly mastered the ability of deception. He was inherently suited for this endeavor. However, as the number of experiments increased, he also discovered several drawbacks of deception. Firstly, achieving a flawless deception is exceedingly challenging. Thus far, Jiang Bai's closest attempt at a perfect deception was convincing Zhisher that he was a blood leopard. Secondly, the consumption of qi by deception is exceptionally high. This seems to be a common issue shared by both deception and stasis, which consequently places them at the lower end of the rankings across various categories. The greater the qi consumed, the more the effects appear somewhat redundant. With the same 1,000 qi, employing deception could subdue a mid-tier ability user, while using chaos could even influence a high-tier ability user. Of course, this does not take into account the effects of human harmony. Jiang Bai enjoys a tenfold enhancement from human harmony, which amplifies the effectiveness of his sequence abilities tenfold, increasing the benefits likewise, and bringing his success rate perilously close to 100%. Just imagine, without the enhancement of human harmony, if Jiang Bai expended 2,000 qi, he would only achieve a maximum increase of 50 qi, and his probability of success would also diminish. Who else will count down if not me? Jiang Bai reclined in his armchair, snapping his fingers to attempt deception on himself. Having just enjoyed a refreshing sleep, he felt invigorated. Accompanied by the expenditure of qi, it seemed as though a new power was injected into Jiang Bai's being, sweeping away his fatigue and revitalizing his spirit. With another snap of his fingers, he dismissed deception. That surge of power vanished instantaneously, yet Jiang Bai felt considerably more rejuvenated. He deduced that once deception took effect, it was akin to the body receiving a false signal, which in turn affected hormone secretion and bodily functions. Even after retracting deception, the hormones already released would continue to exert their effects, akin to administering a shot of adrenaline to himself. The human body is indeed a marvel, is it not? However, such a method is merely a temporary fix, not a long-term strategy. Presently, Jiang Bai certainly had no need to deceive himself, yet in the heat of battle, utilizing this to recover from injuries could yield remarkable results. Furthermore, after several personal trials, Jiang Bai made an additional discovery. When employing deception regarding food, although it would create a sensation of fullness, the energy consumption within his body would not diminish, effectively serving as a weight loss tool. The frequency of using deception on oneself must not be excessive, and qi should not be overly depleted. It is essential to lift the deception promptly. Once the skull is refined into an anomalous bone, one can voluntarily relinquish resistance, yet the inherent defense mechanisms of the anomalous bone will still activate. Repeatedly using deception on oneself will enhance resistance, thereby requiring even more qi for subsequent deceptions. Regarding this last point, even Jiang Bai found it somewhat difficult to maintain composure. What is this? Deceiving oneself and then enhancing one's own resistance? Setting aside the process, when viewed solely from the outcome, Jiang Bai still emerged victorious. It merely distinguishes between minor victories, moderate victories, significant victories, and extraordinary victories. By the time Jiang Bai concluded his experiments, daylight had fully arrived. After a light meal, he reclined in his chair and fell asleep, only awakening at noon. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Wei Junjie bustling about in his own shop. Wei Junjie greeted warmly, "Ohio." Jiang Bai retorted with annoyance. "Why are you speaking in our hometown dialect again? Ohio means good morning, and it's already noon. What nonsense." A spark of admiration lit up Wei Junjie's eyes. He hadn't expected Jiang to be so erudite as to understand even the dialect of his hometown. Jiang Bai scoffed, choosing not to respond. He was knowledgeable beyond measure, knowing dozens of Japanese teachers. Did he really need to list them all for you? Changing the subject, Jiang Bai inquired, "Didn't you take the advanced calculus problems with you? Why are you back? Don't even mention it. That dreadful problem no one could solve." Wei Junjie sighed in exasperation. "In 3 days, the entrance to the secret tomb will open, and I have come to invite you again." Jiang.as for the previous terms, I wonder how you have considered them? Jiang Bai asked curiously. The final hurdle at the entrance is the advanced calculus exam. You can't even solve the problems you have. How do you plan to pass? Wei Junjie quickly clarified, "You are misinformed, Jiang. The entrance to the secret tomb requires a stay of 3 days, with the advanced calculus exam on the last day. Each participant will earn corresponding points based on their performance within the tomb. Before the exam, the top 10 in points will be granted automatic entry. Moreover, during these 3 days, various materials can be collected in the tomb, including original questions and answers. Even if we don't gather all the answers, there will be cheat sheets available in the examination hall. Historically, among the hundreds entering the tomb, around 15 to 20 individuals qualify for the next round." "Ah, I see." Jiang Bai pondered briefly before making a bold demand. "Double the previous terms? I will lead the team and guarantee 4 spots." "That, I'm afraid, is not feasible," Wei Junjie stammered. "Even if we form our own team, we can secure several spots. Asking for your help is merely a safety net." "Safety net? My foot?" Jiang Bai retorted, not intending for the Starlight Temple to suffer excessive losses. He proposed a compromise. "Let us each take a step back. I will enter the secret tomb but not join the team, ensuring the Starlight Temple has 5 spots. Within the tomb, the Starlight Temple and I shall remain mutually uninvolved." Wei Junjie was taken aback by Jiang Bai's proposition. For the same price, Jiang Bai was offering an additional spot? Such a stroke of luck. After a moment's hesitation, he felt no need to consult further and readily agreed. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed a remarkable scene. Jiang Bai produced a communicator and began contacting others. "Hello, Moonlight Society? The conditions we discussed previously are still valid, right? I would like to make a slight modification. Yes, I will be entering the secret tomb, and I assure you that the Moonlight Society will have 5 spots in the next round. The payment remains unchanged, but my actions will be independent of the Moonlight Society. Yes, all right, please consult your superior. I will await your reply." Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Wei Junjie's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately considered slipping away. "Jiang, you carry on. I heard nothing. We'll meet in 3 days. Don't leave," Jiang Bai interjected, stopping Wei Junjie with a hand. "You haven't eaten yet. Why the rush to depart?" It was Jiang Bai's first time being so warmly hospitable, actively inviting Wei Junjie to stay for a meal. Wei Junjie gazed at the gun gripped by Jiang Bai's other hand and felt as though he had no choice. 10 minutes later, Wei Junjie's communicator rang. He remained motionless, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Jiang Bai looked at Wei Junjie and remarked, "Your communicator is ringing. Why not answer it?" Yet, Wei Junjie remained unmoved. "It could be someone from the Moon God Society," he thought. Wei Junjie replied, "I suppose not answering is an option." Jiang Bai sincerely suggested, "Let us avoid letting a middleman profit from this transaction. Shall we?" Wei Junjie pondered for a moment and, with a steely resolve, responded, "Fine." The deal with the Moon God Society was swiftly concluded, with them offering 3.6 million star coins, half as a deposit, and Jiang Bai promising 5 guaranteed slots, along with a 5 million invoice. "Why do I get the impression that you are earning even more effortlessly than I am?" In response to Jiang Bai's inquiry, Wei Junjie explained, "Do not be deceived by the large sums I appear to earn on paper. Our internal reimbursement process is lengthy and often insufficient. reimbursing only 80 out of every 100 spent, leaving me with just a meager profit. I understand. I understand. Jiang Bai nodded repeatedly, not believing a single word of Wei Junjia's explanation. After dismissing him, Jiang Bai reached for the communicator again, intending to contact the Eclipse Church. Since he had to go to the secret grave entrance anyway, he might as well take on a few more jobs, killing two birds with one stone. Wei Junjia quickly intervened. Brother Jiang, please don't. What? Jiang Bai exclaimed in surprise. Are you against my collaboration with the Eclipse Church? He was taken aback to discover that someone like Wei Junjia still held a modicum of loyalty. What a revelation! That's not what I meant. Wei Junjia clarified. I simply meant, let us not complicate matters. You should discuss the Eclipse Church directly with me. Jiang Bai fell into a lengthy silence before finally uttering. You are naturally suited for this line of work. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Jiang. Chapter 046. He believed. The dealings with the Eclipse Church were unremarkable, akin to the previous two. Once everything was agreed upon, Jiang Bai yawned and casually remarked, Wei Junjia, I am quite curious. How do your superiors perceive you, given your numerous positions? Wei Junjia feigned ignorance. Superiors? What superiors? Jiang Bai smiled silently, taking a sip of tea, too apathetic to expose Wei Junjia's ruse. Navigating between the four factions carries the risk of dire consequences. A normal person would hardly dare to do so. The only reason Wei Junjia had survived to this day was the likely presence of powerful patrons. A young man well-versed in ancient texts, leading 3 factions at the Silver Sandbase, seemed a talent underappreciated. Though Wei Junjia was merely a high-level ability user, was he truly so far from the extraordinary? While Wei Junjia continued to play the fool, Jiang Bai chose not to make things explicit. Both were aware of the underlying truths, unspoken yet understood. What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Wei Junjia responded with confusion. When you asked me to stay earlier, you said you hadn't eaten yet, wanting me to remain, didn't you? Now that the business is concluded, is a meal no longer necessary? Jiang Bai kicked a stool in frustration, prompting Wei Junjia to exclaim Baka, before hastily departing the tea house. No sooner had he left than another arrived. The newcomer was none other than the vice-governor, Yin Chunfei. A bona fide vice-governor. Boss Jiang, your book is absolutely captivating. Upon entering the tea shop, Yin Chunfei's face radiated with excitement as he exclaimed, Last night, I indulged in drinks with Yijin, savoring the night away while perusing this book. You must admit, Hongxiu Tianxiang possesses an extraordinary charm. While speaking, Yin Chunfei gestured with his sleeve, which was red and still bore the fragrance of wine. Jiang Bai interjected, Well, that Hongxiu Tianxiang doesn't quite mean that. Once again, Jiang Bai took on the role of an enlightening ambassador at the Yinsha base, clarifying the meaning of Hongxiu Tianxiang to Yin Chunfei. Now I see. Yin Chunfei nodded vigorously while taking notes. Clearly recognizing Jiang Bai's expertise in ancient texts, during the explanation, a whimsical thought struck Jiang Bai. If he were to misinterpret classical phrases, would that constitute a form of deception? He quickly dismissed the notion. The rationale was straightforward. First, these ancient phrases have long been obscured by the sands of time, and as eras change, the understanding of them diminishes, making it challenging to determine deceit. Much like a homophone, when many mispronounce it, the incorrect pronunciation eventually becomes accepted. Secondly, the preservation of traditional culture is no easy feat. There is no need to tarnish one's own heritage. Thus, Jiang Bai resolved to honor his ancestors by perhaps tarnishing the reputation of Wei Junjia and his ilk. After all, someone must bear the brunt. Why not Wei Junjia? Yin Chunfei took a hearty sip of tea, his enthusiasm undiminished. Last night, I even showed Yijin, who mentioned he had seen a fragment of this book. Something like Zhangqiong. He said that the version he read was not nearly as enthralling as this one. Boss Jiang. Why is that? They both pertain to don't underestimate the young. Yet this one feels more impoverished? Jiang Bai revealed a mysterious smile. They were reading a censored edition. I had the privilege of accessing the unabridged version back in the day. Yin Chunfei was left in awe. The discussion on ancient texts was soon cast aside, as Jiang Bai had called upon him for a serious matter. Jiang Bai got straight to the point. In 3 days, I will access the entrance to the Yinsha secret tomb and secure the qualifications to enter. Hearing this, Yin Chunfei's demeanor grew solemn, awaiting further elaboration. I have reached agreements with the 3 teachings. I will assist their members in obtaining slots, and in return, they will compensate me. Jiang Bai continued, even without my help, they would still divide these slots among themselves. Inviting me is tantamount to not inviting me at all. a notion you surely comprehend. In Chunfei nodded in understanding. To assist everyone is effectively to assist no one. This time, Jiang Bai amassed funds from all three families, leaving them financially strained. Ostensibly, they were inviting Jiang Bai's assistance, yet in reality, they were merely paying him protection fees. As for why the three families were willing to part with such funds, it was because although Jiang Bai may not ascend to the position of the next governor, he held the power to impede anyone else from achieving that status. While he may not be able to provide significant aid, he certainly could be a nuisance, a classic case of being insufficient to accomplish, yet ample to hinder. In Chunfei posed his question, "Boss Jiang, what do you require of me?" Jiang Bai articulated his needs. "I wish to procure some equipment from the governor's office. I do not trust the supplies from their three families: battle attire, pharmaceuticals, weaponry. These supplies were originally meant to be exchanged in the marketplace. However, Jiang Bai's requirements are of such a high caliber that even the black market offers no reliable channels. The governor's office stands as the most suitable trading partner." Listening to Jiang Bai's demands, In Chunfei nodded in agreement. "Before my arrival, my brother mentioned that everything could be sold. As long as Boss Jiang is willing to pay, he may offer whatever sum he desires. No, let us adhere to market prices." Jiang Bai was reluctant to owe the other party a favor for no reason. Why? The most expensive things are often free. Not spending money now could cost half a life later. Jiang Bai refused to engage in such a losing deal. He added, "Tax-free." In Chunfei replied, "You refuse a gift and insist on purchasing. If you must buy, that's one thing, but you also demand it to be tax-exempt. This Boss Jiang is truly a remarkable person. If Boss Jiang is willing to spend, the governor's office has no reason to decline." In Chunfei posed another question, "But what about the money, Boss Jiang? The governor's office has quite a few valuable assets in stock." Jiang Bai's income during this period has been entirely above board. After all, Wei Junjie required Jiang Bai to provide invoices for reimbursement. Every transaction has been reported. Jiang Bai had at most nearly 10 million star coins at his disposal, which would not suffice to procure even a top-tier weapon. In Chunfei was genuinely curious about what Jiang Bai intended to offer in exchange. "Of course, I have prepared the funds." Jiang Bai produced a card containing 7 million star coins, representing his total earnings during this period, a significant portion of which were deposits paid by the three teachings. Simultaneously, Jiang Bai retrieved several plates of materials, stating, "These materials are also newly acquired. I would appreciate it if you could help me assess their value." Old Fei. In Chunfei cast a glance at the first plate, noting it was rather unremarkable, valued at about 1 million star coins. The second plate also appeared ordinary. "Wait a moment. What is this?" In Chunfei suddenly lunged towards the second plate, grasping one particular item. "Boss Jiang, where did you acquire this?" The item In Chunfei held was a pale red seashell, classified as a mysterious material. Jiang Bai was unaware of its worth. However, In Chunfei recognized it. This material was something he had painstakingly procured, feeding it to the 9 dragons visualization diagram, which allowed him to successfully master the entire form of the swimming dragon and ultimately advance to the extraordinary realm. This item is unique in the world, absolutely one of a kind. He would never mistake it. How could it possibly be in Jiang Bai's possession? The story was brief. Jiang Bai cleared his throat. "Last night, I broke through using the 9 dragons visualization diagram, and suddenly, golden light emerged, dispersing the clouds and mist. The swimming dragon transformed into an old man who approached me and stated that I had a connection with the dragon clan from a millennium ago, a bond yet to be fulfilled. He generously bestowed a treasure upon me to aid my cultivation." As Jiang Bai spun his tale, In Chunfei, Shan Hongyi, and the director were gathered around him, listening in astonishment. While he spoke, the deception inscription within Jiang Bai's body suddenly began to flicker. The first flicker was faint, with qi restoration 10. Shan Hongyi believed him. The second flicker illuminated his consciousness with red light, increasing the qi limit by 500. In Chunfei was convinced. The third flicker, Jiang Bai's entire sea of consciousness suddenly trembled violently, as countless streams of energy surged uncontrollably within him, akin to serpents writhing in chaos. Wherever they coursed, his vital essence roiled, and even the deepest seals within Jiang Bai began to sway, seemingly indicating signs of loosening. The director believed it. Chapter 47. Revolver, Shotgun. Sniper Jiang Bai had never anticipated that a tale he fabricated on a whim could convince 3 individuals. Even more astonishing was the terrifying consequence of the director's belief. The rampant energy within Jiang Bai surged furiously into his right arm, Soon, without the need for inner vision, he could surmise that his right arm had transformed into otherworldly bone, at least 3 fragments of it. The mere act of the director believing Jiang Bai's casual fabrication had granted him 3 pieces of otherworldly bone, elevating his energy limits by 6,000. The former divine general, truly fearsome. Jiang Bai raised his left hand and snapped his fingers, bringing this storytelling session to a close. If given the choice, Jiang Bai would have preferred not to deceive the director. He simply hadn't. He expected the director to believe everything he said. People truly are remarkably trusting. The peculiarities Jiang Bai had just exhibited were only slightly noted by the director, who refrained from voicing any concerns. Whatever transpired with Jiang Bai would never surprise the director. Yin Chunfei nodded slowly, a dawning realization washing over him. So that was it. Regaining his composure, he held the conch shell in his hand and explained to Jiang Bai, "These items were the materials I fed to the 9-dragon visualization chart during my ascension to the extraordinary.as for the 3rd plate you mentioned. It should be something my brother used back in the day. Give or take, I have a record from that time at my residence. I will dispatch someone to check the market price and verify it here to ascertain its value." The existence of 2 sets of materials suitable for nourishing the 9-dragon visualization chart signified the potential for the governor's office to generate 2 extraordinary beings. Such materials were precisely what the governor's office desperately needed. Yin Chen Sha possessed more than 1 copy of the 9-dragon visualization chart. What he lacked were the nourishing materials necessary for someone to fully ascend to the extraordinary. These materials were exceedingly precious, with some being unique and elusive. Furthermore, the outside world was aware of the governor's office's control over the 9-dragon visualization chart, leading to various channels imposing restrictions on certain materials for the Yin Sha base, thereby preventing the emergence of additional formidable beings from the governor's office. Jiang Bai's 2 sets of materials arrived just in time to alleviate the governor's office's pressing needs. Yin Chunfei initially thought he was merely delivering funds to Jiang Bai, only to unexpectedly stumble upon a tremendous opportunity. Shortly thereafter, a steward hurried over, carrying a lengthy list and a message from the governor. The governor orders that these materials be purchased at 30 above market price. All expenditures by Mr. Jiang Bai at the governor's office will receive a 30 discount. Jiang Bai, not one to be impolite, readily accepted the terms. An hour later, all materials had been tallied, and a detailed invoice was presented to Jiang Bai. The total came to 26.5 million star coins. "Mr. Jiang Bai, if there are no objections, please sign here." After verifying the details, Jiang Bai promptly signed. He never imagined that awakening the ability, deception, would yield him an unexpected fortune surpassing all the earnings he had accumulated during this period. With 26.5 million star coins, combined with the previous 7 million star coins, he now totaled 33.5 million. Yin Chunfei took charge and generously gifted Jiang Bai 500,000, amassing a neat sum of 34 million, before escorting him to the governor's mansion to select equipment. Standard gear, which was hardly worth scrutinizing. If Jiang Bai required anything, he could simply compile a list later, and Yin Chunfei would arrange for delivery to his shop. No sooner had Yin Chunfei finished speaking than he witnessed Jiang Bai enthusiastically placing orders. Standard combat uniforms, 20 sets of each color and model, 10 sets of Starlight Temple combat uniforms, 10 sets of Moon God Society uniforms, and Eclipse Church. Jiang Bai, Yin Chunfei quickly interjected. "Are you purchasing these for personal use or for stock?" "Better safe than sorry." Jiang Bai replied earnestly, "If I buy a single combat uniform from you and wear it, wouldn't everyone know that I'm behind it?" Yin Chunfei paused, realizing the validity of his argument. Yet, was it truly necessary to acquire so many? Jiang Bai elaborated on the utility of these garments, stating, "As long as I purchase enough, the enemy won't discern which one I'm wearing. I could even dress the enemy in these uniforms, prompting them to attack their own." Yin Chunfei could only stare in disbelief. "Jiang Bai, you are being excessively cautious." Soon, the two arrived at a secluded vault deep within the governor's mansion. The custodian of this vault was a vice-governor, shrouded in a cloak, rumored to have the backing of the Starlight Temple. After a routine inspection of Jiang Bai and Yin Chunfei's passes, he granted them entry. Once inside the vault, Yin Chunfei took the initiative to explain, "Jiang Bai, the governor's mansion houses over 100 hidden treasures, with the least expensive valued at 8 million star coins and the most extravagant exceeding 1 billion. The so-called treasures were mysterious artifacts, categorized into 3 systems: heaven, earth, and man, each correlating with varying abilities and effects." Before Yin Chunfei could finish, he noticed Jiang Bai's eyes gleaming with greed. akin to a ravenous wolf amidst a flock of sheep. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Had he erred by bringing Jiang Bai to the vault? Clearing his throat, Yin Chenfei inquired, "Which item shall we examine first?" "Guns," Jiang Bai replied bluntly. "I require a firearm capable of firing bullets." Jiang Bai possessed a particularly perilous gun, one of his trump cards from his reign at the Silver Sandbase. Well known to all, however, Yin Chenfei never anticipated that the true danger lay not in the gun itself, but in the bullets. The firearm in Jiang Bai's grasp could not unleash the full potential of the ammunition. Realizing this, Yin Chenfei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Once Jiang Bai exited the vault, this trump card would be significantly fortified. He continued, "There are 3 firearms that meet your criteria: a revolver, a shotgun, and a sniper rifle." Jiang Bai straightforwardly asked, "How much for all 3? "The bundle price is a minimum of 90 million, Yin Chenfei disclosed, detailing the costs. 8 million for the revolver, 11 million for the shotgun, and 72 million for the sniper rifle, which was already at a discounted rate. The longer the shooting range, the higher the price. The revolver's effective range is merely 100 meters. Even in the hands of a superhuman, it can at most hit a target a kilometer away. And the sniper rifle, with sniper distances exceeding 1,000 meters, the integration of Qi elevates the experience to an extraordinary level. The formidable sniper rifle housed within the governor's mansion is rumored to possess a chilling record. A single shot that eliminated a transcendent powerhouse from 800 miles away. The exorbitant price of this sniper rifle does not surprise Jiang Bai. It is entirely to be expected. Should this rifle be placed in his hands, accompanied by the few mysterious, terrifying bullets he possesses, it can only be described in 4 words: utterly terrifying. He believes he has a 30% chance of assassinating the governor. Were he in Yin Qian's position, he would never part with such a weapon. Jiang Bai made his decision. "I shall take the revolver. Do you have any exotic bullets?" "We do not require bone for our ammunition." Yin Chenfei wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and added, "There are 8 energy bullets of the ability series and 6 earth ability bullets, each priced at 120,000. A package of 100 amounts to 1 million. The so-called energy bullets encapsulate ability series powers within the bullets using Qi. Upon hitting the target, the Qi inflicts damage while the series ability may activate with a certain probability. The potency of these energy bullets varies depending on the creator's skill. The energy bullets from the governor's mansion are priced at only 120,000 star coins, indicating a clear mediocrity. I will take them all, and I demand the method for crafting energy bullets as well." Jiang Bai declared nonchalantly, lavishly spending his fortune. "Now, if there are other reasonably priced treasures you wish to present to me, do not hesitate to reveal them, Yin Chenfei. That are you even listening to what you're saying?" Chapter 48. Treasures. At noon. The mist cloak, designation, Heaven, 99, envelopes the wearer in mist, which automatically absorbs attacks, granting immunity to certain series abilities. Priced at 120 million. Yes, Boss Jiang, I know you cannot afford it. I merely present it to broaden your horizons, to flaunt a little. The Staff of No Show, designation, Human, 745, inflicts bleeding upon the target, rendering them unable to gather Qi or utilize series abilities for a short duration. Priced at 24 million. The Crown of Glory, designation, Earth, 886, allows the owner to be recognized by dripping blood upon it. This treasure remains unbroken, ensuring the owner's survival. Should the crown shatter, the owner will die on the spot. Indeed, the crown must be worn atop the head, priced at 8 million. What? You wouldn't even accept it for free? I had no intention of giving it away for free. The Mirror of the Deceiver, designation Earth, 125, allows the user to engage in self-deception or deceive others. Mastery of the series ability, Deception, enhances its effectiveness. Priced at 15 million. As he surveyed the vast array of treasures within the governor's secret vault, Yin Chenfei recounted each item with fond familiarity to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai's eyes gleamed with greed, lamenting the scarcity of his funds. After merely an hour of exploration, there were 4 or 5 treasures that caught Jiang Bai's fancy, collectively valued at over 50 million. With a total of 34 million in his possession, after purchasing the revolver and bullets for 9 million, he was left with 25 million. He could afford only 2 treasures in the $1 million range. If he were to scrape together, he could manage to buy 2 items priced at 8 million each, and with a bit of grit, perhaps he could stretch to acquire 1 item in the $1 million range, barely making it work. In the end, after considerable deliberation, Jiang Bai opted for the Mirror of the Deceiver, the Cloak of Eerie Flames, and the green bloodthirsty sword. The cloak of eerie flames, designated as Person 367, emanates a faint fire, inflicting burns upon adversaries while ensuring no harm befalls its master. In any circumstance, the cloak emits a radiant glow, valued at 9 million star coins. The green bloodthirsty sword, labeled as Person 760, devours blood and chi upon striking foes, inflicting additional damage. A blood channel adorns the hilt. When filled, it grants an enhanced strike with a broader range and greater potency, priced at 11 million. The total for these 3 items amounts to 35 million star coins, already at a discounted rate, leaving Jiang Bai short by 10 million. Contemplating the financial gap, Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before posing a question. How much will you offer me if I eliminate Yijin? Yin Qinfei replied sternly, Yijin is the deputy governor of our Yinsha base. If anyone dares to threaten him, they are declaring enmity with the Yinsha base and will be pursued relentlessly. Should someone succeed in killing the deputy governor, the Yinsha base will offer a bounty of 10 million star coins for their capture. After this lengthy exposition, Yin Qinfei quietly added, Personally, I can contribute 20 million star coins to assist you, but 10 million must be documented as a debt. Jiang Bai. The 3 items perfectly suited Jiang Bai's desires, yet the financial constraints were palpable. Ultimately, Yin Qinfei made the decision to lend Jiang Bai 10 million star coins to fill the void, imposing an interest of 6, payable weekly, secured against the assets of the 9th Research Institute. Yes, just sign here. Jiang Bai inscribed yet another debt acknowledgement. Since his awakening, he had signed more debt notes than anything else. Yin Qinfei, ever the businessman, had offered a friendly rate of 6 weekly interest on such a substantial sum in the apocalypse. Every resource is invaluable, and lending money is a rarity. Of course, Yin Qinfei also privately assured that during the forthcoming turmoil, the governor's office would undoubtedly face multiple threats. Should Jiang Bai extend a helping hand, he would be generously rewarded. The bounty for eliminating a high-level ability user is 3 million star coins. For a hall master, 8 million. And for an extraordinary being, 15 million. Naturally, this is contingent upon these individuals being unequivocally recognized as adversaries of the governor's office. If the governor's office cannot afford such a bounty, they may settle with treasures instead. With the debt note secured, the transaction would be complete. The mirror of the deceiver is a petite, exquisitely crafted hand mirror, palm-sized with a Western design, featuring 5 small protrusions along its edge, conveniently fitting into one's pocket. The cloak of eerie flames is housed in a fireproof, heat-insulating box, which, while itself a minor treasure, is deemed too small and of limited utility, thus sold bundled with the cloak. As for the green bloodthirsty sword, it is a Tang-style saber, measuring 80 centimeters in length, heavy in hand, with a chilling blade that seems poised to consume the very essence of life. 3 items were carefully put away, and Jiang Bai gazed at the first treasure he had acquired, a revolver. Noon. Serial number, Earth, 666. The origins of this revolver remain shrouded in mystery. The only known fact is that every previous owner has met their demise. It is imperative to refrain from using it at precisely noon, as it is said to bring ill fortune, not just to you, but perhaps to your adversaries as well. This revolver clearly possesses a certain peculiarity. Although it is priced amongst the lowest in the treasure vault, it exudes an aura of danger that Jiang Bai cannot ignore. Perhaps it is this very peril that has caused its price to plummet, for few would willingly purchase an ominous weapon. As Jiang Bai grasped the revolver, a chill coursed through him, only to dissipate almost immediately. He felt as if he were being watched by some unseen entity, a sensation both vague and unsettling. The revolver features 6 chambers, 5 of which are black, while the 6th is a vivid red, a crimson as striking as blood. Holding the revolver, Jiang Bai felt a surge of eagerness. Having spent such a considerable sum, surely there must be a place to test it out. Of course, right this way, replied Yin Qinfei, leading Jiang Bai away from the vault. After meandering through twists and turns, they arrived at a shooting range. Yin Qinfei explained, there is no distinction between extraordinary bullets and ordinary ones in terms of shooting. Both require the infusion of qi into the revolver before pulling the trigger to fire. As he spoke, Yin Qinfei produced a box of bullets for Jiang Bai to practice with. The ordinary bullets were in ample supply at the governor's office. Jiang Bai picked up a bullet and began to chant over it. Intrigued, Yin Qinfei leaned in closer, only to discern Jiang Bai's words. You are an extraordinary bullet. You are an extraordinary bullet. You are an extraordinary bullet. Yin Qinfei interjected, are you attempting hypnosis, or are you just deceiving yourself? Regardless of which, employing a sequence ability on a bullet Seems excessive. Jiang Bai skillfully loaded the bullets, raised his hand, aimed, and fired. The whole sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, executed in one breath, bang. At a distance of 10 meters, a target to Jiang Bai's left exploded at its center. A perfect 10. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. Hooray! However, Yin Chunfei could not contain himself and interrupted Jiang Bai's celebration. Boss Jiang, if I may ask? It appeared to me that you were aiming at the target on the right. Jiang Bai nodded. Indeed, I aimed at the target on the right. Yin Chunfei was further perplexed. If you aimed at the right target but struck the left one, what is there to celebrate? Ah, but you are unaware of a crucial detail, Jiang Bai stated proudly. The old horse who taught me to shoot once bestowed upon me a rather high appraisal. Yin Chunfei, intrigued, inquired, what appraisal? Jiang Bai recounted. He said, hitting the target is tantamount to victory. Chapter 049. If it's not closed, it's open. Yin Chunfei could scarcely fathom that Jiang Bai, wielding such formidable bullets, possessed such poor marksmanship. Hitting the target is considered a victory? In practical combat, would such shooting skills truly be effective? Yin Chunfei voiced his doubts. Of course it is effective. I have devised an intricate strategy that guarantees a hit every time, Jiang Bai declared, demonstrating how he typically handles a firearm. He approached a target with a revolver in hand, pressing the barrel against the head of the humanoid silhouette before pulling the trigger. Bang! A headshot. Jiang Bai executed one shot after another, 5 in total, each a perfect strike. Yin Chunfei exclaimed. So this is how your impeccable marksmanship is achieved. You are practically pressing the gun against their forehead. Is it truly that difficult to land a shot? Moreover, in real combat, if you find yourself in a position to shoot like this, it signifies that the enemy is entirely under your control. What is the difference between shooting and slashing them with a knife? Let me explain to you. Jiang Bai reloaded the revolver as he bantered with Yin Chunfei. When a bullet exits the chamber, the gunpowder ignites, propelling the bullet forward. Isn't the moment when the gunpowder burns out the instant when the bullet's kinetic energy, and thus its power, is at its peak? Yin Chunfei, perplexed, replied, what is kinetic energy? He stammered, resembling a fish out of water. Jiang Bai continued, according to this theory, the closer the shooting distance, the greater the impact. I pressed the gun against his head not due to a lack of aim, but to maximize the bullet's lethality. At first glance, this seemed somewhat reasonable, but upon closer inspection, it was utterly nonsensical. Jiang Bai's approach completely disregarded the long-range advantage of firearms, transforming the revolver into a melee weapon, with a lethal range comparable to that of cold weapons, if not inferior to some. The reason for his actions was simply that his shooting skills were so poor that he couldn't hit anything at a distance. As for Jiang Bai's confidence, Yin Chunfei could only contemplate two possibilities. Either Jiang Bai was hiding his true prowess as a sharpshooter, or he was invincible in close combat, viewing firearms merely as a means to an end, confident in his ability to dispatch any foe within close quarters. Regardless of which scenario was true, the fact that Jiang Bai had survived until now indicated that the situation was far more complex. In truth, there were alternative methods to address this predicament. Jiang Bai circled the shooting range, returning to his firing position, and raised the revolver once more. Bang! A bullet was discharged, but 2 explosions followed suit. A tempest sweeping through the surroundings. Yin Chunfei's clothes fluttered wildly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed ahead. Within the shooting array with a single shot, 2 targets were obliterated. Although Jiang Bai did indeed deploy a miniature explosive device, it was not the explosive that bore the credit. Just moments ago, Jiang Bai had circumnavigated the shooting range, a detail that could easily escape Yin Chunfei's notice. Upon awakening from his deception, the seals within Jiang Bai began to weaken, and the advantage of geographical advantage was reactivated. Geographical advantage. Familiarity with the surrounding terrain grants significant benefits within one's domain, amplifying the powers of secret treasures and doubling the effects of one's territory. During the period that geographical advantage is in effect, other territories are suppressed and may even become entirely ineffective. The current area of influence spans 100 cubic meters. Jiang Bai's geographical advantage can affect a region measuring 5 meters in width, 10 meters in length, and 2 meters in height. Beyond this spatial boundary, he finds himself momentarily powerless. A territory represents an advanced application of abilities that transcends to the extraordinary realm, a matter currently irrelevant to Jiang Bai. The true strength of geographical advantage lies in its formidable enhancement of one's own domain, as well as the rejection and suppression of others' territories. However, Jiang Bai, for the time being, is unable to wield this domain, only able to benefit from the so-called advantages of his home ground and the enhancements of secret treasures. Under the influence of geographical advantage, Jiang Bai is capable of perceiving everything that transpires within his domain. And with a mere flick of his wrist, each bullet fired not only gains amplified power but can also strike any target with pinpoint accuracy. This explains why, despite his notoriously poor marksmanship, Jiang Bai still opts to wield firearms as a secondary weapon. Cheating certainly brings an exhilarating thrill. As a former sharpshooter who once achieved 27 kills with 17 shots, Jiang Bai must assert his prowess. I truly have hacked the system and left it unrestrained. The return of geographical advantage has filled the gaps in Jiang Bai's firearms skills, undoubtedly a significant boon for him. He had previously endeavored to hone his marksmanship, only to discover that his results mirrored the dismal performance of certain individuals in high school, far from ideal. This phenomenon is quite peculiar. In terms of physical control, Jiang Bai faces no challenges. He comprehends the simplest principles of alignment as well as the advanced design techniques. All of this he grasps intellectually. At the very least, his mind understands. Yet, his hands simply refuse to cooperate. Ultimately, Jiang Bai must concede that some individuals may be inherently incapable of excelling in certain endeavors, and with the encouragement of friends, he finds himself tearfully resorting to his advantages, evolving into a legendary marksman. After the return of geographical advantage, Jiang Bai refrained from further practice with firearms, gathered his belongings, and took his leave. Just as Yin Chunfei had bid farewell to Jiang Bai and turned back, he had yet to search for his brother when he spotted Yin Chansha standing contemplatively beside the shooting range. "Brother, were you not sequestered in meditation?" Yin Chunfei approached with concern, inquiring, "Has something gone awry with the Yinsha secret tomb?" The Yinsha secret tomb is unharmed. Yin Chansha, without turning his head, remained fixated on the shooting range, his expression grave. "I must ask you, who was present at the shooting range just now?" "There was no one else." Yin Chunfei replied in astonishment, "It was just the two of us. He purchased noon, and I accompanied him here to practice shooting." "Just the two of you?" Yin Chansha furrowed his brows, falling silent. The entirety of the governor's estate lay shrouded beneath his domain. Yet just moments ago, for the briefest of instants, the shooting range vanished from his perception. The area that disappeared was not extensive, merely 100 cubic meters in total. However, such a disappearance carries significant implications. Someone possesses the ability to suppress his domain. In the realm of extraordinary duels, territory holds paramount importance. As the guardian of the Yinsha secret tomb, he should inherently be an invincible presence within the confines of the Yinsha base. In this day and age, there exists an individual capable of suppressing his dominion. This person is likely Jiang Bai. Is he deliberately doing this? To convey a message to himself? The brilliance within Yinshin Sha's eyes flickered as he contemplated. If Jiang Bai can subdue my realm, does that imply that the terrifying entity lurking at the depths of the Yinsha secret tomb can also be restrained? Chapter 050. The Cicada project has yet to fail. I am Jiang Bai, currently executing task 002.it. Has been 24 days since my awakening, and I have failed to re-establish contact with the organization. Over the past month, I have successfully awakened the Human Series ability, CUNG, and the Earth Series ability, Deception. Elevating both capabilities to that of a high-tier extraordinary, I await the challenge to ascend to the Hall Master level. Presently, I have refined 16 pieces of, possessing 37,000 points of Qi within me, and I carry 4 treasured artifacts, Noon, the Deceiver's Mirror, the Cloak of Shadow Flame, and the Green Blood Sword. Today marks the day the entrance to the Yinsha secret tomb opens, and I find myself hesitating on whether to venture inside for exploration. Everything seems far too coincidental. Awakening in a peripheral area devoid of formidable foes, the Yinsha base feels akin to a novice village for me. Every coincidence reveals an intricate design behind it. Either my paranoia runs deep, or the machinations of the puppeteer, though skillful, lack the utmost sophistication. Regardless of the truth, the Yinsha secret tomb appears to be a trap, as does the entire Yinsha base. Akin to placing a flower in a greenhouse, gradually numbing it until the moment of demise, when the predator lurking in the shadows reveals its fangs. Remaining here, everything appears to flow smoothly, yet a hidden peril lurks beneath. I find no justification for embarking on an adventure into the Yinsha secret tomb. 9 o'clock tonight. The entrance to the tomb will open, and I shall take my leave from the Yinsha base. The process of departure may not be safe. Nangong Xiaoxin, Dan Hongyi, and Cheese faced the risk of death. Listening to Jiang Bai's words, a question mark slowly emerged above Dan Hongyi's head. What? Why would I die? Jiang Bai paid no heed to Dan Hongyi's reaction and solemnly stated, Task 002 remains in progress. After speaking, he pressed a button, and the red glow of the recording pin faded away. Jiang Bai lifted his gaze and inquired, Director, how is the packing coming along? Everything is ready. The director flipped through the dictionary, ensuring he had not overlooked any research materials. As for the other items in the research institute, there is nothing else in the institute. They are so impoverished that they cannot even pay the electricity bill. How could they possess valuable instruments? Very well, I have booked 2 vehicles, one for Cheese and one for myself, while Nangong Xiaoxin is in the process of moving supplies. Jiang Bai pulled out a map and analyzed, We shall head southeast. The director asked, The southeast has 3 survival bases. Which one do you intend to visit? We shall decide on the road. Though the wilderness has become perilous, that danger is relative to ordinary individuals. We can embark on a wilderness survival journey, and once I have acquired the ability to protect myself, entering a survival base may prove to be a wiser choice. Jiang Bai rubbed his cheek, letting out a weary sigh. It is true that the secret tomb is fraught with danger, yet humanity is even more perilous. He bears a mission that necessitates his survival. The Silver Sand Base is on the brink of chaos. Whether for the sake of Jiang Bai's own safety or in consideration of the 9th Research Institute, the decision to evacuate at this moment is undoubtedly the wisest choice. The director nodded, turned away, and assisted Nangong in carefully transporting essential supplies. Shan Hongyi timidly inquired, Are we really leaving? Jiang Bai affirmed with a nod, stating that remaining would pose greater danger. Making this decision was not an easy task for Jiang Bai. Then, Shan Hongyi rested her head on the table, appearing listless, her brows twisted like eels. She contemplated whether she truly faced life-threatening peril. What would become of the people at Silver Sand Base and the governor of Silver Sand? A multitude of questions filled her mind, and each time she posed a query, Jiang Bai would provide an answer. Naturally, Jiang Bai did not always speak the entire truth, and Shan Hongyi did not fully believe him either. After much hesitation, she finally asked her most pressing question, Will we return? Jiang Bai paused for a moment before nodding, assuring her that they would. Yet, he harbored doubts about whether Silver Sand Base would still exist upon their return. The evacuation proceeded in an orderly fashion, adhering to Jiang Bai's plan. However, everyone carried an air of defeat, as if they had just suffered a loss in battle. They had anticipated that with the impending storm, Jiang Bai would showcase his prowess, conquering the chaos and establishing order. To their surprise, in the final moments, Jiang Bai revealed his true plan to the group. Evacuation felt as if a powerful punch, long held in reserve, had struck only air, leaving a sense of disheartenment in its wake. Among the group, the director remained notably composed. In a moment of solitude, the director approached Jiang Bai and candidly remarked, Sometimes, making the decision to retreat requires even greater courage. Listening to the director's words, Jiang Bai reclined in a chair, gazing at the sky, choosing not to respond. Soon, all belongings were loaded onto the vehicles, and preparations were complete. The group shared a simple meal before setting off. Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived. Boss Jiang, a familiar voice called out as a wealthy businessman appeared beside the vehicle, greeting Jiang Bai and the others with enthusiasm. What brings you here? Jiang Bai seemed to have anticipated his arrival, maintaining his composure as he casually remarked, It's too stuffy at home. I needed some fresh air. Shan Hongyi hid behind Bloodwolf, scrutinizing the businessman. Though his attire and appearance were identical to Yin Chunfei, this individual exuded an entirely different aura. Yin Chansha? The governor? What is he doing here? If he has come, why masquerade as the vice-governor? An overwhelming number of questions filled her small mind, yet none found their way to her lips. Shan Hongyi remained quietly concealed behind Bloodwolf, observing the situation unfolding around her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the businessman suggested, Since we still have time, why not take a stroll and chat? Jiang Bai nodded, deeming it more courteous to acquiesce. The two departed from the convoy, vanishing from the sight of the others. True to Inchencha's words, they indeed walked leisurely and engaged in casual conversation. Strolling along a secluded path, Inchencha initiated the dialogue. Jiang Bai, do you believe in fate? Jiang Bai nodded, replying, I believe when fortune smiles upon me. And when it does not. A man must be a materialist warrior, eschewing such feudal superstitions. Inchencha chuckled. shaking his head in resignation. I in this world, who among us is truly fortunate? As the ancient saying goes, it is better to be a dog in peaceful times than to be a man in chaotic ones. The state of affairs here is even more tumultuous than in times of strife, offering not a moment of tranquility. In Chansha continued, during our first encounter, I posed 3 questions to you. In return, I now have 3 statements to share. After I finish, the choice of whether to stay or leave rests solely with you. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before responding with solemnity, the money will not be refunded. Those 3 inquiries had cost him 300,000 star coins. The fact that In Chansha owed Jiang Bai 3 statements was his own concern. Jiang Bai was a man of principle. There would be no refunding the money. In Chansha paid little heed to such details and uttered the first statement, I was the one who killed Dr. Cha. Jiang Bai's expression showed no sign of surprise, as if he had known from the outset. Within the confines of Insha City, there were scarcely 10 extraordinary individuals, easily counted on one's fingers. Among them, fewer than 5 would dare to kill Dr. Cha as one might slay a dog. Only 3 would risk incurring the wrath of Yijin, and only 1 could eliminate Dr. Cha without leaving a trace, In Chansha. Based on Yijin's subsequent reactions, Jiang Bai could easily deduce the truth. Yijin had refrained from taking action against Jiang Bai, not only due to uncertainty about Jiang Bai's true capabilities, but primarily because he was aware that it was the governor who had slain his subordinate, leading him to suspect that Jiang Bai was an external ally summoned by the governor. In Chansha then proclaimed the second statement, the Cicada project has not yet failed. Suddenly, a gun was aimed at the back of In Chansha's head. A firearm had appeared in Jiang Bai's hand. His tone was icy and devoid of emotion. You have 1 statement remaining. The Cicada project, a top-secret initiative dating back 1,200 years, had never been disclosed by Jiang Bai since his awakening. Even the director was only aware of the mission codenamed 002, unaware of the Cicada project. With only 1 opportunity left to substantiate his identity, In Chansha understood that otherwise, Jiang Bai would fulfill his mission directive by eliminating all potential threats right here. In Chansha remained unmoving, his gaze traversing past the gun's muzzle to the weapon held in Jiang Bai's other hand. That gun emanated an unsettling aura. In Chansha felt an unexpected surge of tension. It had been 7 years since he had experienced such a sensation after assuming the role of governor. He even harbored the illusion that when it came to a life-and-death struggle, he might not emerge victorious. 1 statement to persuade Jiang Bai, to gain his trust. He pressed his lips together, preparing to articulate the final sentence, a declaration capable of winning Jiang Bai's confidence, though even he harbored doubts about its efficacy. Should it fail, conflict was inevitable. The outcome of who would live or die would be left to fate. In Chansha repeated word for word, among this group of trainees, you are the one I hold in the highest regard. Chapter 051. A change in plans among this group of trainees, you are the one I hold in the highest regard. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Bai momentarily lost himself in thought. Old Ma's voice lingered in his mind. The last time he had heard such a statement was 1,200 years ago. For Jiang Bai, it felt like only half a year had passed. After conversing with Old Ma, Jiang Bai had joined the Cicada project, spending 6 months in self-sealing, successfully completing the process before the mysterious tide concluded. Today marked the 24th day since Jiang Bai's awakening. The conversation with Old Ma took place merely 203 days and 16 hours ago. Jiang Bai, possessing an exceptional memory and an ability to recall every detail, would naturally not forget such an encounter. Of course, he was aware that the individual before him, In Chansha, was by no means the same as Old Ma. With a smile gracing his face, Jiang Bai affectionately embraced In Chansha's shoulders, exclaiming, You should have mentioned you were one of us earlier. You had me all tense. I almost misfired. Just imagine, if something were to happen to you, and I ended up shooting you. How guilty would I feel? No amount of compensation for emotional distress would suffice at that point. In Chansha retorted, So, if I were to be shot, I would owe you for emotional damages. Is that it? By your logic, I might as well find a secluded spot to end it all myself, lest I dirty your hands. Jiang Bai kept his arm around In Chansha. They began to walk back. In Chansha's expression shifted slightly. Just moments ago, his domain had been rendered ineffective. Everything around them had been seamlessly commandeered by Jiang Bai, and in an instant, he found himself suppressed. With no opportunity to resist, remarkably, Jiang Bai had not employed this tactic during their earlier standoff. Was he still concealing his true capabilities? Following the activation of geographical advantage, Jiang Bai posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. How did you come to know that phrase? A saying that has traversed 1,200 years, passing through countless generations, is prone to distortion. One need only listen to Wei Junjie's peculiar and archaic expressions to understand. The fact that Yin Chen Sha could articulate each word precisely indicated that he possessed a robust and reliable channel of transmission. Having endured a millennium of historical void and managed to convey this phrase 2 centuries later. Therefore, Jiang Bai was compelled to ascertain how Yin Chen Sha achieved this. This matter was non-negotiable, as for whether Yin Chen Sha might deceive him. That consideration was currently beyond Jiang Bai's focus. To be succinct, it was evident that Yin Chen Sha had rehearsed this dialogue long before. My brother and I were merely servants, who, during an outing, inadvertently stumbled upon a secret tomb, where we encountered that entity. That entity? Jiang Bai's expression reflected his bewilderment. Yin Chen Sha elucidated, that entity is certainly not a living person. To be precise, he should be regarded as the master of the secret tomb, which exists solely for his burial. What? Shock flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes once more. Could it be that the deceased interred within the secret tomb still possessed consciousness? Was this awareness a remnant of their former life? Or a rebirth after death? Might the master of the tomb be old Ma? Yin Chen Sha continued, that entity provided me with a visualization diagram, guiding my brother and me onto the path of extraordinary powers, teaching me the means to unravel the secrets of the Yin Sha tomb, thus enabling me to become its guardian, awaiting the arrival of someone named Jiang Bai. You are already aware of the actions I undertook subsequently. Jiang Bai revealed himself, instructing Dr. Cha to take action against him, and ensuring that Nangong Xiaoxin was delivered to the 9th Research Institute. Yin Chen Sha eliminated Dr. Cha and left behind the inscription, Killer, Cicada, at the scene. This narrative, while bizarre, seems somewhat overly simplistic. As for the Cicada project, Yin Chen Sha had also come to learn about it during this period. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before inquiring, is he able to communicate? Very difficult, came the response. Yin Chen Sha recalled, as inscriptions continuously emerged on an electronic screen, resembling pre-written files. At times, the sequence appeared jumbled, necessitating our organization for comprehension. Jiang Bai inquired further, what of the coordinates of the secret tomb? I do not know. Yin Chen Sha replied candidly, we were initially along the southeastern coast and inadvertently stumbled upon the secret tomb. Upon our departure, we found ourselves outside the Yin Sha base, a secret tomb that transported us over 1,000 kilometers. Under the influence of the enigmatic tides, even the most bizarre occurrences seemed commonplace. Jiang Bai pressed on, were the 3 sentences you spoke to me tonight dictated by him? No. Yin Chen Sha shook his head. The first sentence was my probing. The enigmatic figure had mentioned the phrase killer, Cicada more than once in the messages left for me. Thus I sought to ascertain whether you are indeed the Jiang Bai I have been waiting for. The second sentence was to confirm whether this so-called Cicada project was still ongoing. After all, you are aware that the secret tomb is quite ancient. As for the third sentence, it was merely a means for Yin Chen Sha to ensure his own safety and gain your trust. In truth, it is the only phrase related to you within the files. Jiang Bai realized he had traversed a convoluted path, emerging with nothing but the knowledge of an elusive secret tomb. You previously mentioned that you inadvertently entered the secret tomb in some southeastern location, and after leaving, you appeared at the Yin Sha base. Is this the place? Jiang Bai gestured towards the direction of the 9th Research Institute, not far ahead. Yin Chen Sha nodded, indeed. It is this forsaken school, the entrance to the Yin Sha secret tomb. Jiang Bai pressed his fingers against his temples, feeling a throb of headache. Now, he had compelling reasons to venture into the Yin Sha secret tomb. It connected to a location that might harbor the remains of Jiang Bai's departed kin. This intelligence was of immeasurable value. Regardless of Yin Chen's motives, Jiang Bai was certain that even if they were not friends, they would never be adversaries. Yin Chen's enlightenment and rise had stemmed from the mysterious entity within that tomb, naturally leading him to learn from one another, thus being subtly influenced. Jiang Bai countered, that entity led you to find me, and then what? Does the entity possess foresight? How could it have known I would awaken at the Yin Sha base? It seems, as I suspected, that everything here is a trap. Jiang Bai felt a surge of indignation. He harbored no delusions of persecution. He was indeed being persecuted. There is no further action, Yin Chen Sha shrugged. That entity merely instructed me to locate you and engage with you. Nothing more. As for additional details, the entity disclosed none. I inquired about the Cicada project, and all it revealed was that it would make the world a better place. Having shared all he knew, Yin Chen Sha took his leave. His visit had been both unexpected yet entirely within reason. Jiang Bai had not anticipated that the news brought forth would sway his judgment and disrupt his prior arrangements. Regardless of whether the depths of the tomb concealed old Ma or someone else, Jiang Bai must seize the opportunity to take a closer look. The entrance to the Silver Sand secret tomb permits only those who are not extraordinary individuals. One must acquire the requisite qualifications before embarking upon the exploration of the subsequent realms. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai seeks to enhance his own prowess, striving to attain the extraordinary as swiftly as possible. In other words, should Jiang Bai miss this opportunity, once he achieves the extraordinary, he will never again gain entry to the Silver Sand secret tomb. Such a circumstance would result in his forfeiture of the singular chance to uncover the truth. At this moment, whether it is a trap or not is of little consequence. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, Jiang Bai is resolute in his determination to proceed. After all, in this world, there is nothing that Jiang Bai dares not undertake. He retrieved a voice recorder and pressed the button. I am Jiang Bai, currently executing task 002. Jiang Bai paused, gazing ahead, and solemnly declared, plans have changed. Prepare to enter the Silver Sand secret tomb. Chapter 052. Stowing away the voice recorder, Jiang Bai returned to the vehicle. Shan Hongyi was draped over the blood wolf, while Nangong Xiaoxin sat cautiously in the passenger seat. And the director leaned against the car door, all awaiting Jiang Bai's return. Should they depart or remain? They awaited Jiang Bai's command. Jiang Bai gathered his thoughts, and though he was reluctant to voice it, he admitted, due to unforeseen circumstances, I must now enter the Silver Sand secret tomb. The others remained composed, raising no objections. Director, you should proceed with the original plan and lead the team. Before Jiang Bai could finish his sentence, the director intervened decisively. Such occurrences were rare among them. If you do not leave, the 9th Research Institute will not depart either. The director's stance was unwavering. Shan Hongyi tugged at a tuft of wolf fur, nonchalantly remarking, my sister and I have invested so much money in you. Look at me, impoverished to the point of stunted growth. If you perish, our investment would be in vain. The miserly, money-minded little girl clutched a handful of IOs, her casual demeanor belying her anxiety, fearful that Jiang Bai might forcibly expel her. Nangong Xiaoxin felt a tinge of awkwardness. He attempted to mimic the director's gesture of scratching his head, only to remember that half of his skull had been shaved, causing him to break into a cold sweat upon contact. Hissing, after a forced intake of breath, Nangong Xiaoxin awkwardly stammered, I doubt I still owe the institute money. Wouldn't be right to leave like this. The moment the words left his mouth, he mentally chastised himself. How foolish! Though his days were numbered, if he were to regain his freedom, there were still many things he wished to accomplish. Nangong Xiaoxin paused, realizing that even if Jiang Bai were to release him, there seemed to be nothing of significance for him to pursue. Throughout his life, he had been in a relentless quest for survival. And now, at the brink of death, he had yet to comprehend the reason for living. For him, existence had become more of an instinct. Yet, as Jiang Bai had once articulated, to live is not merely to exist. Nangong Xiaoxin wished to stay. He pondered that perhaps he could not contribute anything beneficial to the world, but at the very least, he could witness this group effect change upon it. In that regard, it was quite satisfactory. Having concluded this train of thought, Nangong Xiaoxin produced a book and feigned engrossment, his peripheral vision frequently darting toward Jiang Bai. The blood wolf cheese felt compelled to interject. Oh woo! Blood leopard, silence! Jiang Bai gently smacked the wolf's head, casually tossing a chestnut to Shan Hongyi, then patted the director's shoulder, casting a glance at Nangong Xiaoxin. He said little more. Jiang Bai respected their decision. Just as they honored his, he nodded and declared, since you have chosen to stay, we shall initiate plan A. Wait, exclaimed the ever-curious Dan Hongyi, raising her hand to pose a question. Why is the plan to enter the Silver Sand secret tomb designated as Plan A, while the retreat plan is labeled as Plan C? Jiang Bai adjusted his non-existent glasses and patiently elucidated, Plan C is typically our primary strategy. Plan A serves as the contingency plan of least desirability. This creates a veil of confusion for the enemy. Should our intelligence be compromised, it may lead them to erroneous conclusions. Dan Hongyi retorted, I am truly in awe of you. Old Six, Jiang Bai continued. According to Plan A, you will take a vehicle to the governor's mansion to evade the impending turmoil, while I venture alone into the Silver Sand secret tomb. If I do not return within 7 days, an airship will come to escort you away from the Silver Sand base. You must leave first, and I shall follow shortly. Jiang Bai's plan was meticulously crafted, and no one present voiced any objections. As they prepared to part ways, the director pondered deeply before asking, "Should we summon anyone?" Jiang Bai's eyes brightened. "Can you conjure a divine general?" The director shook his head. "That is simply not feasible." "Then let it be," Jiang Bai sighed, not overly disheartened. "Unless you receive definite news of my demise, do not summon anyone." Dan Hongyi, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Jiang Bai, what if you truly at that point? Wouldn't it be too late to summon someone? If one is already cold, what purpose does summoning serve? To retrieve the body? To seek vengeance? See, you seem youthful again." Jiang Bai seized the moment to impart another lesson to Dan Hongyi. "When you first receive news of my death, it will undoubtedly be misinformation. I, your cautious brother Jiang Bai, have mastered the art of feigned death. During my time in Azeroth, I became exceptionally skilled at it." "Ah, I see." Dan Hongyi's brows lifted, her previous despondency instantly alleviated, once again astonished by her brother Jiang Bai's cunning stratagems. "Truly, you are remarkable, brother. Even the notion of feigned death is within your contemplation. I, who pride myself on my intellect, nearly fell for it." Meanwhile, the director wore a troubled expression, tugging at his disheveled hair, hesitating between words. He comprehended Jiang Bai's true intent. The Tianwen would not err. If the Tianwen were to convey to the director that Jiang Bai had perished, it would likely signify his genuine demise, eliminating any possibility of feigned death. Jiang Bai's reluctance to allow the director to summon anyone stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, he believed he could manage the current adversaries without assistance. It had not yet reached that juncture. Secondly, he feared that summoning others might result in an inability to handle the newly arrived entities. Inviting a deity is simple, but sending one away is a daunting task. Jiang Bai despised such a passive predicament. However, if he were indeed to perish, the circumstances would shift dramatically. To put it in the words of 1,200 years ago, Jiang Bai's death would herald the imminent eruption of a cataclysmic disaster. Summoning allies would not merely be for retrieving Jiang Bai's body or avenging him, but rather to enlist the finest warriors to address a world-ending calamity. Such a disaster, beyond even Jiang Bai's capacity to manage, could not be resolved by ordinary individuals. It necessitated the intervention of supreme powers. Moreover, the demise of Jiang Bai itself constitutes the most terrifying calamity. "Very well, you shall proceed to the governor's mansion while I venture to the Silver Sand secret tomb. We shall reconvene in 7 days." With that, Jiang Bai slung his backpack over his shoulder and leapt into a vehicle, heading towards the entrance of the Silver Sand secret tomb. Another car meandered along the road, its occupants enveloped in a profound silence. The director, seemingly unearthing a satellite phone from some hidden recess, pressed a series of buttons, patiently awaiting a response. Beep. Within 10 seconds, the call connected. A cultured and affable voice emanated from the other end. "Who is this?" The director replied candidly, "It's me." Were it anyone else, they might have offered their name, for no one dared jest in the presence of such a figure. Yet the director had no name to provide. He could only respond in this manner. "You're still alive?" The voice expressed mild astonishment before retorting, "What do you want?" Just so we're clear, no loans. Even he had become weary of this individual's incessant borrowing. The director gathered his thoughts and said, "I might need your assistance, but I cannot confirm just yet. I wanted to ask if you were available to help." He added, "If it's inconvenient, I can consult others." Judging by his tone, it seemed he had quite a few alternatives in his contact list. The Sea King. "Please hold on. Things at home are a bit chaotic." On the other end of the satellite phone, faint explosions echoed, suggesting a battle was underway. The co-pilot, Nangong, cautiously turned his head, feeling the evening breeze chill his scalp. "Oh, but my scalp is long gone, so I suppose it's not cold." Then it was somewhat hellish. He mused that if they placed an electronic wooden fish here, it would grant a merit bonus of 10. Curiously, he inquired, "Director, who are you trying to reach?" Previously, during the conversation with Jiang Bai, the director had mentioned summoning someone, asserting that he could not call upon divine generals. Nangong had heard of numerous legendary figures among the top-tier powerhouses beneath the divine generals. Perhaps the individual the director intended to summon was someone he recognized. The director replied honestly, "The Sky Emperor, Nangong." To be frank, that is certainly not a divine general. My apologies for the interruption. I shall take my leave as if I had not asked. He fought to suppress his dread, turning back to bury his head in a book. Yet the words danced before him like wriggling worms, and under the weight of infinite terror, he found himself unable to comprehend a single character. The name of the Emperor of Heaven was indeed formidable. Merely hearing the words Sky Emperor had rendered Nangong illiterate with fear. Cheese cast a disdainful glance at Nangong, snorting derisively, "Look at you," holding the book upside down and pretending to be cultured. 3 minutes later, a voice emerged once more from the satellite phone. "All right, I am now available to assist." The director nodded in satisfaction, leaving a succinct remark before promptly disconnecting. Exhibiting no trace of hesitation. Satellite calls were notoriously expensive. The Ninth Research Institute was rather impoverished. Thus, conserving funds was imperative. In pursuit of frugality, their communications were as brief as possible, conveying thoughts with utmost precision. The director succinctly informed the Sky Emperor, "Wait." Chapter 053, Forward, to the Silver Sands Secret Tomb, beep, beep. The call was terminated. The Sky Emperor, clutching the satellite phone, appeared taken aback by the unexpected conclusion. "Wait? Just these 2 words? Am I, the esteemed Celestial Emperor, to wait for your call? You come and go at will, demanding my attention. Do you truly regard me, the Celestial Emperor, with such disregard?" The Celestial Emperor is enraged. When the Emperor is incensed, the seas tremble. He promptly pressed the button to redial the number, brimming with determination. "If I do not unleash a torrent of verbal wrath upon this scoundrel today, then I am unworthy of the title of Emperor. The number you dialed has insufficient funds. Is this wretch so impoverished that he cannot even afford to pay for his calls?" A smirk curled at the corner of the Celestial Emperor's mouth, revealing his disdain. This buffoon remains unchanged. Burdened by a mountain of debt, he babbles incomprehensible nonsense, chasing after fanciful dreams, toiling away on futile endeavors, squandering his innate talents. The Celestial Emperor's gaze was resolute. His mind was made up. "Today, even if I must clear your debts, I shall ensure that you are thoroughly drenched in my scorn. I shall demonstrate to you the true worth of the title Celestial Emperor. Money can be spent, but people must be reprimanded. A small expenditure for my own satisfaction is well worth it." The Celestial Emperor deftly dialed another number, speaking coldly, "Please check my call records. How much does the person I just spoke with owe?" "Dear customer, I am currently checking for you." A sweet voice emanated from the receiver, soon providing the answer. "Dear customer, that account currently has an outstanding debt of 186 trillion. Is this information helpful to you?" The Celestial Emperor, "Dear customer, do you wish to inquire about the possibility of repaying that debt on his behalf? We can assist you with installment options." The Celestial Emperor, after a prolonged silence of 3 minutes, the Celestial Emperor finally managed to utter, "I wish to lodge a complaint." "Dear customer, what would you like to complain about?" The Celestial Emperor, armed with facts and logic, argued vigorously. How is it that someone can owe such an astronomical sum yet still utilize satellite communication services? Why have you not suspended his account? Is this how you conduct business? How is it possible for him to accumulate such debt? Can he even repay it? Selling him would not suffice. The customer service representative cheerfully replied, "Dear customer, the account can only be suspended once the debt is cleared. We can assist you in suspending that account, provided you transfer the debt to your account." "Dear customer, are you still there? Please remember to provide a 5-star review via text." He decisively hung up the phone, gazing at the satellite phone, beginning to question his existence. In that moment, a flicker of doubt crept into his heart. Am I truly the Celestial Emperor? Why does this individual dare to be so insolent? A random call has the audacity to keep the illustrious Emperor waiting. The thought of the 186 trillion in debt made even the Celestial Emperor gasp in horror. Such terror! With matters having reached this point, there was no other recourse. The Celestial Emperor sat within the desolate confines of the deathly abyss, gazing at the profound silence of the void, feeling a twinge of regret. He had acted too hastily. Now all chaos had been quelled, and he remained unscathed. He sighed in resignation. "Now I shall wait." Before the secret grave of Silver Sands, Jiang Bai remained oblivious, for one phone call had transformed this night into one of sleeplessness for the Emperor. At that moment, he was parking, a task requiring skill. Rap 1200, 1200, 1200. Wei Junjie and Jiang Bai stood by the white line, poised to enter the Silver Sands secret tomb together. Their chances of being assigned to the same dormitory significantly heightened. "Stay close, Jiang Bai. It's about to begin." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Bai casually pushed him into the black mist, A furious curse echoed from within. Baka! Moments later, confirming that the other was still alive, Jiang Bai took a step forward, only to be instantly engulfed by the endless black fog. Chapter 054. Terrifying rules. As Jiang Bai entered the black mist, he scanned his surroundings with vigilance, his revolver, noon, sliding into his left hand, ready to fire at any moment. Jiang Bai? Jiang Bai? An inexplicable entity within the dark room called out his name. With a swish, the black mist receded significantly, revealing a shadow before Jiang Bai. He swiftly traced a phantom with his left hand, the muzzle of his gun aimed directly at the figure's forehead. Should Jiang Bai pull the trigger, the individual would meet a swift demise. This was the confidence that came from a 100 hit rate. It's me! It's me! Wei Junjie raised his hand, hastily exclaiming, "It's Wei Junjie, the one who knows how to read the situation." To affirm his identity, Wei Junjie even resorted to ancient phrases. "Oh, it's you." Jiang Bai expressed no surprise, retracting his revolver and inquiring earnestly, "You arrived here first. Did you discover anything?" Wei Junjie replied, "Was I really the first? Do you not have any sense of awareness?" Regardless, he patiently continued, "As per the previous intel, we just finished our evening study session. It is now time for bed, and we must return to the dormitory before 9:30 p.m. At that moment, the black mist surrounding Jiang Bai began to dissipate, allowing him to discern his environment. As he surveyed the area, Jiang Bai's expression shifted. This place, once the desolate grounds of the 9th Research Institute, had transformed remarkably, devoid of its former barrenness, now resembling a normal school. Such a change in the environment was astonishing. Was this the secret tomb? A space entirely distinct inside and out, sustained by qi or some other mysterious force? How long would this phenomenon endure? Once the 5th mysterious tide concluded, what changes would the secret tomb undergo? As he embarked on his first venture into the secret tomb, Jiang Bai clearly had numerous questions yearning for answers. Upon hearing Wei Junjie mention a time constraint, Jiang Bai glanced at his watch. 9:05 p.m. Only 25 minutes remained. He inquired, "Is there a map?" "No." Wei Junjie gestured towards the path ahead, where a faint red glow emanated. "We have just entered the Silver Sand secret tomb. There will be guiding markers. We should follow them." Evidently, after 2 centuries of exploration, they had grasped some of the tomb's patterns, albeit limited. Jiang Bai nodded. "All right." Without further ado, the two swiftly proceeded towards the source of the red light. However, upon reaching the intersection, the glow astonishingly split into 2, indicating 2 divergent paths. "What is going on?" Wei Junjie wore a troubled expression, clearly encountering this situation for the first time. Indeed, this was also his inaugural visit to the Silver Sand secret tomb. Yet, past records had never mentioned such an occurrence. Why had the guiding marker divided into 2? Is it possible that the dormitories of the 2 individuals do not lie in the same direction? Jiang Bai maintained a composed demeanor and calmly remarked, "Well, it can be easily explained." Wei Junjie adopted an attentive posture, yet he found himself waiting in vain for further elaboration. Jiang Bai raised a hand, his 3 fingers incessantly rubbing together. "Money." Wei Junjie declared a fixed price of 1 million. Jiang Bai countered with a slight reduction, 2 million for each party. Wei Junjie, holding a position among the 3 factions, understood that selling him a piece of information would equate to selling it to all 3 at once. Jiang Bai was amenable to the middleman earning a profit, provided he received a share as well. Wei Junjie hesitated momentarily. His recent financial shortfalls left him unable to produce such an amount. It was all due to the parasites within the organization, those vermin who continuously pilfered the institution's assets under various pretenses. Even the blind could discern the discrepancies in their fraudulent invoices. These pests had rendered him, a genuine doer of good deeds, bereft of funds at a crucial juncture. Infuriated, Wei Junjie gritted his teeth, wishing he could consume these wretched individuals whole. If it were up to him to pay this sum, he could easily manage it. However, why should he? Every penny he possessed was earned through his own hard work and honest means. Business is business, and personal matters are personal. Wei Junjie was quite clear on this distinction. He tentatively inquired, "Would an IOU be acceptable?" "No," Jiang Bai firmly rejected. "Who knows how long your 3 factions will last? Perhaps they will cease to exist by tomorrow. I appreciate your consideration." Ultimately, Wei Junjie devised a win-win solution. Exchanging information for information, he produced an envelope stating, "The rules of the dormitory are quite complex and subject to daily changes. My information contains the complete set of dormitory regulations. Of course, I suspect you likely have them too. Jiang Bai responded, I truly do not. This was precisely because everyone assumed Jiang Bai possessed this information, leading them to refrain from mentioning it to him, thus rendering him entirely unable to access it. Now, under pressure, Jiang Bai desperately needed these regulations. Very well, I shall concede a bit. Jiang Bai sighed in resignation and reluctantly accepted the envelope. After you leave, you will provide me with an IOU for 1 million. It's a deal. Wei Junjie's eyes sparkled with curiosity. So why would the directions differ? He feigned ignorance regarding the IOU matter. Jiang Bai, unreserved, provided the answer. You are a foreigner. You cannot reside in the collective dormitory, but must stay in the International Students' Dormitory. International Students' Dormitory? What is that? Wei Junjie gazed toward the direction indicated by the signal. Where there was nothing but emptiness, it was inconceivable that a dormitory could exist there. If there were no International Students' Dormitory, Jiang Bai kindly offered his analysis. Typically, they would allow you to commute or arrange for you to sleep in an open space. Sleeping in an open space, that doesn't sound too perilous, does it? As Wei Junjie was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the kind-hearted Jiang Bai reminded him, let me tell you, ancient schools were typically built on burial grounds or places of mass graves. The students, with their vibrant yang energy, can suppress the yin energy. There are numerous strange legends and supernatural tales associated with these schools. However, do not be alarmed. Your luck should not be excessively poor. Just find a place to sleep, and I assure you that there will be no malevolent entities beneath you. Wei Junjie listened, cold sweat trickling down his back as a chill crept up, making him shiver slightly. The more Jiang Bai kindly warned him, the more terrified he became. Slap! Jiang Bai smacked Wei Junjie on the shoulder, startling him once more. It's getting late. You should rest early. I will help you tidy up tomorrow. Wei Junjie, bewildered, responded. What? Collect corpses? Tidy up, do you understand? Jiang Bai exclaimed indignantly. How did you learn Chinese? A dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a kind heart. With that, Jiang Bai followed the directions towards the boys' dormitory. Wei Junjie hesitated for a moment in front of the beacon before finally steeling himself and heading towards the desolate area that Jiang Bai referred to as the International Students' Dormitory. On the way to the dormitory, Jiang Bai refrained from immediately opening the envelope. He was uncertain about the authenticity of its contents and did not wish for others to know that he was actually unaware of the local customs. Standing beneath the dormitory building, Jiang Bai looked up. It was a 6-story dormitory in a U-shape, with approximately 20 to 30 rooms on each floor. Only the 5th floor was illuminated, while the rest lay in complete darkness. Even the dormitory hall was shrouded in obscurity, as if one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Ensuring that no one was around, Jiang Bai cautiously retrieved the envelope, carefully tearing it open to examine its contents. Upon his first glance, Jiang Bai's expression changed drastically, shock washing over him. Clearly, the contents of the envelope had surpassed his wildest imagination. Sleeping regulations. 1. No books are allowed on the desk. 2. The trash bin must not contain any garbage. 3. Lights out at 10:00 p.m. Rest until 6:30 a.m. Chapter 055. The Fraudster, Jiang Bai, Sleeping Regulations. 1. No books are allowed on the desk. 2. The trash bin must not contain any garbage. 3. Lights out at 10:00 p.m. Students must return to the dormitory by 9:30 p.m. and leave before 7:00 a.m. 4. After lights out, students are not permitted to leave their dormitory. 5.2 Inspections per night. One at 9:45 p.m. and another randomly after 10:00 p.m. During inspections, there must be no clothing on the drying rack, and no one is allowed on the beds. 6. No roughhousing within the dormitory. Violators may be penalized with standing for 30 minutes to 2 hours, depending on the situation. 7. Romantic relationships are prohibited. 8. Gazing at the dormitory regulations within the envelope, Jiang Bai's expression grew complex, rendering him at a loss for words. Overall, this was a rather ordinary and utterly mundane set of dormitory rules. At least in the era 1,200 years ago, during which Jiang Bai was a student, such regulations were indeed commonplace. Despite Jiang Bai's meticulous calculations, he had never anticipated that the rules within this secret grave would be those of a dormitory from a millennium prior. Jiang Bai was all too familiar with them, of course. When viewed from the perspective of people 1,200 years later, these regulations took on an exceedingly bizarre quality. Is it forbidden to have books on the desk? Then where should the books be placed? What purpose does the desk serve? Why must the trash can remain devoid of refuse? If a trash can cannot contain garbage, why is it even called a trash can? During room inspections, no one is allowed on the beds, yet after the lights are extinguished, one must inevitably retire to bed. These regulations, whether scrutinized for their semantic meaning or logical coherence, are fundamentally contradictory. Thus, 1200 years hence, individuals confronted with the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb find themselves utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the mindset that birthed such regulations. They remain oblivious, yet Jiang Bai understands. He carefully tucked away the envelope and strode into the dormitory building. The lights in the first-floor lobby were off, and Jiang Bai navigated in darkness towards the elevator. Initially, he intended to take the stairs. However, the rules stipulated a time constraint, and with the first to the fourth floors shrouded in complete darkness, traversing the stairs might cause Jiang Bai to miss the 21:45 inspection. A failure in the inspection would result in a punishment of standing. If he were to stand in the corridor and miss the designated time to climb into bed after the lights were out, the rules would impose further penalties. The method of punishment within the rules is straightforward: obliteration. This is the most terrifying aspect of the Silver Sand secret tomb. Indeed, obliteration. The bizarre and contradictory rules, once transgressed, would enforce a brutal erasure, creating a living nightmare for all. According to the rules, taking the elevator is deemed safe. At least, it is safe on the first day. Jiang Bai resolved to trust the rules this once. He stepped into the stairwell. 21. 29. This must be it. Jiang Bai gazed at the dormitory doorplate, 606, and pushed the door open. Inside the dormitory, 3 individuals had already claimed their respective beds, standing anxiously as they awaited the inspection. Only by enduring the inspection could they retire to their beds, thereby avoiding obliteration. What on earth is happening? Jiang Bai exclaimed upon entering the dormitory. Why is there so much trash on my desk? The dormitory featured a bunk bed arrangement typical of universities, and at that moment, Jiang Bai's designated area was overflowing with refuse. On the floor, on the desk, in the trash can, and even on the bed, chaos reigned. Furthermore, his desk was also cluttered with books. In stark contrast, the desks, trash cans, and floors of the others were immaculate, devoid of any clutter, perfectly adhering to the regulations. It was evident that they had shifted their own refuse and books onto Jiang Bai's side. You must be Jiang Bai? One individual, standing diagonally across, regarded Jiang Bai with disdain. The dormitory was in this state when we arrived. With that, he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, wearing an expression of amusement at Jiang Bai's predicament. Jiang Bai cast a glance at the name affixed beside the bed, Yi Sun, the nephew of Yi Jin, a high-level supernatural being. No wonder they were at odds. Jiang Bai's brow furrowed in dismay. This is going to be the end of me, with so much trash and so many books. Is there even time to tidy up before the inspection? Another individual opposite Yi Sun spoke up. You came here this way, didn't you? Heh, the stairs are quite treacherous. Otherwise, why do you think the first to the fourth floors are completely dark? Clearly, while Jiang Bai had taken the stairs, they had opted for the elevator, arriving at the dormitory first and successfully shifting all blame onto Jiang Bai. If it were possible to eradicate Jiang Bai by adhering to the rules, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome for Yi Sun. However, he firmly believes that this individual named Jiang Bai is not so easily vanquished. Yet, with ample time remaining at the Silver Sand secret tomb, he has plenty of opportunities to target Jiang Bai. Tonight's meeting gift is merely an appetizer. Opposite Jiang Bai's bunk lies a pallid young man who kindly cautions, Jiang Bai, time is running short. There are only 15 minutes left until the inspection. You should hurry and tidy up. Perhaps there's still a chance. He seems inclined to assist Jiang Bai in his cleanup, yet daunted by Yi Sun's threat. He refrains from directly intervening and can only offer a brief reminder. The refuse and books present a formidable challenge. The trash must be discarded in a bin located at the intersection of the 5th and 4th floors, while the books must be returned to a reading room on the 6th floor, each requiring opposite directions, making the round trip quite time-consuming. It is evidently impossible for Jiang Bai to clear the refuse and books within a mere 15 minutes. As for alternative methods, such as consuming the trash, tossing it out the window, or concealing it, these have all been previously tested by others and either proved impractical or resulted in penalties for misconduct, including point deductions and adverse impacts on final rankings, jeopardizing one's eligibility for advancement. Naturally, compared to obliteration, point deductions are a far more acceptable outcome. The only uncertainty lies in whether Jiang Bai can consume such a substantial amount of trash within 15 minutes. Yi Sun stands on the shore, observing Jiang Bai's struggle as he faces impending doom, akin to witnessing a farce. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Bai seems to resolve himself and murmurs, "A dead horse is to be treated as a live one." With that, he springs into action. He sweeps all the books from his desk into the trash bin. Subsequently, Jiang Bai piles the refuse from the floor and bed onto the desk. Onlookers. What is he doing? Is he giving up? The pale-faced young man interjects, "There cannot be trash in the bin." "This is not trash," Jiang Bai corrects, "this is literature." Onlookers. Yi Sun snorts derisively, clearly unimpressed. Is the legendary Jiang Bai truly such a cunning trickster? Risking his life for a clever ruse? This Jiang Bai is hardly remarkable. Completing this task takes Jiang Bai merely 5 minutes. With 10 minutes remaining until inspection, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Bai stands idly in place, hands empty, awaiting the inspection. Yi Sun wears a playful expression, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He believes Jiang Bai's actions are most likely futile. Indeed, no one had dared to act in such a manner before. For every rule has been established through perilous experiences. No one would jest with their own life. Time ticks away. Soon, it is 9:45 p.m. A gust of chilly wind sweeps past the 606 dormitory, and the lights flicker 3 times as a shadow lingers at the doorway for a moment. The shadow is shrouded in darkness, obscuring its features and imparting an aura of extreme danger. The shadow does not linger long. After scanning the surroundings and seemingly perceiving no anomalies, it departs straight from the 606 dormitory. Jiang Bai has successfully passed the inspection. The pallid young man breathes a sigh of relief. Jiang Bai's method has proven unexpectedly effective. Bold yet meticulous, Jiang Bai, you are quite remarkable, and I must admit that I underestimated you previously. Standing opposite Jiang Bai, Yi Sun slowly applauded while voicing his confusion. But Jiang Bai, I have one thing I do not understand. Were you not afraid of a mishap after taking such a risk? They had carelessly thrown garbage and books onto Jiang Bai's bed and desk, an act that could potentially endanger him. Within the secret tomb, everyone is a competitor, and it is a matter of survival. Better for Jiang Bai to perish than for oneself. However, in a moment of crisis, Jiang Bai exhibited remarkable ingenuity, managing to revive a seemingly deadlocked situation. Yi Sun was eager to comprehend Jiang Bai's thoughts. Did he not fear failure? If a mishap occurred, it could cost him his life. How could Jiang Bai remain so composed? Was it that he feared nothing, or did he possess such confidence that even if he violated the rules, he would not be obliterated? Regardless of the explanation, Yi Sun yearned to uncover the truth. "Oh, you mean that?" Jiang Bai casually wiped the name on the label at the edge of the bed, which had originally read Jiang Bai, now revealing the true name, Yi Sun. This bed did not belong to Jiang Bai. It was Yi Sun's. Jiang Bai nonchalantly remarked, "This is not even my bed. Should I face punishment, it would not be directed at me. What is there for me to fear?" Yi Sun gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide as he growled, "This is impossible." The 3 of them rushed to their dormitory only to discover their respective sleeping arrangements, having completed everything before Jiang Bai. How had this bed transformed into his own? Following a successful deception, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Jiang Bai's mouth as he disdainfully scoffed. "Surely you do not believe you were the first to arrive at the dormitory." Chapter 056. The pinnacle of deception requires only simple techniques. Taking the elevator is swifter than ascending the stairs. Whether it was 1,200 years ago or 1,200 years hence, people seem to share this sentiment, of course. Excluding those who cheat, Jiang Bai, possessing the Earth system sequence ability 0, geographical advantage, could convert any place into his home turf, albeit at the cost of chi consumption. For others, ascending the stairs was the slowest option, potentially causing them to miss the dormitory inspection. Yet, with geographical advantage, Jiang Bai could reach the 6th floor even faster than the elevator. Those within the elevator could not fathom why every button had been pressed. This was the Silver Sand secret tomb, the most perilous location within the Silver Sand base, where any occurrence was not surprising. Thus, Yi Sun and his companions paid little heed to such details. Jiang Bai arrived at dormitory 606 ahead of them. He did not alter anything but merely modified the labels on the beds, swapping his with Yi Sun's. This adjustment required no invocation of sequence abilities. A label and a pin were sufficient. When Yi Sun and the others entered the dormitory, they found it empty and instinctively assumed their last roommate had yet to arrive. This preconception and arrogance were a grave tactical error. Consequently, Yi Sun directed his companions to heap the garbage in Jiang Bai's area, eager to witness how he would respond. AT-21. 29. When Jiang Bai appeared at the dormitory entrance, Yi Sun was consumed with anticipation for Jiang Bai's embarrassment, neglecting to consider the label issue. Only after the dormitory inspection concluded did Jiang Bai, with a mocking tone, unveil the entire ruse, leaving Yi Sun seething with rage. In a fit of rage that turned into a mocking smile, Yi Sun darkly remarked, "Jiang Bai, do not let your pride overwhelm you. If you were truly clever, you would have kept this matter to yourself instead of revealing it now. Of course, even if you remained silent, I would eventually uncover it. Oh, Yi Sun." Jiang Bai merely sought to gain a verbal advantage. He could have used this opportunity to lead himself to ruin but chose, in a display of bravado, to voice it instead. Such a character is hardly worthy of concern. "You might be slightly mistaken," Jiang Bai replied with a courteous smile, maintaining his composure. "As a law-abiding citizen, I cannot harm others without cause. How could I ever lead you to your demise? By the way, have I failed to introduce myself? I am Jiang Bai. My sequence ability is Earth Deception. You may refer to me as the Deceiver Jiang Bai. It's a nickname I have chosen for myself, and it will soon gain popularity. Would you like to collect autographs? 50,000 for each character." Apologies, I digress. Regarding this ability, I am unsure if you are familiar with it, but I recently stumbled upon an intriguing fact. When employing deception, it's not simply a matter of using more energy to gain more. Deception is an art form. The most refined deceptions often require the simplest techniques, much like what I just demonstrated. A single pin, 2 labels, and I successfully deceived a high-level ability user. Would you care to know what reward I received? My left middle finger has been refined into an otherworldly bone. In other words, the process of deception operates on a lever. The less effort you exert, the greater the thing you can manipulate, and consequently, the higher the reward. As he spoke, Jiang Bai, in a show of bravado, raised his left middle finger toward Yi Sun. Yi Sun's eyes widened in disbelief, blood vessels bulging in his eyes, and veins protruding on his forehead, nearly grinding his back molars to dust. This fool, seeking his own demise. One of Yi Sun's companions urgently whispered, "Yi Sun, he is deceiving you." Upon hearing this, it seemed Yi Sun experienced an awakening, silently affirming, "Indeed, this fellow is a deceiver. His voluntary revelation of his sequence ability is merely a ploy to mislead me. I cannot trust him. I must not trust him." Repeating this mantra in his mind over a dozen times, Yi Sun once again donned a smile, convinced he had seen through Jiang Bai's ruse and would not be fooled again. "What was it I just said?" Jiang Bai chuckled. "The most refined deceptions require the simplest techniques. To speak the truth is to be disbelieved. In other words, you have been led to misunderstand the facts, and this, too, is a form of deception. Thank you for assisting me in refining a bone." As he spoke, Jiang Bai also extended his right hand, raising his middle finger toward Yi Sun. With both middle fingers directed at Yi Sun, Jiang Bai did not forget to express his gratitude. "Thank you." Yi Sun thought to himself, "Is this fellow challenging me?" Suppressing his anger, Yi Sun realized that even though the other had refined 2 pieces of otherworldly bone, it changed nothing. Jiang Bai had unraveled this scheme, leaving Yi Sun with no losses whatsoever. "Oh, by the way, there is one more matter." Jiang Bai retracted his middle finger, speaking earnestly, "I need to settle an account with you. You see, just before the inspection, you carelessly discarded your trash and books here, clearly intending to bring about my demise. You owe me a life. I, in turn, tidied your bedding before the inspection, saving your life. Thus, you owe me another. I initially devised a scheme that could have cost you your life, yet I chose not to harm you, thus granting you a 3rd chance at existence. Out of goodwill, I elucidated the ruse, thereby rescuing you yet again, which marks your 4th life spared. Pray tell, what do you believe the worth of your life amounts to, and how do you intend to repay these 4 lives?" Yi Sun interjected, "Is this how you keep tabs? So, you harmed me once, and I owe you a life. You saved me once, and I owe you another. But it was you who initially brought me to this plight." It seemed as though he was exploiting the loopholes of the situation to bolster his own standing. Yi Sun felt utterly baffled, his irritation palpable as he retorted, "I possess but 1 life, and I have no intentions of relinquishing it. What can you possibly do about it?" Jiang Bai responded defiantly, "Then do not blame me for my lack of civility." "Jiang Bai, what jest is this? Do you believe I was raised in fear?" Yi Sun smirked, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. dismissively asserting, under normal circumstances, I might be wary of you. But given that we are ensconced in the silver sand secret tomb, do you require a reminder of the rules here? Raucous behavior is strictly forbidden within the dormitory. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, well, consider the consequences, a one-for-one exchange. Yi-sun wagered that Jiang Bai lacked the audacity. If Jiang Bai were indeed so reckless, it would pose no significant threat. No, you might be mistaken about the rules here. How can I elucidate this for you? Raucous behavior is forbidden, yet murder is not. A revolver materialized in Jiang Bai's left hand, its barrel aimed squarely at Yi-sun's forehead. The terrifying bone bullets primed and ready to fire in that confined space. Yi-sun found himself with no avenue for retreat. Should he be struck, his demise would be inevitable. Jiang Bai's intent was clear. With a single shot to eliminate Yi-sun, there would be no process of raucous behavior, thus he would not incur the penalty of the rules. Jiang Bai wagered that the rules are rigid, precise, and unequivocal. Much like the stipulation that books cannot be on the desk, yet trash may reside there, and the trash bin must be devoid of refuse. Yet can contain books? The same principle applies. Fighting is considered raucous behavior, hence it is strictly prohibited, but a single bullet that takes down a dorm mate does not fall under that classification and escapes punishment. Regardless of whether the rules explicitly forbid murder, once that bullet is fired, Yi-sun is as good as dead. In other words, if Jiang Bai wins his gamble, Yi-sun dies in vain. If Jiang Bai loses, Yi-sun still meets his demise. Yi-sun realized that he was, in essence, staring death in the face. Inevitably, he would perish. It was only at this moment that he soon comprehended the nature of the terrifying being he had provoked. This individual is a madman. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi-sun's forehead as he remained motionless, akin to his heart, which seemed to have nearly ceased its rhythm. Now, let us recalibrate our accounts, Jiang Bai said, a smile gracing his features, his demeanor calm and graceful, yet tinged with a hint of cruelty as he inquired, "Shall we?" Chapter 057. 5 lives. Jiang Bai's index finger rested upon the trigger, his tone gentle yet laced with menace. Yi-sun found himself devoid of any room for negotiation. To avoid death, he could only nod in acquiescence. Excellent, we have established a solid foundation. Jiang Bai did not retract his weapon but extended his right hand. I have just saved your life once more, making it 5 lives in total. He was a fair person and would not inflate the numbers. Yi-sun gritted his teeth and nodded once again. I am pleased to reach this understanding with you. Now, kindly sign this document and provide your fingerprint to as he spoke. Jiang Bai unexpectedly produced a document and handed it to Yi-sun, requesting the latter to sign and affix his seal. What is this? Yi-sun inquired, taking the document into his hands. The title caught his eye. Debts must be repaid. Lives must be returned. Personal acknowledgement form. Clearly, this was a template for an agreement, and Jiang Bai not only carried it with him but had also taken the liberty to write Yi-sun's name and the number of lives owed. Such an oddity was a first for Yi-sun. What is the purpose of signing this? He pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. On this piece of paper, he sensed neither energy nor sequential capability. It was merely an ordinary sheet, devoid of any legal efficacy. If that were the case, why would Jiang Bai go through the trouble of having him sign it? Despite 1,000 questions swirling in his mind, he soon complied and signed the document without further protest. Jiang Bai carefully stored the acknowledgement form, yet he did not relinquish his weapon. He continued, "Since we all reside in the same dormitory, it is only proper that we get to know each other. I have introduced myself. Now it is your turn." Yi-sun scoffed lightly and retorted curtly, "Yi-sun." He had little else to say. Following his introduction, the burly man opposite him rumbled, "Lu Taixian." It was evident that he and Yi-sun were comrades and harbored no fondness for Jiang Bai. Finally, the pallid young man timidly spoke up, "I am Li Xiaofu, from the Moon God Society, a mid-tier ability user, Earth System, Golden Touch. Jiang Bai, could you please lower your weapon? It's rather dangerous. Let's resolve our matters amicably. If we can avoid confrontation, let us do so." Earlier, when Yi-sun had discarded trash in Jiang Bai's direction, Li Xiaofu had attempted to intercede on Jiang Bai's behalf. However, his disposition seemed rather timid, leaving him with little recourse other than to utter a few words. Golden Touch, Jiang Bai recalled its description. Golden Touch. Through contact, various objects can be transformed into gold, imparting certain effects. Once the effects dissipate, the gold vanishes, and the user receives a reward. Earth System Sequential Ability, number 49. This ability bore some resemblance to the legendary Midas touch, yet differed in key aspects. Firstly, objects transformed into gold through the golden touch would bestow special effects. For instance, a broom, upon being touched, might gain the ability to fly, allowing one to soar upon it. Secondly, the golden touch is time-limited. The activation of the golden touch fundamentally relies on energy. Once all energy is expended, the effect ceases and the object reverts to its original state. Thirdly, similar to other sequential abilities, successful utilization yields a reward. Jiang Bai's Cung, deceit, his mentors, Tian-1, and the little girl's holy light, all function in this manner. All sequential abilities provide rewards upon successful activation. As for the golden touch, Jiang Bai held no particular sentiments. He was not greedy. He merely found himself in need of money, employing more cunning means to acquire it. Gold, in his eyes, was cold and heavy, devoid of warmth, and he found it difficult to comprehend why some held an affinity for it. Surely, no one could genuinely favor the golden touch, could they? Jiang Bai was taken aback by Li Xiaofu's initiative in introducing his ability. Could it be that this individual was similarly cunning? He felt a sense of rivalry brewing. This little schemer should not be underestimated. Listening to Li Xiaofu's introduction, both Yi Sun and Lu Dachui displayed expressions of disdain. With a cowardly disposition combined with self-destructive abilities, this fellow would not survive a day in the Silver Sand secret tomb. Jiang Bai cast a sidelong glance at Yi Sun and suddenly inquired, "Do you know why I don't kill you?" Yi Sun's face turned cold as he reluctantly replied, "Because I still hold value." Correct answer. Jiang Bai retracted his earlier demeanor, revealing an innocuous smile. Pleasure to cooperate. Cooperate? What cooperation? Yi Sun had yet to grasp the situation when a horn blared from outside. Who? It's 21:55. Lights out. Instantly, tension filled the dormitory as everyone scrambled onto their beds. Yet none lay down immediately. Yi Sun sat at the edge of his bed, contemplating that according to the rules, there would be another dorm inspection after 22:00, during which no one was allowed to be on their beds. Yet, after lights out, one must be in bed, which meant during the inspection, one had to be on the bed but could not be on the bed, suspending oneself at the moment of inspection. This was the method they had devised to navigate the challenges, not knowing how many lives were lost in the process. Although Wei Junjie had provided Jiang Bai with the rules, he did not divulge any strategies for success. Those were top secrets of the three teachings and could not be shared casually. Extra payment was required. However, Jiang Bai had his own methods. Before the lights went out, he took out a mirror and spoke to his reflection. "I am very sleepy right now and will soon fall asleep. Once asleep, I will sleepwalk, and if Yi Sun, Lu Dachui, or Li Xiaofu dares to approach me, I will shoot them dead. The others? Do you even hear what you're saying?" After finishing, Jiang Bai snapped his fingers and decisively lay down, closing his eyes. 22:00. Click. All the dormitory lights extinguished simultaneously, enveloping everyone in darkness. In the pitch blackness, only the anxious sounds of breathing could be heard. Of course, there was an exception, Jiang Bai. The moment the lights went out, he fell into a rhythmic sleep. After only a few minutes, he sat up and began to sleepwalk. At that moment, a shadow flashed outside the door. Though the dormitory door was closed, a small glass window allowed the inspecting figure to observe the interior. The shadow lingered at the entrance. The instant the shadow appeared, Yi Sun levitated, Lu Dachui lay flat against the ceiling, and Li Xiaofu was supported by a golden blanket. Their methods of navigation were largely similar, except for the sleepwalking Jiang Bai, who wandered about the dormitory. The shadow remained still for a few seconds, taking no action, and gradually retreated. Did this fool just escape detection? Yi Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Jiang Bai was indeed asleep, and there was no one in his bed. From a textual perspective, Jiang Bai had committed no violations. Not long after the shadow departed, Jiang Bai awoke. Yawning, he stretched while standing on the ground, loosening his muscles. There were only 2 inspections each night, and he was fortunate. The inspection occurred right after lights out, leaving him ample time. Ample time for what? Yi Sun found it difficult to comprehend. What did Jiang Bai need time for? Was he not going to stay in the dormitory to sleep tonight, but rather venture out for an adventure? What a fearless individual indeed. It would be best if you met your demise outside, forcefully erased by the rules enforced here. Just as Yi Sun's mind was on the brink of overload, a resounding slap interrupted his thoughts. Smack, Jiang Bai had struck him. Within the dormitory, a snap echoed, A pair of benevolent eyes fixated on Yi-sun as Jiang Bai enthusiastically declared, "It's time to use your first life." Chapter 058. Unconventional moves. What do you intend to do? Yi-sun's eyes widened in confusion. His expression was one of utter bewilderment. It was time for slumber, and should one fail to sleep and be discovered during the rounds, points would be deducted. Although the inspection occurred only once, shadows continually loomed in the stairwell. During their 3 days at the entrance of the Silver Sand secret tomb, they aimed to minimize point deductions and maximize their score, thus affording them the opportunity to delve deeper. If Jiang Bai kept Yi-sun awake, their points would plummet by morning. Do you recall the rules? Jiang Bai reiterated. After lights out, students are not permitted to leave their dormitories. Yi-sun nodded. Indeed. Since Jiang Bai was aware of the regulations, what was he planning? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Jiang Bai rose on his toes, reached out, and astonishingly lifted Yi-sun off the bed entirely. He had truly mastered the power of his unusual hands. A surge of immense strength coursed through, leaving Yi-sun momentarily powerless to resist. Once he regained his composure, Yi-sun refrained from reckless struggles. The dormitory prohibited any frenzied antics. He had to wait for Jiang Bai to act first, thereby ensuring that Jiang Bai would incur point deductions, or perhaps even face a penalty of standing. Jiang Bai hoisted Yi-sun from the bed as if he were merely a bag. Thus, I have a bold idea. You assert that students cannot leave their dormitories, but if this dormitory does not belong to you, could you not leave? As he spoke, Jiang Bai lifted his other hand, pressing it against the label at the edge of the bed, which bore the name, Yi-sun. Territory. With Jiang Bai's palm as a cover, he seized control over this area. Then, with a swift motion, he wiped away the name, Yi-sun, from the tag. This singular act consumed 5,000 qi. Even Jiang Bai's complexion paled slightly, clearly feeling the strain. Activating territory on the upper floors consumed approximately 1,000 qi per level. From the 1st to the 6th floor, that amounted to 5,000 qi, and erasing Yi-sun's name cost yet another 5,000 qi. Initially, Jiang Bai possessed 37,000 points of qi. Within less than 2 hours of entering the Silver Sand secret tomb, he had expended 10,000 points. For other high-tier ability users, even with territory, sustaining such a terrifying consumption would be unfeasible. Observing his name vanish from the label, Yi-sun's face contorted in horror as he stammered. What have you done? Why is my name gone? Am I no longer part of this dormitory? No, that cannot be. Jiang Bai must be employing an illusion. This is his deception. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. The deception. Inscription within Jiang Bai's being flickered subtly. Qi restoration 500 points. Jiang Bai glanced at the terrified Yi-sun, somewhat astonished. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a power bank after all. Did I not mention? Use your first life. With that, Jiang Bai strode toward the dormitory door. Yi-sun seemed to have foreseen his own fate. Before he could even muster a struggle, he was abruptly hurled out. The doors swung open, and Jiang Bai cast Yi-sun aside. Bang! With a dull thud, Yi-sun landed heavily at the threshold. Just as the dormitory door slammed shut, Jiang Bai stood by the entrance, leaning against the small window, meticulously observing the changes unfolding around Yi-sun. The dormitory no longer bore Yi-sun's name. He was no longer considered a resident of this establishment. Thus he was free to depart. Yet, Jiang Bai was uncertain whether Yi-sun, upon leaving the dormitory, would be obliterated by the very existence of the corridor. This marked the first application of Yi-sun's life. Cast into the hallway, Yi-sun sprang to his feet, intent on rushing back to the dormitory, ready to engage Jiang Bai in a mutual destruction, should it come to that. A man may be slain, but he must not be humiliated. Suddenly, Yi-sun froze like a statue, utterly motionless, for, within a mere meter of his position, a shadow was inspecting the neighboring rooms. Yi-sun dared not even breathe. The shadow in the corridor was part of the Silver Sand secret tomb, which had once faced the combined assault of 4 esteemed masters, all of whom met a grim fate without exception. Should he provoke it, he would not only fail to drag Jiang Bai down with him, but would likely perish on the spot. The shadow, engrossed in its inspection, seemed to have noticed some irregularity. It produced a notebook and began scribbling notes. Upon completing this task, the shadow continued its aimless wander through the corridor. As it passed by Yi-sun, it did not cast a single glance in his direction, as though he were nothing more than a figment of imagination. It was only when the shadow vanished at the corridor's end that Yi-sun was able to breathe again, drenched in a cold sweat. Phew, that was close. But wait, why did the shadow spare him? Why did the rules here not obliterate him? He had clearly left the dormitory, violating the established order. Yi-sun was beset with questions, yet no answers emerged. Before he could rush back to confront Jiang Bai, the dormitory door creaked open once more. This time, Jiang Bai stepped out without hesitation. "Congratulations, you survived," Jiang Bai proclaimed while clapping his hands. Exhibiting utter disregard for the shadow and the rules, his demeanor audacious. "Let us settle this, Jiang Gu. Let us talk this through." The moment the gun was aimed at Yi-sun, his attitude underwent a complete transformation. Even managing a strained smile, "I still prefer your previous rebellious demeanor." Jiang Bai, brandishing his weapon, surveyed the corridor. The shadow had departed. Through prior tests, Jiang Bai had confirmed that by utilizing the geographical advantage to erase his name, one could freely exit the dormitory, unbound by the rules. This conclusion had been perilously gleaned by Yi-sun. Jiang Bai was determined to exploit this to the fullest. The time was now 10:25 p.m. With wake-up scheduled for 6:30 a.m., meaning there were 8 hours of unencumbered freedom. As he listened to Jiang Bai, a question mark appeared above Yi-sun's head. "What are you talking about? While you still have your life, hurry back to the dormitory and catch some sleep. Come dawn, rise and depart. Wouldn't that be better, adhering to the rules?" Although their interaction had been brief, Yi-sun quickly discerned that Jiang Bai was not one to play by the book. First to the dormitory, then switching labels. Trash piled on the desk, books discarded into the bin. Erasing names, flouting rules, and leaving the dormitory. Every action taken by Jiang Bai exceeded Yi-sun's imagination, as he crazily flaunted his skills within the realm of Yi-sun's cognitive blind spots. Did Jiang Bai never contemplate that such unconventional tactics were akin to walking a tightrope? Should he inadvertently breach the rules, he would find himself in a perilous predicament. Hiss! Yi-sun suddenly inhaled sharply, realizing something terrifying. From beginning to end, every display of skill by Jiang Bai was an experiment conducted on himself as a mere guinea pig. What if Jiang Bai's assumptions were erroneous? The one who would perish would be himself. With no connection to Jiang Bai, could it be that all of this had been meticulously planned from the outset? As Yi-sun raised his gaze once more, his perception of Jiang Bai shifted, filled with confusion, bewilderment, animosity, fear. And a hint of reverence. This man was truly formidable. He was no match for him. If this continued, he would inevitably end up being outplayed. Sensing the change in Yi-sun's gaze, Jiang Bai kindly reminded him, "You still owe me 4 lives. Chapter 059. Haunting so, Jiang Bai had made him sign that agreement for this purpose? Jiang Bai, by disregarding conventional methods, specifically sought out loopholes in the rules, yet required someone to test them. Should Jiang Bai err, lives would be at stake. Yi-sun's life died that moment. Yi-sun longed to assert that his life mattered too, however, in the face of overwhelming force. He possessed no capacity for resistance. Within less than an hour, Yi-sun recognized the terrifying nature of this individual and had mentally branded him as extremely dangerous. Whether through brute force or cunning, he was no match for Jiang Bai. "There are a few matters I suspect you have yet to comprehend, hence my reminder." Jiang Bai spoke with utmost seriousness, and Yi-sun listened intently. "First, our names have been erased from the dormitory labels, which signifies that we no longer belong to the dormitory and are therefore not bound by its rules, explaining our presence in the corridor. Second, with our names erased, while there are no deductions, it also means you possess no points. Without dormitory points, you will surely be unable to advance to the next stage. Third, the one who erased your name can naturally restore it, but as for the cost..." Jiang Bai extended 3 fingers, revealing the options. Either pay with money or with lives. Yi-sun's lips twitched as he muttered under his breath. "Why don't you go rob?" Jiang Bai replied earnestly. "I find such unskilled acts of robbery exceedingly distasteful." Robbery? None could match Jiang Bai's efficiency. Even if he were to thoroughly plunder Yi-sun, how much could he possibly acquire? Jiang Bai required a guinea pig to assist him in trial and error, a free labor source. Moreover, the possessions belonging to Yi-sun were destined to become Jiang Bai's sooner or later. They were merely on temporary loan from Yi-sun. Jiang Bai was confident that after a period of collaboration, Yi-sun would willingly relinquish these possessions to him. With a sullen expression, Yi-sun stood against the dormitory door, his gaze reflecting inner turmoil. His instincts suggested that Jiang Bai's words might indeed hold truth. His name had been erased, allowing him to circumvent the rules and appear in the corridor, and he had not been obliterated, that was a fact. Reflecting back, it seemed that since entering the dormitory, Jiang Bai had not made a single misstep. Even though he was risking his life, he had not perished and in fact, had returned a life to Jiang Bai. For some inexplicable reason, Yisun felt an absurd sensation, questioning whether he had truly gained something. He quickly shook his head, regaining his composure. He had read in ancient texts about a deceptive tactic from times long past, known as CPU or perhaps KTV, commonly employed between superiors and subordinates, which was quite detestable. Yisun regarded Jiang Bai with caution and inquired about the matter that concerned him most. How much will it cost to have my name restored? If given a choice, he would rather not leave the safety of his dormitory. Wandering about the dormitory building for an entire night was akin to courting death. 50,000 star coins per word, Jiang Bai declared as he conveyed the price, simultaneously proposing an alternative solution. You haven't forgotten that each floor of the dormitory has to-do lists, have you? To-do lists? Yisun furrowed his brow. He was indeed aware of this, but why was Jiang Bai bringing it up? Yisun nodded and articulated what he knew. I rise at 6:30 every morning, must leave by 7, with a 30-minute window to complete the to-do lists, which grants points. You can't possibly be planning to do these tonight, can you? A glimmer of realization sparked in Yisun's eyes, as he perceived that Jiang Bai's idea might indeed be feasible. The to-do lists within the dormitory consisted of time-consuming and laborious tasks, such as clearing the corridor of trash, cleaning the rooftop, and organizing the reading room. Others only had half an hour to complete a single to-do list item, earning between 5 to 15 points. Yet, they had a full 8 hours at their disposal. Viewed from this perspective, Jiang Bai's approach could allow them to gain a head start. 1 million star coins for 8 hours of freedom to act? Yisun genuinely felt he had struck a bargain. Wait a moment, he wouldn't be subjected to CPU, would he? Yet, he had indeed profited. If he had gained something, could it be considered CPU? Yisun wrestled with his thoughts, while Jiang Bai observed him with keen interest. The deception, inscription within Jiang Bai's being flickered rapidly. Chi recovery 5 points. Chi recovery 10 points. Chi recovery. The frequent activation of the deception inscription indicated that Yisun's thoughts were oscillating back and forth, benefiting Jiang Bai. This fellow was indeed a power bank. Ultimately, Yisun resolved to place his trust in Jiang Bai for once. After considerable deliberation, he posed his most pressing concern. Brother Jiang, if we labor through the night and restore my name tomorrow morning, what if we find that the points weren't credited to us? Yisun's apprehension was not without merit. As they were presently not recognized as students of the dormitory, it was highly plausible that the completion of the to-do lists would not count towards their points. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yisun had transitioned from an adversarial stance against Jiang Bai to a collective we. He had essentially self-CPU'd. In anticipation of Yisun's worries, Jiang Bai had already devised a countermeasure. There are various types of to-do lists. Tonight, you should first tackle the easier tasks, saving the more time-consuming ones for later. By tomorrow morning, if those points are credited to you, then you will have made a significant profit. If points are rendered invalid, no one else can earn points within half an hour. Their inability to accumulate points equates to you having gained them. Have you not heard the saying, when others decelerate, you accelerate? Watching others suffer losses can feel more gratifying than your own gains. Yisun found himself struggling to comprehend the words spilling from Jiang Bai's lips, his mind teetering on the brink of incoherence, almost entering a state of utter bewilderment. At first glance, such a statement seemed outrageous, yet upon deeper contemplation, it indeed appeared quite absurd. It was a case of harming others without benefiting oneself. Realization struck Yisun. After a night of toil, he was left with merely 2 outcomes: harming others without any personal gain, or harming others while benefiting himself. Regardless of which scenario unfolded, he would not be at a loss. Brother Jiang, I have come to understand. Observing the dawning clarity on Yisun's face, Jiang Bai waved his hand and said, Come, let us head to the 6th floor hall. The two of them, once standing on entirely opposite grounds, inexplicably formed a temporary alliance under Jiang Bai's influence. Yisun could not take action against Jiang Bai, at least not before dawn. He still required Jiang Bai to reinstate his name. If his name could not be restored, everything would be over. He would have nowhere to sleep tomorrow night. The nighttime Silver Sand secret tomb was fraught with peril. Although referred to as a hall, it was essentially a wider corridor, flanked by elevators on one side and a tea room and dormitory on the other. Within the dormitory, shadows seemed to flicker ominously. Outside the dormitory, A blackboard hung on the wall, inscribed with the chalk written, To-do list, 1. Clear hallway debris, dormitory points 5-2. Organize the reading room, dormitory points 10-3. Clean the corridor, dormitory points 5-4. Jiang Bai noted that the points were accumulated by dormitory, mirroring the rules Wei Junjie had established for himself. This was precisely why Jiang Bai had brought Yi-sun along to work in this building. The to-do tasks were collective. When one dormitory thrived, they all thrived, and when one suffered, they all suffered. Yi-sun's labor was tantamount to Jiang Bai's labor. There was no distinction. Jiang Bai's gaze landed upon the final line of the small blackboard, which contained the matter he was most concerned about. To do. 18. Resolve haunting. The dormitory will automatically receive a flowing red flag, and the dormitory head will gain room check rights. Chapter 060. Going all out. Encountering ghost haunting. Noticing Jiang Bai's focus, Yi-sun also glanced at the small blackboard. This particular to-do had never been completed. Yi-sun took the initiative to explain that, despite the time-consuming nature of the previous 17 tasks, they could be tackled collectively. However, this one task had remained unaccomplished. There were past instances where individuals suspected that ghosts lurked among them, leading to a tragic massacre of everyone on that floor, yet the task remained unresolved. Jiang Bai shot him a glance, as if to say, Who asked you? Yi-sun. That I merely intended to convey. If you plan to undertake this task, please do not act impulsively. The path of slaughtering everyone is not a viable solution. Yi-sun's well-meaning caution stemmed not from altruism, but rather from a desire for self-preservation. Those who had come before had exhausted all possibilities, incapable of even pinpointing where the haunting originated, thus rendering them unable to resolve the haunting issue. Yi-sun feared that Jiang Bai, like his predecessors, might gravitate towards the most extreme course of action once all avenues were blocked. This individual possesses the formidable prowess to unleash a massacre upon this entire floor. If we are to address the matter of the haunting, we must first ascertain the location of the ghost. Jiang Bai withdrew his gaze, evidently formulating a plan. Yi-sun, you should first investigate the rooftop. This is a school, and there are numerous legends regarding hauntings. Look for any red strings, a lone shoe, scratch marks, such as the specters of those who leap to their demise, those who hang themselves, or even the thief of school uniforms. Yi-sun. The first two apparitions were comprehensible to him, but the notion of a thief of school uniforms was utterly absurd. Despite his overwhelming desire to voice his grievances, Yi-sun opted to obediently heed Jiang Bai's instructions, ascending the stairs with flashlight in hand, meticulously examining every nook and cranny. No anomalies were detected. Completing this task took Yi-sun approximately 45 minutes. With his head bowed, his neck began to ache. He straightened his back and rubbed his neck. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi-sun glanced skyward, where a faint crimson light pierced through the heavy clouds. Where is the blood moon? Yi-sun furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The timing felt off. The silver sand secret tomb was set to open, and celestial phenomena were particularly pronounced, with disasters abounding. Solar eclipses, blood moons, and falling stars. Logically, a solar eclipse should precede the others. Yi-sun dismissed further contemplation and prepared to leave the rooftop, flashlight in hand. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped Yi-sun, as if he were being scrutinized by an unfathomable entity, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, poised to strike and claim his life. Yi-sun's body stiffened, rendering him motionless. It's happening. A haunting. This sensation persisted for a full half-minute before gradually dissipating. Yi-sun, drenched in sweat, bolted down the stairs. He raced back to the hall on the 6th floor, taking several deep breaths to regain a semblance of composure, allowing the qi within him to circulate and evaporate the perspiration that clung to his skin, leaving no trace of his earlier distress. Had he truly encountered a ghost? What had just transpired? Yi-sun was still reeling from the terror, haunted by the feeling of teetering between life and death, instilling within him a profound sense of dread. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, reverberating down the corridor, startling Yi-sun into a shiver. He swiftly turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a familiar silhouette, Jiang Bai. Damn! Yi-sun wiped the sweat from his brow, his demeanor tinged with alarm as he surveyed his surroundings. The horrors of the silver sand secret tomb seemed to surpass his imagination. Any misstep here could result in death. Jiang Bai inquired with concern, "What's the matter? Did you see a ghost?" Yi-sun. He yearned to retort that the ghost he had seen was none other than Jiang Bai himself. Yet the words never escaped his lips. Instead, he awkwardly replied, "No, I just came down from the rooftop." He recounted his findings from the rooftop inspection in detail. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Yi-sun presented 2 points of concern. "The blood moon has arrived prematurely, and I feel as though I was being watched by a terrifying presence, one that could strike me down at any moment, yet inexplicably chose not to." Upon finishing, Yi-sun recalled another thought. "Does this count as having used up a life? I still owe Jiang Bai 4 lives. If I could repay them sooner, I would." Jiang Bai shook his head. "Not at all. Not only does it not count, but you now owe me an additional life." "Why?" After their brief interaction, Yi-sun had gleaned that Jiang Bai was a reasonable individual. However, Jiang Bai speaks solely from his own perspective, with the authority of explanation firmly in his grasp. Yi-sun attempted to analyze. "Just now, you were secretly protecting me. The concealed entity was thwarted by you, thus refraining from taking action? If viewed from this angle, it seems I owe Jiang Bai a life, which appears quite reasonable, does it not? This is not merely an adversary. Rather, he is akin to a benefactor." Listening to Yi-sun's words, even Jiang Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment. He raised his hand, pinching his thumb and index finger together to reveal a narrow gap. "Your conjecture is remarkably close to the truth, merely a hair's breadth away." Yi-sun's eyes sparkled. "Just a hair's breadth? What is that fraction?" This moment marked the closest Yi-sun felt to Jiang Bai in terms of intellect since their encounter. Jiang Bai confessed, "The one who unleashed the murderous intent directed at you was I. Ultimately, the one who chose not to kill you and saved your life was also I. From a certain perspective, your explanation can indeed be considered the truth." Yi-sun responded, "You call this merely a hair's breadth?" Yi-sun was bewildered. Did he not owe Jiang Bai 5 lives? Why would Jiang Bai go to such lengths to undermine their cooperative relationship? The rationale was quite simple, as Jiang Bai patiently elucidated. "If you were to conceal this matter from me, it implies you would likely conceal other matters as well. If you have not hidden the most crucial issues, then naturally, you would not lie about trivial ones." Yi-sun, still obstinate, retorted, "What if I discovered something on the rooftop and chose to conceal it from you?" Although he had not done so, it did not deter him from being obstinate. "It is quite simple," Jiang Bai revealed. "I have already inspected the rooftop. Do you think I was not there before entering the dormitory?" At this moment, Yi-sun was utterly convinced. Had this fellow truly calculated every step? Did he prompt Yi-sun to check the rooftop merely to divert him? What had Jiang Bai been up to during that diversion? It was now 11:20 p.m., with 6 hours and 50 minutes remaining until wake-up time. Jiang Bai assigned the subsequent tasks: clearing the garbage, organizing the reading room, and completing all tasks with scores below 10. Listening to Jiang Bai's arrangements, Yi-sun felt puzzled and inquired, "Brother Jiang, aren't we hunting ghosts anymore?" "No, we are not." Jiang Bai's next statement left Yi-sun astounded. "We have already found them." "Found them? You cannot be deceiving me, can you? Can the words of the con artist Jiang Bai truly be trusted?" Feeling the flicker of the deceit inscription within him, Jiang Bai could not help but marvel. Yi-sun's power bank is indeed remarkable. Only those who use it would know. Yi-sun mustered his courage and asked, "Then, where are the ghosts? Didn't you say it before?" Jiang Bai replied nonchalantly, "The ghosts are concealed within people." Chapter 061. Written by the ghosts. Concealed within people? Yi-sun panicked. "Brother Jiang, have you forgotten what I told you? This path is unviable." This point had already been considered by those before them, even resulting in extreme actions, a bloodbath across the entire floor. Yi-sun argued vehemently, "If ghosts are hidden within people, then the predecessors who once executed a massacre on this very floor must have succeeded." Yi-sun was in a state of urgency. What predecessors have accomplished, Jiang Bai is equally capable of achieving. Yi-sun, however, is not yet ready to meet his demise. Jiang Bai retorted, "Do you truly understand what a ghost is? What exactly constitutes a ghost?" Yi-sun was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find the words to articulate his thoughts. After an arduous mental search, he arrived at a conclusion. A ghost is simply an apparition. An apparition is a ghost, and a ghost is an apparition. Yi-sun had successfully formulated an explanation for a perpetual motion machine. "Out of the hospital, your level of education is exceedingly low." Jiang Bai rolled his eyes and continued, "A ghost cannot be killed, or rather, it may appear to be slain. Yet this has no tangible effect on the ghost itself. Physical attacks are utterly futile against a ghost. Do you comprehend?" Yi-sun inhaled sharply. suddenly grasping Jiang Bai's meaning. The task at hand read, resolve the haunting incident rather than merely exterminating the ghost. To solve rather than to slay. From another perspective, even if one were to kill a ghost, it is not as simple as a single stab. The Taoist tradition possesses methods of extermination, while Buddhism offers paths of transcendence. The senior's reasoning was sound, yet the approach was flawed. Yi-sun remained perplexed, but this did not clarify that ghosts must necessarily inhabit the human form. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Bai lapsed into silence. Yi-sun stared at Jiang Bai, their gazes locked in a silent standoff for a minute, with Jiang Bai uttering not a single word. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yi-sun ventured, Jiang Gu, won't you say something? Jiang Bai nodded, choosing to remain silent. What? Yi-sun queried, as Jiang Bai regarded him with an unusual expression, stating earnestly, I believe everything you have said is correct. Do you know why? No, Yi-sun replied, sensing an oddity in the conversation. Jiang Bai clearly harbored thoughts he was reluctant to share. This sensation, akin to a thorn lodged in his throat, reminded him of something. Yi-sun recalled a term he once heard from his uncle, Ka-wan. It was said that among ancient web novel authors, there existed a faction of nefarious cultivators skilled in the art of Ka-wan, who would abruptly halt their narratives at the most thrilling junctures, tantalizing readers and leaving them restless. This band of rogue authors was intolerated by the righteous, and upon discovery, would be pursued by a mystical artifact known as a blade. To safeguard their lives, these cultivators operated with utmost discretion, only revealing their Ka-wan techniques upon achieving mastery. Thus, the ancient adage, one day with a blade in hand, I shall sever all chapters of the world, speaks to this very anecdote. Yet, Yi-sun never anticipated that, after a millennium, he would once again experience the torment of Ka-wan. Jiang Gu, Yi-sun hesitated, then posed his question, how much do you want? How can you speak of money between us brothers? Such talk is rather vulgar. Jiang Bai swiftly proposed a figure, 8 million star coins. Even if you sold me, I wouldn't possess such wealth. After several rounds of haggling, the two parties reached an agreement. Yi-sun would purchase Jiang Bai's answer for 800,000 star coins, vowing to the divine general that he would not divulge this matter to a second party. Naturally, Yi-sun did not have such cash on hand and initially intended to write an IOU. He was utterly astonished when Jiang Bai revealed that he carried a POS machine with him. Upon receiving the payment, Jiang Bai immediately commenced his explanation, seeking to ascertain the whereabouts of the ghost. To do so, it was imperative to first identify the location that was purportedly haunted. Yi-sun nodded in agreement. This was indeed the case. Human cognition is prone to falling into a trap due to the inertia of habitual thinking. Jiang Bai, who did not conform to conventional methods, seemed to possess a distinct cognitive pattern, which enabled him to detect clues more effortlessly. It was essential for us to differentiate between the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb and the occurrences of hauntings. Wait a moment, Yi-sun interjected, struggling to comprehend. Are we not discussing hauntings? How has this suddenly become entangled with the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb? Jiang Bai calmly elucidated, because these are two separate matters. You have conflated them, which has hindered your ability to recognize the hauntings. Yi-sun was perplexed, feeling as though his intellect was nearing its limits. In simpler terms, Jiang Bai explained, in reality, the phenomenon of hauntings has been right before your eyes. Yet you have chosen to overlook it, considering these occurrences as mere components of the Silver Sand secret tomb's regulations. Rubbish appearing inexplicably in dormitories and hallways, the reading room in disarray. The first 17 incidents listed on this blackboard, if they occurred in any school, would be deemed hauntings. As long as the ghost remains, the 6th level will perpetually resemble this. It has been so for the past 200 years, and it will continue to be so in the future. Awakened by Jiang Bai's words, Yi-sun experienced a moment of clarity, akin to emerging from a fog to see the sky. The lights have gone dim, he exclaimed. Indeed, they had assumed that these tasks were merely the status quo of the Silver Sand secret tomb, believing that each time they entered, they needed to complete these tasks akin to undertaking assignments. To them, these matters appeared utterly mundane, with no connection to hauntings whatsoever. After all, their perception of hauntings was of a far more sophisticated nature. Merely finding rubbish inexplicably in the stairwell, a bookshelf toppled over, or glass shattered in the restroom. How could these incidents be classified as hauntings? It was simply inconceivable. The era in which Yi-sun and his companions lived was marked by the fifth mysterious tide sweeping across the globe, rendering them unfazed by supernatural occurrences. In contrast, Jiang Bai, who had witnessed numerous ghostly films and was familiar with events from 1200 years ago, could instantly discern that these were not the actions of humans. Individuals from different eras possess varying perspectives on issues. The Silver Sand secret tomb was evidently a school from 1200 years ago, and Jiang Bai, viewing the situation through the lens of an ancient individual, was more adept at penetrating this veil of confusion to unveil the truth. Yi-sun had one final query. If all these occurrences are indeed hauntings, why does the blackboard's to-do list explicitly state so, instead opting to present everything in a parallel manner, misleading us? The tasks on the blackboard constituted the to-do list of the Silver Sand secret tomb, with rewards for completion and penalties for failure, by presenting all 18 tasks together. It led individuals to perceive them as parallel entities, belonging to distinct assignments. They had never imagined that this was actually a part-to-whole model. The first 17 tasks served as a prelude to the 18th task. It was only through Jiang Bai's guidance that Yi-sun realized that the 6th level had but a singular to-do list: to resolve the haunting. Had it not been for the misleading nature of the blackboard, it is likely that more individuals would have discerned the truth. This matter had long been resolved. Yi-sun pondered, is this not a paradox? Jiang Bai stood before the blackboard and declared the truth. The words inscribed upon it were penned by a ghost. Chapter 062. The blood-stained blackboard. Listening to Jiang Bai's words, Yi-sun displayed an expression of utter astonishment. What? How could the writing on the blackboard possibly be ghostly in origin? This blackboard was not exclusive to the 6th floor. Similar blackboards adorned the 1st, 5th, and 6th floors, all displaying chalk inscriptions. The blackboard in the 1st floor hall bore a schedule detailing when to enter and exit, when to extinguish the lights and retire for the night, and when to rise in the morning. The blackboard on the 6th floor, however, listed various to-do items. Yi-sun had observed the 1st floor blackboard before entering the elevator, and the handwriting matched that of the 6th floor perfectly, leaving no room for doubt. After voicing his concerns, Jiang Bai provided a plausible explanation. I have been to the 5th floor, and the handwriting on that blackboard differs from ours. Hiss. Yi-sun inhaled sharply, still searching for a rational explanation. Is it possible that the chalk writing on the 1st floor hall blackboard was also done by the dormitory supervisor of the 6th floor? Jiang Bai shook his head, refuting the notion. The supervisors differ on each floor, thus the handwriting naturally varies. The identical writing on the 6th and 1st floors precisely indicates that the ghost, in an effort to mimic the supervisor, deliberately crafted it in such a manner. If no one had ventured to the 5th floor, the ghost would never have revealed its hand, and the misleading nature of the blackboard would have gone unnoticed. The regulations of the dormitory prohibited casual movement between floors. After lights out, the elevator ceased to operate, making it virtually impossible for ordinary individuals to traverse the stairs, with the rooftop being the sole exception. All high-ranking abilities resided on the 6th floor, while the masters lived on the 5th. These two categories of individuals would never intersect, nor would they pay heed to the details of the blackboard's writing. Only by Jiang Bai personally descending and inspecting all 3 blackboards could any clues be uncovered. Yi-sun felt confounded once more. If the intention was to imitate the handwriting, why not directly replicate that of the 6th floor supervisor, or simply use their own handwriting? Was it not more likely to expose oneself by attempting to mimic the 1st floor supervisor's script? Good question. This time, Jiang Bai nodded in agreement with Yi-sun's reasoning. Yi-sun felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps he wasn't so dim-witted after all. Puffing out his chest slightly, he gazed at Jiang Bai with eager anticipation, awaiting the next revelation. To his surprise, Jiang Bai shrugged and remarked, I too am uncertain as to why the ghost chose to act in this manner. Yi-sun responded, Huh. Unlike Yi-sun's astonishment, Jiang Bai appeared rather nonchalant. I am not a deity, nor omniscient. How could I possibly know every detail? Moreover, everything relies on deduction. The truth often necessitates one's own effort to unearth. As he spoke, Jiang Bai produced an object and casually tossed it to Yi-sun. Yi-sun caught it and focused his gaze, only to discover it was a blackboard eraser. A foreboding sensation washed over him. Indeed, Jiang Bai politely stated, it is time to utilize your first life. Please, he even added a please. His politeness left Yi-sun feeling utterly overwhelmed. Yi-sun felt no inclination to resist as he approached with the blackboard eraser in hand, his mind consumed by a singular question. Why was it once again the first life? Yes, previously on the rooftop, Jiang Bai had spared him, effectively granting him a reprieve, transforming his count from 4-5 to 5-5. What a convoluted situation. As he stood before the blackboard, he soon snapped back to reality. Realizing his hands trembled uncontrollably, he turned to Jiang Bai and asked, his voice quivering, "If that ghost appears, you will protect me, won't you?" Before Jiang Bai could respond, Yi Sun hastily added, "I still owe you 4 lives." Jiang Bai did not directly answer but countered with a question, "Have you ever harmed a child, bullied the opposite sex, or consumed juhu?" Yi Sun instinctively shook his head. "No, I have harmed no one, nor bullied anyone. Practice a form of martial arts for the young. Though there was an instance where someone of the opposite sex attempted to bully me, and I nearly lost my composure. As for juhu, which type are you referring to?" Wei Junjia once brought a kind of beef called juhu beef to my uncle's home. I had a piece of it. Surely, eating a piece of beef cannot be a crime. Jianggu, this isn't how you play the game. Jiang Bai remained silent. He longed to elaborate on the incident of losing control. Yi Sun's face was a portrait of despair. His brows furrowed, overwhelmed by the thought that he might perish for simply consuming a morsel of beef. Jiang Bai patiently explained the term Ju, who once more, upon hearing it, Yi Sun quickly shook his head. No, Jianggu, I assure you, I have done nothing wrong. My days are consumed by eating and sleeping or practicing martial arts. At barely 20, I have accumulated 1,200 qi. Where would I find the time for such things? In his eyes shone a naive innocence, indicating that he spoke the truth. Jiang Bai nodded, acknowledging Yi Sun's claim, and solemnly stated, "If the ghost manifests, I will protect you within my capabilities, but there will be an additional fee afterward." Yi Sun eagerly nodded. All right. Bolstered by Jiang Bai's assurance, Yi Sun gathered his courage and swiped the blackboard eraser across the board. The screeching sound that ensued was piercing, akin to the wailing of a vengeful spirit. Yi Sun instinctively recoiled, glancing around to find everything still and quiet. Jiang Bai, holding the timepiece, exchanged a glance with Yi Sun and instructed, "Continue." Yi Sun wiped the blackboard again, and the shriek erupted once more, albeit slightly subdued compared to the previous outburst. The dormitory building was structured in a circular fashion, with glass windows lining the inner side, easily revealing the opposite side. At that moment, Jiang Bai stood in the hall, gazing across, where a shadowy figure seemed to traverse the corridor. The figure faced away from the window, its outline somewhat indistinct. After lights out, all inhabitants were required to retire to their beds, while the shadowy figure of the dormitory supervisor rested in the office. So, who was this shadowy figure on the opposite side? Was it human or ghost? Following Jiang Bai's gaze, Yi Sun also noticed the silhouette. He paused and cautiously suggested, "Jianggu, shall we go over?" No, Jiang Bai concluded that regardless of whether the entity before him was human or ghostly, its appearance was a direct consequence of his erasure of the blackboard. To pursue it now would be an imprudent course of action. Instead, he commanded, "Continue, and cleanse the entire blackboard." Today, Jiang Bai was determined to uncover the secrets hidden within this blackboard. Following his directive, Yi Sun wielded the blackboard eraser with swift precision, ignoring the jarring sounds of friction that echoed incessantly. In no time, Yi Sun had wiped the blackboard clean. He stepped back a couple of paces, but before he could utter a word, the blackboard underwent another transformation. The blackboard, which had been affixed to the wall, began to tremble, the quaking escalating from slight to violent, as blood seeped from the wall behind it, enveloping the blackboard. The juxtaposition of black and red was visually jarring, evoking a profoundly terrifying sensation. Yi Sun, step back slightly, Jiang Bai instructed, retracting his earlier hesitation as he advanced 2 steps to position himself in front of Yi Sun. For reasons unknown, Yi Sun felt a momentary sense of reassurance with Jiang Bai taking the initiative, despite this individual being the most perilous of all. Such a feeling was utterly absurd. Gazing at the quivering blackboard drenched in blood, Jiang Bai extended his hands and flipped the blackboard over entirely. His initial suspicions were validated. There was indeed something amiss with the blackboard. The inscriptions on the front had been pinned by a ghost. The true writing left by the dormitory supervisor was on the reverse. Upon flipping the board, Jiang Bai realized that it was not the wall from which blood was gushing forth, but rather, blood was continuously oozing from within the blackboard itself. As he observed the blackboard, which was persistently exuding blood, a grave expression settled on Jiang Bai's face. The blood defied the laws of gravity, refusing to fall or spill over, instead hovering near the blackboard and ultimately forming into distinct characters of blood. Behind Jiang Bai, a perspiring Yisun, his voice trembling slightly, began to recite each blood-stained character from the blackboard. You will regret this. Chapter 063. Trust in the wisdom of ancestors and the insight of descendants. The 5 blood characters were glaringly bright, tugging at the most sensitive nerves of human emotion. Do you think you can scare me with your tricks? Jiang Bai thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right hand and sequentially tapped the 4 corners of the blood-stained blackboard, outlining a complete contour. The advantage of the terrain. In an instant, the blood-stained blackboard fell under Jiang Bai's control. A wisp of qi emanated from him, initiating the sealing of the blood blackboard. This technique had proven effective for him on numerous occasions over the past 12 centuries. During the Third Mysterious Tide, although there were no secret tombs, supernatural phenomena and various extraordinary artifacts had emerged in abundance. With the advantage of the terrain, Jiang Bai handled such matters with unfailing success. As long as it was not a cataclysmic disaster, he could always remedy the situation with ease. Indeed, the blood blackboard ceased to bleed and fell silent, successfully sealed by Jiang Bai. Inwardly, he calculated. He had refined 16 pieces of anomalous bones, possessing a total of 37,000 qi within him. He had expended 5,000 to ascend the building, 10,000 to erase both his and Yisun's names, 2,000 for ascending and descending the stairs, and 6,000 to seal the blackboard. Yisun's portable charger had consumed 1,500 qi. Since entering the Silver Sand secret tomb, Jiang Bai now had 16,000 qi remaining. Before 6:30, he needed to reinstate both his and Yisun's names. Anticipating a consumption of 10,000 qi, in other words, Jiang Bai must retain 10,000 qi, leaving him with limited resources at his disposal. Of course, he could rely on Yisun's power bank for recharge, focus on his cultivation, or even deceive himself. However, today marks merely the first day, and Jiang Bai has no intention of exhausting his trump cards right from the outset. The gains of the evening have already been substantial. It is time to cease further actions. What Jiang Bai needs to do next is to remain observant, biding his time for the opportune moment. If Jiang Bai's intuition serves him correctly, the ghost will not make an appearance tonight. Both parties are still in the testing phase, uncertain of each other's depths and intentions, thus reluctant to act rashly. Regardless of whether the ghost possesses consciousness, launching an attack on Jiang Bai tonight is evidently an unwise choice. Naturally, if the ghost does show itself, Jiang Bai would not shy away from displaying his prowess. He possesses an abundance of cards. After sealing the blood blackboard, Jiang Bai lifted it, tucking it under his arm, and proceeded towards the reading room. Come on, let us go complete our task, Yisun. Jiang Gu, wait for me. Yisun paused for a moment, then hurried to catch up with Jiang Bai, still somewhat shaken. Jiang Gu, are we really taking this thing with us? Jiang Bai nodded. We can't very well return empty-handed, can we? Ahem, this item is exceedingly dangerous. Leaving it in the hall could cause considerable harm. Why casually picking it up? I might even be doing a service to humanity. Yisun exclaimed, such rhymes, are you aspiring to be a governor? Although unsure of the blood blackboard's purpose, it was undoubtedly safe once sealed. If possible, Jiang Bai intended to take this object out of the Silver Sand secret tomb for the director to examine. It might yield unexpected discoveries. Even if no surprising findings emerged, this item was one of a kind and could fetch a handsome price at the governor's office. During the subsequent hours, Yisun busied himself with his to-do list, while Jiang Bai remained in the reading room, perusing books throughout the night. The books here, as Jiang Bai had surmised, dated back 1,200 years, just like the secret tomb itself. Typically, removing any book would require a significant expenditure of qi, proving immensely strenuous for high-level supernatural beings. Yet, Jiang Bai enjoyed an advantage. The reading room felt like home to him, allowing him to browse freely. Yisun stole a few glances and noticed that Jiang Bai was primarily examining newspapers and local magazines. Clearly, Jiang Bai sought to unearth clues from these sources. Perhaps news of hauntings from 1,200 years ago could assist him. Unfortunately, Jiang Bai found nothing of value. He had prepared himself for this outcome. Countless individuals had come and gone from the Silver Sand secret tomb, and Jiang Bai was not the only astute thinker. Others had undoubtedly considered mining for clues within newspapers. The absence of their discoveries likely indicated a dead end. Jiang Bai was willing to place his faith in the wisdom of those who came before. Each person's intellectual capacity generally falls within a certain range. Even the cleverest minds are not infallible. There is an old adage. Even the wisest will inevitably miss something, while the foolish may stumble upon a truth. Over the past 200 years, numerous individuals have explored the Silver Sand secret tomb, yet none have unraveled the mystery of the haunting on the 6th floor. This leaves two possibilities. Either they encountered the ghost but lacked the means to resolve the situation, missing a crucial key, or they discovered the ghost only to find themselves ensnared in an insurmountable dilemma, haunting that cannot be resolved. Whichever the case, it spells ill tidings for Jiang Bai. The matter of haunting, if resolvable, should ideally be addressed. If not, Jiang Bai would not force the issue. He can still place his faith in the wisdom of future generations. Having spent the entire night in the reading room, Jiang Bai occupied himself not only with perusing newspapers, but also allowed the qi within him to gradually recuperate. The level of qi within the Silver Sand secret tomb is comparable to that of the outside world, and most practitioners entering will experience discomfort, as their qi gets suppressed and their abilities are affected. However, for reasons unknown, Jiang Bai found his cultivation speed here to be significantly swifter than outside. He could only interpret this as the Silver Sand secret tomb retaining certain characteristics from a millennium ago, rendering it more conducive for someone of his 1,218 years of age. After a night of diligent cultivation, Jiang Bai's internal qi had restored to 27,000. Even after expending 10,000, he could still maintain formidable combat strength. As he returned the last newspaper to its place, he called out, "Let's head back." Yi Sun had completed 4 tasks the previous night, likely earning around 25 dormitory points. Even if those points were unattainable, others would also find them out of reach, so dormitory 606 would not suffer losses. Jiang Bai, accompanied by Yi Sun, returned to dormitory 606, where the occupants remained soundly asleep, undisturbed by their arrival. Jiang Bai extended his hand, and, as before, restored Yi Sun's name. Yi Sun wasted no time. In 2 strides, he climbed onto the bed and collapsed into slumber. Youth is a great blessing. One can simply sleep upon command. Noticing no signs of distress from Yi Sun, Jiang Bai similarly restored his own name, reclined on the bed, and took out the mirror of deception. "I have slept through the night. I have slept through the night," he murmured, feeling revitalized upon waking at 6:30 a.m. After repeating those phrases a few times, Jiang Bai closed his eyes, emitting a light snore, and promptly fell asleep once more. At 6:30 a.m., the wake-up horn sounded. The entire dormitory 606 stirred simultaneously. "Sun Gu, you're still alive," called out Lu Tietue, his voice brimming with astonishment. Last night, when Jiang Bai had tossed Yi Sun out, he had assumed Yi Sun was doomed. Yi Sun's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Having hardly slept throughout the night, he now looked rather fatigued. Furthermore, his perception of Jiang Bai had shifted considerably last night, leaving him uncertain on how to explain the situation to his companion. He certainly couldn't say, "Brother Jiang is only looking out for me," as that would be too much to admit. Jiang Bai, however, was the first to rise, already engaged in his morning routine, and did not forget to address the others. "By the way, there is something I forgot to do last night. We should elect a dormitory leader. Let us be democratic and vote." "Vote?" Lu Tietue was taken aback, never expecting that this bully Jiang Bai would opt for such a method. Jiang Bai spat out some water and looked at the other 3, earnestly asking, "Please choose your preferred dormitory leader and explain why it is Jiang Bai." Chapter 064. The moving red flag. Lu Tietue was momentarily stunned, sensing something amiss. This was no election for a dormitory leader. It was clearly a predetermined outcome. Before Lu Tietue could voice his thoughts, the last person one would expect to speak up did so. Yi Sun declared, "I choose Jiang Bai." Lu Tietue exclaimed, "Brother, have you been deceived by him? This fellow." Lu Tietue was unable to continue, as Yi Sun interrupted him. "I have my own reasons." Although unaware of the mysterious intentions behind Yi Sun's actions, Lu Tietue found himself in a state of confusion, ultimately deciding to select Jiang Bai as the dormitory leader. Li Xiaofu, whose temperament leaned towards the gentle and indecisive, went along with the tide and also chose Jiang Bai. "Forget it. I shall abstain from voting," he thought. Jiang Bai offered a bashful smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the notion of selecting himself, as if it were predetermined. The others were left speechless. Thus, with simplicity, Jiang Bai was appointed as the dormitory leader. The dormitory cleanliness required minimal effort. The group completed their morning routines in under 3 minutes. Jiang Bai languidly organized his backpack while Yi Sun sat on a chair, yawning incessantly. Lu Tietue urged them in haste. Brother, let us hurry outside. If we delay any longer, our tasks will be snatched away. They needed dormitory points to ensure their survival over the next 3 days and advance to the subsequent round. The Inshur's secret tomb boasted a history of over 2 centuries, with thorough strategies readily available, its optimal tactics already common knowledge. Yet, both individuals exhibited an uncharacteristic nonchalance, showing no intention to depart. Isun slapped Lu Tietue playfully and retorted, "What is the rush? Haven't I told you? I have my own plans." Before Lu Tietue could respond, Jiang Bai casually inquired, "Who do you think you are?" Isun recoiled slightly, his previously fierce demeanor instantly transforming into one of meekness. Rising awkwardly, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to apologize or take some other action, and stood frozen in an uncomfortable silence. Jiang Bai unleashed a barrage of reprimands. "How dare you use such foul language? This is a school, you knucklehead. Take a look at yourself. Do you possess even a shred of the decorum expected of a student?" The others were left speechless in terms of invective. Jiang Bai had exhausted the entirety of Isun's vocabulary for insults in just a few sentences. "Apologize," Lu Tietue exclaimed, utterly perplexed. He never anticipated that Jiang Bai's outburst directed at Isun was actually a means to prompt an apology on his behalf. Even more astonishing was Isun's immediate compliance, rising to address Lu Tietue with utmost respect. "I apologize. I absolutely should not have insulted you." Lu Tietue swallowed hard, hesitating, uncertain how to proceed. Was a mere apology sufficient? Jiang Bai, unyielding in his stance, pressed further. "What about his compensation for emotional distress? You ought to offer some form of acknowledgement." Isun nodded vigorously, "Of course. Absolutely. Dormitory leader Jiang. Would you prefer card or cash?" "Card," Jiang Bai replied. Producing a POS machine, Isun promptly retrieved a card, and both parties executed the transaction with practiced ease, clearly not their first encounter in such dealings. At this moment, Lu Tietue was thoroughly bewildered. What was happening? They disregarded the established strategies, neglected their tasks, seemingly forfeited points, and for a casual insult, an apology was required along with monetary compensation. Wait! Lu Tietue suddenly comprehended the absurdity of the situation. Even if one were to apologize and offer compensation for an insult, it should rightfully be directed towards oneself, not to Jiang Bai. As Lu Tietue pieced together the unfolding scenario, Jiang Bai had already stepped out of the dormitory, with Isun closely trailing behind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Tietue could only follow in their wake. The entire dormitory building buzzed with an air of urgency, as everyone hurriedly sought to accomplish more tasks and accumulate additional points. However, the 4 inhabitants of room 606 appeared oddly out of place, meandering towards the lobby in a leisurely manner. Jiang Bai led the way, with Isun by his side, while Lu Tietue maintained a cautious distance, walking alongside Li Xiaofu, rendering the conversation between the two in front inaudible. Jiang Bai casually inquired, "Being scolded isn't a pleasant experience, is it?" Isun's expression stiffened. He was about to respond that being reprimanded by Jiang Gu was, in fact, an honor. Before he could flatter, Jiang Bai mused aloud, "Being scolded is certainly unpleasant. After all, to berate someone is merely self-indulgent. It's not that one cannot use foul language, nor am I a paragon of virtue. Rather, it's about not constantly bullying one's own people or taking advantage of the honest. What kind of skill is it to be domineering among friends? Go challenge the enemies instead. Pit yourself against that damn mysterious tide." Isun comprehended the initial remarks, while the latter seemed more like a monologue meant for Jiang Bai himself. Casting a sidelong glance at Isun, Jiang Bai coldly remarked, "I wonder how much of what I just said you could absorb. I'm not one to preach, nor do I have the inclination to play the role of a teacher." Isun nodded vigorously, but curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask then, "Jiang Gu, why are you willing to share this with me?" Jiang Bai replied nonchalantly, "If I want to say it, I will. Better to speak now than to waste breath when it comes time to deal with you." Isun thought to himself, he should not have asked that question. Jiang Bai continued, "Since there is still time, you might as well ponder another question." Isun inquired, "What question?" "Can you name one thing you've done that benefits this world?" With that, Jiang Bai quickened his pace towards the lobby, while Isun etched the question into his mind, mulling it over repeatedly. Can he name something beneficial to the world? Is there anything? The confusion in Isun's eyes deepened. At 6:40 a.m., the group from room 606 arrived at the lobby, only to find it in utter disarray. The spot where the small blackboard once hung was now conspicuously empty, vanished without a trace. Some insisted on tracking down the whereabouts of the blackboard, while others continued to pursue their tasks to earn points according to the guide. Naturally, they also discovered that all the simpler tasks had already been completed, leaving only those that would take an inordinate amount of time or consume a significant amount of chi. People exchanged words, even engaging in disputes, with no one able to persuade the other, rendering the lobby as chaotic as a pot of kanji. Excuse me. Jiang Bai and his party squeezed through the crowd and approached the elevator, opting to take it directly downstairs. Lu Tietue cast a glance at the spot where the blackboard had been, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. The blackboard was gone. What had Jiang Bai and the others done last night? Had Jiang Bai taken it? This morning, he had indeed seen him stuff something the size of a blackboard into his bag. Lu Tietue buried this matter deep within, betraying no signs of concern. According to the guide, most people would typically remain in the dormitory building for safety and to earn more points, not departing immediately. When the elevator arrived, only the occupants of room 606 stepped inside. Others naturally noticed their actions, yet observed from a distance, offering no interference. This is only the second day, and with each party unaware of the other's circumstances, no one is willing to act impulsively. Ding! The elevator doors closed. The lights within the elevator flickered, and the ropes creaked ominously as it began its descent. Ding! Once more, the elevator doors slowly opened, and the group arrived on the first floor. Before exiting, Jiang Bai pressed every button available inside the elevator. The others. Is this really necessary? They proceeded to the cafeteria for a meal. Without looking back, Jiang Bai departed from the dormitory building. Behind him, Isun and the others halted in their tracks, refraining from following Jiang Bai. They stood there with wide eyes, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. On the first floor, a series of handwritten messages appeared on the blackboard. Dormitory 606 completed the clearing of corridor garbage. Dormitory points 5. Dormitory 606 finished organizing the reading room. Dormitory points 10. Dormitory 606 completed. These points were sufficient to place them ahead of everyone else, however. This was not what astonished them. It was hardly even an appetizer. At the bottom of the blackboard, a somewhat hasty chalk note read, Dormitory 606 discovered clues of a haunting. Completed haunting, 1-3. Dormitory 606 temporarily granted custody of the moving red flag. Jiang Bai of Dormitory 606 temporarily possesses room inspection privileges. Chapter 065. The key to resolving the haunting. The cafeteria, neither too large nor too small, could accommodate approximately 200 diners at once. Only a few counters were open, and placing a tray at the window would yield food. These dishes, after being tested by previous patrons, were normal and entirely consumable, even restoring a small portion of energy upon ingestion. No one could elucidate why the cafeteria of Insha's secret tomb was still operational, or who was preparing the meals. The secret tomb, quite a marvel. Indeed, with plastic tables and chairs arranged for four, all school cafeterias shared a striking resemblance, creating a vivid image even without textual description. Dormitory 606 was currently the sole patron of the cafeteria. The four sat at the table, their plates filled with food, yet none made a move to eat. Isun attempted to organize his thoughts. Jianggu, please don't be so formal, Jiang Bai modestly replied. Just call me dormitory leader outside. If that feels too lengthy, you may call me father instead, Isun. How very unreserved. Jiang Bai, dormitory leader, do you have any leads on the haunting? Earlier, Jiang Bai was the first to leave the dormitory building and did not see the messages on the blackboard. The other three had noticed the irregularities and relayed everything they saw to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai appeared unfazed. Although he seemed to leave in a hurry, he had not overlooked any details. Jiang Bai was certain that when he was on the first floor, the last line of text had not appeared. Listening to Isun's inquiry, Jiang Bai shook his head. No, let us eat first. The four began to enjoy their meals. In his heart, Jiang Bai mused, thus, I have only completed this task by departing the dormitory building with the blood blackboard, thereby earning the subsequent rewards. Erase the messages on the blackboard, seal the blood blackboard, and take the blood blackboard away. The failure to execute any of these three tasks would render the completion of this to-do event impossible. Jiang Bai's original intent was to wield the blood blackboard, hoping that the specter would follow him away from the dormitory building, allowing him to eliminate the adversary in a different locale, thereby nullifying the latter's home field advantage, which would be decidedly more beneficial for Jiang Bai. Little did he anticipate that a fortunate mishap would lead to the fulfillment of all preconditions. It can only be said that while Jiang Bai's intentions were nefarious, the task was accomplished. Yi Sun, perceptive as ever, refrained from mentioning last night's events before others, nor did he utter a single word regarding the blood-blackboard eye in his view. Jiang Bai was confident and assured, having meticulously planned each step. The specter on the 6th floor was now at Jiang Bai's mercy, awaiting its demise. The more Yi Sun pondered, the more he felt vindicated in his assumptions, his conviction unwavering in the midst of his meal. Jiang Bai suddenly paused. Just moments ago, the deception inscription within him flickered, restoring 800 qi. Who have I deceived this time? Alas, having engaged in deception too frequently, Jiang Bai could not immediately recall the identity of the victim. In any case, it was a good person. May good people enjoy a life of peace. Jiang Bai maintained his composure, continuing to eat. As the 4 from dorm 606 finished their meal, the others hurried over from the dormitory building, queuing for food, adhering to the mealtime schedule. You all head to the teaching building first, Jiang Bai suggested, taking advantage of the current free activity period to disperse the remaining 3 and embark on his solitary mission. Strolling along the tree-lined path, Jiang Bai seized the advantage of the terrain, ensuring that the surrounding environment remained under his control. With the recording pin nestled in his left palm, he murmured to himself, I am Jiang Bai, currently executing task 002, having entered the Silver Sand secret tomb, cataloging my findings and progress. Last night, with Yi Sun's voluntary cooperation, we explored the 6th floor of the boys' dormitory in the Silver Sand secret tomb. He proceeded to succinctly recount the events of the previous night before shifting his focus, the clues regarding the blood-blackboard. I do not believe I am the sole discoverer. It is not difficult to uncover this. One merely needs to erase all the words. Over the past 2 centuries, it is certain that other intruders of the Silver Sand secret tomb have also stumbled upon this matter and may have attempted to take the blood-blackboard. Yet this occurrence is absent from any guides. How peculiar! Jiang Bai's assertions fell into a contradictory predicament. If this matter had been discovered long ago, why were there no historical records left behind? Had someone tampered with the records, intentionally omitting this detail? No, that cannot be right. These factions and organizations have continually explored the Silver Sand secret tomb, and with so many voices, records must have been made. Unless Jiang Bai contemplated a possibility and spoke quickly, there once existed an individual who, under the guise of ghost hunting, massacred the 6th floor. I initially believed this to be an extreme method of resolution, but now it seems the situation may be more intricate than I had imagined. The perpetrator likely uncovered the secret of the blood-blackboard, and to prevent this secret from being revealed, he chose to eliminate everyone. Only under such circumstances could the blood-blackboard remain confidential to this day. Following this logic, such bloodshed must have occurred more than once. Each individual who uncovered the secret of the blood-blackboard, in their quest to preserve this secret and to claim the greatest reward for themselves, would opt for the most drastic measures. They possessed the right to inspect dorms, enabling them to kill under the guise of rules. Everything has been interconnected by Jiang Bai, and all matters can now be elucidated. The haunting incident that has remained unresolved for over 2 centuries now seems to be on the brink of revelation, thanks to Jiang Bai's relentless efforts. With a low chuckle, he shook his head and mused to himself. I truly wonder which is more terrifying, the human or the ghost. Having grasped this insight, Jiang Bai's thoughts became markedly clearer. If his intuition was correct, tonight should represent the most crucial juncture in the haunting affair. Task 002 remains ongoing. Jiang Bai stowed away his recording device and retrieved the blood-stained blackboard from his backpack, scrutinizing the inscriptions upon its surface. He had one more task to accomplish. Jiang Bai had entered the Insha secret tomb alongside Wei Junjie, who, being an international student, was unable to reside in the male dormitory and was uncertain where he would spend the night. Jiang Bai needed to locate him, as there were matters that perhaps Wei Junjie could illuminate. As he perused the blood blackboard, Jiang Bai wandered aimlessly through the campus. Within a few moments, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. It was indeed Wei Junjie. This fellow truly possesses a knack for finding me within the Insha secret tomb. Jiang Bai did not put away the blood blackboard. Instead, he waved at Wei Junjie. The secrets Wei Junjie held were of little concern to Jiang Bai at this juncture. Resolving the haunting was presently his utmost priority. Jiang Xiong, Ohio, yo. Wei Junjie had been striding briskly towards Jiang Bai, but upon seeing the blood blackboard in Jiang Bai's hands, he was instantly rendered speechless. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes, remarking, "Rapping so early in the morning. You're quite the annoyance." Wei Junjie appeared somewhat intimidated by the blackboard, standing several meters away, and asked, "Where did you acquire that?" Jiang Bai, intrigued, inquired, "Have you encountered such an object before?" Wei Junjie nodded, then shook his head. Before Jiang Bai could draw his gun, Wei Junjie proactively explained, "I haven't seen this particular blackboard, but the area where I slept last night was surrounded by similar blood-red inscriptions." Chapter 066. Everything you say is a lie. Jiang Bai was taken aback that Wei Junjie could surprise him. He presented the blackboard to Wei Junjie and asked, "What do you know about the blood blackboard?" Wei Junjie furrowed his brow, perplexed, and replied, "Jiang Shtong, how did you come to this conclusion? Here, it's just the two of us. Stop pretending. Must I draw my gun at you for you to speak?" Jiang Bai fixed his gaze on Wei Junjie's eyes, his words slicing through Wei Junjie's deceptions with the precision of a scalpel. "You are not one of the Insha-based personnel. You traverse between various factions, even having a nominal connection to the governor's office. Do you not feign such astonishment? Indeed, Inshin Shah has informed me of your background and intentions." He disclosed everything. "A talent such as yourself appearing suddenly at the Insha base, scurrying for the interests of multiple factions, is certainly not for the position of the Insha governor. You and those behind you are solely interested in this Insha secret tomb. Your eagerness to seek me out this early must pertain to this blood blackboard. Am I correct?" After absorbing Jiang Bai's words, Wei Junjie fell silent for several seconds, before suddenly breaking into a grin and exclaiming, "You tricked me!" Wei Junjie wore a smug smile. "While Jiang Bai and Inshin Sha remained utterly oblivious to my true origins, I can assure you, even that formidable individual who wields the Tianwen is incapable of discerning my background. Evidently, last night he did not merely take a nap in the Silver Sand secret tomb. He gleaned other insights as well. Consequently, at this moment, he engaged in conversation with Jiang Bai, projecting an even more assertive demeanor, eager to seize control of the dialogue. Indeed, indeed." Jiang Bai nodded repeatedly, his hand reaching for his backpack. Jiang Bai possesses intelligence. Given some time, he can unravel many matters. Though Wei Junjie might deceive him for a fleeting moment, he cannot sustain such trickery indefinitely. Yet, why complicate matters? Jiang Bai had a swifter method at his disposal to compel Wei Junjie to divulge the truth. Presently, what Jiang Bai lacked most was time. He had no inclination to engage Wei Junjie in a game of riddles. Oh, the naivety of youth, still playing guessing games. Observing Jiang Bai's movements, a flicker of disdain crossed Wei Junjie's gaze. If Jiang Bai were to retrieve a firearm, it would be an underestimation of his capabilities, a mere gun, a few specialized bullets. During their initial encounter, Jiang Bai had threatened him with such tactics. Caught off guard, Wei Junjie might have suffered a setback, potentially losing half his life in the process. But now, Wei Junjie was clad in 3 layers of top-tier bulletproof vests, fully prepared, and would he fear a mere broken gun? Absurd. Soon, however, Wei Junjie's expression froze. Jiang Bai pulled out a gun from his bag, yet Wei Junjie found no amusement in this. It was indeed a firearm, but not the one he had anticipated. Jiang Bai wielded a bawang gun instead. Upholding martial ethics, Jiang Bai had chosen to exchange his hot weapon for a cold one to demonstrate his spirit of humility. This, truly, epitomized Jiang Bai's martial ethos. Gripping the bawang gun with his right hand, the barrel protruded from the backpack, gleaming with a chilling light. "Smile, continue to smile. Why have you ceased?" As Wei Junjie retreated slowly, an awkward smile adorned his face. "Brother Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding." A single glance at the weapon instilled an overwhelming dread in Wei Junjie. The moment the gun barrel appeared in Jiang Bai's possession, he seemed transformed. An inexorable aura of lethal intent surged forth, ensnaring Wei Junjie completely. Everyone within the Silver Sand secret tomb would experience varying degrees of oppression. The stronger the individual, the more intense the pressure. The flow of energy within them would constrict, akin to sinking into a quagmire, and Wei Junjie felt this acutely. However, Jiang Bai appeared entirely unaffected, as though he had returned home. Jiang Bai brandished the gun barrel and menacingly declared, "Run, you take the first 40 meters, and I can still skewer you." Wei Junjie halted, choosing not to flee. There was no escape. "Lord Jiang, it's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding." Aware that his opportunities were dwindling, He spoke rapidly. I cannot disclose my faction, for I have sworn an oath of secrecy. Revealing it would mean death. I genuinely came for the Silver Sand secret tomb, and I possess a diary related to the blood blackboard, which may prove beneficial to you. Jiang Bai did not lower the gun barrel, pressing further, elaborate on the diary. Wei Junjie dared not be vague. I am an international student, unable to enter the dormitories. Yet there are places I can access. Last night, I ventured into the archives office and discovered a withdrawal file. This document may very well be the source of the haunting. Upon obtaining the file, I intended to leave, yet I found myself ensnared within a classroom, its walls inscribed with blood-written words, unmistakably mirroring the writing on the blackboard. Listening to Wei Junjie's words, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes. Thus, it was evident that Wei Junjie and those behind him had orchestrated this from the very beginning. Wei Junjie had long been aware of my status as an international student. This task could only be fulfilled by him. Jiang Bai inquired, "What did the blood inscription say?" Wei Junjie recollected, a cacophony of disjointed phrases, none complete, with the most frequently appearing words being regret. At this moment, Jiang Bai seized upon a flaw in Wei Junjie's narrative. Although you have procured the withdrawal documents, you are unable to access the boys' dormitory and retrieve the blood blackboard. What good is it? Do you have any assistants? Well, initially, there were 4 advanced ability users residing in the same dormitory, who should have ascended to the Hall Master level last night by in the face of life and death. Wei Junjie had no qualms about betraying his teammates, declaring, according to our plan, they were supposed to retrieve the blood blackboard and rendezvous with me this morning. Who would have known you would seize it first, thus thwarting our scheme? I had no choice but to seek you out. Their original plan appeared flawless, employing the regulations of the Silver Sand secret tomb to send 4 advanced ability users on the brink of breakthrough into the fray. After lights out, they intended to capitalize on the brief interval before the dormitory checks to solidify their states overnight, then secure the blood blackboard. Each step had been meticulously verified. The 4 hall masters ensured their dominance on the 6th floor, with no one daring to confront them. The blood blackboard had to be retrieved by the following morning. Otherwise, dire consequences would ensue. Once, a high-level ability user, having caught wind of the situation, foolishly attempted to remove the blood blackboard a mere minute before lights out. The next morning, when everyone awoke, the blood blackboard remained in its place, albeit now accompanied by a chilling corpse. Cautiously, people moved aside the cadaver to reveal the blood inscriptions. He has already regretted. From this, a lesson was learned. This object was too sinister. Once obtained, it must be swiftly taken out of the dormitory to ensure one's safety. However, Wei Junjie and his companions had not accounted for unforeseen variables. Jiang Bai had preemptively retrieved the blood blackboard the night prior, leaving the 4 hall masters empty-handed, rendering all subsequent plans a farce. Regarding the blood blackboard, this is all I know. Wei Junjie raised his hands and stated earnestly, "Our objectives align. Jiang Bai, we both wish to resolve the haunting of the Silver Sand secret tomb. We can collaborate instead of engaging in a life-or-death struggle here. The blood blackboard is currently in your possession. Granting you the upper hand, I am willing to hand over this complete diary to you, and I can also provide the withdrawal document number. This is all I know." Considering Wei Junjie's proposal, Jiang Bai pondered for several seconds before relinquishing his grip on the gun barrel and nodding. All right. Jiang Bai accepted the diary, and both parties agreed to split up for their respective actions. As an internati, the 2 individuals had agreed to meet once for lunch and once for dinner, exchanging information during their encounters. Before parting ways, Jiang Bai called out to Wei Junjie. "Junjie." Jiang Bai offered a gentle smile while raising his left hand. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing this smile and gesture, Wei Junjie was struck by an ominous premonition. Countless currents of qi surged within Jiang Bai's body, converging to activate the inscription representing deception, causing his entire mindscape to tremble. Consumed qi, 10,000. This marked the highest expenditure of qi Jiang Bai had employed since mastering deception. Casually snapping his fingers, Jiang Bai remarked, "What you just said was all a lie." The inscription of deception within Jiang Bai underwent another transformation, manifesting a line of golden script upon the dragon's body. "All that you utter is naught but falsehood." Chapter 67. Time is of the essence. Listening to Jiang Bai's words, Wei Junjie was momentarily taken aback. Was it so that his lies had been unveiled? Surely this fellow wouldn't be pulling out a gun again, would he? Baka, when will this end? It's utterly tiresome. Before Wei Junjie could utter a word, Jiang Bai had already turned to leave. Wei Junjie remained rooted in place, momentarily at a loss. He began to ponder Jiang Bai's final statement. Had he indeed lied just now? Certainly, he had spoken untruths wherever possible. Wait a moment, Jiang Bai's ability was deception. If he believed he had lied, could it not be that Jiang Bai's deception was taking effect? Unthinkable. He had fully refined his skull into an anomalous bone. For deception to work on him, an energy threshold of no less than 50,000 qi was required. In other words, aside from extraordinary beings, no one could deceive Wei Junjie, unless someone was cheating. Wei Junjie's thoughts began to wrestle. What did Jiang Bai's statement truly imply? Was he employing deception? Or was Hai Hui merely engaging in trickery? He realized that Jiang Bai's action constituted a deception that was neither provable nor disprovable. Such a situation was most troublesome. Once suspicion arose, the charge was instantly established. Wei Junjie had indeed lied during their conversation, yet he had not lied entirely. He had merely spoken falsehoods wherever feasible. However, at this moment, Wei Junjie was uncertain whether this line of thinking was genuinely his own or a notion imposed upon him by Jiang Bai's deception. Jiang Bai had precisely seized upon this aspect, leaving behind that enigmatic statement. As for the snap of his fingers, it was a cunning stratagem. Wei Junjie had long heard that Jiang Bai would snap his fingers when initiating deception, yet that did not imply he would unleash deception every time he snapped. Even the lowest-ranked ability of the Earth tier appeared exceedingly formidable in Jiang Bai's hands. Wei Junjie's countenance darkened. At this juncture, he had no choice but to resort to his emergency plan. This trump card had originally been intended for later use, yet he hadn't anticipated that within less than 24 hours of entering, he would be compelled to reveal it by Jiang Bai. Wei Junjie took out a small notebook and began to jot down. I conversed with Jiang Bai. The blood blackboard is in Jiang Bai's possession. The diary was given to Jiang Bai. After lunch and dinner, I will meet Jiang Bai near the cafeteria. Continue with the previous task. Recording all that he deemed significant, Wei Junjie concluded with a line. Beware of Jiang Bai's deception. He can influence me. Having completed all of this, Wei Junjie once again retrieved a weathered oil lamp, his expression gravely serious, even more cautious than when he faced Jiang Bai. He exhaled gently towards the lamp and delicately wiped its surface 3 times with the sleeve of his left arm. Soon, a wisp of gray mist floated from the lamp's opening, coalescing into a vague silhouette that spoke in a language reminiscent of birdsong. Wei Junjie cautiously remarked, switching to Chinese mode, "This is not a wish. Truly a prudent lad." The figure formed from the mist snickered, "You should understand the rules. To fulfill a wish, one must pay the corresponding price. Now, tell me, what is your wish?" Wei Junjie had already meticulously prepared his words. Please restore my state to what it was 30 minutes prior, erasing all effects from this period, including memories, the influence of others on my sequence abilities, and so forth. This is a wish. As soon as Wei Junjie finished speaking, the mist began to undulate, accompanied by the figure's whispering, "What the devil? Where is this place? Damn it. There are entities here that should not be provoked. Are we waking up soon? Better hide quickly." As the mist swayed, Wei Junjie underwent a transformation. As if granting his own wish, he reset his state to 30 minutes earlier, thereby erasing the deceit Jiang Bai had inflicted upon him. The Wei Junjie from 30 minutes ago now bore a rather grim countenance. He was oblivious to what had transpired, but it was evident that he had encountered an exceedingly troublesome situation, forcing him to resort to his trump card to reset his state. Each use of this lamp exacted a painful toll, and the process was fraught with peril. The entity within the lamp was no benevolent spirit, seizing every opportunity to deceive and elicit further wishes, extracting ever more costs, until all was lost. This lamp would seize every chance to ensnare its master, exploiting him to the fullest. Unless absolutely necessary, Wei Junjie would never resort to this last resort. What exactly had he encountered? He had not yet had the chance to examine the clues he had left for himself. After fulfilling the other's wish, the mist did not return to the lamp but lingered in the air, speaking, "Lad, how long do you intend to wait before making your wish? Haven't you thought it through yet? If you exceed the time limit, it counts as a wish as well, and your time is running short." Wei Junjie's demeanor turned icy. "Please return to the lamp. This is not a wish." Such a cautious fellow. The mist emitted another derisive laugh and began to drift back into the lamp, once again sinking into silence. Just before the mist fully re-entered, the entity suddenly felt it should collect a bit of interest. After all, Fulfilling wishes in the Silver Sand secret tomb was entirely different from the outside world in terms of consumption. Thus, the mist swayed once more, and the last line of text in the small book in Wei Junjia's hand vanished without a trace. Watching the mist completely return, the lamp fell into a profound silence once more. Wei Junjia dripped a few drops of lamp oil, ensuring absolute certainty before stowing it away. Only then did Wei Junjia have the time to review the hint he had left for himself. I had a conversation with Jiang Bai. After perusing everything, Wei Junjia's expression remained one of bewilderment. I asked that all there is. It was merely a conversation, yet Jiang Bai had extracted the diary from him, taken away the file number, and was compelled to enter into a cooperative relationship, all while forcing him to utilize this lamp to erase his memories. That fellow, had he resorted to deceit against himself? Could the deception potentially take effect? Why had he failed to document such crucial information? Had the records been obliterated? No, it was not necessary to record it. The sole reason he had employed the lamp was because Jiang Bai had left him with an insurmountable conundrum. As it stood, the likelihood of deception was paramount. Even if the final line of text was erased, Wei Junjia still managed to deduce the truth through his own reasoning. At this moment, only one thought lingered in his mind. Jiang Bai? Terrifying indeed. This individual must never be his enemy. After parting ways with Wei Junjia, Jiang Bai utilized introspection to examine the inscription of deceit. Within his consciousness, upon the body of that roaming dragon, a new line of golden script had appeared. All that you say is a lie. Before Jiang Bai could comprehend the significance of this phrase, the golden light emanating from the letters dimmed. It seemed that Wei Junjia had unraveled my deceit. Jiang Bai was not taken aback by this outcome. This act of deception felt more like a casual scribble, and he held little hope for it. At this moment, he had something far more pressing to attend to: the diary. The diary he procured from Wei Junjia was an ordinary exercise book, presumably belonging to this school. Jiang Bai opened the first page of the diary, and the contents revealed themselves before his eyes. Time is running out. Chapter 068, Diary. The owner of the blood blackboard, the diary. Time is scarce. I must survive. Ironically, my luck has been rather fortuitous, as I happened to eavesdrop on such vital information outside the restroom, erasing the chalk on the blackboard, then wrapping it with newspapers from the floor, and this blackboard would be mine. A secret that had never been unraveled. The haunting mystery of the Silver Sand secret tomb. I have effortlessly discovered the clues. It is said that capturing this ghost would grant one the title of guardian of the Silver Sand secret tomb, forever to safeguard it. The power to rival divine generals is within reach. As for the fellow in the restroom, I locked the door and sealed it. No one can snatch this blackboard from me. No one can. Guess what I saw when I stepped outside? I have become the overseer of the mobile red flags. I possess the authority to check dormitories. What incredible fortune! Today is truly my lucky day. Could this be what the ancients referred to as a fateful year? Offending the Grand Duke? The Grand Duke is watching over me. In 2 days, I must survive. The Grand Duke will bestow his favor upon me. Gazing at the content of the first page of the diary, Jiang Bai fell into silence. This individual, like the people of this era, exuded a clear yet foolish innocence, aligning with Jiang Bai's perception of their cultural level. Yet he always managed to concoct something fresh. A person who calls himself offending the Grand Duke, daring to disturb the ground beneath the Grand Duke's feet, beseeching the Grand Duke for protection. Such behavior is akin to entering a temple and slapping the Buddha twice before bowing and pleading for his blessing. Jiang Bai could only give him a thumbs up. A commendation. Young man, you possess courage. The ignorant are indeed fearless. Holding the diary in one hand and a voice recorder in the other, Jiang Bai softly read aloud the contents of this page from the diary. Upon finishing the reading, Jiang Bai remarked, "The following is my assessment of the first page's content. This diary is quite peculiar. The mental state of the writer raises questions. Furthermore, the individual purportedly conversing in the restroom resembles more of a snare, and he appears utterly oblivious to this fact. My personal judgment is that it is both foolish and malevolent. Yet, I cannot fathom why he would pen this diary. Is he seeking psychological solace? Is his mental state unstable? Or could there be other motives? Is he expressing the truth in this diary, or is it a means to mislead? I remain ignorant of the answers. Who in their right mind writes a diary?" At this juncture, Jiang Bai paused. He realized that he periodically recorded audio, an act that bore a striking resemblance to keeping a diary. Could it be that he, too, was not a person of sound character? Reflecting on his perennial single status, he concluded that he was indeed the most respectable man in existence. Jiang Bai stubbornly insisted the recordings were necessitated by duty. I possess no peculiar penchant for maintaining a diary. Having said this, Jiang Bai turned to the second page of the diary, instantly furrowing his brow. The handwriting on this page was evidently more hasty, as though it had been scrawled in a rush. Within the lines, there were even a few drops of blood. They want to kill me. Everyone has gone mad. Ha ha ha. All of them. Do they think they can slay me? When the lights go out, they all obediently return to sleep. No one can defy the rules of the Silver Sand secret grave. No one. I must conduct a room check. These wretched individuals, I will eliminate them one by one. I have been deceived. Indeed, I have been deceived. The room checks are impossible. No1 can do it. No1. It cannot be done. It cannot be done. Yet that fellow is pursuing me. Why is he still chasing me? I have clearly discarded that damned object. Why does it still cling to me? I must find a way to survive. The Grand Master will bless me. The Grand Master will protect. The content of this page was even more bizarre than the previous one, provoking a multitude of questions in Jiang Bai's mind. Everyone wants to kill me? What does being deceived entail? Is there danger in conducting room checks? Jiang Bai attempted to analyze the situation. The notion that everyone wishes to kill him is easily comprehensible, for no one desires to confront an individual wielding the authority of room checks, as it effectively places their lives in another's hands. The best course of action would be to devise a means to eliminate the adversary before the lights extinguish, preferably seizing the blood blackboard for himself, or at the very least, ensuring the opponent meets their demise. There are numerous rules governing the dormitory, yet there are also ample loopholes. The dormitory prohibits frenzied scuffles, yet it does not outlaw murder. Moreover, there are myriad methods to commit murder that do not necessarily require chaotic brawls. Poisoning, gunfire, psychological assault. The fact that the possessor of the blood blackboard becomes the target of scorn was not beyond Jiang Bai's expectations. He had even anticipated his forthcoming predicament, the idea that the blood blackboard would return to him after being discarded. This information bore little significance for Jiang Bai. The technique by which the opponent sealed the blood blackboard was derived from what the fellow in the restroom mentioned. That method might not even be true sealing, and the blood blackboard merely appeared to be subdued. Jiang Bai's methods diverged significantly from those of his adversaries. He employed the advantage of geography to enforce a binding seal. Once the seal was successfully established, any treasured artifact would succumb to an eerie silence, and the blood blackboard was no exception. He had sealed away over 10 even more formidable entities in the past. Details he found too tedious to mention. The crux of the matter lay in the deception. The pitfall of inspection? Who had laid such a trap? A specter, perhaps? Following this line of reasoning, Jiang Bai pondered. Could it be that the specters were aware of the rules governing this place, capable of using those very rules to mislead others, and even embedding traps within them? Further contemplation led him to a troubling thought. Might the specters exploit the rules to commit murder? To capture a specter necessitated a specific action, one that contravened the rules. Failing to capture the specter could result in death at its hands, whereas attempting to capture it could lead to demise by the rules themselves. Such a scenario seemed to be the most precarious of all. After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang Bai found himself at a loss for direction. Even if he had ideas, there was no means to validate them in the present. He could only stow these thoughts away for now, awaiting his next encounter with Wei Junjie, when they would exchange intelligence and insights in hindsight. Wei Junjie had perused this diary long before. Its contents were scant, the useful information limited, and the ambiguities numerous. Yet, Wei Junjie showed no inclination to discuss it with Jiang Bai, simply handing over the diary. Or was it that he had intended from the outset to pass the diary to Jiang Bai? Disregarding this page, Jiang Bai swiftly turned to the next. On the third page, a plethora of crimson ink greeted his eyes. I have begun to regret. I have begun to regret. Each line echoed these 6 words. The handwriting became increasingly erratic, the writer's inner terror manifesting on the paper, instilling in Jiang Bai a sense of madness and chill. Jiang Bai flipped through the diary with haste, each page revealing the identical content. I have begun to regret. Clearly, the act of seizing the blood blackboard had become a veritable nightmare for him. It was not until Jiang Bai reached the final page that he encountered a variation in the last line. The script was markedly different, resembling that on the blood blackboard. Jiang Bai's spirits lifted as he read the 6 blood-curdling characters. You have no time left. Chapter 069. This mantra is truly remarkable. Upon gazing at the final sentence of the diary, Jiang Bai stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, increasingly intriguing. Had this diary been pinned by a human at the outset, only for the final line to be inscribed by a specter? Had a human been ensnared by the specter? A realization struck Jiang Bai. Did this imply that he could forego his ghost-hunting duties tonight and simply await the specter's arrival? Should the specter become aware of Jiang Bai's intentions, it might find the situation rather ludicrous. While others sought to evade specters at all costs, Jiang Bai seemed eager for a one-on-one confrontation with a true adversary. Confident that he had overlooked no clues, Jiang Bai tucked the diary away and retrieved another item from his backpack. The nine-dragon visualization chart. He opened a slit in the chart and intoned, "Come forth." The clouds and mist upon the chart swirled, and soon, a diminutive dragon head materialized before Jiang Bai, small, aged, helpless, and pitiable. This swimming dragon had never felt such indignation in its life. It harbored a foreboding sense that it might be compelled to repeat this lament with every subsequent encounter. In Jiang Bai's hands, it would only serve to perpetually lower its threshold of grievance. Upon witnessing the emergence of Yulong, Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "I have a matter to consult with you. I pride myself on my fairness, and I shall not inquire without reason. If you provide me with a satisfactory answer, I shall reduce your material fees next time." Hearing of such a beneficial arrangement, Yulong nodded vigorously, not daring to hesitate. However, a perplexing thought crossed Yulong's mind. Wasn't this supposed to be a visualization? Why was it that he was the one expected to pay for materials? Shouldn't it be Jiang Bai who provided him with resources? Moreover, what did next time imply? Was it a mere empty promise? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Yulong dared not voice a single objection and instead adopted a posture of rapt attention. Awaiting Jiang Bai's inquiry, Jiang Bai recounted the unusual occurrence within his sea of consciousness regarding the inscription of deception, stating simply that a line of text had appeared on Yulong's form. "What is this situation? Do you understand?" A look of bewilderment began to cloud Yulong's eyes, his mouth opening and closing as if struggling to articulate a response. He could not fathom why a visualization of such high rank would manifest a sequence ability of deception. The shame of the nine dragons. Furthermore, he was equally baffled as to how Jiang Bai, merely a high-tier anomaly, could invoke a true word upon the inscription. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Yulong resorted to manipulating the clouds, slowly coalescing them into text. This is a true word, a reward for the sequence ability. Upon reading Yulong's explanation, Jiang Bai began to grasp the situation. The phrase "all that you utter is but a lie" constituted the true word, serving as a reward for Jiang Bai's successful act of deception. The function of this reward was straightforward. Should Jiang Bai wish to employ the same deception on another, he need only activate the true word to achieve a similar effect. Activating the true word required no energy and would not yield further rewards for deception. However, only one true word could be activated at a time. The effect of this true word was not difficult to comprehend. Once activated by Jiang Bai, the target would utilize for a limited duration. Naturally, this true word was also quite easily countered. Jiang Bai quickly recalled a method of negation. The renowned Western linguistic philosopher Wittgenstein once articulated two famous words: "Shut up." If one refrained from speaking, the true word would lose its potency. At that moment, Jiang Bai gained a deeper understanding of why the deception sequence ability ranked last among Earth-type abilities. According to Yulong's explanation, true words were supposed to be immensely powerful. Once mastered, one could dominate within the same tier and routinely triumph in battles against higher tiers. Even if not combat-oriented, supportive true words often yielded remarkable results. Yet, what was the nature of deception? As true word, it compelled others to lie. Did Jiang Bai truly need such convoluted methods to deceive others? Could he not deceive himself? Jiang Bai never anticipated that the first true word he mastered would prove so ineffectual. Fortunately, with the numerous advantages he had already acquired, he was not overly concerned about the absence of this one. "Enough. It is getting late. You should return early. I shall treat you to a meal another day." Having understood the function of the true word, Jiang Bai dismissed Yulong. After securing the visualization, diary, and recording pin, Jiang Bai chose not to head to the archives but instead changed direction towards the teaching building. In the vicinity of the teaching building, Jiang Bai effortlessly located Yisun and the others. At this moment, Yisun was surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals, their gazes directed at Jiang Bai with palpable hostility. akin to that reserved for a villain. Fortunately, Jiang Bai possessed a clear self-awareness, firmly convinced that he was by no means a bad person. There will always be those who wish to harm a handsome fellow like me. Ignoring the scrutinizing stares, Jiang Bai strode directly towards Yixuan, calling out, "Ah Sun, come here, let us have a chat." Just as the others intended to intervene between the two, Yixuan proactively stepped forward. As he walked, he calmly stated, "No worries, I have my own plans." These succinct yet powerful words seemed to reassure the onlookers. As they watched Yixuan's retreating figure, they couldn't help but exclaim, unflinching in the face of danger. Yixuan's character surpasses that of his peers. He is indeed the hope of the next generation of the Yi family. Possessing both courage and wisdom, he stands unafraid before Jiang Bai, embodying responsibility and accountability. This young man, Yixuan, has a promising future ahead. Among the many praises, Lu Tietue couldn't help but shrink back, remaining silent. He longed to clarify that the situation was not as the others perceived. Yet, he felt it best to allow them to remain in their misconceptions. After all, he couldn't possibly disclose that Yixuan had been verbally berated by Jiang Bai and had even willingly paid his tuition fees. Could he? Casting a glance in the direction Yixuan had departed, Lu Tietue's expression grew particularly complex. Finding a secluded corner devoid of others, Jiang Bai cut straight to the chase, stating, "I need your assistance in testing a certain ability." Yixuan nodded in agreement before inquiring, "Is there any life-threatening danger involved?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai replied, "Probably not, but it could be considered a matter of life and death." Jiang Bai held firm to the principle of justice in all his dealings. Yixuan hastily waved his hands in refusal, saying, "If it's merely a trivial task, no life is at stake. Assisting Brother Jiang is my duty. Without Brother Jiang, I would have perished long ago. Furthermore, the ability test you conduct is ultimately for my own benefit. Once Brother Jiang's abilities are thoroughly assessed, my own life will be better safeguarded. Few are fortunate enough to collaborate with Brother Jiang on such experiments." The essence of Yixuan's words was clear. How could Brother Jiang possibly wish me harm? Jiang Bai felt a touch of embarrassment from the implication. "Jiang Bai, I haven't even employed the true words yet." "All right, enough." Jiang Bai interrupted Yixuan, snapping his fingers with his left hand, causing the deception inscription within him to illuminate with the true words. "All that you say shall be lies." The glow of the true words was faint, radiating a soft golden light, clearly not at full strength. Yixuan glanced around, feeling somewhat bewildered, as he sensed nothing had transpired. Jiang Bai inquired, "Have you eaten?" Instinctively, Yixuan nodded, stating, "I haven't eaten." The moment those words left his mouth, Yixuan was taken aback. He had intended to affirm that he had eaten. He had even performed the nodding motion. Yet, why did the words that emerged state otherwise? Jiang Bai explained, "From now on, every statement you make will be a lie. Try your utmost to avoid falsehoods. Even when compelled to lie, strive to approach the truth or offer some absurd response." Yixuan nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. Jiang Bai then asked, "How old are you?" Yixuan replied, 19 years plus 100. Intrigued, Jiang Bai felt that Yixuan was becoming increasingly adept at this exercise. Jiang Bai inquired once more, "What is your gender?" Yixuan replied, "Armed helicopter." Jiang Bai nodded, sensing that they had indeed discovered a means to unravel the truth behind the incantation. Subsequently, he ceased to suppress the incantation within him, allowing its full effects to manifest. Jiang Bai then asked, "How old are you?" Yixuan answered, 21. The moment the words escaped his lips, Yixuan was oblivious to any discrepancies, his expression remarkably natural, as if everything were perfectly ordinary. Jiang Bai further queried, "Have you eaten?" Yixuan shook his head, indicating he had not. Gender, female. As the examination progressed, the corners of Jiang Bai's mouth subtly lifted. "This incantation is truly remarkable." Chapter 070. My good dream answering questions following a straightforward assessment. The incantation inscribed with deception, dim. Yixuan continued to engage in normal conversation with Jiang Bai, remaining unaware of any anomalies. "All right, that concludes the test." Without further ado, Jiang Bai got straight to the point. "Tonight, the dormitory will be perilous. I am well equipped for self-defense, but I cannot afford to look after others. I now present you with two choices. I can assist you in erasing your name, which would allow you to avoid entering the dormitory. You are acquainted with Wei Junjie, correct? He is also within the Silver Sand secret tomb, and he possesses a means to ensure your survival outside the dormitory. Alternatively, you may choose to remain in the dormitory, though I do not recommend that option. as it will be fraught with danger. Yi-sun displayed a contemplative expression before eventually voicing his confusion. Brother Jiang, why are you telling me this? From Yi-sun's perspective, Jiang Bai could easily disregard his well-being, let alone consider a means of retreat for him. Jiang Bai earnestly clarified, do not misconstrue this. It is not a friend's counsel. Were I to regard you as a friend, you would not need to choose. I would arrange everything for you directly, and my actions are purely driven by my own interests. You are the nephew of Yi Jin, and many of his subordinates heed your command, including several esteemed masters. If you opt to leave the dormitory, you effectively place your life in my hands. They would not dare to act recklessly, thus presenting no threat to me. Tonight, Jiang Bai not only had to contend with apparitions, but also with human adversaries. The high-ranking abilities on the 6th floor could be categorized into 4 factions: the Eclipse Church, the Moon God Society, the Starlight Sanctuary, and the Bystanders. The Bystanders' strength was too disorganized to pose a significant threat compared to the other 3 factions. The members of the Eclipse Church were predominantly under Yi Jin's command, looking to Yi-sun for guidance. Securing Yi-sun would effectively mean gaining control over the Eclipse Church members, thereby alleviating much of Jiang Bai's pressure. Listening to Jiang Bai's explanation, Yi-sun hastily interjected, Brother Jiang, wouldn't it be more effective if I stayed in the dormitory? I fear that if I am absent, they may not heed your words. Jiang Bai responded, you may be overthinking this a bit. Through his interactions with Yi-sun, Jiang Bai found it evident that, although Yi-sun possessed a certain innocence, each individual's foolishness manifested uniquely. In this era, human diversity had achieved unprecedented development. Foolishness now took on various forms. The director was a scholarly individual, immersed in academia and untouched by the world's harsh realities. The young girl was a naive freshman, blissfully unaware of the world's complexities. As for Yi-sun, he was the quintessential naive son of a landlord. Concerning Yi-sun's worries, Jiang Bai merely remarked nonchalantly, if they truly seek their demise, I would not hesitate to facilitate their journey. Jiang Bai's aversion to taking lives does not imply that he refrains from doing so. From the moment he participated in disaster management during the 3rd mysterious tide, he understood that he was embroiled in the most brutal struggle, a fight for survival where compassion has no place. Yi-sun scratched his head, caught in an awkward silence, unsure of what to say. You need not rush to respond. By the time the lights go out tonight, I expect your answer. With that, Jiang Bai turned and departed. Leaving Yi-sun rooted in place, he strode directly towards the teaching building, ascended to the 2nd floor, and located the teacher's office. According to the schedule, students should be enjoying their free time after lunch and not permitted to enter the teaching building. Fortunately for Jiang Bai, he possessed an advantage. No, geographical advantage. Utilizing this advantage, Jiang Bai could disregard the regional restrictions of the Silver Sand secret tomb, allowing him to enter and exit freely. Inside the office, Jiang Bai discovered what he sought, the course syllabus. The first lesson consisted of standing up, sitting down, and completing the session once the class was settled. The content of the lesson was rather elementary, resembling any ordinary class, reading texts, reciting, and transcribing. Even having previewed the syllabus, it seemed there was little room for manipulation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai extended his right hand and placed it upon the syllabus. To entirely alter the syllabus evidently exceeded Jiang Bai's capabilities and would demand an astronomical amount of qi. However, modifying a word or two fell well within his range. Withdrawing his hand, Jiang Bai appeared somewhat fatigued. Earlier, he had expended 10,000 qi deceiving Wei Junjia, but fortunately, he had obtained a genuine incantation, thus not a total loss. Presently, revising the course syllabus cost him 5,000 qi, leaving him with less than 2,000 from the 17,000 he had when he set out this morning, only double that of a newly initiated high-level supernatural being. He hoped this act of deceit would prove worthwhile. Jiang Bai yawned, dragging his weary form down the stairs. Relying on his geographical advantage, he could not linger within the teaching building for too long. He needed to find a place to rest and earn a bit of pocket money. After exiting the building, Jiang Bai sought out Yi-sun once more and shared a plan with him. What? Yi-sun exclaimed, utterly astonished. This can't be possible, Brother Jiang. Even if these words emerged from Jiang Bai's lips, they were shockingly outlandish. Indeed, it's true. Jiang Bai yawned again. 100,000 star coins per person, no delays. Yi-sun hesitated briefly before decisively stating, if this is genuine, 100,000 is far too little. I can't allow Brother Jiang to suffer a loss. 15,000? No, 20,000, Jiang Bai. This kid is rather too astute. Before Jiang Bai could voice any objections, Yi Sun turned to share the plan with the others. As expected, such an absurd proposal immediately attracted considerable dissent, with some even openly questioning and opposing it. Silence, Yi Sun roared, asserting, I have my own arrangements. Those willing to believe, line up to pay. Those unwilling, kindly step aside. With those words uttered, the crowd ceased their bickering and quickly divided into two factions. The majority remained skeptical of the plan, ultimately leaving only 3 individuals to side with Yi Sun, one of whom was Lu Taichue. In truth, Lu Taichue harbored doubts, yet he shared a dormitory with Yi Sun, their proximity compelling him to publicly support Yi Sun to avoid potential repercussions. The other 2 shared similar sentiments, resigned to the notion that they were merely spending money to humor the landlord's foolish son. Without hesitation, they settled the payment and approached Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai produced a mirror and recited incantations, proclaiming that upon hearing the following words in class, one would. Swiftly, Jiang Bai executed his deception upon the quartet, expending minimal energy. They were but ordinary high-tier ability users, lacking specialized reinforcement of their skulls, rendering them vulnerable to psychic abilities. Soon, a bell rang, prompting a flurry of students to rush in, entering the classroom sequentially. The first classroom on the left of the second floor was theirs. Name tags adorned the desks, and each student took their designated seat. After another 5 minutes, the bell rang again, and a vague figure entered, clutching a textbook. This figure opened the book and began reading from the syllabus. Stand up. Instantly, everyone rose. Sit down. They obediently complied. Such tasks posed no challenge at all. The figure, with a mechanical and emotionless voice, declared that the class would be conducted while the students were asleep. The collective response? Was there an error somewhere? How could one attend class while asleep? Is it truly possible for someone to achieve such a feat? Before the teacher could complete their statement, the classroom was filled with the sounds of snoring. Jiang Bai, Yi Sun, Lu Taichue, they fell asleep in an instant. Clearly, they had come prepared. The first question, please raise your hand to respond. CHHRDing followed by what? Numerous hands shot up, including the slumbering Jiang Bai's. The teacher randomly selected a student from those asleep and raising their hand. Jiang Bai, you answer, I in a dream-induced stupor. Jiang Bai stood and mumbled. Sweat drips onto the soil beneath the grain. The teacher nodded. Very well, plus 10 points, sit down. Next question, what precedes sweat drips onto the soil beneath the grain? Please raise your hand to respond. The teacher surveyed the room again. Most students were awake, and those asleep had not raised their hands, save for Jiang Bai, who remained both asleep and raised his hand. The teacher was left with no choice but to randomly select from the available candidates. Jiang Bai, you answer. Chapter 071. Am I Jiang Bai such a person? The teacher's query was straightforward. Even if one initially lacked the correct answer, it did not hinder their ability to respond. The prompt from the previous question often served as the answer to the next. The first class was the simplest, an excellent opportunity for everyone to accrue points. The teacher's calling pattern was equally simple, entirely random, reliant solely on luck. However, this time was different. For reasons unknown, the syllabus had been altered to include the words asleep, fundamentally transforming the nature of the lesson. Before most could comprehend the situation, 5 individuals had already succumbed to slumber. Youth certainly had its advantages. They simply collapsed into sleep. If they had merely fallen asleep, it would have sufficed. Yet one individual named Jiang Bai managed to both sleep and respond to questions. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Bai answered 6 questions, amassing 60 points. This fellow seems to have acquired some extraordinary abilities. Before anyone could decipher how Jiang Bai accomplished such a feat, the teacher on stage abruptly halted, mechanically stating, "Students, please adhere to classroom regulations. This is your first warning." The crowd gasped in astonishment. It suddenly dawned on them that 5 minutes had already elapsed since the lesson commenced, and they had yet to succumb to slumber. This was a clear violation of the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb. The first infraction warranted a warning, the second a punishment, and the third an obliteration. Regardless of the multitude of questions swirling in their minds or their profound reluctance, their paramount concern at this moment was to fall asleep as swiftly as possible. Answering questions? Accumulating points? First and foremost, they needed to safeguard their own lives. The students leaned over their desks, striving to drift off. They had assumed that after a full night's rest, they would be invigorated and find sleep elusive. Yet, to their astonishment, the desks seemed imbued with a magical quality. No matter how long one had slept, the moment they rested their heads upon the desk, they would receive an invitation from the King of Dreams. Soon, the classroom echoed with the harmonious symphony of snores. They could indeed fall asleep. Yet answering questions in their dreams proved impossible. After all, not everyone possessed such extraordinary abilities. Moreover, Jiang Bai had his own matters to address. Deception. Could that truly be considered an ability? Could it? With the subconscious implanted through deception, Jiang Bai was able to answer questions, recite, and transcribe in his dreams. This entire class had devolved into his personal showcase, allowing him to amass all the points. Ultimately, the student who accrued the most points in this session was none other than Jiang Bai, who garnered a total of 900 points, redeemable for rewards at the Academic Affairs Office. Upon delivering his final remark, the teacher gathered the lesson plan and declared the class dismissed in that instant. Jiang Bai awakened. Alongside him, 7 or 8 others also roused, each possessing their own methods to ensure they awoke precisely at the end of class. All eyes turned to Jiang Bai. Even a blind person could discern the extraordinary nature of this lesson. Clearly, Jiang Bai was the orchestrator. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai assessed his own condition. Remarkably, he had regained his energy so swiftly while resting on the desk. In just 45 minutes, he had restored 3,000 units of energy. At this rate of cultivation, he could nearly replenish the majority of his energy before returning to the dormitory tonight. It was time to reap the rewards. Jiang Bai rose, approached the podium, and struck the blackboard with his hand. The noise jolted everyone awake. Silence. Listen to me. The recently awakened students, still somewhat dazed, collectively lifted their gazes toward Jiang Bai, eager to hear what this young man had to say. I presume you have all noticed. Jiang Bai asserted gravely, this desk is a rare sanctuary for cultivation. Sleeping upon it allows for rapid energy recovery, the refinement of foreign bones, and the loosening of bottlenecks. As his words resonated, several individuals exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions, clearly indicating that some peculiar transformations had indeed occurred within them. However, none had anticipated that their newfound abilities were attributed to slumbering at their desks. The deception, inscriptions within Jiang Bai shimmered incessantly. Energy recovery 200 points, energy recovery 500 points, energy recovery. Before Jiang Bai could continue his persuasive discourse, a gasp erupted from the crowd. That is how it is. The source of the astonishment was none other than Yi-sun. Yi-sun wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. Realizing that the classroom was a place for cultivation, Jiang Bai, you rascal. You altered the course, intending to secretly cultivate at the desks, and yet you've inadvertently benefited us. The crowd responded with confusion. Is it truly so? Why does it feel so peculiar? However, considering Yi-sun's status as Jiang Bai's rival, the notion of any collusion seemed implausible. Lending credence to Yi-sun's words, he continued, raising his voice, with a class worth 900 points, divided among 45 individuals, that averages to merely 20 points per person. With incorrect answers leading to point deductions, after my nap, I've regained most of my chi and even made progress. Compared to 20 points, I'm in a position of great advantage, Jiang Bai, did you foresee this? This statement left even Jiang Bai speechless. Standing at the podium, Jiang Bai stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully before responding. He does have a point. Perhaps you should consider compensating me? The crowd reacted with disbelief. You two are merely playing off each other, aren't you? Yi-sun seized the moment to rally the crowd, urging, don't listen to him. Continue to sleep. Even during class breaks, sleeping is permissible. With that, Yi-sun was the first to lie down and doze off. A minute spent awake is a minute lost. I shall sleep wherever I can. Many found Yi-sun's argument compelling. Rather than entangle themselves in disputes with Jiang Bai, it seemed wiser to seize the immediate opportunity to rest. The notion that sleeping could enhance one's strength was indeed a rare proposition. Ultimately, the focus of contention had shifted away from Jiang Bai. Little did Jiang Bai anticipate that Yi-sun would orchestrate such a scene, inadvertently aiding him. Initially, Jiang Bai had his own plan to extricate himself, albeit at the cost of time. The effectiveness of Yi-sun's words was largely due to his inherent nature. After all, Yi-sun needed no performance to play the role of the foolish son of a landlord. He merely had to tone it down a bit. Once free, Jiang Bai made his way directly to the Academic Affairs Office. The classroom deception, coupled with Yi-sun's antics, had successfully bewildered many, allowing Jiang Bai to recover nearly 5,000 chi within the span of a single class. His internal chi had been restored to the level of 10,000, bringing him a sense of security at last. Upon arriving at the academic affairs office, Jiang Bai approached the teacher to examine the redemption list. Mysterious item A, 10,000 points. Mysterious item B, 5,000 points. Mysterious item C. Note: dormitory leaders receive a 20% discount on dormitory supplies, class leaders enjoy a 20% discount on items, and custodians of the mobile flag can also redeem dormitory supplies at a 20% discount, with discount stackable. These mysterious items represented the treasures of this era, devoid of any description, merely accompanied by point values. Generally, the higher the points, the greater the value. As the dormitory leader and custodian of the mobile flag, Jiang Bai was eligible for a 20% discount, compounded for a total of 60 off. Yet, something felt amiss without fully utilizing the buffs, akin to having a cheat code that wasn't complete. As for the class leader, Jiang Bai stroked his chin, surprised to discover that the class leader enjoyed such privileges. Accumulating a substantial number of points, and with a fierce battle looming tonight, Jiang Bai knew he must swiftly expend his points, converting them into combat power to face the impending threat. If one could attain the title of class monitor, Jiang Bai's chances of victory would increase significantly. Soon, Jiang Bai made a bold decision and stealthily entered the classroom office. The bell rang once more, signaling the start of class. The teacher arrived again, adhering to the established protocol for the lesson. As everyone straightened in their seats, no one glanced at the teacher. Instead, all eyes were fixed on Jiang Bai. They scrutinized him with their gazes, bewildered as to what he was plotting this time. This fellow certainly seemed up to no good. Jiang Bai felt wronged, sensing that he was being misjudged. Am I, Jiang Bai, truly that kind of person? The teacher recited from the curriculum, announcing, in this class, we will elect class leaders. Please write down the name of the class monitor and explain why it should be Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I, Jiang Bai, indeed am that kind of person. Chapter 072. The near-perfect deception. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the classroom erupted in chaos. Did I hear that correctly? What was that last statement about having to choose Jiang Bai? Haha, what other option is there? We were already warned last class. Do you wish to face punishment? Even Yi-sun turned his head to glance at Jiang Bai. His expression one of confusion. He could not fathom how Jiang Bai managed to accomplish this. Altering the text? To add so many characters requires an immense amount of chi. Although Jiang Bai could modify the labels, the names on them were merely 2 or 3 characters long. Jiang Bai just added a whopping 9 characters. Is he out of his mind? In the face of external skepticism, Jiang Bai maintained an air of nonchalance, merely writing his name and reasons for candidacy on the paper. An ordinary person, I must speak candidly, Jiang Bai is deserving. Once finished, Jiang Bai was the first to submit his note. Receiving the first ballot, the teacher mechanically announced, the remaining students have 10 minutes to complete their voting. After casting their votes, ignoring the crowd, Jiang Bai directly returned to his seat and lay down to sleep. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed slowly, and a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere of the room. Initially, there were complaints, debates, and doubts. Gradually, some accepted reality and cast their votes for Jiang Bai. They did not wish to face punishment and recognized their inability to secure the position of class monitor, thus adhering to the rules. With 45 students in the class and only 1 class monitor, the rest were merely participants. Typically, the competition involved representatives of various factions vying for the class monitor's position after garnering support from the ordinary students. Who would have thought that a dark horse like Jiang Bai would emerge, overturning the game with an utterly unreasonable approach? Elect a class monitor? What nonsense! As time passed, more and more individuals chose to cast their votes for Jiang Bai to avoid punishment. Soon, he amassed over half the votes. The remaining dissenters realized their efforts were futile and surrendered their ballots. Once all the votes were collected, the counting began. The teacher pulled out a slip of paper and announced, Jiang Bai. Another slip followed, Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai. 45 votes, all for Jiang Bai. Strangely, the teacher only read out the names and omitted any of the reasons provided by the students. In accordance with the established rules, the teacher rendered a conclusive verdict. Jiang Bai received 45 votes, securing unanimous approval to assume the role of class monitor. The very instant he announced Jiang Bai's appointment, the deceit sigil within Jiang Bai began to flicker wildly. This was indeed an act of deception. Undoubtedly, Jiang Bai had altered the text. However, the method he employed diverged significantly from Yi-sun's expectations and was entirely dissimilar to previous techniques. He simply added a line of text using a pen on the back of the syllabus. Indeed, he did not invoke geographical advantage, but but merely inscribed words upon the paper. According to Jiang Bai's observations and experiments, regardless of what was written on the syllabus, the teacher would read it verbatim. Only the content inherent to the syllabus adhered to the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb. The words hastily pinned by Jiang Bai lacked any regulatory effect. In other words, the additional line he inscribed did not fall under the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb. The teacher merely recited it according to his own procedural norms, rendering that line devoid of any binding authority over the others. Yet, everyone harbored a cognitive bias. When the teacher recited the syllabus was perceived as the rule. The content recited by the teacher was deemed the rule, inviolable and sacrosanct. With a single pin and 9 characters, Jiang Bai executed a ruse upon the 44 high-ranking supernatural beings. Thus, the moment Jiang Bai was declared class monitor, the deception was irrevocably established. In the determination of the deceit, Jiang Bai did not employ any qi. He merely inscribed a few words, ultimately attaining the title of class monitor, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing, reaping an abundant reward. It was a veritable exemplar of a perfect deception. The ensuing rewards were exceptionally generous. As the deceit sigil pulsated, Jiang Bai's left leg began to undergo transformation. The bones of his calf were instantaneously refined into otherworldly bones. The bones of his thigh commenced to be enveloped in a golden sheen. Jiang Bai's own qi continuously replenished as the surrounding qi surged toward him in a frenzied influx, akin to the eye of a vortex. Such commotion instantly attracted the attention of those nearby. Deceit. The deception had taken effect. With keen perception, an astute observer quickly discerned the source of the distu after speaking. Jiang Bai left the classroom without looking back, leaving everyone else behind. Having secured the position of class monitor, he deemed it unnecessary to linger and waste time. Upon exiting the classroom, Jiang Bai glanced at the map. He could opt to visit the archives to examine the document assigned to him by Wei Junjie, or he could head to the Academic Affairs Office to attempt to exchange for a secret treasure. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai decided to proceed to the Academic Affairs Office first. He planned to take the afternoon classes off to engage in free activities, as there were no opportunities to earn points. With 900 points in hand, he aimed to spend them swiftly, prioritizing the enhancement of his combat abilities. Moreover, he felt a sense of curiosity regarding the treasures available at the Academic Affairs Office. Why did the Silver Sand secret tomb have such peculiar rules? Entrants were required to live as students, earn points, and could exchange those points for treasures. Did that not seem rather strange? This place hardly resembled a tomb. It felt more akin to a school dedicated to nurturing students. Jiang Bai's curiosity about the entity residing at the depths of the Silver Sand secret tomb grew ever stronger. Upon arriving at the Academic Affairs Office, Jiang Bai's identity transformed. Dormitory leader, 20 discount. Mobile red flag, 20 discount. Class monitor, 20 discount. After stacking these discounts, Jiang Bai found that he only needed to expend half of his points to make purchases. Ultimately, he chose to redeem a dormitory-related treasure worth 1,700 points. Curious about what delightful item he might uncover from the treasure blind box, the shadowy figure tossed an item before Jiang Bai, offering no further reaction. As he examined the object, Jiang Bai fell into contemplation, and after a long while, he voiced his confusion. Is this a mop? With a red handle, solid wood, and tattered cloth strips, gazing at the treasure he had painstakingly acquired, Jiang Bai's lips twitched uncontrollably. A mop? And a used one at that. Jiang Bai felt utterly cheated. Refund? Chapter 073. The non-existent research institute. The tattered cloth of the mop head was damp, as if it had just been retrieved from a restroom. Fortunately, the mop bore no unpleasant odor. Otherwise, Jiang Bai would have been in dire straits. Carrying the mop, Jiang Bai wandered through the teaching building. He initially intended to revisit the office to see if there were any other glitches he could exploit. To his surprise, the office door was locked. Utilizing his advantage, Jiang Bai discovered he was unable to open the lock and grumbled. Locks are meant to deter gentlemen, not scoundrels. At that moment, this gentleman found himself thwarted. Circling the office, Jiang Bai inspected the windows, ventilation shafts, and drains, yet found no breach to exploit. Very well, let it remain secured. Clearly, Jiang Bai's actions had attracted the attention of certain entities. To prevent the situation from escalating, he had no choice but to act prudently. Jiang Bai could only offer a 3-word assessment of the situation. If you can't play, don't. While carrying the mop, Jiang Bai intended to head to the archives but encountered an acquaintance along the way. To be precise, at this hour, Only two individuals could be seen wandering about the Silver Sand secret tomb: the absent class monitor, Jiang Bai, and the international student, Wei Junjie. Jiegu, Jiang Bai waved the mop enthusiastically, calling out, Jiegu, come here quickly, I have something good for you. Wei Junjie instinctively felt the urge to flee, yet he found his impulse rather absurd. What reason did he have to run? Was Jiang Bai really capable of killing him with a single shot? It could only be said that the Wei Junjie who had lost half an hour of memory had evidently forgotten one of Jiang Bai's hidden cards. Approaching Jiang Bai, he was met with the inquiry, Brother Jie, do you have any means of identifying the secret treasure? Indeed, I do, Wei Junjie affirmed with a nod. I have a friend who possesses the ability of the human series, object identification, capable of discerning various items. And naturally, secret treasures are no exception. Hearing this familiar preamble, Jiang Bai suddenly asked, this friend of yours, is it not yourself? Wei Junjie felt no shame whatsoever and nodded in agreement. Brother Jiang, you are indeed astute. With that, he awaited further discourse. Now that Jiang Bai sought his assistance in identifying the secret treasure, surely he would need to propose a price that would entice Wei Junjie, wouldn't he? Jiang Bai stroked his chin and said earnestly, if I provide you with the secret treasure for identification, what do you intend to offer me in return? Wei Junjie. Surely he hadn't misheard. Who was it that was identifying for whom? And who should be compensating whom? Are you jesting with me? Jiang Bai was quite earnest. When you utilize object identification to discern the secret treasure, you should receive a reward upon success, correct? Your advancement criteria must include identifying a certain number of secret treasures, among other special conditions, right? Upon hearing this, Wei Junjie's expression stiffened slightly, and he had no choice but to nod in acknowledgement. The ability, object identification, was not particularly formidable. Much of the information was publicly accessible, and there was no need for concealment. Jiang Bai asserted confidently, then by allowing you to identify my secret treasure, am I not assisting you? Wei Junjie. After a moment of silence, Wei Junjie managed to utter, I could choose to decline your assistance. He had identified countless objects and did not lack for Jiang Bai's one or two secret treasures. No, you will not refuse. Jiang Bai flashed a confident smile. Do you not wish to know what hidden cards I possess? Upon hearing this, Wei Junjie realized he had been seen through by this sly character. Were it anyone else making such a statement, Wei Junjie would have dismissed it entirely, but Jiang Bai was different. Any additional hidden card he possessed was of paramount importance as intelligence to Wei Junjie. Wei Junjie chose to remain obstinate for a moment longer. Well, I could discreetly identify the object without informing you. Jiang Bai grinned. I advise you to do so quickly. Before Wei Junjie could pose a question, Jiang Bai continued, I've long wanted to eliminate you. I just haven't had an excuse. Wei Junjie. This fellow was utterly unreasonable. To put it accurately, Jiang Bai only adhered to his own logic. How about this? I shall be magnanimous and not charge you for this occasion. With a grand gesture, Jiang Bai proclaimed, you assist me in identifying the secret treasure, and I shall reveal to you what my hidden card treasure is. Fair and square, wouldn't you agree? Wei Junjie twitched at the corner of his mouth and begrudgingly nodded. Fair enough, as he spoke. Wei Junjie casually tore off a note and affixed it to Jiang Bai's mop. Within 30 minutes, writing will appear on the note, revealing the function of the secret treasure. Jiang Bai, filled with curiosity, inquired, why don't you directly utilize your sequence abilities? It would be best not to do so. Wei Junjie elucidated, by infusing my sequence abilities into various objects using qi, I effectively create an additional layer of protection. If a treasure to be appraised harbors danger, the object will be compromised, while I remain unscathed. The rationale indeed held merit. However, Wei Junjie's explanation left Jiang Bai with an inexplicable sense of unease. Was a condom truly employed in such a manner? Disinterested in enlightening him, Jiang Bai persisted with another question. Since we find ourselves with idle time, Shao Jie, could you enlighten me on the forces and characters to be cautious of regarding the Silver Sand secret tomb? Wei Junjie was taken aback by Jiang Bai's unexpected inquiry. Concerning his own origins, he could not divulge. Yet there existed the possibility of informing Jiang Bai about others. In other words, others could equally alert Jiang Bai about Wei Junjie. Confidentiality? Nonsense. Nevertheless, Wei Junjie found himself at a loss for a reason to decline Jiang Bai's request. By assisting Jiang Bai in identifying treasures, he effectively gained foresight into Jiang Bai's hand, leaving them in a state of mutual obligation. If he disclosed the identities of others, Jiang Bai could redirect his focus elsewhere. A dead ally is preferable to a dead Taoist. This transaction was undoubtedly profitable. Having resolved his internal conflict, Wei Junjie decisively opted to betray others for his own salvation. In truth, the influence of the three teachings was but a fleeting illusion. As long as the most formidable among them refrained from intervening, there was little to fear. The existence of the Silver Sand secret tomb precluded their entry. Thus they could not act. With a grave expression, Wei Junjie stated earnestly, "Brother Jiang, the true threat you must be wary of comes from the personnel of the Research Institute. I have concrete information that the Silver Sand secret tomb has caught their attention." The Research Institute? Is it truly that formidable? Jiang Bai muttered to himself, "I also hail from the Research Institute, yet I perceive it to be rather unimpressive." Recalling the Ninth Research Institute, impoverished to the point of being unable to pay electricity bills, where even dogs were better fed than the people, and 3 individuals could not muster a single transcendent being. How could such an institute be deemed formidable? Upon hearing this, Wei Junjie burst into laughter. Waving his hand dismissively, "Brother Jiang, do not jest. How could you possibly come from a research institute? Why would I deceive you? Do I strike you as someone who would lie?" Jiang Bai replied earnestly, "I come from the Ninth Research Institute, and aside from the director's responsibilities, I handle everything else." "What?" Wei Junjie's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit 2 eggs, his face a canvas of astonishment. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure and uttered, word by word, "Jiang Bai, the Ninth Research Institute, cannot possibly exist." Chapter 074. The Sixth Research Institute. The Ninth Research Institute cannot possibly exist. Jiang Bai's face contorted with confusion as he questioned, "Wait, what do you mean by the Ninth Research Institute cannot exist?" Jiang Bai was perplexed, while Wei Junjie appeared even more bewildered. "I ask you, do you even comprehend what the Research Institute entails?" Jiang Bai honestly shook his head. With a hint of annoyance, Wei Junjie remarked, "In China, there is an ancient saying, to know is to know, to not know is to not know. To possess knowledge yet feign ignorance is rather ungracious." Regardless of the perspective one adopts, Jiang Bai is certainly not a person of integrity. What utter nonsense this is, a sheer desecration of our traditional culture. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiang Bai interjected, "To know what one knows and to acknowledge what one does not know is true knowledge." Wei Junjie's eyes gleamed with understanding, and he quickly nodded. "Yoshi, Jiang sang, please repeat that for me. I shall record it." Jiang Bai thought to himself, "This fellow is riddled with flaws. He slips into his regional dialect whenever he gets excited." After jotting down Jiang Bai's earlier remarks, Wei Junjie finally found the opportunity to clarify. The research institutes we often refer to, which rank among the most prestigious, are known as the 4 great research institutes: the first, second, third, and fifth institutes. Each of these institutes specializes in the study of the first, second, third, and fifth mysterious tides, respectively. In other words, the designation of an institute corresponds to the particular mysterious tide it investigates. Jiang, pray tell, how could there possibly be a ninth institute? What could you possibly be researching? The ninth mysterious tide. Ah, I see. Jiang Bai nodded slightly, refraining from answering Wei Junjie's inquiry, instead posing a question of his own. And what of the fourth institute? Is there no research conducted on the fourth mysterious tide? We have institutes for the first, second, third, and fifth. Why is there none for the fourth? Is it considered inauspicious? Have modern individuals descended to the level of ancient superstition? Wei Junjie's expression turned awkward, and he found himself at a loss for words. He had been so engrossed in enlightening Jiang Bai that he momentarily forgot the taboo surrounding the fourth institute. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lowered his voice and confided in Jiang Bai. The fourth institute once existed and even allegedly made significant breakthroughs. However, on the eve of their announcement regarding their research findings, they were erased from this world by those 4 entities, leaving no trace behind. Even the human king tacitly approved of their actions. Since then, the fourth institute has become a forbidden topic. Jiang Bai, it is best not to mention this, as it may invite calamity. Those 4 entities, of course, refer to the 4 heavenly emperors. The fourth institute is a taboo? The very institute responsible for researching the fourth mysterious tide was eradicated, and it was at the hands of the 4 heavenly emperors, with the approval of the human king. What could they have discovered that warranted such a decisive and ruthless intervention? Once Wei Junjie finished speaking, he turned to Jiang Bai with curiosity. "Jiang, what exactly is this ninth institute you mentioned earlier?" He was convinced that Jiang Bai would not speak without basis. Could it truly exist? "Oh, I was merely jesting," Jiang Bai replied candidly. "I am indeed affiliated with a research institute, but it is not the Ninth Institute. I belong to the Sixth Institute, also known as the Old Sixth Institute, which specializes in the study of the Old Sixth. If you turn 6 upside down, it becomes 9. I thought since we weren't that familiar, it would be a bit too presumptuous to lay the truth upon you right away. Moreover, having grown up in the Institute, no one has ever mentioned the classifications of the institutes to me, and I was unaware of many matters, so I spoke off the cuff, only to realize I had created quite a misunderstanding. The Sixth Institute. This explanation left Wei Junjie in a state of skepticism. The Sixth Research Institute is investigating the sixth mysterious tide. The fifth has yet to pass. How could they commence studies on the sixth, unless? Wei Junjie's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had stumbled upon something of great significance. The fifth mysterious tide is nearing its end. Has someone already begun to establish the Sixth Research Institute? They have even cultivated a powerhouse like Jiang Bai. If he can return this intelligence alive. Even if Wei Junjie's mission in the Silver Sand Secret Tomb is deemed a failure, it would still be a greater achievement than a mistake. Carefully, Wei Junjie concealed this secret. Within Jiang Bai, the deception inscription flickered, unexpectedly aiding him in the refinement of two-toe bones. Jiang Bai? Wei Junjie believed it. Believed what? When did he ever deceive him? Jiang Bai had thought that the Yisun power bank was unparalleled, yet he never anticipated that Wei Junjie could concoct even grander fantasies. It was self-deception, indeed. Embracing the misunderstanding, Jiang Bai maintained his composure, lightly cleared his throat, and said with a hint of mystery, "You are a perceptive individual. Some things, even if you surmise them, are best left unspoken, for the benefit of all." Although uncertain of what Wei Junjie had comprehended, he decided to let him sprint down this erroneous path. Wei Junjie nodded repeatedly, enlightened, enlightened. After unraveling the enigmas of the Research Institute, Jiang Bai produced that diary and inquired directly, "What peculiarities does this diary possess that you are reluctant to discuss?" Wei Junjie displayed an awkward smile, initially intending to decline. However, Jiang Bai interjected, "You have lost a segment of your memory. Though I am unaware of how you accomplished this, I can sense that your methods are unorthodox and may carry significant side effects." Wei Junjie's expression shifted, astonished that Jiang Bai could perceive this. "Brother Jiang, how did you discern that?" Jiang Bai replied candidly, "If you still retained your memory, you wouldn't dare to approach me so closely." Having been caught off guard once, Wei Junjie was not about to fall into the same trap again. He hastily inquired, "Brother Jiang, is there a way to counteract these side effects?" Jiang Bai would not broach the subject without reason. Should a remedy exist, Wei Junjie was willing to strike a deal with him. Jiang Bai shook his head, "There is none." Wei Junjie rolled his eyes, "Then why bring it up?" Jiang Bai replied earnestly, "What I mean is, if I can't compel you to forget once, I can't force you to forget a second time." Wei Junjie, "Dado, so you are blackmailing me? Why does this fellow always manage to deliver the harshest words in the most earnest tone?" After a moment of contemplation, Wei Junjie realized he had no better options and could only respond truthfully. This blood-stained diary was originally a secret treasure. Why inscribing one's predicament upon its pages? One could receive blessings to resolve their troubles. The source of these blessings is widely debated. Some attribute it to Jesus, the Jade Emperor, or the Buddha, while others claim it is the Grand Duke. In any case, you receive according to your beliefs. According to Wei Junjie's account, this diary was once in the possession of the son of the Lord of the Starlight Temple, lost within the Silver Sand Secret Tomb. What you see now is merely a counterfeit, devoid of the treasure's power, containing only written records. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai's expression shifted. As he pieced together the implications, "You mean to say, the genuine article?" "Indeed." Wei Junjie nodded, validating Jiang Bai's conjecture that the genuine artifact lay in the hands of the specter. Chapter 075. No Mercy. The owner of the diary had been slain by the ghost, and thus the diary fell into the hands of the malevolent entity. The last line that Jiang Bai beheld was indeed inscribed by the ghost. At that moment, Jiang Bai was perplexed as to why the final line was pinned by the specter. But now he had found his answer. Jiang Bai inquired, "Can the ghost also wield secret treasures?" "Indeed," Wei Junjie elucidated. Before the arrival of the mysterious tide, ghosts were merely ancient legends. After the mysterious tide, it seems that she can influence souls, thus giving rise to the concept of ghosts. Listening to Wei Junjie's explanation, Jiang Bai pondered, "Is it truly so? Why was he unaware of this?" To be precise, during the first, second, and third occurrences of the mysterious tide, there was no existence of ghosts. Although supernatural events transpired during that period, supernatural occurrences do not equate to ghosts. Much like the will-o'-the-wisps in graveyards, which are merely phenomena resulting from phosphorescence. Jiang Bai was certain that prior to the fourth mysterious tide, ghosts did not exist in this world. The fourth mysterious tide left behind countless secret graves, within which the presence of ghosts was evident. The enigma of history lay before Jiang Bai, yet he found himself utterly at a loss. Jiang Bai pressed on. Aside from the diary, what other secret treasures do ghosts possess? Wei Junjie furrowed his brow, clearly finding this question rather challenging as well. The information at my disposal is incomplete. It is worth noting that the blood blackboard has appeared several times before and after the Silver Sand secret grave, with some individuals surviving and even becoming the governor of Silver Sand. The only certainty is that the ghost possesses a diary and a starlight disk. The diary is manageable, but the starlight disk warrants special caution. It can harness the power of starlight to enhance one's abilities. And when used in conjunction with the diary, it can invoke a summoning effect. The diary summons, and the starlight disk strengthens. Without needing Wei Junjie to elaborate, Jiang Bai was already aware of the origins of this item. That worthless son of the Starlight Temple Master, correct? Wei Junjie chuckled and nodded. Indeed, Brother Jiang is astute. This fellow, assuming a lofty status, recklessly ventured into the Silver Sand secret grave, losing his life and inadvertently gifting 2 secret treasures to his adversary. Under normal circumstances, possessing these 2 treasures would not pose a life-threatening danger. However, utilizing secret treasures comes at a cost. The price for the diary is one's own blood. Every word inscribed upon it is written in one's lifeblood. Though the exact price for the starlight disk remains unclear, it is unlikely to be excessively burdensome. In other words, the master of the Starlight Temple meticulously selected 2 secret treasures for his son, enabling him to roam freely unless he encountered a formidable supernatural being. Yet, he ultimately met his demise in the Silver Sand secret grave, unwittingly becoming a harbinger of wealth for the ghost. The ghost exclaimed, "Thank you, my friend, for the 2 secret treasures. Your generosity is commendable." 666. Jiang Bai contemplated for a considerable time before finally uttering, "If I take this item, the master of the Starlight Temple won't come after me." "Will he?" Wei Junjie replied, "We haven't even begun to fight, and you're already dividing the spoils? Your confidence is a bit excessive." Wei Junjie intended this remark to dissuade Jiang Bai from engaging in battle with the ghost that night. At the very least, the 2 could join forces to confront the specter haunting the dormitory building. At present, the blackboard of blood rests in the hands of Jiang Bai, and Wei Junjie aspires to partake in its spoils. To achieve this, he must compel Jiang Bai to take the initiative in the conversation. Only then might they join forces. However, based on Wei Junjie's understanding of Jiang Bai, the so-called cooperation to share the spoils is likely to culminate in Jiang Bai collaborating with Wei Junjie, only to then seize the share belonging to Wei Junjie and the ghost for himself. He comprehends Jiang Bai all too well. For the time being, matters concerning the secret treasure are set aside. Jiang Bai then inquired, "By the way, I was just planning to visit the archives regarding that document you previously obtained." At this moment, he has done all that he can, his condition finely tuned, eagerly awaiting the confrontation with the ghost that night. One enigma remains, that being the identity of the ghost. Even in an online game against a minor boss, one would expect some form of background information, would one not? Wei Junjie had previously discovered a withdrawal document in the archives. While it may not pertain to the ghost, it certainly holds some reference value. "I have the document with me," he stated, retrieving a file to share with Jiang Bai. In fact, there are more withdrawal documents than just this one, but this particular one is the most extraordinary. With years of experience in falsification, I assure you, this document is undoubtedly a forgery. Wei Junjie is an adept in the art of forgery. Whether this document is genuine or not, he can determine merely by scent. Jiang Bai accepted the document, casting a brief glance at it, noting the name Li Fengxia. He did not scrutinize the document further, but held it in his hands and declared, "I do not trust you. I must personally visit the archives." Wei Junjie was not taken aback. "Very well, let us meet near the cafeteria after lunch, and we shall discuss it then." With that, he swiftly made his exit. Wei Junjie had his own matters to attend to and did not intend to team up with Jiang Bai so early to explore the Silver Sand secret tomb. Holding the document, Jiang Bai perused it as he walked, his expression betraying no change. On the way to the archives, at a corner, Jiang Bai suddenly halted, retrieving his recording pinned "I am Jiang Bai, currently executing task 002. This time, Jiang Bai paused for a considerable duration, enveloped in profound silence. After expanding the geographic advantage to isolate himself from the external world, he resumed recording. His voice bore a slight heaviness, his mood notably somber. I have discovered the withdrawal document of Li Fengxia, a fellow student from the special training camp within the Silver Sand secret tomb. This institution may have been Li Fengxia's school back in the day. He withdrew due to involvement in supernatural incidents and subsequently joined the special training camp, becoming a member of the second cohort alongside me. Li Fengxia, special training camp student ID 0899, male, from Yinchuan, suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder and ranks 22nd in the comprehensive standings of the second cohort. Based on the clues at hand, there is over a 50% probability that Li Fengxia has transformed into the ghost of the dormitory building. The ghost has been responsible for numerous tragedies over the past 2 centuries, with recorded casualties exceeding 200. Should Li Fengxia indeed have become a ghost, I will devise a means to control and extract him, returning him to the 9th Research Institute for the director's study, attempting to ascertain whether it is possible to restore his sanity. This may aid my understanding of the events that transpired back then. If capturing him alive proves impossible, I will endeavor to seal him. The geographic advantage combined with a special sealing technique should suffice to render him inactive. Should the sealing fail, I shall endeavor to mitigate the dangers posed by Li Fengxia to the outside world, striving to leave future generations with a foolproof strategy for survival. Based on the circumstances at hand, after exhausting all available alternatives, if it is still determined that Li Fengxia's presence would impede the progress of Task 002. At this juncture, Jiang Bai's voice gradually diminished. He closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, he slowly opened them, seemingly resolved to a certain decision, softly uttering 4 words. Kill without mercy. Chapter 076, The Path to Death in the Time That Followed. Jiang Bai visited the archives, finding no anomalies. During the special training camp of Yor, Old Ma served as the chief instructor, meticulously selecting promising young talents from across the nation. Each trainee was exceptionally gifted, with Jiang Bai among them as a standout. Undoubtedly, Jiang Bai excelled, facing no rival among his peers. Li Fengxia ranked 22nd among this cohort, having previously dealt with city-level disasters. During the third mysterious tide, disasters were classified by their range, divided into 5 categories: annihilation, submergence, city destruction, building ruin, and man-eating. Generally speaking, the larger the impact radius of a disaster, the more challenging it is to manage. However, there are exceptions. For instance, some uncontrollable ability users randomly kill, and although their frequency of killing is low, they are classified as man-eating level disasters, proving more troublesome to handle than certain city destruction level disasters. Li Fengxia is renowned for 2 notable incidents. Firstly, he once single-handedly managed a building ruin level disaster, dismembering an out-of-control senior ability user into 108 pieces, neither more nor less. Secondly, Li Fengxia suffers from an extreme case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. To what extent? His eyebrows must match perfectly, 1 extra hair is intolerable, nor is 1 hair too few. After lunch, Jiang Bai met with Wei Junjie again. Their conversation was open and sincere, yet no consensus was reached. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Bai explored the various areas of the Silver Sand secret tomb. The archives, the playground, the multimedia classroom. This place bore no distinction from an ordinary school, save for its almost perverse regulations. As dinner approached, Jiang Bai encountered Wei Junjie once more. Wei Junjie bore injuries, though he did not disclose how he was harmed, nor did Jiang Bai inquire. Wei Junjie reiterated his invitation for collaboration, stating, "Only I can assist you tonight. Present the blood blackboard, and together we shall capture the ghost. Everything apart from the ghost shall belong to you." Jiang Bai regarded Wei Junjie with a look of incredulity. Setting aside the fact that the ghost itself constituted the most valuable trophy, after acquiring Li Fengxia's file, Jiang Bai was even less inclined to relinquish the ghost to Wei Junjie. Those from the training camp were to be seen alive or dead. If they were to rise from the dead, they must be confronted as ghosts in the training camp of yesteryear. After besting everyone in a confrontation, Jiang Bai was elected class leader. With Old Ma absent, Jiang Bai stood as the instructor. Jiang Bai would not permit Wei Junjie to meddle in matters concerning Li Fengxia as for Wei Junjie's remark about the impossibility of conducting room checks. Jiang Bai chose to set it aside for the moment. Though the pitfalls of such checks remained unknown, he believed that where soldiers meet, they shall block the way. Where water flows, the earth shall bury it. Jiang Bai would always find a way. He brought up another matter. The Starlight Temple, the Moon God Society, and the people of the Eclipse sect. Can you manage that? Upon hearing this, Wei Junjia's expression grew serious. He was certainly aware of Jiang Bai's implication. Before the lights went out, there was a half-hour of free time. According to past customs, the owner of the blood blackboard would likely clash with others. With a high probability of bloodshed or even fatalities, it was also commonplace for the blood blackboard to change hands. Tonight, before they hunted ghosts, Jiang Bai was likely to engage in a scuffle first. Without waiting for Wei Junjia's response, Jiang Bai continued, "Let me make myself clear. According to our signed agreement, if anyone lays a hand on me, I am entitled to kill them and deduct one from the quota. I came here in haste and did not bring many bullets. Please help me identify which of the three sects possesses abilities that could be effectively crafted into ammunition." Wei Junjia. How did it sound to him that Jiang Bai seemed somewhat excited? Was he merely waiting for someone else to strike first, so he could kill and grind their bones into bullets? What kind of living hell was this? After a prolonged silence, Wei Junjia finally managed to utter, "They will behave, at least until the final day." Jiang Bai sighed, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. "Since you are unwilling to assist me, do not hinder my efforts." He fastened the talisman to his waist and warned, "Tonight, anyone who meddles will meet their demise." Wei Junjia watched Jiang Bai depart, his countenance gradually darkening, akin to a night plunged into darkness. He could never comprehend what trump card Jiang Bai held that made him so apprehensive. Deceit was somewhat useful in daily life, but when it came to action, it was nearly futile. Jiang Bai was undoubtedly concealing a hidden card. The only question worth pondering was, how many cards did this fellow possess? Later, at 9:30 p.m. After a day of study, everyone returned to the dormitory, yet none appeared fatigued. They synchronously returned to their quarters, securing doors and windows, awaiting the room inspection. A few troublemakers initially intended to unite and cause a ruckus, seeking to settle scores with Jiang Bai, but they were warned multiple times. Those delivering the warnings were mostly individuals of higher status and greater strength within the same faction, which extinguished any thoughts of rebellion. As for Yi Sun, he had already become the leader of everyone in the Eclipse sect. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true weight of Yi Sun's statement. "I have my own arrangements." Yi Sun chose to place his bets on Jiang Bai, and it seemed he had made the right decision. However, everything would have to wait until after tonight. Jiang Bai could survive the hands of the ghosts. Jiang Bai returned to the dormitory as if nothing were amiss, holding a mop in his hand. This mop was what he had exchanged his points for, and Wei Junjia had helped him appraise it. Peerless mop. While wielding this mop, your cleaning efficiency is significantly heightened. If used to clean the restroom, it grants a brief period of peerless enhancement, greatly boosting combat prowess, akin to the legendary Lubu cost. The user will develop a cleanliness obsession. Upon returning to the dormitory, there were still 15 minutes until lights out, and the room inspection had already concluded. Jiang Bai glanced at Yi Sun, awaiting his decision. "Class leader, should I perhaps remain in the dormitory?" Yi Sun contemplated for a moment and concluded that it would be best for him to stay in the dormitory. "All right," Jiang Bai nodded, snapping his fingers with his left hand effortlessly. "And no matter what sounds you hear tonight, do not venture outside or open the door." Yi Sun raised an eyebrow and instinctively replied, "Rest assured, I will definitely open the door." Lu Taichui interjected, "Sun Go, have you always been this audacious?" Surprisingly, Jiang Bai appeared unfazed, departing the dormitory with a mop in hand. As time ticked away, the clock struck 10 o'clock. Suddenly, the lights of the entire dormitory building extinguished, plunging it into an eerie darkness. Only Jiang Bai remained standing in the corridor. The dormitory, shaped like a character, allowed him to glimpse the opposite corridor. Indeed, before Jiang Bai could make any move, a vague silhouette emerged in the corridor across from him. A chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down his spine, accompanied by a piercing shriek that echoed like the wails of the damned. "You will regret this," Jiang Bai, gripping his mop, politely inquired. "How many people have you killed?" The ghost responded with a sinister laugh. "Very many." Excellent. A mere exchange of words eased Jiang Bai's mind considerably. His attire was mismatched, with one sleeve longer than the other, the left cuff buttoned incorrectly while the right remained unbuttoned. With the mop in his left hand and a revolver in his right, he presented an image of utter disarray. Yet, this disarray did not seem to perturb the ghost in the slightest. There were only two possibilities. One, if the ghost was not Li Fengxia. Point two. Even if the ghost was Li Fengxia, he was no longer the person Jiang Bai had known, the one plagued by severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Having confirmed this, Jiang Bai shed his mental burdens entirely, preparing to give his all. He twisted his neck, causing his joints to crack like popping beans. Jiang Bai clenched and relaxed his right hand 3 times before finally striking his left palm with a fist. Fixing his gaze on the ghost, he declared earnestly, "You have already chosen the path to death." Chapter 077. The Crisis of Dormitory Inspection. Stand still. I shall go and beat you to death right now. Before Jiang Bai could make any move, a line of small text appeared on the mobile flag hanging in Dormitory 606. Please proceed to Dormitory 605 for inspection. Inspection? Jiang Bai took a step aside and glanced through the small window into Dormitory 605. Everything seemed normal. Inspection complete. Was it truly that simple? Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. According to the contents of his diary, dormitory inspections carried risks. The ghost must have used this very point to bring about the demise of the diary's owner. Yet, the inspection task assigned to Jiang Bai was alarmingly straightforward. Before he could ponder further, the small text on the mobile flag changed once more. Please proceed to Dormitory 607 for inspection. Jiang Bai moved again, casting a glance. Inspection complete. He looked across the corridor. The ghostly figure still stood there, seemingly wearing a malicious grin, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Jiang Bai prepared to wield the mobile flag while simultaneously seeking trouble with the ghost. However, before he could make further moves, the blood blackboard in his arms began to tremble. Under the seal of the land, it could still function? It wasn't that the seal had weakened. Rather, Jiang Bai had diminished significantly. Jiang Bai retrieved the blood blackboard, and the bloodstains upon it transformed. Please proceed to Dormitory 505 for inspection. What? The vivid scarlet characters pierced Jiang Bai's eyes. Dormitory 505. Isn't that on the 5th floor? A chill crept up Jiang Bai's neck, and the cold wind swept by, making his very soul tremble. After the lights went out, movement between the floors became impossible. Those on the 6th floor could not reach the 5th. At that moment, Jiang Bai finally comprehended the true nature of the ghost's lethal strategy. The so-called bed check was not a reward at all, but rather a trap. Failing to complete the bed check within the stipulated time would result in a warning, punishment, or even obliteration. Yet, a normal person could never complete the bed check. It was an inherently contradictory rule. No matter how formidable the possessor of the blood blackboard was, they could not fulfill this bed check. The fate awaiting them was either death or a fate worse than death. Wei Junjia's initial proposal for cooperation likely referred to him remaining on the 5th floor while Jiang Bai stayed on the 6th, continuously exchanging the mobile red flag and blood blackboard to accomplish the bed check. Unfortunately, Jiang Bai did not acquiesce to Wei Junjia's request for collaboration, and thus Wei Junjia naturally withheld this crucial information. At that moment, laughter echoed from above the dormitory, a cacophony as if dozens of people were laughing together in a single room, creating chaos. The ghost gazed at Jiang Bai with greedy eyes, akin to a butcher eyeing meat on a chopping board. Observing the audacious ghost across from him, Jiang Bai's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly remarked, "You opened it first. So I shall not hold back with that." Jiang Bai seized the mobile red flag and blood blackboard, making his way towards the stairs. The ghost scoffed at Jiang Bai, dismissing him as a stubborn duck. Could he possibly descend? Under the ghost's watchful gaze, Jiang Bai descended from the 6th floor to the 5th, arriving outside Dormitory 505, peering through the small window, and completed the bed check. It posed no challenge for him. The ghost wore an expression of disbelief. How could this fellow move freely within the dormitory? How did he manage to reach the 5th floor? After completing the bed check, Jiang Bai stood on the 5th floor, provocatively gazing at the ghost. What other tricks do you have? Unleash them all. Since the game was afoot, Jiang Bai had no qualms about toying with the ghost. The inscriptions on the blood blackboard shifted once more, this time demanding a bed check for 601. Jiang Bai ascended again, completing the bed check. 503.609.507. After several trips back and forth, Jiang Bai had checked all the dormitories on the 5th floor. The 6th floor housed high-level ability users, while the 5th floor was occupied by the hall masters. The number of hall masters was significantly fewer than that of high-level ability users, and thus the number of dormitories was naturally limited. With the bed checks on the 5th floor completed, Jiang Bai need not return there and continued his inspections on the 6th floor. During this time, he had also discerned a pattern. The blood blackboard influenced the mobile red flag, manipulating the dormitory subject to bed checks. Otherwise, as a dormitory head on the 6th floor, Jiang Bai would never have ventured to the 5th for inspections. Each dormitory could only undergo a bed check once. Upon completing the checks for all dormitories on a given floor, a point reward would be granted, and of course, the point reward was of no immediate use. Survival until the next day was the priority. The sixth floor was swiftly inspected as well. The blood blackboard fell into silence, yet Jiang Bai did not rush to seek trouble with the ghost. If Jiang Bai's deductions were correct, tonight would not be the night to vanquish the ghost. As for the reason, quite simple. If tonight were the decisive battle, Wei Junjie would undoubtedly appear on the scene. He was specifically targeting the ghost. Wei Junjie's absence indicated that the time had not yet come. The game of cat and mouse unfolds, with Jiang Bai patiently accompanying the specter in its play. The longer the game persists, the more abilities the specter reveals, while Jiang Bai's hidden cards are boundless. Indeed, after a brief lull, the blood-red words once again materialize on the ominous blackboard. Please inspect dormitory 409. The fourth floor? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Jiang Bai begins his descent, following the staircase to the fourth floor. He is convinced that manipulating the inspection through the blood blackboard imposes a burden upon the specter as well. The layout of the fourth floor appears indistinguishable from that of the sixth. However, the moment Jiang Bai sets foot on the fourth floor, he feels an immediate heaviness in his body. The consumption of the advantageous terrain is more than doubled compared to the fifth floor. At this rate of depletion, it would take less than 20 days for all the qi within Jiang Bai to be exhausted, leading to his demise in this very place. At this moment, a sense of crisis finally dawns upon him. Constricting the influence of the terrain to envelop only his immediate vicinity, Jiang Bai cautiously advances. The sixth floor houses high-level superhumans. The fifth floor is occupied by the esteemed masters, while the fourth floor, perhaps the extraordinary? Yet, extraordinary beings are prohibited from entering the entrance of the Silver Sand secret tomb. This is an ironclad rule. Does anyone reside within the dormitory on the fourth floor? Jiang Bai remains uncertain. Exiting the staircase, he finds the hall devoid of the ominous blackboard, the floor and walls layered with a thick coat of dust, suggesting neglect for an extended period. Jiang Bai treads slowly, passing by the first dormitory, 401, with his destination, 409. At the end of the corridor, a fleeting glance reveals that the door to 401 is tightly shut, the small window coated in dust, rendering any view inside impossible without closer inspection. What Jiang Bai can ascertain with certainty is that this dormitory is not vacant. After a few moments of hesitation, he resolves to continue forward. If the specter dictates the order of his inspections, the fourth floor should be thoroughly examined as well. Whatever lies within 401 will inevitably be revealed sooner or later. Curiosity, they say, is the death of the cat. It is prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. Each dormitory he passes evokes an unsettling sensation, akin to being pricked by thorns. This feeling is peculiar. It seems as though there exists a presence within the dormitory that poses a threat to Jiang Bai, albeit one that is not particularly grave. Logically, at such close proximity, if there were extraordinary beings lying in ambush, Jiang Bai's sense of crisis would be considerably heightened. Suppressing his doubts, Jiang Bai strides towards the entrance of dormitory 409. He approaches the door with utmost caution, using a mop to wipe away the dust from the small window. The mop is currently pristine. Otherwise, Jiang Bai's obsessive cleanliness would be intolerable. Peering into the state of dormitory 409, a heaviness settles in Jiang Bai's heart, confirming a conjecture that had lingered in his mind. After clearing the dust, he can barely discern the interior. The desk is devoid of books, the trash can empty. The bed unoccupied, on 4 beds, for specters float. This dormitory houses 4 ghosts. As if parting the clouds to reveal the sky, many of Jiang Bai's uncertainties dissipate. Why are the dormitory rules so peculiar, requiring lights out and forbidding occupants on the beds? Because this school was never intended for the living, it is a ghost school. Chapter 078, Cash, Credit Card, or Jifu Bao. Dormitory 409 is inhabited by 4 ghosts. Jiang Bai glances around, noting that the ghosts remain utterly still, quietly drifting above the beds. From his extensive experience with horror web literature, it is generally understood that ghosts are creatures that slumber by day and roam by night. For instance, vampires, sleepwalkers, lazy spirits, and restless souls. Ghosts are nocturnal beings. But why, one might wonder, are these spirits floating above the beds? Do they not have classes to attend and lessons to learn at night? In the school, it seems there is no need for study. Drawing from Jiang Bai's experiences as a student, one can arrive at a singular rational explanation. Summer vacation? Furthermore, these dormitory spirits are also on summer break. But what of the humans? Why do they appear in the Silver Sand's secret tomb? Jiang Bai's thoughts began to crystallize as he realized that by adopting the mindset he had when he attended school 200 years ago, many seemingly contradictory and perplexing dilemmas could be easily unraveled. The spirits are on summer vacation, and since they cannot venture elsewhere, they rest in the dormitory. As for the presence of humans here, the answer is equally straightforward: summer camp. Indeed, this is a summer camp. What does the ghost school's summer camp signify? The victors do not receive rewards, but instead embark on an irreversible journey toward becoming a spirit. No wonder the Silver Sand governor has always been a singular position. No one can serve consecutive terms as the governor of Silver Sand. Upon uncovering the truth, Jiang Bai felt as though he had parted the clouds to reveal the azure sky. The rules here dictate that any violation results in a warning for the first offense, punishment for the second, and obliteration for the third. Those who are obliterated by the rules may either be transformed into the lowest grade of spirit or deemed unworthy of becoming a spirit. Regardless of the outcome, their human existence is extinguished. The summer camp they attend eliminates participants layer by layer, with the final victor crowned as the governor of Silver Sand. The Silver Sand's secret tomb has never been out of control. From the moment one ascends to the governorship, merely 7 years of life remain. When the 7-year pact concludes, the governor returns to the Silver Sand's secret tomb, faced with a dilemma. Violate the rules? Obliteration? Abide by the rules? Transformation into a spirit? So it is. After coming to terms with these matters, several questions lingered in Jiang Bai's mind. Where do the past Silver Sand governors go after becoming spirits? Do they remain in the Silver Sand secret tomb to continue their studies? What is the purpose of cultivating so many spirits in the Silver Sand secret tomb? How does the transition between human and spirit occur? Will I also become a spirit after death? Is this related to the fourth mysterious tide? And what about the spirits causing disturbances in the dormitory? There are far too many questions and too few clues. Even though Jiang Bai has unraveled many mysteries, more enigmas present themselves before him. Without granting Jiang Bai additional time, the blood-red blackboard once again revealed its message. Please check the dormitory room 308. The third floor? Jiang Bai sensed that the spirits were conspiring something. His ability to traverse the dormitory floors was merely a matter of how much chi he was willing to expend. Checking the dormitory posed no mortal threat to him, unless Jiang Bai pressed his lips together, grasping an inkling of understanding. Without hesitation, he reached for his backpack and withdrew a fragment of a gun barrel. Few knew that the Overlord's gun could be disassembled into 2 parts for transport. This design was primarily to facilitate passage through security checks. Grasping one half of the gun barrel in his left hand and holding a mop in his right, he resembled a dual-gun old-timer as he made his way to the 3rd floor. The layout of the 3rd floor was indistinguishable from that of the 4th. However, Jiang Bai's intuition warned him that the threats within the dormitory were considerably greater here. The spirits present were of a higher caliber than those on the 4th floor. The sense of threat emanating from behind the doors and windows was slightly less intense than that of Vice Governor Eugene. If the spirits on the 3rd floor are of such a level, what of the 2nd floor and the 1st? Jiang Bai was profoundly curious whether the ghost on the 1st floor could attain the level of a quasi-divine general. If that were the case, this building would be rather terrifying. Even before approaching room 308, Jiang Bai sensed something amiss. A gust of wind swept through, causing the dormitory door of 308 to emit a dreadful creaking sound. Indeed, Jiang Bai pressed his lips together, deducing the ghost's sinister ploy. The ghost in room 308 was not drifting above the bed. Conducting a check in 308 posed a life-threatening risk. Yet, if he chose not to investigate, Jiang Bai would face punitive measures from the rules. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai took 2 steps and leapt forward, dashing to the door of 308. A malevolent spirit awaited him there. This was not the same ghost that haunted the 6th floor. It was a resident of room 308, yet it had disregarded the established rules. The 3rd floor had no one to conduct checks. Even if one defied the regulations, there would be no repercussions. The moment the vengeful spirit laid eyes on Jiang Bai, its scarlet tongue flicked excitedly, and a cruel smile spread across its face, as if it had already devised a plan to savor this delectable prey. Suddenly, a gun barrel struck him directly, and the ghost attempted to evade, but its body refused to obey, rendering it immobile. Lie down. With a thunderous crash, the gun barrel collided with the spirit's face, piercing its skull and pinning it to the ground. This blow was no ordinary strike. Jiang Bai infused the barrel with 10,000 qi and employed 5,000 qi to activate Inch Stop, interrupting the ghost's movements. A newly awakened extraordinary being possesses merely a few thousand to 10,000 qi. Even for one adept in the art of transformation, their internal qi would not exceed 200,000. Jiang Bai shot, augmented tenfold, equaled a staggering 100,000 qi. The ghost, restrained by inch stop, endured the impact without succumbing, a miracle in itself. Jiang Bai's left hand pinned the vengeful spirit firmly, eliciting another anguished scream from it. As the scream echoed, the doors and windows of the entire third-floor dormitory began to tremble, a relentless barrage of knocks reminiscent of raindrops. In an instant, it was as if cold water had been splashed into a pot of hot oil. All the ghosts on the third floor boiled with agitation. Countless presences locked onto Jiang Bai's back, filled with malice, chill, and murderous intent, converging into one. All of this stemmed from the battle between Jiang Bai and the vengeful spirit. It seemed that if Jiang Bai did not relent, an inexhaustible horde of malevolent spirits would burst forth, tearing him to shreds. With the ghost beneath his feet, Jiang Bai still had the audacity to turn around and threaten fiercely. If you push me too far, I'll unleash that creature, and I'll slaughter you all. As he spoke, a faint yet terrifying aura emanated from Jiang Bai. This aura, though weak, silenced the previously clamorous third floor in an instant, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, quelling any thoughts of resistance. Even the ghost beneath Jiang Bai's feet ceased its cries, paralyzed with fear despite being pinned to the ground by the gun. Jiang Bai increased the pressure beneath his foot, muttering curses, "If you don't want to die, behave." The doors and windows fell silent, as the other ghosts lay as still as the dead. With his rear guard concerns resolved, Jiang Bai gazed down at the vengeful spirit he had pinned to the ground. To subdue this fiend, Jiang Bai had expended a staggering 15,000 qi, nearly half of his internal reserves. Yet, such an expenditure was warranted. A decisive strike, leaving his opponent no chance for a comeback. Now that the ghost was subdued, the question remained. Who would compensate Jiang Bai for his losses? Surely, one cannot expect Jiang Bai to shoulder the expenses alone, can they? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai, gazing at the specter, posed a rather subtle inquiry. Cash or spirit money? Chapter 079. Time is of the essence. The malevolent spirit appeared perplexed, caught in a state of indecision, swaying on the gun barrel as if torn between resistance and acquiescence, exuding an odd sense of reluctant acceptance, though. Is there a hint of charm here? Jiang Bai attempted several alternative inquiries. Money? Money? No cash, but what about ghost money? I only accept the legitimate kind. With no funds available, he jested, could I possibly dismember an arm or a leg instead? After a straightforward and amicable interrogation, Jiang Bai concluded that the errant spirit before him had no riches to offer. After much deliberation, the magnanimous Jiang Bai resolved to let it go. I've come to inspect the premises. You Haven Tea rested properly. Stand in the stairwell for half an hour as punishment. With that, Jiang Bai seized the spirit and dragged it outside to commence its penance. The spirit stood obediently, albeit with a look of bewilderment. Though it could not articulate its thoughts, it comprehended human speech yet found itself incapable of communicating with Jiang Bai. The spirit harbored doubts about whether this fearsome figure would truly let it off so easily. Yet it could not fathom what this individual could possibly do to it. Surely, it wouldn't he go so far as to slay it, would it? While the spirit endured its punishment, Jiang Bai busied himself rummaging through his backpack. He found what he sought, a visualization diagram, enveloped in swirling mists, with a lone dragon fleetingly visible. Earth, arise! Jiang Bai proclaimed, striking the floor with his mop in a manner reminiscent of Sun Wukong. Soon, a bewildered dragon materialized before him, its scales trembling, its small head bobbing side to side in vigilance. Clearly, the presence of the Silver Sand secret tomb unsettled the dragon. It would never have chosen to reveal itself here unless absolutely necessary. Yet, in comparison to the Silver Sand secret tomb, Jiang Bai appeared even more daunting. This individual truly dared to flay skin, extract tendons, crack bones, siphon marrow, stew flesh, and roast kidneys. The dragon regarded Jiang Bai, uncertain of what task this formidable figure had in store. Jiang Bai courteously inquired, "Have you eaten?" The dragon, taken aback, thought, "With the visualization diagram in your possession, how could I possibly have eaten? Since falling into your hands, I haven't even had a proper meal, let alone the leftovers from years past." Mentioning this matter filled the dragon with indignation, its sense of injustice nearly prompting tears. The swirling mists coalesced into words, asserting the dragoness' last shred of dignity. Not eaten, not hungry. How can you not eat? You're still growing, my dear. Without proper nourishment, how can you thrive? Jiang Bai expressed concern, gravely stating, as the saying goes, a horse cannot thrive on wild grass, nor can a dragon flourish without a midnight snack. Just look at you. You've become nothing but skin and bones. The dragon retorted, this saying is rather trite. Moreover, even if you are to treat the dragon to a midnight snack, there must be some consideration for time and place. At the very least, you ought to show a modicum of sincerity and present something edible. The dragon surveyed its surroundings, finding nothing palatable aside from the malevolent spirit. Wait a moment. After several encounters with Jiang Bai, the dragon had begun to glean something of this individual's character. In summary, he had no regard for human decency or etiquette. Surely, this fellow wouldn't he dare make a meal of it. Would he? Eating a spirit? How absurd. Gazing at Jiang Bai's expectant eyes, Yulong hesitated for a moment before conjuring a single character in the mist. Zong, dirty. After all, this was a malevolent spirit. A foul entity. Consuming it could lead to an upset stomach, no doubt. Oh, you find it dirty? This is easily resolved with that. Jiang Bai seized a mop and began scrubbing the malevolent spirit vigorously. The spirit? Yulong? As Jiang Bai continued to mop, the scent was so overpowering that even Lao Ba would salivate. Just as it seemed Jiang Bai was intent on scrubbing further, Yulong could no longer delay. With the ferocity of a famished dragon, he opened his jaws wide and devoured the entire spirit in one gulp. The spirit, skewered like a meat skewer, was consumed whole by Yulong. Jiang Bai, seizing the moment, extracted the skewer and tossed the mop aside, repeatedly wiping his own skewer with a wet wipe. He had a penchant for cleanliness and could not abide filth. Yulong. After consuming the malevolent spirit, Yulong's belly visibly expanded, and without needing Jiang Bai's command, he retreated back inside. Although he had failed to extract any substantial essence from the spirit, Jiang Bai had not suffered too great a loss. Just as he finished dealing with the spirit, the blood blackboard in Jiang Bai's arms stirred once more, seemingly eager to guide him to the next perilous dormitory for inspection. If the third floor could not vanquish Jiang Bai, then it would have to be the second. Tired of the games? Jiang Bai withdrew the blood blackboard, placing one hand upon it, and with the advantage of terrain, he swiftly took control of it. The characters on the blood blackboard ceased their tumultuous changes. You enjoy inspecting dormitories, do you? Jiang Bai scoffed. For certain floors, I relish in inspecting multiple times. As he spoke, the first number on the blood blackboard began to change gradually. 6. Indeed, the sixth floor. Jiang Bai had already completed his inspection of the sixth floor dormitory. Logically, there should be no dormitories left to inspect on that floor. However, Jiang Bai recalled correctly, the blood blackboard pertained to the sixth floor, and hauntings were also on the agenda for that level. In other words, the spirit must be on the sixth floor. Yet, during his previous inspection, the spirit had not manifested, nor had he detected any anomalies. This could only mean one thing. There was still a dormitory on the sixth floor. As the first number changed, the specter that had been standing in the sixth floor corridor abruptly flickered and vanished. Afraid? Jiang Bai chuckled. It's too late. He began to ascend the stairs, the numbers on the blood blackboard continuing their transformation. 6.6.6, Dormitory Inspection 666. In the West, 666 is a number synonymous with demons. Jiang Bai did not anticipate that this spirit would possess a hint of Western influence. Upon reaching the sixth floor, Jiang Bai immediately sensed something amiss. The dormitory building, arranged in a square, now had an additional blood path. This ethereal path wound along the square, ultimately converging at the center, where a dormitory door awaited. That was the infamous Dormitory 666, the locus of Jiang Bai's confrontation with the spirit. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai stepped onto the blood path and advanced. The dormitory building was not particularly vast, and the linear distance between the 2 points was short. Yet this blood path twisted and folded incessantly, consuming a considerable amount of Jiang Bai's time and energy. Nevertheless, he proceeded steadily along the blood path. He discovered that although the road was steeped in malevolence, it did not require him to deliberately exploit the terrain. Instead, he allowed the sinister energy to refine his body, gradually enhancing his physical prowess, with even signs of transformation occurring within his internal energy under such pressure. Should he persist along this blood path, it was highly likely that an indestructible substance would emerge within him. Jiang Bai advanced along the blood-stained path, much like an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely stroll. This journey persisted throughout the entire night, and it was not until dawn that he found himself standing before the entrance of dormitory 666. At that moment, the wake-up call resonated. Accompanied by the ringing of the wake-up bell, the lights of the dormitory building flickered to life, signaling the end of the night. The spectral presence residing in dormitory 666 began to dissipate, vanishing into thin air. Regardless of Jiang Bai's intentions, he found that it was too late to act. The night had slipped away. Today marked the third and final day of Jiang Bai's sojourn in the enigmatic silver sand tomb. Following the conclusion of the afternoon calculus examination, he would be summoned away, leaving the silver sand tomb behind. He had no opportunity to return to his dormitory. Whether or not Jiang Bai possessed the capability to vanquish the ghost was irrelevant. The chance had eluded him. This was the ghost's ultimate trump card. To slay it required 3 nights. On the first night, one must procure the blood blackboard. The second night necessitated traversing the blood path and inspecting dormitory 666. And on the third night, one must eliminate the ghost. Yet, all individuals could only linger in the silver sand tomb for 3 days and 2 nights. Before Jiang Bai, 6 blood-red characters gradually materialized in the small window of dormitory 666, their hasty scrawl exuding triumph and arrogance. You are out of time. Should Jiang Bai be willing to pay an exorbitant price, defying the rules of the silver sand tomb to forcibly breach the door and slay the ghost? There might still be a slim chance. Opportunity knocks but once. However, it was evident that Jiang Bai had no intention of pursuing such a course. He took a few steps back, allowing the blood path in dormitory 666 to fade from his sight. A cold smile gracing his lips on the first floor of the dormitory, Wei Junjie peered out, his expression one of utter disappointment. He had expected Jiang Bai to fight desperately, but now, everything had crumbled. In Jiang Bai's ears, the ghost's mocking laughter echoed, derisive and discordant. In response to the ghost's provocation, Jiang Bai nonchalantly inserted his pinky finger into his ear, exhaled softly into his palm, and remarked, "Why do I feel like this is only the beginning?" Chapter 080. The Great Cleanup. As the sun rose, dispelling the darkness, Jiang Bai watched as dormitory 666 gradually vanished from sight before turning away and departing the dormitory building. On the 6th floor, doors opened in succession, with curious heads emerging to exchange glances. Though unaware of the events that transpired the previous night, the fact that Jiang Bai had survived was unprecedented. Soon, the more observant among them noticed something amiss. Look at the 3rd floor. Why is the door of one dormitory still ajar? It's dormitory 308. The collective gaze shifted, revealing indeed that one dormitory door remained open. Could it be that someone still resided on the 3rd floor? Perhaps those inhabiting the 3rd floor were not human at all. A chill crept up the napes of their necks, instilling a sense of dread. The implications were chilling. Enough of this. This place is becoming increasingly sinister. Let us leave at once. The crowd nodded in agreement, hastily gathering their belongings, disregarding the chance to earn points, and hurriedly descended the elevator, not daring to linger for even a moment. In the lobby on the 1st floor, they paused. The blackboard displayed a plethora of new inscriptions. Dormitory leader Jiang Bai completed the inspection of the 6th floor, earning a reward of 1,000 points. Dormitory leader Jiang Bai completed the inspection of the 5th floor, earning a reward of 2,000 points. Dormitory leader Jiang Bai completed the inspection of dormitory 409, earning a reward of 1,000 points. Dormitory leader Jiang Bai completed the inspection of dormitory 308 and upheld the rules, earning a reward of 5,000 points. In the dormitory, Jiang Bai, having attained the esteemed title of floor leader, commanded attention. A palpable tension enveloped the hall as gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd, the temperature seemingly dropping with each utterance. Jiang Bai had audaciously ventured to the 5th floor for a dormitory inspection. Why, then, was a mere inspection of a single dormitory on the 4th floor worth a staggering 1,000 points? What transpired in dormitory 308 that warranted such scrutiny? The enforcement of regulations? 5,000 points? Surely, I must have misread. Eventually, the clamor subsided, leaving the onlookers exchanging silent glances, a myriad of unspoken thoughts lingering in the air, as if everything had been articulated without utterance. Regardless of the events of the previous night, they were united in one certainty. Jiang Bai was not a figure to be trifled with. Amidst the throng, Yi Sun furrowed his brow, a look of concern etched upon his features. His worry was not for Jiang Bai's safety. After all, what harm could befall my brother Jiang? Yi Sun was merely puzzled. Where was my brother Jiang? At that very moment, Jiang Bai was in the cafeteria, leisurely savoring his breakfast. Across from him sat a keenly perceptive figure, Wei Junjie, who fanned himself with a folding fan and remarked, "Indeed, brother Jiang is a prodigious talent. His methods are remarkable, and I am thoroughly enlightened." Jiang Bai, engrossed in his porridge, chose to ignore him. Undeterred by any sense of awkwardness, Wei Junjie continued, "Brother Jiang, I have ascertained that the research institute that ventured to the Silver Sand Secret Tomb is the third research institute. The Silver Sand Secret Tomb belongs to the human category of secret tombs, and the intern from the third research institute is none other than Li Xiaofu. Yes, the very individual who shares your dormitory. However, he is not the most formidable of adversaries. I suspect Li Xiaofu merely serves as a beacon, his existence intended to guide the researchers of the Third Research Institute to infiltrate the Silver Sand Secret Tomb at a critical juncture." Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai paused his meal and casually replied, "Li Xiaofu has already confided all this to me. Brother Jiang, do not deceive me. I am all too familiar with the people from the Research Institute. They are exceedingly rigid and single-minded. Even if Li Xiaofu were to perish, he would never voluntarily disclose his identity. Unraveling his identity has required considerable effort on my part." Wei Junjie proposed, "Brother Jiang, you have missed the last opportunity to capture a ghost. Why not consider my previous suggestion? Let us join forces and share the spoils 1/2 each. What say you?" Jiang Bai neither acquiesced nor declined, but instead inquired, "Since the opportunity has passed, without a third night, how shall I capture a ghost?" Wei Junjie's brow brightened at this, unperturbed by the prospect of revealing his scheme, for there was little to conceal. As long as Jiang Bai was inclined to collaborate, that was sufficient. Jiang Bai was a sagacious individual, capable of making prudent choices at pivotal moments. Wei Junjie elaborated, "As you are aware, I hail from the Starlight Temple. Within the Starlight Temple lies a secret art capable of illuminating the galaxy. At that moment, the starlight will eclipse the sunlight, the starry curtain drawn back, and the Milky Way suspended above." Jiang Bai comprehended. "You intend to artificially create a starry night?" "Precisely." This was one of Wei Junjie's greatest trump cards. Before entering the Silver Sand Secret Tomb, he had already identified the major obstacles to capturing ghosts and devised strategies to counter them. Difficulties in conducting dormitory inspections? As an international student, Wei Junjie could traverse freely between dormitory buildings, albeit at a considerable cost. Only 2 nights remained, with no prospect of a third. They could conjure a starry night. Had it not been for the unexpected intervention of Jiang Bai, Wei Junjie's plan would have had at least an 80% chance of success. However, Jiang Bai's emergence brought a mixed bag of emotions for Wei Junjie. The delight stemmed from the fact that Jiang Bai was on the verge of capturing the ghost single-handedly. The concern, however, was also that Jiang Bai was on the verge of capturing the ghost single-handedly. After listening to Wei Junjie's strategy, Jiang Bai offered no response, merely uttering an "oh" before lowering his head to continue his meal. Wei Junjie, unfazed, shifted the topic, "Brother Jiang, who was the individual you mentioned during your confrontation with the ghost last night?" As the sole observer of that battle, Wei Junjie had been too distant to sense the aura Jiang Bai had released. He had only heard Jiang Bai's words. Jiang Bai replied with utmost seriousness, "Oh, I deceived the ghost." Wei Junjie, taken aback, retorted, "You deceived the ghost? Even if you resorted to deception, how much qi would it require to subdue a ghost on the first level? 30,000, 50,000, 100,000? Is that even feasible? Can a high-level anomalous being exert the might of 100,000 qi? You might as well claim he possesses true words. That would be more credible." Reluctant to elaborate, Jiang Bai naturally evaded further questioning. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Bai rose to leave, and Wei Junjie, sensing the moment, refrained from following. Jiang Bai first proceeded to the teaching building, only to find that all the places he wished to visit were locked. He nodded in satisfaction as he departed. The security awareness was commendably high. It should be maintained. Having achieved nothing, Jiang Bai arrived at the Academic Affairs office and knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened slightly, allowing a faint light to pierce the darkness. From deep within the office came a hoarse, mechanical voice, stating, "Student representatives such as class leaders, dormitory heads, and floor leaders may apply for various arrangements at the Academic Affairs office, which require corresponding points for consumption. Upon completion of the tasks, points will be refunded based on the degree of completion. Clearing his throat, Jiang Bai declared, "I represent the class leader, dormitory head, and floor leader to apply for a task." The hoarse voice responded once more, "Identity verification in progress. Identity verification complete. Application can proceed." Jiang Bai articulated his desired task. "I apply for a campus-wide cleanup." Upon hearing Jiang Bai's request, the mechanical voice announced, "Campus cleanup. Consumes 5,000 points. Organizing students to complete the cleaning of the teaching building, archive room, and dormitory within a limited time, with a maximum reward of 10,000 points. Do you confirm the application?" Chapter 081. I absolutely adore multiple choice questions. Confirm. Watching his points decrease by 5,000, Jiang Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. Under the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb, one could only return to the dormitory after school hours. However, the ghost might forget that there was another circumstance in which one could enter the dormitory during the day, the campus cleanup. While the ghost might forget, Jiang Bai certainly would not. Each time there was an inspection by the authorities, every time evaluations were conducted, and even before every open day, the teachers would organize these free laborers for a campus-wide cleanup, all under the guise of fostering a collective sense of honor, proclaiming, "The campus is our home. Cleanliness is everyone's responsibility." Jiang Bai found himself curious as to why he could not sleep a little longer in his own home. When Jiang Bai posed his question to the teacher, he unwittingly earned the title of Corridor VIP. In summary, the 1,218-year-old Jiang Bai once again triumphed, using the wisdom of his life from 1,200 years ago. The spectre could scarcely have imagined that Jiang Bai had meticulously devised a plan long before the onset of the second night. After deducting points, in a hoarse voice, he announced that the thorough cleaning was scheduled for after the morning examination, followed by lunch, and then a brief respite before continuing with the afternoon tests. According to the cleaning arrangement, the teaching building would take an hour, the dormitory half an hour, and the archive 15 minutes. Jiang Bai nodded, an idea forming in his mind. Half an hour should suffice. Once the cleaning was concluded, Jiang Bai found a place to rest, awaiting the commencement of the morning examination. It was evident that the others were quite anxious before the test. The Silver Sand secret tomb was set to last 3 days and 2 nights. And according to past conventions, on the final day, people could earn at least 30 to 50 points before the exam began, thereby gaining a chance to pursue subsequent qualifications. However, this time the circumstances were markedly different. Jiang Bai's presence shattered the norm. He played by no established rules and seized the vast majority of points. Currently, most individuals hovered around 5 points, utterly destitute. The examination presented their final opportunity for redemption. Traditionally, the morning consisted of multiple choice questions, while the afternoon held little in the way of preparation, as any effort would be futile. For the advanced mathematics exam, the vast majority chose to forego it entirely. It was simply unmanageable. They placed their hopes on the multiple choice section, displaying a certain wisdom of the academically challenged. Observing the restless crowd, Jiang Bai resolved to casually earn some pocket money. He approached Yi-sun and murmured a few words, which brought great delight to Yi-sun. "Brother Jiang, is there such an opportunity?" Yi-sun, without a trace of doubt, immediately summoned his associates and instructed, "Brother Jiang has obtained a cheat sheet for the exam, found within the Silver Sand secret tomb. It is said that students over 1,000 years ago often used this set of materials for multiple choice questions." After a brief prelude, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Yi-sun announced the price. Not 188,000, nor 88,000, but a mere 50,000 per copy, confidentiality required, by quickly, 50,000 star coins? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, uncertain if they had misheard. Only 50,000? When had Jiang Bai become so generous? This was not in line with their perception of him. To be honest, after being taken advantage of by Jiang Bai repeatedly, they found it disconcerting that he was suddenly not exploiting them. Of course, there were conditions attached. Yi-sun pivoted the conversation, revealing Jiang Bai's additional stipulation. "If you wish to purchase the cheat sheet, you must bring an outsider to buy it. Brother Jiang insists that this cheat sheet belongs to the Silver Sand secret tomb, and he intends to share it fairly with everyone." The crowd. High emotional intelligence. Sharing fairly with everyone. Low emotional intelligence. I want to profit from everyone. Jiang Bai's bundled sales strategy did not catch the crowd off guard. Rather, it felt quite natural. This was precisely the kind of thing Jiang Bai would do. Ultimately, the primary reason was that the cheat sheet was exceedingly affordable, merely 50,000. Even if they were deceived by Jiang Bai, they wouldn't feel too pained. What if the cheat sheet proved genuinely useful? The members of the solar eclipse sect dispersed, beginning to market the cheat sheet to others, preparing for a group purchase. A cheat sheet for 50,000 per copy. Let us buy and go. Do not hesitate. If everyone else is purchasing and you refrain, will you not be left behind? How can I ascertain the efficacy of this secret manual? Yet, I am certain of my own inadequacies. Am I to believe I can navigate the multiple choice questions? It is akin to casting dice. Soon enough, a throng of eager buyers surged forth, T50,000 per person. Not only advanced practitioners of extraordinary abilities sought it, but even esteemed masters arrived, drawn by its allure, in less than 10 minutes. Each individual possessed a copy of the manual, and Jiang Bai joyfully amassed 330,000 star coins. Upon acquiring the manual, the crowd began to chant incantations, hastily committing the contents to memory. Point 3 short, 1 long. Select the longest. 3 long, 1 short. Choose the shortest. For 2 longs and 2 shorts, opt for D. If they are of equal length and duration, select A. Remarkably, the manual was easy to recite, sounding quite credible. Some meticulous individuals even retrieved previous examination papers and reference answers from the Silver Sand secret tomb, employing this manual, only to be astonished to discover that it enabled them to surpass the passing mark. This revelation ignited a fervor among the crowd. Their whispers transformed into loud recitations, fervently repeating the phrases to enhance their memory, striving to engrave this manual in their minds within the shortest possible time. Isun stood aside, observing this spectacle with immense awe. Brother Jiang, you are truly willing to share this manual. It is simply astounding. Isun pondered numerous adjectives, yet none seemed fitting, ultimately settling on, truly Brother Jiang. Jiang Bai, meanwhile, yawned nonchalantly and remarked, oh, the manual is a forgery. Isun. Then why is the accuracy of the manual so high? How can a counterfeit yield such impressive results? Who told you a fake is devoid of value? Jiang Bai scoffed, a counterfeit, of course, must be crafted to appear as genuine as possible. The fake shoes I purchased years ago were more durable than the authentic ones. When I wore them on the court, someone recognized them instantly. I inquired how he discerned the truth, and he said, your shoes don't have separating seams, while real ones do. How does one argue with that? The manual is my own creation. The adaptations are not mere fabrications. I compiled the past examination papers and reference answers, structuring them into mnemonic verses. The accuracy must be high. I refunded the individual who first discovered this detail and even gave him 10,000 star coins as a hush fee. Otherwise, do you think he would have revealed such an insight? As I mentioned before, the most elite deception requires the simplest of methods, Isun. Truly, you are remarkable, Brother Jiang. As the crowd diligently recited the manual, the deception inscription within Jiang Bai flickered incessantly, and his energy began to replenish rapidly. A power bank, of course, is all the more beneficial when abundant. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the commencement of the examination. As with the customary monthly assessments, each candidate was seated apart, while the instructor elucidated the rules and distributed the test papers. Students, please answer independently. Do not glance at others' answers, nor share your own. The examination spanned 120 minutes. Commencing upon the ringing of the bell, those who completed early could raise their hands to submit their papers ahead of time. Kindly shade the correct answers to the multiple choice questions on the answer sheet. Each correct answer awards 10 points. With a total of 20 questions in the same examination hall, the candidate with the highest score is awarded double points in the event of a tie. The student who takes the least amount of time to answer will receive the double reward, while the remaining candidates with the same score will not receive any rewards. The rules articulated by the teacher were also printed clearly on the examination paper in black and white. When the exam paper and answer sheet were handed to Jiang Bai, he cast a fleeting glance at the paper, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. History questions, mathematics problems, English exercises, geography queries, he found himself utterly at a loss. These subjects were beyond the scope of his high school education, having ventured into university-level content. Despite being unable to answer a single question, Jiang Bai exuded an inexplicable confidence, as if everything was well within his grasp. As the bell rang once more, signaling the commencement of the exam, everyone began to tackle the questions. Jiang Bai, however, did not bother to examine the paper. He immediately seized the answer sheet and fervently scribbled his responses in pencil. 5 minutes later, while others were still grappling with the second and third questions, Jiang Bai had already completed his answers. He raised his right hand, signaling his intention to submit his paper. The answer sheet soared through the air, and simultaneously, Jiang Bai felt an unseen force propelling him toward the exit of the classroom. The answer sheet landed in the teacher's hands, who then inserted it into a machine for grading. 10 seconds later, Jiang Bai's score was revealed. In all examination halls, a display screen at the front of the classroom illuminated with a brilliant red line of text. As vibrant as spring blossoms, candidate, Jiang Bai. 200 points. Time taken, 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Chapter 82. The sky is azure. The exam lasted 2 hours, yet Jiang Bai finished in just 5 minutes. He exited the examination hall, leaving behind nothing but a stylish silhouette. Remarkable! A voice of astonishment erupted beside him. Wei Junjie waved at Jiang Bai from a short distance away. Jiang, you scored full marks in under 6 minutes. If it were ancient times, you'd surely be the star of literary excellence, Jiang Bai retorted. What do you mean by star of literary excellence? That sounds more like descending to the mortal realm. It was a paradox. On one hand, Wei Junjie seemed uninformed, yet he was aware of the concept of a literary star. On the other hand, he exhibited a certain erudition by using such a phrase. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes and cut to the chase. What do you want? Since Jiang Bai had sincerely inquired, Wei Junjie seized the opportunity to respond. Jiang, how about we join forces to eliminate the researchers from the Third Research Institute? Jiang Bai looked at Wei Junjie with an expression of incredulity. I'm just joking, just a jest. Wei Junjie chuckled, brushing off the subject, and continued, Jiang, would you be willing to share the secret to achieving a perfect score? The price is negotiable. Jiang Bai abruptly interrupted him. Do you find feigning ignorance amusing? The rules are laid bare before us. If others cannot decipher them, surely you can't be at a loss for a strategy? Wei Junjie was anything but foolish. He was astute and shrewd. Exploiting loopholes and manipulating bugs within the rules was something Jiang Bai could accomplish, and naturally, others could too. The regulations stated that correct answers marked on the answer sheet would earn 10 points each. Yet they did not specify that incorrect answers would incur penalties. In simpler terms, one could simply fill in every answer to achieve a perfect score. This examination felt less like a test and more akin to a riddle? In a ghost school, what legitimate examination could one expect? According to Jiang Bai's recent experiences, although this peculiar school is strange, every rule within it has its rationale. This examination resembles a test for the living rather than the dead. Jiang Bai spoke coldly. As the third day draws to a close, we are both aware that whether it be ghost hunting or the Third Research Institute, once the afternoon examination concludes, the Silver Sand Secret Tomb will be officially opened. At that time, what transpires should be clearer to you than to me. At this juncture, if you continue to feign ignorance, it will no longer be an act, but rather genuine foolishness. Wei Junjie let out an awkward chuckle and defended himself. In our Huaxia, there exists a military treatise known as The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes and retorted, You've merely glanced at the title. All you can do is play the fool, right? Wei Junjie's eyes lit up. How did you know, Jiang brother, that I only know the title? It was precisely from those 4 characters, Sun Tzu's Art of War, that Wei Junjie had devised his strategy of feigned ignorance, which had proven effective until he encountered Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai thought to himself. He had once again underestimated Wei Junjie's level of illiteracy. Growing weary of entangling with Wei Junjie, Jiang Bai tossed a final remark over his shoulder as he departed. Noon at 12 o'clock, a thorough cleaning of the dormitory building, for half an hour. Upon hearing this, Wei Junjie pressed his lips together, feeling an unexpected surge of anticipation. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a sensation. Watching Jiang Bai's retreating figure, Wei Junjie murmured, The Night Star arrives as promised. The Silver Sand Base. In the governor's office, Shan Hongyi had been residing there for 3 days. She had yet to meet the governor, though she had encountered the vice-governor, In Chunfei, several times, who often greeted her with a smile. Shan Hongyi felt a twinge of concern for her elder brother, Jiang Bai, yet simultaneously reassured herself that there was little to worry about. At that moment, she was swinging on a swing, with cheese behind her, occasionally extending a paw to give her a gentle push. Director! A person with a messy bun appeared at the end of the corridor, prompting Shan Hongyi to leap from the swing and excitedly rush over to ask Jiang Bai brother out. The director shook his head, his expression slightly grave. It was only then that Shan Hongyi noticed that the director was accompanied by another individual. Engaged in conversation, the atmosphere evidently not very pleasant. The man stood at a height of approximately 1.8 meters, clad in a white shirt, white gloves, and white framed glasses, with long bangs obscuring his eyes, making it difficult to discern his expression. He exuded an air of danger, and the back of his right glove bore an intricate traditional character. San. Shan Hongyi recalled her sister advising her to keep her distance from anyone wearing white gloves adorned with traditional characters, and to seek refuge in the safest place possible. Thus, she concealed herself behind the director, casting furtive glances at the newcomer. The man adjusted his glasses and spoke coldly. Jiang Bai? It seems I keep hearing that name lately. My intern doesn't seem to hold him in high regard. Just a clever little trickster, full of self-importance. Is he your latest disciple? Has your judgment truly deteriorated this much? His tone was laced with mockery, even tinged with a hint of jealousy. Upon the mention of disciples, the director suddenly recalled that this individual hailed from the Third Research Institute, now its current director, who had once sought to apprentice under him, only to be regretfully refused due to a lack of talent. There should be no personal vendetta involved. The director chose not to respond, remaining silent on the matter. Upon witnessing the director's reaction, the individual nodded slightly, acknowledging that the matter at hand was indeed not worthy of a response. In comparison to our pursuits, it was merely a trivial pawn, insignificant enough to warrant no expenditure of time. The director appeared poised to speak yet hesitated, seemingly inclined to refute something. Dan Hongyi tugged gently at the director's sleeve, prompting him to halt. After leaving behind a cryptic remark, the man clad in a white shirt and gloves turned to depart. We shall demonstrate with time that we are correct, and you are mistaken. Of course, this presupposes that you live to see that day. As he observed the retreating figure, the director uttered no further words, instead caressing Dan Hongyi's head. After a pause, the director suddenly spoke. Jiang Bai has erred in one regard. Dan Hongyi looked up, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Does brother Jiang Bai make mistakes too? In the course of their interactions over the past half-month, Jiang Bai had proven to be remarkably prescient, always a step ahead. Dan Hongyi had yet to witness any miscalculations on his part. Well, he is human, and thus capable of erring, the director affirmed, nodding, and without any suspense. Continued, Jiang Bai stated to execute Plan C. You, Nangong Xiaoxin, are in peril, and Jisher's life hangs in the balance. Dan Hongyi recalled that Jiang Bai had indeed made such a statement. He deceived you. The director replied calmly. We have conducted preliminary simulations, and you and Jisher will not perish. Nangong Xiaoxin, however, was gravely ill. Regardless of his actions, death loomed imminent. Dan Hongyi, perplexed, inquired, then why did brother Jiang Bai lie to me? This time, the director offered no reply, instead stroking Dan Hongyi's head once more. When you are a bit older, I shall explain. The director then shifted the topic, stating, in the forthcoming period, the Silver Sand secret tomb shall officially open, the barriers of the Silver Sand base will be lifted, and throngs of practitioners, exotic beasts, and those endowed with extraordinary abilities will converge. No one can predict the outcome. In summary, the Silver Sand base would descend into chaos, and even the governor's office would be affected. No place would remain safe. Do you recall the song I taught you? In times of danger, remember to sing. I remember. Observing Dan Hongyi nod in understanding, the director felt reassured enough to depart. He had research to conduct and needed to make haste. The little girl, only partially comprehending, wondered if singing could truly save her. Was it really that miraculous? Although she did not grasp it fully, she did not question the director. Two truths resided in Dan Hongyi's small mind. 1. The director would not deceive, and 2. Jiang Bai would not suffer losses. The little girl strolled alone, softly humming the song the director had taught her. The sky is a brilliant blue. Chapter 083, Here I Come. The Silver Sand Secret Tomb. 18 noon, precisely at 12 o'clock. The sky was clear and cloudless, a gentle breeze absent. Jiang Bai appeared punctually outside the dormitory building. Not far behind him, a cluster of individuals gathered, hesitant to approach yet reluctant to depart, resembling curious onlookers drawn to the spectacle, their curiosity akin to that which famously leads cats to their demise. Wei Junjie was nowhere to be found, his whereabouts and activities a mystery. However, Jiang Bai was certain that this fellow would manifest at the appropriate time and place. Otherwise, Wei Junjie's bustling endeavors over the past few years would be rendered futile, akin to drawing water with a basket. This grand performance was on the cusp of unfolding. Jiang Bai's ghost hunting was merely the prelude. On the wall hung a clock, and at the moment when the hour, minute, and second hands converged, the aged door, marked by a hint of rust and weariness, creaked open. The door swung ajar. All eyes fell upon Jiang Bai's silhouette, the atmosphere thick with tension, rendering breaths momentarily suspended. Jiang Bai stirred. He ascended the steps, moving with a decisive grace into the dormitory building. It was only after his figure vanished from the lobby that the crowd collectively exhaled, as if a great weight had been lifted from their chests. My goodness, this dormitory is utterly terrifying. During the day, could it be that the occupants are the spirits of the building? Why do I feel that Jiang Bai is even more frightening than a ghost? Nonsense. A ghost may at most take your life, but this fellow Jiang Bai could render you worse than dead. What a blunt truth. After entering the dormitory, Jiang Bai surveyed his surroundings. The absence of lights during the day left the building shrouded in a peculiar gloom. Dust coating the windows. At some point, 2 iron doors had appeared in the lobby, secured with heavy chains, effectively isolating the dormitory area from the lobby. Consequently, no matter what grade of entity resided on the first floor, they could not interact with Jiang Bai in the lobby. Before entering, Jiang Bai had contemplated this. If the ghosts on the first floor could roam freely, he would have fled without a second thought. He felt he could contend with the spirits on the third floor, or even the second, with a fighting chance of no less than 50%. The first floor? Farewell. Jiang Bai had never lacked the notion of escape in his plans. Upon reaching the elevator, he found it halted on the first floor, yet the display flickered with garbled characters, the doors incessantly opening and closing, occasionally revealing the sound of a boy's laughter lingering in the air. Clearly, the elevator was haunted. Opting to avoid the elevator was wise. Instead, he turned and ascended the staircase. The dormitory during the day differs markedly from its nocturnal counterpart. Even without the advantage of terrain, Jiang Bai could navigate freely within its confines. The restrictions of the rules had been lifted, which simultaneously implied that the ghosts could now move about freely. These rules had been instituted to protect the living. Jiang Bai ascended to the second floor, casting a glance around. 3 dormitory doors stood ajar, 2 others partially closed. The open doors revealed emptiness, their ghostly occupants nowhere to be found. The half-closed doors trembled incessantly, as if something horrific were poised to burst forth, only to be pulled back. Standing at the landing of the second floor, Jiang Bai called out, "Does anyone know Li Fengxia?" No ghost responded. "If you have any clues about Li Fengxia, I am willing to make a deal with you." Jiang Bai stated earnestly, "I am a man of my word. I keep my promises, even if it means taking you away from the Silver Sand secret tomb. Though that can't happen just yet." Still, there was no reply. Just as Jiang Bai prepared to depart, the previously half-open doors slammed shut with a resounding bang. Jiang Bai turned to look, and on the door appeared 2 crooked, blood-red characters. "Be cautious." Cautious of what? Of the ghosts on the 6th floor? Or of Li Fengxia? Jiang Bai was taken aback. Was he not cautious enough? He believed he had exercised ample prudence. For a ghost to warn him to be careful seemed exceedingly strange. Did it not? Committing the message on the door to memory, Jiang Bai lingered no longer and continued his ascent. After his departure, the blood inscriptions on the door transformed once more. "Hurry, awaken." The blood markings materialized, only to gradually fade, erased by an unseen order on the 3rd floor. Before Jiang Bai could ascend, he was already met with the anguished wails echoing from above. He glanced upward, noting that all the dormitory doors on the 3rd floor stood ajar. The staircase teeming with spirits, floating and jostling one another, akin to a fully packed soy milk machine. Under Jiang Bai's gaze, the spectral throng receded like a tide, clearing a substantial space for him. Last night, he had confronted them on the 3rd floor, where the majority had been confined within their dormitories, obediently compliant after being threatened by him. With a stoic expression, Jiang Bai continued his ascent, only to pause midway and return with a grave reminder, "Do remember to clean up the spirits." On the 4th floor, every dormitory door was securely locked. The apparitions here were not as formidable as those on the 3rd floor and dared not partake in the commotion. Jiang Bai let out a sigh of disappointment, initially hoping to encounter an easy target. Damn it, yet another setback. The spirits on the 4th floor remained hidden, while the 5th floor was entirely devoid of any apparitions. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he once again approached the corridor's edge. Dormitory 666 had yet to manifest, for it was still daylight. Jiang Bai waited. At 12:05, a star twinkled briefly. Stars can indeed be seen during the day, and the sky could transform into a starry expanse. The number of twinkling stars increased, and the once clear sky darkened, the sun's brilliance momentarily obscured, plunging the land into darkness and enveloping the dormitory building completely. The starry night descended, a blood path appeared beneath Jiang Bai's feet. Without hesitation, he seized the advantage of the terrain and stepped onto the blood trail, heading directly for dormitory 666 this time. There were no twists and turns. The path was clear and unobstructed, leading him seamlessly to the dormitory door. At that moment, dormitory 666 appeared dilapidated, with blood seeping from the cracks in the corners, and the walls were inscribed with blood-written messages. "I have begun to regret. I have begun to regret." Each inscription bore a distinct handwriting, as if penned by dozens of different individuals, covering the exterior walls entirely. The small window on the dormitory door was smeared with bloodstains, obscuring the view within. Gazing at the nearly decayed door before him, Jiang Bai raised his hand and politely knocked 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding noise reverberated through the air, causing even those of slightly lesser strength to clutch their ears, blood seeping slowly from their fingertips. The entire dormitory building trembled slightly. The last train to hell was about to depart. Passengers were advised to check their belongings carefully, lest they forget. Jiang Bai muttered incomprehensible words, leaving the spirits bewildered. Inside, the ghosts cowered in the corners, trembling. Outside, Jiang Bai adjusted his collar, pushed the door open, and elegantly declared, "I have arrived." Chapter 084. "Sir, this way." With a resounding crash, Jiang Bai kicked the door open. Dormitory 666 was not spacious. Its interior could be surveyed at a glance. In the corner, the ghost on the 6th floor cowered in a ball, trembling with fear, while 3 menacing spirits loomed in different directions, exuding an aura of malevolence. Upon hearing the door being kicked open, the 3 spirits simultaneously turned, glaring fiercely at Jiang Bai. The essence that surrounded them bore no distinction from that of the spirits on the 2nd floor. Clearly, the 3 vacant dormitories on the 2nd floor had seen their occupants venture to the 6th floor, coinciding perfectly with Jiang Bai's arrival. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Bai remained unfazed, displaying unwavering composure as he calmly remarked, "Apologies, I've knocked on the wrong door." The spirits. As they were momentarily taken aback, Jiang Bai seized the opportunity to retreat from the dormitory, casually closing the door behind him. Exhaling deeply outside, he muttered to himself, "It must be the way I opened the door that was incorrect." With that, he picked up his resolve and kicked the door open once more, declaring, "Here I come again." The 3 spirits turned back, their expressions filled with confusion. The spirits. "What is wrong with this fellow? We let him off once, and he returns for a second encounter, seeking his own demise. Brothers, debts must be settled with their rightful owners. I have come today to deal with this little ghost, so please grant me some consideration." With that, Jiang Bai aimed at the cowering ghost in the corner and fired his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, each bullet soaring toward a different target, striking the 3 spirits. Though he had aimed for the corner, the bullets seemed to possess a will of their own, guided by an unseen force. The bullets, imbued with peculiar energy, exploded mid-air, creating a faint barrier that temporarily hindered the 3 spirits. Jiang Bai swiftly advanced, pointing his gun at the cornered ghost and firing 3 more shots. These shots contained lethal energy bullets. With each bullet that struck, the little ghost's head would explode, only to regenerate in a fleeting moment, repeating the cycle thrice. Once he had emptied the rounds from his revolver, Jiang Bai holstered it, gripping the in one hand, vigilantly watching the little ghost. At this juncture, the 3 spirits had shattered the barrier and regained their freedom. They shrieked as they lunged forward, their claws extended menacingly, yet they merely brushed past Jiang Bai. Indeed, Jiang Bai was not surprised by this turn of events. During his initial door-kicking entrance, the 3 spirits had observed him without making any aggressive moves. Thus, a bold idea took root in Jiang Bai's mind. As the floor leader, he was protected by the rules, rendering the spirits from the 2nd floor incapable of attacking him. Jiang Bai's gamble had paid off. The 3 spirits pounced upon the little ghost, their 6 claws tearing it into 9 pieces. The little ghost was wrenched apart, wailing incessantly, as glimmers of starlight materialized around it. Its cries were peculiar, resembling the lamentations of dozens of individuals mingled with laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai retreated to another corner. Observing coldly, awaiting the unfolding of events, he sensed that matters were far from simple. As the little ghost wailed, blood-red inscriptions began to materialize around it. "I am beginning to regret. I am beginning to regret." At that moment, Jiang Bai comprehended that its initial regret did not stem from his retaliatory strike, but rather from the arrival of the three spirits. Jiang Bai scrutinized the inscriptions, striving to discern a pattern. These blood letters bore the marks of different hands: laughter, weeping, and inscriptions. All these fragments seemed to form a puzzle, gradually revealing the truth before Jiang Bai's eyes. Jiang Bai felt that he was perilously close to the truth. Yet something still eluded him. It was not until a line of familiar blood characters materialized before his eyes that his pupils constricted in shock. These were the very words from the diary. The original owner of the diary was none other than the son of the Lord of the Starlight Temple. The diary served a purpose akin to invoking a deity, sending requests to the one he revered the most, who could then transcend time and space to manifest either as a projection or in their true form. When paired with the secret treasure, the Starlight Disk, the efficacy of this invocation was exponentially amplified under the blessing of starlight. At that moment, Jiang Bai had acquired the final piece of the puzzle, weaving all the clues together. The ghost on the 6th floor was formed by the collective consciousness of all previous victims. Among these souls was also the consciousness of the Lord of the Starlight Temple's son. Presently, the vengeful spirit was relentlessly tearing apart the minor ghosts, effectively annihilating the consciousness within this corporeal vessel. By extinguishing other consciousnesses, it was ensuring that only one remained. The malevolent spirit on the 2nd floor did not arrive on the 6th floor without cause. Someone must have commissioned them. Yet, who possessed the ability to traverse freely between the dormitory floors, even striking a deal with the ghosts on the 2nd floor to repeatedly eliminate this spirit, preserving only one consciousness? The answer surfaced in Jiang Bai's mind: Wei Junjia. The Silver Sand secret tomb had been a trap from the very beginning. A meticulously orchestrated scheme of murder spanning years. Many years ago, the Lord of the Starlight Temple, who was privy to the secrets of the 6th floor of the Silver Sand secret tomb, dispatched his own offspring, equipped with 2 secret treasures, to the tomb. He was destined for demise. From the outset, the Lord had regarded his own child as a pawn. Indeed, that unworthy son was ultimately killed by a ghost, his consciousness devoured, and the 2 treasures fell into the hands of the malevolent spirit. Years later, as fate would have it, Wei Junjia arrived at the Silver Sand secret tomb to hunt ghosts, extinguishing other